On a certain day, at a certain hour, minute and seconds, the protagonist crossed and became a soul stuck inside a space satellite. He has been floating for thousands of years and have witnessed the continent from the beginning when there was not a single mammal capable of walking upright, to the moment when the first man-made fire was made, but for some reason from that moment on, everything suddenly went faster. It was like his perception of time itself was broken. Then the humanoid creatures rapidly created civilizations, forming tribes and even early city and states. The humanoid creatures managed to master the ability to use magic, from then on competed with other races for their survival in that continent. They conquered each other by chanting the names of different gods they worship, fighting to the very end. So the continent was populated by various kingdoms with various faith. Before long, the kingdom were all destroyed and all living beings perished. Then, from the ruins, new humanoid creatures emerged and started populating the continent. Time moved too fast, so the protagonist was unable to process such information. Suddenly, the protagonist saw a large creature resembling a dragon, but he didn't know how and where it came from. Soon, the protagonist realized that it wasn't the world moving fast, but he had realigned. So his conscious started fading rapidly. The space satellite, which had been staying still for long, activated to reboot the protagonist, but it failed and couldn't do so. The protagonist continuously chanted his will to survive as the satellite activated an escape protocol for him. Then, with a zap from the space satellite, the protagonist, whose consciousness was fading, realized that his conscious hasn't disappeared. The protagonist, who was sent falling by the space satellite like a shooting star, was confused and questioned what was happening. The space satellite, which had been holding and imprisoning the protagonist for a long time, sent the protagonist into the planet nearest to it as a bright light shone down. Down in the continent, a man lay down in a dark space, breathing rapidly to take in air, and he did that continuously. This man was the protagonist. He opened his eyes and looked around, where he was realizing that he was in a tomb. He was frightened of death and tried speaking out that he was in good shape, not like the old tomb, so he shouldn't be killed. Inside the tomb, some newcomers just closed the huge door of the tomb they came in through. A lady sat down at the side, painting heavily. A subordinate reported to another lady more matured named Hetty that the door had been sealed. Then she complimented him. Sir Brian, who was complimented, was one of the people who was led into the tomb. After some rest, Lady Hetty used magic to make a fire. As they walked further into the tomb, a young lady called Hetty her aunt and questioned what the place they were in was. Hetty told her that the place they were in was the final rest of the ancestor of the Cecil family, and for her not to do anything disrespectful. The young lady held her staff close to her chest as she stated that it felt like no one had been there for a very long time. Hetty told her that ever since Marquis de Grummond took the sacred relic from this tomb and participated in a rebellion that almost led to the destruction of his family, here had been sealed off. Every descendant of the Cecil family knows how to open this place. However, due to family order, no one dares to barge in unless it is a matter of life and death. Hetty told the young lady that they were the first people to set foot here in more than hundreds of years. The young lady jokes that they were now in that situation of life and death and questioned if the ancestors will forgive them for entering their tomb. Hetty looks down sadly and didn't give the young lady the answer she needed. Instead, she walked closely to the door in front of them. Hetty examines the door and then pressed a mechanism in the door. Then a green light shone brightly on it from her hand. This green light spread throughout the door and activated the other mechanism in the huge door. The huge door trembled when all the mechanism had been activated and stayed opening little by little from down. Each of the people outside, both the knights, the young lady and Hetty, waited patiently as the door rumbled and opened completely. Inside this floor, only one tomb can be seen. Then one of the people questioned if it was the tomb of their ancestors. Entering, Hetty noticed that something was different near the ancestor's tomb and stared intently right at the place. Hetty immediately became alert and shouted out that someone was there. Then everyone stood in a fighting stance. The young lady looked at Betty, another lady near her, and told her to look for somewhere to hide to avoid being implicated in the fight. The young lady with blue ribbon and brown eyes turned back and looked at the person rushing to attack her group. A young girl with long ears and dressed in black cloth jumped out and crossed blade with Knight Brian. The long ear girl knocked all the knight, including the young lady and Hetty, out of her way as they stood still, all stunned. The long ear girl held the danger in her hands and flashed past all of them without care as she rushed towards a particular destination. She rushed towards the entrance of the huge door, trying to escape. But the distance was a bit too far. Lady Hetty regained her sense and created a small magic fireball, sending it towards the long ear girl who was escaping to the entrance of the door. The small magic ball flew over and landed in the front of the long ear girl. Then it exploded and frightened the little lowly girl. The knights were fast and pointed their sword at the long ear girl, questioning who she was and how she dared to enter the ancestral tomb of their Cecil family. The lowly girl opened up her mouth and screamed out that she hadn't stolen anything, but Hetty was angry and shouted at her. The young lady held her staff with one hand and pointed at lowly girl, questioning what she had done to their Cecil family ancestors. Cold sweat slides down the lowly face as she stammers and told the people surrounding her not to harm her. She told them not to kill her yet, but to first check the ancestor's tomb because something was wrong with it. Just as she was still speaking, the ancestor's tomb shook continuously, and all their attention turned to it. The young lady held her staff and watched as the tomb clacked, while Hetty prayed that the ancestor rest in peace since the intruder will face her punishment. The lowly girl stated that when Hetty was done talking, she might as well hold down her ancestor's tomb. Cold sweat slides down from the knight's face as they watched the ancestor's tomb, feeling that it was to horror-like. Just as they were all watching the ancestor tomb, a hand with black gloves on popped up from a space opened in the side of the tomb. This made the calm young lady jump up and used her staff to attack the tomb, shouting that her lord ancestor rest in peace. The cover of the tomb crushed down on the hand, making the person inside curse out, questioning who had hit him. Young lady was shocked and turned her head towards Hetty, telling her that she might have disrespected the ancestor because of her action. Hetty was stunned, but reacted very fast. She shouted for young lady to get out from the tomb as she activated her power ready to attack. But then she stopped and told young lady that it might be the resurrection of an ancestor due to the corruption of the sacred remain of the ancestor tomb by the monsters. Just as she was still speaking, the ancestor in the tomb, who was annoyed due to the attack from the young lady, kicked open the tomb cover with force. Then, right in front of all the people, the ancestor sat up, making them shocked and speechless, especially the young lady near the tomb. The lowly, sitting on the ground with a sword placed on her neck, stated that their ancestor had risen with a worried look on her face. This ancestor was none other than the protagonist who had just possessed the body of the Cecil family ancestor. He looked at his trembling hand angrily. Then he looked at the young lady near him, who was already shaking because he knew that she was definitely the one who attacked him. The protagonist questioned if she was the one who just smashed his hand, and the young lady, who was already scared, tearfully stated that she was sorry. Before the protagonist could say another word, the young lady jumped away from the tomb and hid behind Hetty. Hetty blocked the scared young lady and turned to the protagonist, asking if he knew who he was. The protagonist became serious and stated thinking of who he was, although he knew he had possessed the body of the Cecil family ancestor. The protagonist was shocked that he was still alive and questioned who he was. Then suddenly, a large information was sent into his memory. Those were the memories of the body he occupied, and through this memory he realized who he was. He touched his forehead and replied to Hetty that he was Gawain Cecil, the founder of the kingdom of Ansu. Young lady continued hiding at Hetty's back, while Hetty signs out in relief after realizing that the ancestor was still the same. The protagonist held his forehead confused and questioned Hetty on what year they were in. The young lady hiding behind Hetty answered that the year was 735 of the Anso calendar, and he had been sleeping for over 700 years. Hetty introduced herself and young lady Rebecca to the protagonist, pleading to him for forgiveness due to Rebecca's youthfulness and lack of understanding. Still sitting inside the tomb, the protagonist was shocked by what he heard. He never thought he would one day have great-great-great-granddaughters. He felt that it was too unbelievable. He asked them to help him up as he tried coming out from the tomb. Lady Rebecca happily rushed forward, stretching her hands out to help the protagonist come out from the coffin. The protagonist was speechless and dumbfounded by her enthusiasm as he watched her hold his hand, helping him out from the coffin. Hetty sweats for the young lady who didn't have the understanding of what was happening and acts recklessly in front of the ancestor. The protagonist questioned what the cloth he wore was made from, since it could last for 700 years. Rebecca happily replied that it was elf-made lunar trail fabric. Feeling the material, the protagonist exclaimed that it was truly an advanced technology. But Rebecca couldn't understand. She felt that the ancestor's knowledge was so profound and great as she watched him standing and thinking about something with a cold look. On the other hand, the protagonist thought that after so many years, he could finally walk straight compared to other protagonists who became gods and Buddha in a novel. The protagonist stepped down gently from the low stairs of the ancestor tomb and walked forward with the help of Lady Rebecca. He asked what was going on as he saw a lady with long ears sitting on the ground with sword pointed at her. The lowly girl teared up as she pitifully stated that she was there to take refuge before the incident happened. Hetty angrily questioned if she had to go all the way into the deepest chamber of their ancestor's tomb in order to hide. It didn't make sense. Hetty felt that the lowly girl had another motive for doing that, so she pointed at her and told the protagonist she was the one who disturbed his slumber. The lowly girl was scared and trembled when the protagonist questioned if she was the one who woke him up as he exercised his hand. The lowly girl immediately stated that she didn't do anything, although she went into the ancestor chamber to hide, but she didn't do anything to him. Before she could say more, the protagonist summarized everything that happened and thanked her for waking him up. Everywhere became silent, and everyone looked at the protagonist dumbfoundedly. Hetty, who was expecting the protagonist to punish the lowly girl, was stunned. The protagonist further told them to let her go because it won't be good for 4 matured knight to apprehend a little girl. The protagonist told them that it wasn't compatible with the essence of being a knight with chivalry. Lady Hetty interrupted the protagonist, telling him that the lowly had barged into his tomb and it was wrong. Everywhere quiet down as Hetty tries to explain to the protagonist, she suspects the lowly girl had a motive for going into the ancestor chamber. The protagonist told her there was no problem with letting her go since he didn't see any reason to hold her, and thanking her for waking him up is the best choice. Lowly girl was surprised and spoke out stating that he was the eldest among them, so he shouldn't go back on his word. The protagonist didn't think much about what she said. Instead, he questioned what the lowly girl name was. The lowly girl smiled and stood up from the ground and placed her hand on her waist. Then she answered that her name was Amber. The protagonist held his chin thinking about the lowly girl name while inspecting her features from head to toe. After thinking for some while, he stated that she does look like some wood elf from the forest. Hetty interrupted before he could say further, telling him it wasn't time for small talk since they weren't safe there, and Rebecca nodded in agreement. The protagonist supported his chin with one hand and told Hetty to tell him what was going on, since she looked anxious. She told him they had been ambushed by monsters everywhere outside, and she and the soldiers fought in the citadel until the last moment before they escaped. The protagonist felt that it was a terrible mess to wake up in this situation, and since the monsters have already taken over the surface, it would be suicide to go outside. But then again, he was clueless about something, so he asked Hetty what exactly those monsters outside she was talking about was. Hetty told him she presumed that the monsters might be subspaces of the demons, but the demons had not been seen for many years, so how they produce in large scale was unknown. The protagonist was startled when Rebecca questioned if he couldn't defeat the monster outside with his strength. Rebecca's eyes almost began to flash as she stated that he was the most powerful knight in the whole Anzu kingdom and northern continent. Cecil, who was one of the greatest heroes, was known as the second founding legend who saved a lot of people when the empire was crumbling. The protagonist searched his memory and was shocked to find out that Gawain was a legendary hero. Although his life was short and glorious, he set out from young and became the youngest of the pioneering horsemen of his days. But such a glorious life was like a candle that burned too hot, and this legendary man exhausted his life in his last battle against the Dark Tide. And for who knows sake, the protagonist had possessed a person who is beyond compare. Rebecca was looking at him hopeful eyes, and even Hetty, who seemed the most matured and composed, was looking at him with some anticipation. But the person they were looking at was the protagonist, not Gawain Cecil. He told them he had slept too long, so he was unsure of how capable he was now. Gawain looked down at his hand. It was a hand of a warrior, thick and tough with calluses, but also with great power. The protagonist told Hetty and the others that they were not sure of how powerful the monsters outside could be, so it was smarter for them to find a way to get around those monsters. Rebecca immediately told him that the drawbridge had been destroyed and several other roads had also been blocked. The protagonist told them that the Cecil domain used to be part of the southern defense line of the kingdom, and there was a secret tunnel that can lead them outside, which was beneath the castle. Rebecca was pleasantly surprised and stated that if there was such a thing it was good to find it immediately. Then she asked the protagonist to lead the way. The protagonist coughed and stated that there was a problem, even though he knew there was a passage here. He spread out his hands and told them that he only knows how to get there from the castle, but not from that ancestral tomb. Rebecca was surprised and questioned why he didn't know the way out, even when he had stayed here for a long time. Everyone was speechless. The protagonist's face became dark as he wondered if Rebecca had an injury in her head when she fought with the monsters. He patiently told her he was dead, so he couldn't know how his grave looked like. Hetty's face grew pale. She had the feeling that this disappointing descendant would be the death of her ancestor. Hetty sighed and calmly stated that they couldn't go back to the same route, since it had been occupied by the monsters. The protagonist stated that they had to find another way out as he searched his inherited memory since it had been 700 years. The foundations, however, remain intact, and the entrance he mentioned should still be in place, so that should be fine. The protagonist extended his hand to a soldier beside him and told him to lend his sword to him for a moment. After taking the long sword from the soldier, the protagonist drew a sketch on the ground, though the sketch were drawn in a hurry, but the different section of the castle could be made out quite clearly. Rebecca looked curiously at the protagonist's sketch and stated that the wine cellar and the granary are still there, but she didn't know there was a third room. The protagonist chuckled and stated that it was not a room, but a compartment concealed between the walls and supports beams by some architectural tricks. He told her that the Cecil pioneers built it according to the demand of a stronghold during war, which can be used for emergency evacuation and as a supply route when under siege. He gave Rebecca a strange look and questioned if she really didn't know about this because it was the knowledge which was passed down in the Cecil family generation. Rebecca looked down embarrassed and stuttered, not knowing what to say as a reply. Hetty bit her lip with a troubled look and told the protagonist that they had failed to live up to his expectation. They had been through many things. After listening to what she said, the protagonist told her that once they left the tomb, they are going to give him an explanation of what happened in these 700 years. What's the most urgent task right now is to find a way from the catacombs to the secret passage. Then, Rebecca, Hetty and Brian squatted down and studied the sketch. Although they were familiar with the Cecil clan castle, but not familiar with how the tomb was constructed. Rebecca was frustrated. Even before the tomb was sealed 100 years back, the descendants of the Cecil family could only enter the tomb on a few rare occasions. Just as they were unable to find a solution, the lolly girl who stayed obediently in a corner suddenly spoke, stating that she knew where the secret chamber was. Immediately, everyone in the tomb turned their attention to the half-elf thief and she cringed her neck back. Hetty, Rebecca and Brian came very close to her and stared coldly at her. Hetty questioned how she knew about the secret chamber. Lolly Girl was a little scared and stuttered, not knowing how to reply. She felt very intimidated by the trove's look. But seeing the encouraging look from the protagonist, she became bold and told them she came from that place. So she assumed it might be the secret chamber they were talking about, since she was asked she had to say it. The protagonist nodded and approved her telling her to lead the way since she knew it. The lowly girl patted her chest and stated that as long as the protagonist forgot about her digging his grave, everything was settled. Hetty glared at the blabbering lowly girl, and spark flew in the air while the lowly girl looked up at Hetty proudly. Hetty was annoyed, so she grabbed her staff and started walking towards the entrance of the tomb. Lowly girl led the way in that front, and the others, including the three knights, followed her lead. But only the protagonist didn't follow, and that made Rebecca curious, and she called out to him, questioning why he wasn't following them. The protagonist whispered silently that he also needs to bring a weapon since the trip was dangerous, and the others have their own weapons. He stated that he had to get a weapon too, so he walked towards the coffin he came out from when he woke up. Rebecca called out to him, but he didn't answer her. Instead, he walked up and put his hand inside the coffin to pick up a sword. The moment he wielded the long sword, a familiar feeling aroused. It was as if every wrinkle on the sword fitted seamlessly with the lines on his palm. Rebecca's eyes widened at the sight of the black long sword, and even her voice shook as she stated that it was the legendary founder's sword. Hearing that, Hetty, who had already walked to the entrance, immediately turned back and stared at the sword in excitement. The protagonist sighed and stated that currently the sword was only a sharp sword, as he swung it to test its strength. Since it had been 700 years, even if the weapon received elven blessings to be protected from wear and decay, the magic in it had long dispersed. Since the magic in the weapon had already dispersed, the protagonist stated that he didn't know how long it will take to be recharged back to how it used to be. The protagonist remembered something and told them that he had a shield, and questioned if it was not buried with him. Then he turned and looked at the coffin. There was a small stone platform, but there was nothing on the stone platform. He questioned how he lost it, and Hetty had a grim face as she told him that his descendants, Cecil Grumman, took it from his tomb and lost it on the battlefield. She hesitated when she spoke. Obviously, there were many things that she left out. If not, she didn't know how angry the ancestor will become if he knows the remaining truth behind it. The protagonist called Grumman a disgrace and thought that luckily Grumman didn't go so crazy as to take his whole outfit from the coffin. After coming back to the stone hall from the ancestral tomb, Rebecca looks around, then waved her hand, telling Betty to come out. A little girl smaller than Rebecca came out wearing a skirt made of coarse material and holding tightly to a pan in her hand. Her face was filled with apprehension. Rebecca introduced How to the protagonist as the castle maid servants who was left behind by the first group of rescue, and when they saw her, they allowed her to join their group. Then, Rebecca wanted to introduce the protagonist to Betty, the maid with apprehension on her face when an accident happened. A small quick from above the thumb interrupted Rebecca's introduction, and everywhere became quiet as they wanted to know what was happening. The tomb shocked even more, making everyone inside tremble even more, and Rebecca and the others were unbalanced and startled. The protagonist thought in his mind that it was no longer time to talk. They had to escape from there, or they will die miserably if the stone fall on them. The protagonist held his sword firmly and turned to look at the lowly girl. Then he told her to lead the way immediately. The lowly girl, the great stealth user, professional manipulator of shadows, grave-digging and enthusiast girl had a wise saying. The part is right there. The door is nothing more than an illusory ornament. Put your mind and you will be able to open even the royal treasury. With a little shadow magic and some understanding of the ancient seals and a tiny bit of luck, the lowly easily broke the seal on the Cecil clan's ancestor tomb. Then, a passageway that even Hetty and Rebecca, the Cecil clan descendants, didn't know about, appeared in front of everyone, and they were all amazed. Perhaps celery did not exist in this world, but to Amber, opening the gate to the ancient tomb was something that did not even require celery. Everyone then follows the lowly girl into the passageway, which was built with rock and spirits subduing bricks. Then Hetty questioned if Amber was really just a thief. The lonely girl with more days to answer that she was only just a little bandit trying to make a living by stealing. Walking in the front, she stated that since she was the descendants of the forest elves, she respected the spirit of the past ancestors, so she will never do something like digging graves. The protagonist's expression changed to a look of scorn at her claim and questioned if she cared to explain why she was so proficient in digging grave. She stated that picking locks and breaking seals are basic skills for her clan, and it was not wrong for her to be proficient at the basic skills. At this time, Rebecca, who was walking in the middle of the team, suddenly asked if Amber was a resident of the Cecil territory. The lowly girl brows furrowed as she pondered before stating that she had been in the Cecil territory for several years but have never applied for full citizen. According to the Cecil territory rules, those who have lived in the territory for more than 3 years and paid their taxes on time are considered citizen. The lowly girl turned to Rebecca and questioned if she could be considered a resident of the Cecil family because of these conditions. Rebecca shook her head and told her that if she didn't apply, then she can't be considered a resident. Then lowly girl dragged her syllable and questioned why she asked. Rebecca seriously stated that she was the lady of the Cecil territory, so it is her responsibility to protect anyone from her resident territory. Lowly girl happily stated that she should have said that earlier, and Rebecca with a straight face replied that it was too late. The protagonist looked at Rebecca and then at the lowly girl and shook his head, although he woke up in a mess, but the feeling of being a human was much better than lying in a coffin. He then turned and looked at Hetty walking behind him. This lady was his granddaughter of who knows how many generations after him. She had taken furtive glance at him several times but kept quiet, and he knew she wouldn't speak, so he stated that if she had any questions, she could ask him. Hetty hesitated before speaking, stating that she still could not believe that he was alive and questioned if he really was the one. The protagonist stated that indeed he was still the same Gawain Cecil, the founder of Anzu Kingdom 700 years ago, but these does not prove anything, and even an historian can tell the same story. The protagonist looked at her and questioned if she was trying to confirm his authenticity. Then she looked apologizing at him, stating that he should forgive her for doubting him. Hetty stated that it was really something. Although she has heard stories of resurrection from the dead, it was another story to see it with 2 eyes. She have heard that Holy Night and Silver Moon elves can rely on holy light and mystical art to persevere them from death for decades. However, she have never heard of a human knight coming back to life, talk more of someone who died 700 years ago resurrecting. Although the protagonist had some idea of what happened, but pretended he didn't know, telling her that he himself didn't know how. The protagonist stated that perhaps it had something to do with the elemental blessing he received when he was pioneering, which might have changed his constitution. Although Hetty still had some doubt, but there was nothing she could do about it but to believe what he said. So she replied in a questioning tone if that was how it happened. Then she turned to the path ahead. She stated that there was airflow with a low voice and looked vigilantly at the front. The protagonist also looked ahead and nodded in reply, grasping the sword in his hand tightly as a vague feeling of uneasiness heightened his guard. Hetty stated that the magic felt different and they were probably close to the entrance, but there was some strange magic reaction in the front. She alerted everyone that they were close to the entrance of the secret chamber, and everyone became on guard. Knight Brian, who was walking with Lowly Girl at the front of the pack, seems to have sensed something and reminded everyone to be alert. Unsheathing his steel broadsword, he casually brushed his other hand along the blade, and the blade was illuminated with a bright light. Then he told the 3 guard to guide the rear. Though the passageway was long, it was soon led to its end. Byron asked the Lowly Girl which way it was when a crossroad with a more open space appeared up ahead. This was the intersection of the tomb and the castle's underground system. It was also the center of the network of ancient hidden passageway. Lowly Girl pointed to one of the path at the crossroad and stated that she came from that place, but it probably might have been occupied by a monster now. She told them the secret chamber leads to a well outside the castle, but it wouldn't be safe to go outside since monsters was roaming around. The protagonist looked at Hetty and questioned which road leads to the west, and that was the route he saw in his memory. Hetty drew a simple magic symbol in the air, and the symbol turned into a glowing ribbon. This glowing magic ribbon was blue in color. Then Hetty sent it off to look for the way leading to the west. The blue magic glow floated around before weaving and pointing to a certain direction on the passageway. The protagonist exclaims that it was over at the side. When he finished speaking, his voice fell, and he suddenly sensed danger coming. His sense was very sharp as he stopped speaking due to the danger coming from an unknown direction. Before he could even give it a thought, his seasony body had already reacted to the force coming towards him. The others were all shocked when they heard the loud sound. Hetty stood there looking at the protagonist, while Betty bit her lips as though she could be frightened to tears at any time. The protagonist raised the sword of Pioneer in a parring motion, and he immediately felt shock through the sword as though he was hit by a hammer. His body shook, but he steadied himself. Rebecca exclaimed immediately upon seeing the 3 monsters and shouted to the protagonist that those were the monsters they were speaking about. 3 swaying figures came walking out from one of the dark tunnels at the crossroad. Their bodies were made of mud like amorphous substance. At nearly 3 meters tall, the monsters were like shriveled and deformed. Giants put together using the dark art of the necromancers and warlock. Hetty raised her staff and stamped it on the ground, casting out a weak buff of clarity which lowered the effect of the fear the monster had inflicted on everyone. Hetty used a powerful purification magic on them so that they won't be affected by the monsters, and she also told them to stay calm. The protagonist, who had already recovered from the shock of his first encounter with this non-fuma muscle, questioned what this monster was. The mud-like substance undulated and bubbled on the surface of their bodies and occasionally exposed the red skeleton underneath. The 3 monsters had already launched their attack again. They were making murmuring sound as though they were talking in their sleep. One of the monsters conjured a dark energy that condensed into an arrow in front of him, and in the next moment it flew straight for Lowly Girl, who was standing at the front of the group, and she cried out immediately. She shrunk back into the shadow behind Knight Byron, who raised his sword up as he got ready for battle. Lowly Girl appeared in another shadow 10 meters away, and Byron let out a roar and went forth to take on one of the incoming monsters. The protagonist shouted while swinging his sword, telling Hetty and Rebecca to take the monster that shoots the arrow and amber to protect the spellcaster. With a swing of his long sword, he boldly rushed forward. He had never wielded a sword to battle before, talk more of see any non-human monster either. Despite having gone through transmigration and resurrection, this was the first time he has set foot upon the soil of this other world. In that moment, he had absolutely no clue what he could do with the remnant fighting ability in this body. He cursed as he thought that this was just an aberration. 700 years ago that Cecil could take on 100 of them single-handed, but now he was questioning if he could take on 3 of them. He still doesn't believe he could only take down 3. Fate had not left him in a circumstance for him to make his own choice, so he had to move on. Grasping the long sword tightly as he rushed toward the strange, fierce-looking monster, the blade swung and drew an arc in the air, slashing the body of the monster into two. Sure enough, he was able to call upon Gawain's Cecil abilities. He exhaled heavily from using so much energy, and this huge boost gave him confidence. Rebecca and Lowly Girl were surprised. The Lowly Girl stated that she didn't expect the protagonist to be quite strong after being dead for so long. Hetty was also surprised by the strength display of the ancestor. If it was any other person, they definitely won't show such strength when they just got resurrected. Just as the protagonist was distracted, Hetty reminded him to be careful because a monster was trying to sneak attack him. A monster clawed at him just as he was being distracted. He turned over to see the monster hiding in the shadows. The protagonist used his sword to hold up the monster's claw tightly, while saving much energy as possible and finding the monster's opening. These monsters were powerful and had a physical advantage, so the protagonist was likely in a disadvantage because of the monster's weight. Rebecca gathered her magic and drew an ancient ruin which was an attack type ready to help in the fight. She gathered up her magic and created a huge-sized scorching fireball from the front of her staff. She sent this fireball directly towards the monster attacking the protagonist. And when it got closer, the fireball collided in the air with the shadow arrow from the spell, casting monster, causing a shocking explosion. The mid-level knight was one of the top fighters in the Cecil territory. The three knights were also fighting out with a monster. Rebecca caught her breath and noticed Byron in danger, and she immediately shouted to the soldiers beside her to go and help Byron. One of the soldiers hesitated, but Rebecca shouted out that if Byron falls, it will be over for them, so she ordered them as the lady. The three soldiers had no choice but obey the order as they went toward where Byron was battling with a monster. They surrounded the monster and went into battle with Knight Byron against the terrifying monster. The protagonist was gradually immersing himself into the battle, and the memory and experience that did not belong to him was rapidly becoming his own. His ability was also improving, and this process gave him a new sense of accomplishment. And when he slowly recovered from his immersion, he had beat the monsters to pulp. The monster claw passed over the protagonist's head when he was distracted, and he ducks to the side, then sent a counterattack. He sent his long sword piercing into the opponent's thigh, which showed that the aberration covered in flowing mud was invulnerable, and it could still be cut. The monster finally let out a murky howl, and its body fell uncontrollable to the side as it held its injured thigh looking at the protagonist with cold eyes. The protagonist attacked again to determine the monster's weak point, which was the abdomen, the lower limbs, and the lower back. Taking this chance, the protagonist shouted to Byron to try attacking their abdomen and lower limbs and to not attack the chest since there is no heart. He told them that attacking the weak points can significantly weaken the fighting ability of those monstrosities. Getting pointers from the protagonist Byron orders the other knight to hold it back so he could attack the monster's weak points. Byron's spirit rose and he first attacked the monster's thigh, stabbing it with his long sword. Then, he attacks the lower abdomen and lower limbs of the monster, which was struggling to break free from the restraint. One of the knight restraining the monster questioned if Knight Byron had got it as he grits his teeth and hold tightly. Byron smirked as he had a smile of victory on his face, preparing to finish the last attack and end the monster. Knight Byron gathered all his energy on his long sword and rushed to finish off the monster. But something unexpectedly happened. The monster stretched out its claws to attack Byron, who was rushing to kill it. Byron was stunned, but still continued forward, putting everything on the line with the claw of the monster piercing through his shoulder armor. Byron went under the monster crotch, which was slightly close to the last weak points of the monster. He struck and slashed at the monster as he knelt at the back of the monster, being restricted by the other knight. Then finally he landed the last strike on the lower back of the monster, which was one of its weakness. The monster fell and died right away, and its mud-like substance body started evaporating little by little. Even before the moment Byron defeated the monster, the protagonist had already killed the one he was fighting. Rebecca smiled and stated that it was all sorted out and questioned if the protagonist was all right after the fight. The protagonist looked at the evaporating monster on the ground and emphasized that it was the monster attacking the Cecil territory. Everyone and everywhere became quiet as they all watched the monster they killed evaporating into thin air. Suddenly a purple shadow appeared amidst the evaporating air. This was a monster which hid among the shadow. Lowly Girl saw the shadow appear at the back of Rebecca, who was sitting down and resting from using too much energy in the fight. Suddenly, Rebecca felt the aura and heard some little murmur from her back, and she knew a monster was there. But it was late to look back since she might not survive. Once the monster appeared in everyone's view, it wanted to attack Rebecca, but a dagger flew from the back and hit it on its lower back. It was none other than lowly girl Dagger. She rolled the dagger around her hand and stated that she was good at attacking the anus. Rebecca blushed and told her that the ancestor had told them that its weakness was at lower back, not the ass. Rebecca became angry seeing lowly girl not accepting her mistake, but even saying that she has got no sense of humor. Rebecca questioned if the protagonist knew where the monsters came from, and he asked if she knew the history of Gondorian Empire and the Second Founding. Rebecca smiled and looked at the protagonist, who was also looking at her, and answered that she knows that topic. Then she stated, reading out the history of Gondorian Empire and the Second Founding, which was the most powerful empire 700 years ago, but it also caused the Dark Tide catastrophe. The protagonist smiled and praised Rebecca, stating that it was a good historian lesson which showed that there was something behind it. Hetty seems to feel that something wasn't right. The word of the protagonist had a meaning, so she asked him what he meant. When he heard the words of Hetty, he knew she understood him. He told them that the monster was the same he and the people from the Gondorian Empire fought 700 years ago. These monsters were born out of the demonic tide. After the collapse of the empire back then, a monster like that came and hunted the remaining survivors. Even after the founding of a kingdom, the monsters did not stop coming, so he and his comrade had been fighting these monsters for the past 10 years of their existence. Rebecca questioned if after 10 years since the founding of the Kingdom of Ansu, the monsters stopped attacking them. The protagonist smiled and patted her head, stating that it was after that did he die in the battlefield where the monster was flowing. As they walked through the passageway, the shadows of the people walking is illuminated at the wall by the side. Hetty questioned if the protagonist stated that the monsters that just appeared are the same with the one that appeared 700 years ago. The protagonist guessed they hadn't seen it for 100 years, and Hetty stated that the record of monsters started 600 years ago. Hetty looked down dejected and stated that those monsters had certainly been a nuisance in Ansu for a long time. However, ever since the elves race built the towers, these monsters vanished and became nothing more than a legend. The protagonist thought about something and stated that the sentinel tower built by the elves are not something that could easily be destroyed. Rebecca called out to the protagonist and stated that the matter had to be reported to His Majesty the King as soon as possible. The protagonist waved his hands and stated confidently that the king won't spare any effort and immediately send people to rebuild their territory due to the influence of the Cecil family. Hetty was stunned and her heart skipped. Then she called the protagonist and stated that she had something to say about the matter of the Cecil family. Seeing the downhearted look of Hetty, the protagonist knew that something wasn't right, so he questioned Hetty what was going on. Hetty, holding her staff, which shone green colour, turned to look at Rebecca, who was also holding her staff, which shone orange mixed with red. Both of them looked down, not daring to look at the protagonist, as Hetty told him that the honour of the Cecil family was no more, although he was still the legendary founder of the kingdom. She stated that Rebecca now holds the family head title, but she was only a viscount. Hearing that the protagonist grits his teeth angrily. Then he looked at them as though he was looking at ants and questioned what the descendants of the Cecil family did and asked if they assassinated the king or rebelled. Hetty didn't look happy as she told the protagonist that so many things had happened in the past 700 years. AD today, the Ansu kingdom belongs to the Second Dynasty, and the Cecil family, which was one of the founder of the Ansu kingdom, ceased being an important vassal of the frontier and became a stigmatized outcast of the royal family. Rebecca told the protagonist that 100 years ago, the last king of Ansu who had no heir died, leaving the kingdom in turmoil. The royal family with others fought for the throne. She stated that in fact that it was Marquis Grumman who was behind all this, and because he didn't have the support of his family, he turned his attention to his ancestor. The protagonist held his head, feeling annoyed as he stated that it was these same Marquis Grumman that took his shield. Rebecca smiled and stated that he was right about Marquis Grumman being the one who took his shield, and from there, lost it. Marquis Grumman then imprisoned the then Grand Duke of the Cecil family and took that ancestor relic from the tomb in the name of the successor, and then proclaimed his support for Prince Tosh. The two people the Marquis Grumman supported died, and then he formed an alliance with one of the king's uncle. Then Duke of the North found a youth and claimed him to be the king's son. The North Grand Duke then used the youth as a leverage in the civil war, which ended in the misty moon of 636 in Ansu. and after the second dynasty of Ansu was established. Lowly Girl interjected that the fast lasted only a year, but it caused a complete restructuring of the kingdom, leaving no one on the continent unaware of the history. They further told the protagonist that the last person to ascend to the throne was a bastard, known privately as the Bastard Prince of War. The civil war involved many families except for the ones who jumped ship to support others, and there was no one better than Marquis Grumman for that. From then on, the Cecil family was left in ruins. Although the last vestiges of the family lineage were preserved, the Cecil family now only exist in name. The protagonist hit the wall continuously and stated that it was a disgrace, a dishonor, and Grumman even lost his shield. He stated that nevertheless, looking back in the past won't help, as these monsters are a major threat to them. The city of St. Sunil might ignore them, but not the monsters. The protagonist looked ahead as he stated that for this reason, the St. Sunil must also value them who had survived the calamity. Rebecca was so happy that she exclaimed when she saw the exit to the secret chamber. Climbing up the stair, the root of the tree could be seen under the stairs, which seemed big. When they got outside, they all felt alive because of the gentle breeze. A huge tree can be seen standing amidst the mountain and forest, and the passage was hidden under it. The protagonist looked at the sky and the sun he had not seen for a very long time, including when he was in the space. Everyone smiled and laughed. Hetty and Rebecca jested, while Betty looks around as though it was the first time seeing the amazing world. As for Lolly Girl, she didn't even care. The protagonist, who was still looking at the sky, realized something very important. He looked at the luminary in the sky. Then he exclaimed that the huge ball on the sky that was even as big as Earth was not the sun, but just looks alike. This was the sunrise, but it was completely different from the one on Earth where the protagonist came from. And this is because of the relatively low luminous and thermal efficiency of the star here, and the close proximity of the planet to it. That is why a massive sun appears. Perhaps it is not a star at all, but an emitting beam of light and heat. Alternatively, it could be something less scientific, but something more magical and enigmatic. Perhaps the planet is not orbiting the sun, but is instead orbiting a gas giant as a satellite. Just then, Hetty interrupted his thoughts. Hetty called the protagonist, and he turns to look at her. He questioned why she called him, who was busy thinking about the weird sun. Hetty stated that he was lost in his thoughts, but first of all, they need to get out of there. It wasn't safe. The protagonist smiled and stated that first, they should check out the high ground to verify the situation in the vicinity. As they walked, the protagonist looked at the huge cliff in front of him and stated that all he knew was the topography of 700 years ago, which may not be useful today. One of the knights lead the way in the front, and the protagonist and the ladies were in the middle, and Byron and the other knight guided the back. As they walked, the protagonist continuously looked at the sun in the sky. He just couldn't get used to seeing such a huge sun after crossing. Rebecca was confused and questioned why the protagonist has been staring at the sun. She asked if there was a problem. Lowly Girl crossed her hand to her back as she smiled and stated that since the protagonist had slept for 700 years without seeing the sun, it was his first time seeing it for a while. Rebecca was annoyed and shouted that she didn't ask Lowly Girl. The protagonist's suspicion was cleared when he heard that the huge ball in the sky was also known as the sun. Just as he was looking, he saw a star that has been given a lot of symbolic meaning in religious and magical rituals. The protagonist looked at the shining star and stated that it was probably the star of this stellar system. Then they continued climbing up the mountain, walking toward the cliff to see the situation of the Cecil territory. When they got to the place, they all looked at the once glorious family being burned to crisp and emitting demonic energy floating to the cloud. Monstrous figure can be seen walking inside a Cecil family territory. There were too many of them looking for something to devour. The once glorious Cecil territory had turned into ruins. It was devoid of life, and the building had been destroyed. Nothing was left. Looking at these ruins, Rebecca couldn't help but tear up after seeing that the family domain had been destroyed. The protagonist stated that these was how the soil will look like when it has been corrupted by the tide, and soon new monsters will emerge from the soil endlessly. Lowly Girl was stunned and called the God of Shadows, questioning how they have been surrounded by those things before. Hetty looked at the protagonist and questioned if it was possible to remedy the land, and he told her that it was hopeless. The failure to stop the attack of the monster resulted in the formation of a colony whose resonance has created demonic tide. Even if all the monsters are eliminated, the contamination of the land will persist. and that will take a very long period of time. So Hetty asked how long it will take, but the protagonist instead questioned if human civilization returned to the land of the Gondorian Empire. Hetty replied that it was still a dead zone. No one dared to tread on the other side of the Great Barrier. The others at the back seems to have doubt on why the protagonist did not look angry but dared not speak out. The protagonist did not know of their suspicion and stated that it would seem like the corruption of the Cecil family land would have lasted at least 700 years. After speaking, the protagonist realized that everywhere was quiet, no one was speaking, so he turned to Rebecca and questioned what was wrong. Rebecca, who was the most curious, couldn't help asking if the protagonist wasn't angry because that was the last territory of the Cecil family. Then, the protagonist realized that he had almost exposed himself. He cared because naturally one should be angry that all their hard work was all in vain. Then he coughed and cleared his throat, thinking of what trick to use so that you will not look suspicious. He slowly stated that there was no use dwelling on what had happened, it was not like it could be reversed. Then, the protagonist raised his hand up, putting up a hero pose, and stated that if the territory was gone, then it was gone, so they would have to find a new ground and start over. After hearing his word, all of them admired him, especially Rebecca, while the others were confused on what he meant. Lowly Girl thought that it was as expected of a legendary ancestor. His perspective and heart were really different. Although the protagonist was legendary, but still nowadays all the land is partitioned, so she was questioning where the protagonist would go. The protagonist stated that there was nothing more to see here, so it was time for them to plan their journey, finding a town first and then reunite with the other people. He believed it was a knight named Philip that led the other group to escape, so he asked if they agreed on a location to rendezvous. Rebecca took out a map and told him that they had agreed to meet on the northern town of Tanzanian. She spread the map on the ground and pointed at the place where Tanzanian was. Then she showed the protagonist the route. She stated that the Tanzanian was attacked by monsters, so they will continue north on the main road of the kingdom, so the protagonist agreed. Suddenly, an accident happened. Everywhere started shaking, and the animals in the forest ran rampart as the leaf of the tree shook, showing that something dangerous was coming. Everyone became vigilant, and the protagonist held the sword on his waist. Knight Byron shouted for everyone to hide. Everyone spread to different places, looking for the best ways to hide and not get found out. The other three knights hide behind a tree while the protagonist and Byron hide behind the rock. As for Betty, she was so frightened to call her mother. All of them looked up and saw a huge monster in sky which roared very loudly, scaring all the other animals in the sky and land into hiding. Hetty was shocked when she saw the huge monster flying past she and Rebecca's head and exclaimed in fear. When the huge monster flew past them, it blew a huge wind in the land, sending her and Rebecca dress flying up and down and then suffocating them. The huge dark monster rushed toward the ruins of the Cecil family territory as its main target for coming out. Then the huge monster stopped in midair and then growled loudly as though it was the king of the sky. Indeed, it was the king that dominated the sky. The legendary dragon. It spit out a large fire and burned the ruins of the Cecil family. It continuously spread the fire from its mouth, burning every single thing from the ground, both the monsters. Looking down at its work which has been accomplished, the huge dragon flew away up the sky, leaving the ruined land. The protagonist came out from his hiding place and looked at the ruined territory of the Cecil family, which was still on fire. But what shocked them more was the dragon they saw in the sky. The legendary dragon had appeared in front of them. Rebecca had not come out from the trauma of seeing a dragon, as she trembled and stated that she just saw a dragon. Rebecca, who was still trembling, was startled when the protagonist stated that before she already saw it, he also saw it. The protagonist looked at the land which had been destroyed by the tide together with the incinerated fire of the dragon. After careful looking and thought, he stated that the land has been completely lost, there was no remedy. A knight standing near Byron was still shocked, which Byron stated that he thought dragons only appeared in legend. The knight Byron looked at the protagonist and questioned if he had ever dealt with a dragon before, and the protagonist stated that he had not. He explained the dragons are very mysterious creatures, and even 700 years ago, when half of the continents of Lauren was being turned upside down, they did not interfere with the rest of the world. The protagonist questioned in doubt if the dragon really came from this world because its look more illustrative at close range. Just as he was admiring the dragon, a loud voice of exclamation can be heard from the back, so he turned to look. He saw the lowly girl running around, stating that the dragon was so big, and if she told her mom, she will not believe that she saw a dragon. The protagonist couldn't look on in this embarrassing scene, so he held her and told her it was all right because all of them also saw it. Then the protagonist remembered that she wasn't with them when the dragon came and asked her where she went. She replied that she hid in a crevice in a nearby rock and stated she was a good runner. The protagonist was speechless and stated that she was proud of the fact that she was the master of shadow but still run. After, the protagonist told them that it was not safe there, so it was better for them to move on. Hearing what the protagonist said, Hetty's face regressed to sadness as she called him hesitated. She stated that the dragon had burned down their territory, so there was no place for them to move to. The protagonist replied that it was their ruin and monster that the dragon burnt, and the Cecil domain was already destroyed before it came. Hetty answered dejectedly, while the protagonist told her that it would be unrealistic to fight a dragon, so the best choice was to return to the civilization and report all the monsters and dragon. Even though Hetty had that, she was still not happy, but she had to listen to the ancestor. Then she cast out a magic spell. Looking at Hetty casting magic spell, the protagonist was happy and stated that magic was really a very convenient tool. When Hetty heard what he said, she questioned if she had upset him by using magic. The protagonist was delighted that they had a faster means to go back to the civilization and questioned why he should be upset. Then Hetty told him that the Cecil family had always been founded on the strength of the sword. 100 years ago, she and Rebecca would not have been accepted into the family because of this magic power. The protagonist was annoyed and questioned who had made such a stupid rule. Magic was a convenient tool for them. All of them were shocked and speechless, and Byron himself didn't even know what to say. They are ashamed to tell him. Then Rebecca mustered up her strength and pointed at him, indicating that the one who made the rule was he himself. Lowly Girl was also speechless, but just signed because she knew that the protagonist might have forgotten what he did. The protagonist himself remembered the night when he was drunk with his friend and set the stupid rule, knights are better than mages. He was ashamed and turned to the other side, stating that they should pretend that there was no such rule when he was drunk. Lowly Girl interrupted them, stating that although it would be inappropriate to say something like this when he was having fun with his grandchildren, but she was hungry. The wind blew on the robe of the protagonist as he turned his attention to what the lowly girl just said. Then he called Betty, Hetty and Rebecca, telling them to stay there, and Byron will be their guard. As for the others, they will go hunting with him. Then he caught hold of Lowly Girl, who was trying to sneak away, stating that she is also included in the hunting list. Lowly Girl started acting childish and flinging her hand as the protagonist held the back of her cloth. The protagonist questioned how she could say her ancestors were wood elf when she didn't want to follow him to hunt in the wood. Lowly Girl angrily stated that this was racial prejudice. No one stated that wood elves could only hunt in the wood because she herself learnt to stalk, not hunt in the wood. Then the protagonist shamelessly reminded her that she had searched his tomb, catching her off guard. Then the lowly girl immediately calmed down and became obedient, answering affirmatively to the protagonist. Hetty and Rebecca sat down as Knight Byron and Betty went close to the forest to get some woods and set fire. Sitting quietly, Rebecca didn't know what else to do, so she decided to light up the wood and set fire. She gathered some fire in her hands, but soon it went out of control, growing large and larger, and these startled Rebecca and Hetty. Even Betty was scared. When Hetty saw that it was going out of hand, she gathered her magic and started soothing Rebecca fire magic. She concentrated the huge fire into a small fire and lit the wood up while telling Rebecca it was all right. Hetty then turned to Rebecca, who was looking down, and told her not to be so easily embarrassed, and when she had to apologize, she shouldn't look down. As the heir of the Cecil family, she should be strong. Rebecca felt embarrassed and apologized to Hetty. Though Rebecca apologized, Hetty was still not happy. She frowned after remembering something Rebecca had done. Hetty sadly told Rebecca that her action today might have made the ancestor disappointed, although he did not show it. Rebecca was so anxious when she had heard Hetty's word, so she questioned what she should do. Hetty looked at Betty, who was getting more firewoods, and then looked around then towards the woods. Hetty looked down dejected and stated that there was nothing they could do since their family had fallen from grace. Rebecca looked down and pouted after hearing Hetty's word. She was right, there were nothing now, and the family glory don't exist again. Suddenly she thought of something and came to a conclusion. She had been thinking about this particular thing for some while now. Hetty saw her expression and knew she was up to some unthinkable thing. She was caught off guard by her sudden quietness. The Rebecca looked up immediately and asked Hetty if she thought their ancestor had really come back to life. Hetty looked at her and questioned if Rebecca doubted her ancestor who was the protagonist, or if she doubted his resurrection. Rebecca looked down as cold sweat dripped down from her face as she stated that she knew she shouldn't doubt the ancestor, but it was just too unbelievable. Hetty looked away from Rebecca and placed her chin on her hand, stating that she also had doubt, but the truth was right in front of them. Then Hetty turned and questioned if Rebecca remembered the first lesson every student of magic learnt, which was not a theory or formula, but a motto. Hetty looked at the distance and read out the motto, which was the fact that truth may go against common sense, but truth will always be truth. And these hold true in areas other than magic as well, regardless of the origin of the ancestor resurrection. His resurrection is a truth. All four sat close to the bonfire and Byron held a wood, placing it inside the bonfire. Just then, the hunters came back carrying rabbits and wild boar, which was killed. Then, they started roasting the hunted meats with the bonfire, and everyone sat around waiting. After sitting down on a rock, the protagonist started conversing with Lowly Girl, stating that she had said she didn't know hunting skill, but she was as skilled as a grey elf in Mosso Wood. Lowly Girl replied that his story of grey elves must at least be several centuries old, and told him that grey elves don't hunt anymore, but are involved in herb dealings. She smiled and stated that she was not really a good hunter, although she was an half-elf who was raised in the human society by an old thief. Lowly Girl gave the protagonist some meat that was well cooked, and he collected it from her, asking what her skills were. She cringed her teeth and stated that although she didn't know how to hunt, but she at least know how to steal some chickens. Then, she happily stated that she learnt all those skills back when she was small, then continued chomping on her food. Just as she was done speaking, she was startled when Hetty stated that she was vulgar and unpleasant. Lowly Girl agreed that she was vulgar and a thief who can occasionally take few coins from passerby, unlike noble men who live in castles and have money to take out from their pocket. Hearing that, Byron, who was originally not at her back, appeared and swung his sword near her neck, scaring her out of her wit. The protagonist looked at the scared Lowly and wondered how she managed not to get beaten to death with that mouth of hers. The protagonist smiled and emphasized that she must learn how to be a good fugitive. Lowly Girl, who was sitting on the ground, was in tears because of being targeted by everyone. She was quite miserable. But then her eyes lit up and her eyes moved when the protagonist stated that it was enough of the jest. He stated that it was time to put aside the class struggles, as they are now on the same boat. First, they needed to restore their strength. The mage also need time to meditate to restore their mana, then after that they can leave before noon. They had already spent one night underground and can't afford to waste the rest of the day. Then Rebecca raised her hand and waved at Betty, telling her to come over at their side and have something to eat. She told Betty to put down the pan on her hand because she wouldn't need it anymore. Betty looked up and stared at Rebecca, not saying a single word, so no one knew if she was listening to Rebecca. She looked at her mistress Rebecca, then at the pan in her hand as though in hesitation. The protagonist was a little curious, so he questioned why she kept holding the pan. Betty cringed her neck and stated that Madame Hanson told her she would be responsible for frying sausage and bread with the pan. The protagonist sighed and looked at the young lady with freckles on her face. Hetty cleared his doubt, telling him that Madame Hanson was in charge of the kitchen in the castle. Then she whispered to him that Madame Hanson had died back when the monster invaded the Cecil domain. The protagonist walked towards Betty and placed his hand on the top of her shoulder. He comforted her by emphasizing that the pan was hers and would be hers from then on. Then he told her that since it would be hers from then on, she could put it aside for a few minutes and go and eat. Seeing the protagonist comfort her, Hetty and Rebecca also looked at her and smiled, indicating that indeed the pan was hers. Knight Byron laughed out happily and Lowly Girl also smiled. Everyone had a happy look on their faces. Looking at the happy and smiling face of everyone, Betty knew she was not alone and her spirit lifted. A nameless forest appeared right in front. In this undeveloped region far from civilization, nameless places like this were common. Walking through the forest, the protagonist's strong physical capability and all his innate qualities enabled him to easily survive in the wilderness. Hetty and Betty are the most who suffered because they had weak constitution, but Rebecca's performance was surprising. The protagonist complimented her, stating that her physical fitness was strong and no worse than a soldier. She explained that when she was young, she used to run around like a boy, and her father thought she could be a knight. Just then, Byron took out his sword and a blue lump appeared on it. Then he stated that there were magical beasts in the forest, but not clearly strong. The lump of blue substance slowly became transparent at the tip of the sword and gradually dissipated in the air. The center of the forest definitely should have a natural magical concentration of dark energy, although it would seem to be a very weak one. Lowly Girl bent down and looked at the grass on the ground, stating that the magical beast must be weak. She continued speaking, saying that since there was no visible variation in the surrounding vegetables, it means that the level of concentration does not ever affect the wildlife. The protagonist looked at the two wilderness survival experts with a bit of surprise and stated that they seemed to have a real knowledge about wilderness. Rebecca smiled and stated that before serving her father, Knight Byron used to be a mercenary. Knight Byron was proud of this but still acted modest and spoke calmly, saying that it was in the past. Lowly Girl, who was listening to the conversation, mocked Byron, stating that everyone also had a past. As they were talking, they already walked some distance towards the deeper forest. The surrounding trees were becoming denser, and the ray of light became sparse. Lowly Girl's eyes flickered in alert. She asked if everyone felt that it was getting cold. Hetty became serious and raised her staff, stamping it forcefully on the ground. She started chanting a mouthful of hard-to-pronounce incantation, casting the detection spell. Betty's eyes widened in horror, and she almost screamed out, but the protagonist stopped her. There were some white mist ghosts standing and watching the protagonist and the others. Hetty gritted her teeth and stated that the shadow in front was the mist wraith. Rebecca was slightly scared and questioned when they had gotten surrounded by those mist wraiths. Hetty became alert and questioned how something like the mist wraith appeared there. The protagonist already knew what the mist wraith was and told everyone to be quiet. He pulled out his sword of pioneers, but had yet to launch any attack. Just as he searched for a thin section, a laughter sounded, and he swung his sword in the direction. The protagonist shouted for them to set fire on the misty one before it reforms. The illusory image, split into half by the protagonist, did not vanish, but started to form itself again. Realizing that the mist had its own consciousness, Hetty informed them of it. Rebecca's attack was much simpler. Fireballs of all sizes were sent flying towards the mist, causing explosions. The protagonist told her not to use fireball, but to use a wide-range attack spell. But Rebecca yelled out that she could only use the fireball magic spell at the moment. The protagonist was startled and exclaimed what she meant in shock. Hetty told him that Rebecca had only learnt fireball, and it took her 5 years to do so. Rebecca flushed red in the face, frustrated by her ineptitude in magic. Then she started chanting a wide-range spell with all her might. She gathered the powerful magic energy, almost using up every effort in order to shape it. Then, with a wave of her staff, the fireball of washbasin size flew towards the densest part in the mist, causing an explosion. This sudden enlightenment before the battle resulted in a shocking turn of the tide. This extreme fireball caused an extreme explosion, and even the mist in front became thinner. Just then, one of the soldiers cried in fear and anger, and his eyes were blood red. The protagonist and others at the front turned and looked at the man, asking what was going on. Then he realized that the mist wraith negative energy had finally utterly defeated the soldier's spirit. The other two soldiers swarmed up and pinned down the poor guy who had gone mad. Suddenly blood, like dark cloud, gathered in the eyes of the two soldiers, pinning the mad soldier down. They were also about to lose their mind. Then the protagonist's thought was to wake them up. Seeing this, the protagonist immediately pierced his sword into the ground. Then he utilized the power that came from his body and used mind shock to wake the soldiers. The fear in the two soldiers' eyes quickly dissipated and they regained conscience. But the poor guy on the ground had been broken in spirit by the mist wraith. The protagonist looked around and became tense, questioning where Betty was. Lowly Girl stated that she saw Betty running into the forest as though she was sleepwalking. Then the protagonist realized that Betty had lost control of her mind. The protagonist was surprised and questioned why the mist wraith situation was weird. Lowly Girl told him she didn't know what was weird about it, but it was already very bad. The mist wraith became spamming more ghosts again as though nothing happened. The protagonist logically stated that even if it was powerful, it should at least be weakened a little. He stated that they had previously determined that the magic concentration there was not powerful. Then he questioned why a mist wraith that even had intelligence spawned there. Lowly Girl was quick-witted and understood that he meant the mist didn't spawn naturally. The protagonist told her that it was not necessarily an artificial source, but something to sustain it. He emphasized that the thing sustaining it was nearby, but hidden from their sense and invisible. Lowly Girl stated that Hetty had already used detection spell to check. Then her eyes widened as she suddenly thought that it might not be on the plane they were in. Before her words fell, the protagonist saw her suddenly jump backward and disappeared. Lolly Girl was jumping and shifting from surface to surface. After some time, she disappeared completely. The protagonist immediately knew it was Shadow Walk and questioned where Lolly came from. Before he could come out with more questions, Lolly Girl appeared again from his back. Just when the protagonist was about to ask the situation, she grabbed him and pulled him. He staggered for a moment, then felt himself passing through a layer of cold, illusory barrier. When his vision regained focus, the surroundings had already changed. The colors on everything were gone. It was only black and white everywhere. He looked around and noticed that the forest had disappeared, but there were dry tree stumps on the ground. Everyone, including Hetty, was standing not far from him motionless, as if they were under spell. Then he grasped tightly the sword of pioneers and walked quickly towards the motionless statue. But just when he took half a step, Amber clutched his arm tightly. She appeared suddenly beside him and stopped him from going near them. She told him not to get too close, because nothing could be done to help them at the moment. She told him not to ask any questions because of the change in her appearance. She told him they had limited time and it was her first time entering a deep part. The protagonist questioned what the place was, and she replied that it was the Shadow Realm. She stuck out her lips towards where Hetty and the others were and told the protagonist to look. The position where one of the soldiers had fallen to the ground turned into countless pale fragments. Rebecca and the others were normal, but beneath Betty's feet was a row of faintly glowing small footprints. The protagonist looked at the footprint and questioned if it was Betty's own. Lolly Girl stated that it looked like it, but she didn't know what happened when Betty entered the Shadow Realm. A simple conclusion led the protagonist to believe that Betty's footsteps would be their way to move forward. He looked at Hetty and the others, then walked forward following Betty's footsteps. Amber, who remembered the appearance of the forest, stated that perhaps the place was the true nature of the ghost mist. Then she told him that if they were to sell the discovery to secret society, they would gain a lot. The protagonist told her that they would give her portion and cast a spell on her and throw her into the Shadow Realm as scout. Lolly Girl stated that he was the founder of Ansu, so they can't fill their ancestor with portions. The protagonist scoffed and questioned what she thought would happen to him. He stated that they were happy to use him as ornament, and even the king himself gave him 3 days of every year, just for his reputation, and if they realized that he was alive, they would nail him back into the coffin. Lolly Girl asked why, and he stated that the 3 days of national holiday was gone. The protagonist almost fell headfirst to the ground when Lolly Girl told him it was only when they sacrificed to the king that they took 3 days off. Lolly Girl walked forward and told him not to oversell himself. But although he dispelled Lolly Girl's idea of selling information about the Shadow Realm, he was still curious. Both of them didn't walk far when a wooden house suddenly appeared in front of them. Climbing up, the door was closed, so Lolly Girl requested that the protagonist chop it up with his divine presence. Inside the house, a shadow hand turned into a normal flesh as the owner knew he had a visitor. This old man stated that it had been a long time since he had a visitor in his lab talk, more of 2 of them. When the protagonist came in, he saw an unkempt man sitting behind a square table in the middle of the house. Then the protagonist told the old man they were looking for a 16-year-old girl carrying a pan. The old man told them to find somewhere to sit because a lady named Annie was preparing lunch. The protagonist asks instinctively on who Annie was. The old man smiled and explained that Annie was his daughter and a good girl. The protagonist and Lolly Girl were even more confused and stunned. The protagonist looked in a direction and saw Betty standing beside a small door. He heaved a breath of relief and stated that he was glad she was safe. However, Betty shook her head faintly, indicating that everything wasn't all right. The man behind the square table questioned if the launch was ready and should replies that it will be ready soon. The young lady turned around and went back to the kitchen. The protagonist and Lolly Girl exchanged looks, eyes filled with confusion. Confirming that the old man was not responding, they followed behind her. Betty was using her precious pan to cook sausage that were being fried and making sizzling sound. The protagonist and Lolly Girl spoke at the same time. He asks what was going on, while Amber exclaimed that she could cook in the Shadow Realm. From her demeanor, he could tell that she was not being put under spell like mind control. Betty's face was as confused as ever, as she told them that the man outside treated her as his daughter. Lolly Girl eyes widened, and she questioned why Betty took the man as her father obediently. Betty shook her head and stated that the man was pitiable, so she wanted to cook for him before leaving. Then the protagonist started thinking of the reason behind the old man's action. Betty called the protagonist and reached into her maidservant skirt's pocket. She took out a book and gave it to him, telling him that the old man gave it to her, but she didn't understand. The protagonist took the notebook and quickly flips through the last few pages of notes. Lowly Girl curiously leaned her head forward and saw that what was in the note was magic formula and rune sequence. She looked confused at the complicated symbols and calculations, then stated that the strange man was a mage. The protagonist knocked Lowly Girl head with the book and told her that the old man was not just a mage, but a wild mage. Then he questioned if she didn't see all the equipment outside when she walked through the door. And not only that, the old man must be more than a simple mage. In a murky space of half light and shadows, the wild mage sat at the opposite end of the table eating. The protagonist was the first to break the silence and questioned how long the man had been there. The man put down his courtier and answered politely that he had been there since he left the secret society. The protagonist was surprised and questioned if he was a member of the secret society because he thought the man was a wild mage. The old man answered that by standard, he could be considered a full-fledged spellcaster. The protagonist was even more surprised of how a full-fledged mage appeared in the Shadow Realm. The man explains that he was good at calculation, but lacked ability to translate them into spell pattern. Even though he was originally the second-ranked member of the secret society, he was not welcomed in the society. Amber was bewildered and questioned if they kicked him out from the society. The man shook his head and stated that he left of his own will. Then turning to Betty, he said he left for the sake of healing his daughter. The protagonist did not press the matter further. Instead, he stared into the man's eyes. Then, he told the man that he knew exactly what they came there to do, and they didn't have much time to waste. The man stiffened and trembled, stating that he didn't understand what they meant. Betty looked at him a little anxious, and the protagonist frowned. After a moment, he moved his hand from his sword and told the man he would give him a moment. The man bowed his head and continued to eat his in silence. He ate a mouthful of sausage before cleaning up the vegetable stew in the soup bowl with his bread. He attempted to stand, but was unsuccessful. In the end, Betty was the one who helped him up. She held the man by his elbow and told him she had to go off now. Then she shuffled over to the protagonist's side, stating that they were waiting for her. The wild mage's lip quivered, and at least he nodded gently. The man told Betty not to eat from strangers, to go to bed early and not fight with others. The light of reason faded from the poor man's eyes gradually. The poor man's body faded away slowly, but something that resembled a flame started to burn. The protagonist had been waiting for this moment. He knew the man was only talking gibberish. She unsheathed his sword of pioneers swiftly and pierced his sword through the man's chest. Everywhere started shaking, and the jar and plate on the table fell to the ground. Amber pulled Betty into her embrace quickly, and both of them were stunned by the scene in front of them. The fire in the mage body vibrated rapidly, and his transformation into an evil spirit was halted. The shadowy figure rapidly solidified before the flames consumed him, reducing him to a scorched corpse. It took half a minute before the body burnt into ashes, and a crack sound was heard from everywhere. After losing its master, the small wooden hut started the disintegrating quickly. Dragging Amber Girl and Betty, the protagonist fled the house hastily. The moment they were outside, the entire hut crashed down. The three watched as the house crashed down into debris. The collapsed wooden hut caught fire as they watched. The flames only lasted for a short while, as if a paper house had been there instead of a wooden one. As the hut crumbled to ashes, Lowly Girl suddenly pointed at somewhere in the foundation of the hut. The protagonist stared intently, and beneath the ashes, a shimmering light lit up. He stated that it was probably the mage's greatest achievements in his entire lifetime. He nodded his head slightly and told them that it was probably the spell that caused his fate. As he spoke, Betty's shadow begins to transform into floating pinpricks of light. The protagonist was startled by the sudden change of Betty. The pinpricks of light circled around twice before flying towards the protagonist and Lowly Girl. Lowly Girl told the protagonist that they had to flee because they were no longer welcomed there. Then the protagonist glanced at the ruins and tugged Lowly Girl as he barked that they should go. In the real world, Rebecca and Hetty, who had spent their power, were supporting each other under a tree. Knight Byron was holding himself as he told Hetty that the fog had cleared, and she sighed in relief. Suddenly a friction occurred, and the protagonist appeared outside the real world. After Hetty saw him, she straightened up immediately and said it was glad he was safe. Then she spotted Amber behind the protagonist and questioned if she didn't flee. Lowly Girl immediately retorted that she and the protagonist went to save them in the Shadow Realm and called her big-breasted old woman. Hetty's expression turned sour, and she pointed at her, stating that she was insulting a member of nobility. The protagonist cut in and stated that it was Amber's fault for calling her a big-breasted old lady. Everyone present fell silent, and Hetty was the most embarrassed. Rebecca raised a timid hand and questioned if the protagonist had pardoned Amber for the sole positive things she said. Hearing what Rebecca said, Hetty looked like she had nothing to live for, while the protagonist broke out in cold sweat. Then Hetty questioned how the protagonist managed to get into the Shadow Realm. After listening to the story, Hetty stated that shadow walking skill can only be used by high-level shadow mage or god's heritage. She questioned how she managed to do it, and Lowly Girl told her that she was the chosen of gods of shadow. Hetty told her it was not possible, because a god-chosen being cannot be slapped on the ground by Byron's ordinary sword. The protagonist cuts in and told Hetty to forget it and stop asking Amber questions. He told them he promised not to look into it, so when Amber wants to tell them, she will do so. Then he looked at the soldier's body on the ground and stated that they should first bury the dead. The protagonist stated that the soldier had put a brave fight and should be buried a warrior, but the two soldiers who survive were shocked. Looking at them, the protagonist was confused and questioned if he said anything wrong. Knight Byron walked over and told him the soldier was a serf, so he could not be buried as a warrior. The protagonist frowned and turned to look at Rebecca, questioning if it was so. Rebecca told him he gave them a chance to regain freedom. Then the protagonist took out a coin worth a mana and told them to bury the man. After the soldier was buried, the protagonist gave Hetty the old man's book, which explains how his daughter who was sick got a little better. But he didn't know why after all his treatments she got worse, and even the sun was laughing at him for his powerlessness. In the year 734, he discovered that something was wrong with the manor in the entire region. He realized he could no longer reverse the change in his daughter, and she started having weird dreams. In year 735, his daughter's ability reached its limit, and he had no choice but to choose another path to reach his goal. After preparation, he only needed to wait until midday sun comes, when mana was the strongest. The man stated that he will do anything to take his daughter to the Shadow Realm, and she won't suffer again. Hetty was about to close the book when the protagonist pointed at a corner, stating that there were still wait some words. The man said that the mana was out of control and the sun was red, which showed that he mistook it for a red sun. The old man seemed to come up with an insane idea of transforming both he and his daughter into shadow form, and the results led to a massive fire that happened 5 months ago and the formation of the wraith mist. The protagonist interrupted Hetty suddenly, telling her that it was not the important part. The protagonist stated that what he wanted was the 2 details mentioned in the notebook. It was about the dark red pattern on the surface of the sun and the large-scale red spots eruption. In addition, the old man mentioned a surge in mana. As a mage, Hetty and Rebecca could sense that. Rebecca agrees there was a surge of mana in their domain, but she felt that mana surge was normal. Hetty stated that the frequency of mana surge in recent times had increased, but not at the alarming level. The protagonist mentioned that in Gondor 1736, a large dark red pattern on the sun was reported from all over the empire. In the year 1738, they detected the largest red spot eruption, and almost half of the sun was covered with red spots. According to the records, almost a third of the babies born that day possessed innate elements affinity. There was a shortage of resonance stones in every newborn inspection bureau that day. The Court of Scholars thus declared that day the dawn of magic, but in that same year, something happened. The largest mana repository in the imperial capital exploded due to sudden appearance of chaotic mana inside the nexus. And in Gondor year 1740, the mana tide erupted and the most powerful human empire in history perished in a month. Rebecca stated in fear that if those monsters did not come from Gondor wasteland and were created naturally within the clan. Hetty completed her words for her, which meant that a new mana tide had began. Amber was the first to break the silence, stating that they might be overreacting a little. She stated that it was just a diary, and the protagonist agreed that they might be overreacting. Lowly Girl breathes a sigh of relief and stated that he had been dead for long, so his brain was still stuck at that period. Then she turned and said she knew the protagonist might have been traumatized due to the experience back then. Rebecca smacked her staff onto Lowly Girl's head and told her to mind her manners. The protagonist stated that no matter what the truth was, they had to report it to the king and see how much he believed. But the first thing to do was set up a foothold in the world. Even though the Cecil family had declined, it was much better. They thus made their way to the main road safely and even met a small caravan of traveling merchants. After handing them an adequate amount of money, which was done by Hetty, the crew finally put their worries of having to travel over hill and dale on foot. Lowly Girl smiled and stated that gold was the best business negotiator. The protagonist asked where the closest town was, and Hetty told him it was Tanza, which will take 7 days. Rebecca told him that Tanza was a new town, more or less born from the immigration of the Cecil. Tanza was a very large town. It was one of the most populated towns in the south. Towards the east of the town is a mine, and the mine is the town's most important economic resource. While talking about the town, the caravan man informed them that they had arrived. The protagonist questioned if the Tanza had rules, and Hetty stated that those walking on either side are serfs and slaves. There are also poor freemen from the surrounding areas who are not allowed to use the road because they can't donate for maintenance. And even the clothes of the poor freemen were blank in themes of comparison. Those walking at the centre are proper citizens, and they could afford the tax required to maintain the road. When Hetty saw the protagonist's face, she questioned if there was any problem, and he said it was nothing. As a person who crossed, he was repulsed by those things, but it was not time for him to correct it, simply because he didn't know the world yet, so he had to learn about it first. The protagonist asked the plan, and Hetty said she would contact the Lord of Tanza so he could contact Philip. The next matter was to decide their settlement, so that it will be necessary for Rebecca to gain audience with the king, and she would be able to explain everything in person, so the protagonist agreed. Then suddenly, Amber spoke from the back stating that she was back from scouting. Rebecca was dumbfounded and asked when she left. Lowly Girl told her it was when they entered Tanza. But instead of asking on, Rebecca and Hetty were suspicious of her. Lowly Girl told them not to act like that because she went to scout by the protagonist order. She told them that Philip and the others were at Andrew's house, and everywhere in the city Lord house was in lockdown. The protagonist told her to just say it if she was scared and to stop making excuse. Then he stated that it was good they were fine, because with more manpower, the better the future. Walking toward Andrew's house, Hetty asked how they should introduce the protagonist, and he told them it was what they agreed earlier. After entering and sitting, the protagonist stated that there could be less discreet here. But Hetty hesitated and called the protagonist, and he answered. She asked if the presence of Amber, who was stealing, was appropriate there. Amber was startled when the protagonist called their name loudly. Now looking at the things on the table, spoons, plates, gold and hairpin, they were speechless. It was now that they found on a pat down of a sneaky thief. The protagonist tried calming himself down by saying that Amber was an important witness of his resurrection, and beside if they rid themselves of her, it will be their own undoing. The attendant pushed open the large oak door, and a thin, tall man came walking into the room. Then he greeted Rebecca and Hetty, stating that he was sorry for being late. Then he started rambling on how the bad news in Cecil domain had spread throughout his territory. The protagonist was speechless and questioned if he had to use the same tone as Andrew. Rebecca questioned if nobles at that time didn't do the same, and he stated that they were not, because he was from Earth. Hetty stood up and told Andrew that they understood that he was really busy, but she reminded him that Rebecca's title was Viscountess, not Miss. She told him that Rebecca inherited the title from her family, and Rebecca thanks him for his hospitality. Viscount Andrew raised a hand up and kisses it, stating that it was his pleasure. He said that he deeply regretted what happened in the Cecil family, but was glad she was safe. Rebecca asked how Philip and the others were doing after a granted asylum. Viscount Andrew told them he took care of them, and none had died from freezing or starvation. Hearing what Viscount Andrew said, Rebecca breathes out in relief. The protagonist told him they would express their gratitude, but the priority was the disaster itself. Andrew stated that he has been curious on who the protagonist was. Then Hetty told him that the protagonist was the forefather of the Cecil family, Gawain Cecil. The protagonist was speechless by the title given to him and thought that the person who gave that name was an edgelord. Lord Andrew doubted, but Rebecca questioned why Hetty would lie of such things. The protagonist dropped his long sword of pioneer to the table. The protagonist asked why they would put on ancient costume and carry sword when they were facing disaster. The tide of monsters and elements destroyed a viscounty, and a dragon even appeared above them. He pushed the sword to Andrew and told him to ask elven craftsmen to verify the authenticity of the sword. He told Andrew he could also bring the portrait of the founding prince out and compare with him. Although he might have slept for 700 years, but his appearance had not changed. If possible, Andrew could seek elven mercenaries who participated in the second expansion operation. Viscount Andrew waved his hands and stated that it was not necessary. Andrew stated that since he was a hero, it was possible to sleep for 700 days before resurrection. But then he remembered something and asked if the protagonist said they saw a dragon. The protagonist answered affirmatively, saying that he had no clue where it came from, but it went northwest. Andrew's mind ran rampart as he thought of all the problems mentioned and questioned what was happening in their world. Hetty stated that their business was to pass information about what happened to the king as soon as possible. Andrew told them he had sent a messenger to report the news of the attack on the Cecil domain to the king. Hetty stated that it was not enough and Rebecca had to meet the king in person. Andrew questioned what they needed and asked if it was horse, supplies, or guards. Rebecca answered that they needed all of them from when they will return from the palace and find a new territory. Andrew stated that it was a matter of facts and he was about to discuss the issue with them. He stated that he was just a mere viscount and was already trying to help his neighbour. Rebecca told him that Sir Philip brought a batch of gold and the money should be enough. Viscount Andrew looked shrewd and stated that he knew about the gold and silver. He told them he did not take advantage of them but used the gold to treat and prepare food for them. But he looks directly at Rebecca and said that the gold was barely enough. But he would continue to help the refugees as much as possible. He simply wanted to make sure they would be able to pay for their debts. After saying that, Viscount Andrew continued sipping his tea. Everywhere and everyone became quiet and no one can refuse what he said. Rebecca gained her confidence and stated that the Cecil family had the ability to repay the debt. She stated that as long as she was the heir and still there, the people's loan will always be a loan belonging to her family. Before she could say more, the protagonist interrupted her, telling her to calm down. The protagonist turned to Andrew and told him they should look at the bigger picture. Andrew smiled and politely apologized, stating that he was indeed a little greedy. The protagonist stated that he was at least honest and wanted to take care of his own interest. Then he recounted what happened, stating that the manor tide era had appeared again. And of course, after talking about morality, they still need to consider practical issues. Andrew was worried that the Cecil family would bring him loss, but the protagonist told him the family will bring him benefit. Andrew listened to the protagonist talk and told him to carry on. The protagonist slammed the table and told Andrew he could be his greatest asset. Andrew, who was still drinking his tea, spilled it all out when he heard the protagonist word. Andrew cleaned his face while telling the protagonist it was impossible even though he was a founder. He stated that he was a viscount and had his people to consider. The protagonist told him to broaden his mind and asked if money and real estate were the only things that need investment. Andrew didn't understand what the protagonist meant and questioned what he meant. The protagonist told he had the external charter of pioneering. He, as Gawain Cecil, had the right to develop an unowned land, as long as it can be guaranteed to maintain a certain degree of control, and this development right was signed by the King Charles. And in fact, the decree was not signed to only him alone, but to the pioneering leaders. But he was the only one alive to exercise the decree. Those old geezers who signed with him would have never thought that one day he would come back to life. Rebecca timidly asked the protagonist if it was true, and he questioned who taught Rebecca history. Hetty told the protagonist that she was the one teaching Rebecca history, but she had a poor grade. Then she told the protagonist that the decree he mentioned had not been repealed. No one dared to abolish it. And not only had it not been abolished, but the historians and polymaths will write books about it. That meant his sudden resurrection will be a pleasant surprise to the people, and the decree finally came in handy. Andrew admitted that he had never thought of that before, and with that decree the Cecil family might be revived. Then he questioned if the protagonist knew how many unowned lands are there on the border of the kingdom. The protagonist told him that his descendants had told him about that on the way there. Basically, all the habitable area has been distributed, and only the forest, poisonous swamps and bordering lands remain. Andrew questioned what his plan was and where he planned to go and revive the Cecil family. The protagonist stated that it was a good question and he would think about it. A pioneering Grand Duke who participated in the second development and maintained the decree will be a great investment. Andrew stated that if his decree was recognized by the royal family, he would be happy to provide help with his ability. That was the typical of a sleek, aristocratic speech, leaving no flaws and showing a degree of courtesy. Rebecca questioned if it was possible that the current king won't recognize the decree. The protagonist stated that even if King Charles came out to be his witness, the king will pray that he will die on the spot. Rebecca angrily questioned why they will do that since he was the founder of Ansu. Amber stated that it was because the royal family and temple will set to lose 3 days of holiday. The protagonist smiled and told Rebecca not to listen to Amber's nonsense because it was a joke he told. Then he turned and questioned if Hetty had figured out the real reason. Hetty told him that the king would honor the hero, but not wish for him to come back, so as not to be under his control. The protagonist stated that the things he had to think about are basically certain now, and that is to put his eternal charter of pioneering decree into effect. In the space, a satellite had been rotating and moving towards a location. After some while, the location was established. Hetty questioned the protagonist if the Viscount's Andrew could be relied upon. The protagonist folds his hands to his chest and stated that he never even actually thought of that. Hetty told him that yet he discussed with him, and the protagonist told her he had to. He turned and looked at Hetty, stating that they had need of Andrew now. As for whether he was reliable or not, they didn't have any other options. At the side, Amber was listening and busy eating the apple she found. Rebecca asked Hetty if she thought Andrew would help the protagonist. Amber called her a silly girl and stated that Andrew will help for the sake of the benefits. Since Andrew took in the refugees, naturally he will want something from them, otherwise he could have just shot the gate and let the refugees perish. Although there are laws of mutual aid, but in this remote place, gold is worth much more than laws. Rebecca was confused and questioned how a thief like Lowly Girl knew so much. Amber stated that it was obvious that nobility mostly adept at advancing their own interest, and Rebecca was angry. Knowing that Rebecca won't be able to use her fireball in there, she told her to cast Ice Bolt if she can. Before she could finish speaking, her hand together with the grape she was holding were frozen by Hetty. Just then, Betty came in through the door and told the protagonist that Philip was there. Then, a young man walked into the room and called out to Rebecca and Hetty. He stated that it was good to see that they were safe and sound. Rebecca immediately smiled, and Philip greeted her respectfully. She rushed towards him, stating that it was thanks to him that the soldiers and civilians were saved. The protagonist smiled and stated that Philip had done a good job and asked how many of their people survived. Philip seems to have already guessed the identity of the protagonist. The protagonist was startled when Hetty started praising him with many titles. The protagonist told her to stop because the titles gave him chill when he heard them. Philip knelt down and stated that the protagonist was the paragon of all night. The protagonist interrupted him before he could continue further and asked him to tell him how many people survived. Philip told him that when they broke out that day, they were more than 1,000, but later on, they were only 900 because a lot perished. The protagonist asked him to tell him exactly how many people and who these people are. He told the protagonist that there were 873 people in total apart from him. Hetty smiled and complimented Philip for his hard work. He had done his best. Rebecca's body shook when she heard that they only had 873 people out of the hundreds of thousands. At the same time, in Viscount Andrew's chamber, a huge tower stood firmly. The Viscount was writing a secret letter to the king directly about the Cecil family condition. Because every noble men in Ansu were the royal family direct vassal, so they had the right to communicate directly to the king. Andrew told the king all the situation happening in the Cecil family, including the fact that the protagonist had resurrected. After putting a special mark on the letter, he rolled it up and meticulously sealed it with wax. Then he told someone to send the letter to the Argent Citadel immediately, and it must arrive before the Cecils. That he told the person to go to the vault and return the gold and silver they collected from the Cecil family. Andrew was a cunning man, and since he had the largest asset, the protagonist, the silver and gold was nothing to him. He didn't want to get on the bad side of the protagonist, so giving back everything was the first step. Viscount Andrew thought carefully and hopes that the protagonist from 700 years ago understood sincerity. As the day quickly turned to night, the protagonist stood at the balcony watching the stars and special celestial body. Amber's voice suddenly came from behind him. She stated that he always looks up to the sky every day. The protagonist told her that sneaking up under someone else's balcony in the middle of the night was a bad manner. Suddenly, she blended into the shadows and appeared at the other side of the balcony. The protagonist was embarrassed to admit that he did get gossip bumps. Amber had questioned if he was scared of ghosts as a 700-years-old man. Lolly Girl stated that he always stared at the sun during the day and starred during the night and asked what he was thinking. Instead of answering, the protagonist questioned what she thought was up in the sky. She questioned if he thought that the Palace of Gods might be up there and told him that she was not interested in those gods. She stated that she worshipped the goddess of darkness, the Lady of Night, and didn't need a temple to do prayer every day. The protagonist questioned if she have ever had that once a person dies, he wanders in the sky. Amber asked with shining eyes if he went straight to heaven after he died and questioned what it was like after death. The protagonist told her that once a person dies, there was no memory of it. Lolly Girl snorted and stated that he was an old fart, which was very boring. The protagonist was annoyed and told her to repeat it again if she dared to, and she disappeared. At the territory where the other Cecils that came along with Philip were staying. Rebecca walked to the place and felt heartache due to the injuries they had. None of them were spared of the injuries of facing the monsters. even though some were not injured physically, but mentally they had lost someone they care about. When the knight or Rebecca, they all bowed and greeted her with respect. Then she turns to Philip stating that the people will be on his care till she returns from the capital. Philip swore to take care of the people and the property in her name. Then the protagonist came from the back, telling Philip not to forget what he ordered him to do. He stated that Lord Andrew will provide the required assistant. He only simply needed to send those quick on their feet over. Philip questioned if the matter was really important, and the protagonist answered affirmatively. He told Philip that when the rumor got big, even the king won't be able to sit still and watch. Lowly Girl stated that the protagonist had started babbling about some bizarre high and mighty drivel again. Then they boarded the horse provided by Viscount Andrew, Betty, Byron and Amber also tagged along. Before leaving, Hetty told Rebecca not to dishonor the name of the Cecil house and not rush to answer things she didn't know. But the most important thing was to always listen to her ancestor, especially when it comes to dealing with nobles. She told Rebecca that she wasn't good at that, but the ancestor was a grand duke and knows better. The protagonist thought of Rebecca's wildness and told her to not worry because he understood. The matured Hetty stayed behind to keep rein on the situation back in Tanza town, but she was worried about Rebecca. Then, Knight Philip selected some soldiers to go along with the protagonist and Rebecca to the capital. The protagonist allowed the group to stop at each town along the way. The protagonist stated that they would rest there for the day. The protagonist stated that they could not travel fast because they had other things to do. Then he told Byron to go and spread the news of his resurrection. The wider and further it travels, the better. Rebecca was confused and questioned what was going on. The protagonist stated that his goal was to spread news about his resurrection as far as possible. It could not stay as a secret among the nobility. It should be discussed by the civilians and perhaps serfs. If possible, he wanted it to be exaggerated into terrifying tale of monstrous proportion. And then everyone will know that he resurrected during the time when the kingdom was under siege by monsters. Then Byron galloped with his horse into the village, looking for a cafe to enter. Finally, he found one and entered, pretending to bring up the topic about the protagonist's resurrection. Even Amber, who was usually lazy, went to chat with some people and spread the news. The protagonist left and looked for an inn to stay, waiting for the news to spread. He placed a map on the table and looked at the locations and intersection of each of the town. Although the map drawing was of 10 years old to the satellite, but in this low-paced world, using a map of 10 years was not a problem. The protagonist stated that it seems like his plan was proceeding without a hitch. Then Amber jumped in from the window, telling the protagonist that the mission has been accomplished. She jumped down from the window's railing and walked to all the protagonist. Lowly Girl stated that he was looking at the map again and asked how many times he had done so. The protagonist stated that he was confirming the changes in the lay of the land between Cecil Domain and Royal City. Then he questioned how things were on her own end. Amber sat on a chair and stated that it had been almost 2 months now, and he was still worried about it. Then she took out a scroll and gave it to him, stating that it was the information gathered from the underground information broker. Be it the rogues, traveling merchants, or wandering bandits, all of them are on the word of him. There are about 100 versions of the use of his resurrection within the royal city, and no one will be surprised if he wanted to take the throne. In the royal city and in the royal palace, everywhere was splendid and pretty compared to the hut and bungalow in Tanzania. A scout told the king, who was sitting on the throne, that the proclaimed ancestor had arrived near the royal city, but they had not chosen to depart immediately. Instead, they continued to stay in a nearby town. The king calmly told the scout that he understood and he may leave. Then he touched the ring on his hand, stating that the protagonist sure is taking his time to travel to the royal city. His advisor by the side told the king he was afraid the protagonist had other motive for doing so. The king stated that he knew the protagonist was buying his time and drawing attention to increase his bargaining power. And in the past 2 months, the information about him are now over 100 of different versions and with different dialect. The advisor stated that through that method, they would not be able to fulfill the plan they discussed earlier. So now they can only do one thing, and that is to meeting the protagonist personally. Outside the palace, both nobles and normal civilians gathered near the street to see the legendary Gawain Cecil. The advisor told the king that the one entering the city was not the 17-years-old Viscountess of Cecil family, but the Duke of the South. The king told his advisor to treat the protagonist very well and accept all of his requests. The prince of the royal city, standing by the side, questioned his father if he thought the resurrected ancestor was fake or real. The king, with his composed demeanor, answered his son that it was not important. Although Andrew had sent him a letter and they received evidence, but whether the Grand Duke was real or not, they would have to see how things unfold. And as for now, he the king could only say that this was not a farce. Up in the sky, a blue flag, showing the symbol of the Duke of the Southern Realm, floated with the wind. The king stated that the protagonist sure give them a huge surprise. The prince looked down to see the protagonist and asked his father on what he thought the protagonist was there for. The king stated that before they meet, his intentions are all mere conjuncture, but he knew that the ancestor will definitely not present his intention for all to see. Subsequently, he instructed his offspring to seek out a favorable occasion to establish communication with the protagonist. The prince turned around and left, after listening to his royal father's word. Then the king, who had been quite calm, called out a thing named Raven, telling it to go and monitor the protagonist and report any development. He reminded Raven not to get close to the protagonist because if he was the real legend, then it would be detected. Raven turned around and left to fulfill the king's order of monitoring the protagonist. The Cecil family, including the protagonist and the army, marched forward towards the palace. Rebecca was amazed and stunned by the beauty of the royal city, she exclaimed when she saw something interesting. An inviter came towards the protagonist and told him to follow him to the Argent Citadel because a good room and meal had been prepared for him. Then he told the protagonist that the meeting with the king was arranged for tomorrow, so he could rest well today. The protagonist looked at the man and stated that he thought the king would be excited to meet him. After all, it was not easy to meet a person who just sprung out from the coffin. The man stated that the king considered the fatigue from his travel and arranged the meeting for tomorrow. The protagonist jokingly questioned if it was so. The man broke out in sweat as he had no other reason to tell the protagonist. The protagonist thanked the king for his grace, but stated that there was no need for him to enter the citadel. The man questioned where he would stay, and the protagonist stated that it was much comfortable staying at his place. But he wondered if no. 4 Crown Street was still there or had been dismantled. The man was dumbfounded and repeated the name of the street. He seems to remember something. Then he told the protagonist that no. 4 Crown Street was still there, but had been refurbished many times. The protagonist stated that it was a manor and won't be as sturdy as a castle. The protagonist stated that since it had been refurbished, it definitely was in good shape, so he would spend the night there. The protagonist stated that he knew it had been reclaimed by the royal family, but he just wanted to stay there, since no one stayed there for 100 years. The man agreed that until now, no one had earned the right to inherit the house. The protagonist stated that since no one inherited it, there would be no problem for him to reside in his own house for a night. He turned around and started leaving, while the man told him to wait so he could escort him. The protagonist rejected his idea and called Rebecca, who was still looking around, for them to go. Rebecca came near the protagonist and questioned if they weren't going to stay in the palace for the night. The protagonist stated that there was nothing nice about the palace, and its foundation wasn't good. Then he told her to come so he could show her his house, which looked more proper. He told the man to inform the king that he would pay him a visit at the Argent Citadel, sharp at noontime. After the protagonist galloped further down the street with his horse, the man frowned. Then he turned and told the people behind him to send a druid that can transform into a bird to monitor the protagonist. At no. 4 Crown Street, the protagonist manor stood firmly and looked noble-like in themes of comparison. Some men were arranging the things in the house and carrying in the new luggage into the house. A man introduced himself as Thomas, the manager of the properties, saying that he is honoured to serve the protagonist during his stay royal palace. When the protagonist heard his name, he felt that it was familiar and tried recollecting where he had it from. Finally, he remembered where he heard the name from. He questioned if he was Charlie's servant, and the name Bryant was bestowed by Charlie himself. The manager agreed, saying that his family has been the servants of the royal family, and the properties of the royal house in the royal city were all managed by his family. The protagonist continued, saying that his house were currently the property of the royal house, so there was no need for the manager to trouble himself. He threw his jacket and glove at the manager. He told him to relax because he won't be staying that long in his place. The manager immediately told the protagonist that he had received an order to serve him with their all and ensure that the manor is fit for his habitation. The protagonist pointed at the people outside pretending to be guides and told the manager to clear out those men selling tickets and acting as guide. The manager immediately led the protagonist and the lowly girl to their room as they passed by other chambers. Lowly girl could not help but be amazed by the environment and said that it is different from what she had thought. The protagonist told them that the place was built 700 years ago, and back then, even the Argent Citadel was only a bit larger than this. Rebecca agreed, saying that she felt that the environment there is very nice, while looking around with amazement and holding her staff. Aside from the large foundation, she remembers that the castle she had lived in isn't comparable to this place. But the lowly girl angrily told her that it was because her family fortunes were almost gone, and resulted to them being poor. After she said that, the both of them started arguing. The protagonist immediately told them to stop arguing. He then told lowly girl that she should never pick a fight she could not escape, but she acted less concerned, saying that she won't fight. On getting to their destination, all of them stood and looked up ahead at what was presented in front of them, in wonder. Looking at it, the protagonist gave a smile of joy, saying that they did preserve everything in the right way. He continued saying that he won the axe presented there from Charlie in a swordmanship duel. He continued saying that the axe is not something great whether as a weapon or any other thing, but it was just on dwarven axe. The protagonist also explained the axe, saying that it had large strength, and most human soldier wield the axe in each hand as if it was nothing. Rebecca, who was right beside the protagonist, asked if he was referring to the founder king, King Charlie. He stated that there was nobody else but him who could be called King Charlie after years, up till now. He continues saying that Charlie he mentioned could only be one person, which is that King Charlie. The lowly girl asked if he insisted on coming to that place because he wants to take everything on the house back. She stated that his descendants have almost run his house into the ground, and he didn't get any chance to retrieve anything. The protagonist could not help but turn and asked her where she got the idea from, but she told him not to be shy because it was a normal idea. She also stated that the protagonist didn't need to worry about carrying anything and could leave it to her. And coupled with her abilities, it could only take 3 moving trips for her to clean the entire places of the items. But the protagonist told her to save it, because if he really wanted to take everything, he wouldn't need her help on doing so. Lowly girl told the protagonist that she noticed most of the stuff wasn't worth it, because most of them were replicas and only the axe and vase are real. But the protagonist stopped her by telling her that the vase she felt is real must also be a replica too. Hearing what the protagonist said, she asked him why he dragged her there, because she was not a household client or a soldier, but just a passing thief. The protagonist stated that she was the one who tried to rob his grave, which is against the law. And secondly, he took notice of her strong ability not as a passing thief, but as an infiltrator. He stated that they were in the royal city, and there were probably many eyes on the place and on each and every one of them. And Byron is a knight who's only strong at head-on combat. Rebecca only knows how to cast fireballs, and he hasn't fully recovered his strength. So he needs a skilled master of shadow at his disposal, after saying that the protagonist asked if she's satisfied. When the protagonist called her by her name, Amber was surprised and became speechless at the same time, not knowing how to react. She timidly scratched her face a little and told the protagonist that if he put it that way, then she would gladly help him. But he had to praise her more by calling her Killing Master of Shadows a couple of more times, then she might not charge him. The protagonist turned to Rebecca, telling her to cast a fireball that is able to smash Amber's face without actually killing her. Manager Thomas came to the protagonist and told him that there was a guest from the royal palace while witnessing the 2 girls fighting. He continued informing the protagonist that Prince Edmund was paying him a visit any moment from now. Not long after Manager Thomas told the protagonist that the prince was visiting him, the prince arrived at the protagonist's place. The prince asked the protagonist if he was enjoying his stay, and if he was not enjoying it, he could inform Stuart Thomas. But the protagonist told him not to worry because there was nothing more comfortable than him living in his own home. He stated that they preserved the place because it looked identical to 700 years ago, and they even reconstructed his favorite tea spot. The prince told him that maintaining a hero's residence is akin to protecting their royal family honor. But the protagonist told him that he might be dead for 700 years, but he was only 35 when he died, which was not much older than the prince. He stated that before, they were more straightforward, but today, people need half a day pomp and circumstance before anything is started. The prince told the protagonist that his royal father thought that he would be hard to talk to. Amber stood at the corner, listening to what the protagonist was saying to the prince, with a smile on her face. The protagonist, on the other hand, told the prince that he would go straight to the point, also questioning if the prince was there to scope things. The protagonist stated that the reason the king sent the prince was to seek out what he wants after rising from his grave. But the prince told him that it was not his father's intention, but his own because he is intrigued by the intention of the protagonist's visit. The prince questioned if the protagonist was at the royal family because of the benefits of House Cecil. Immediately, the protagonist agreed, saying that he was there for the benefits of House Cecil, but the key point was, which part? And from his point of view, there are many things he could ask for, most directly the hereditary dukedom and the southern domain. The prince told him that his descendants inherited his title, but as there ran afoul the kingdom laws, they were unable to retain their titles and holding. But the protagonist told him that if they were to go by the word of the law, his descendants can only fully inherit his title and holding after his death. And when he was alive, only his eldest son had the right to a noble rank below his, and is only limited to the exercise of legal authority. The prince was stunned and didn't say anything after hearing the protagonist's word. Amber stated that the protagonist was even more shameless than she is. The prince stated that when the laws were created, no one considered that he would come back to life. The protagonist stated that if he were to discuss the matter of Cecil house inheritance using the law, there are just too many loopholes, although no one asked for laws of inheritance to revolve around him being dead or not. The prince sighs and stated that it was all right, and he understands. The prince stated that the protagonist mentioned people if 709 years ago being straightforward, but now he felt that he was harder than his debate tutor. The protagonist stated that he did not only live through the savage times, but also the pinnacle of Gondor's glory, so they should not be looked down on. When they were barbaric, they drank blood, and when they were cultured, they could name a wine 36 times, each name with a quatrain tied to it. The prince asked if they could talk in detail about what the protagonist and his father will discuss at noon tomorrow. Then the both of them toasted in silence and savoured the red wine. After some while, the prince walked towards the entrance of the door, leaving the building. Rebecca told him she thought it would be hard to deal with royals. Then the protagonist stated that it would not be hard for him to do so. He told her that the prince's behavior was opposite to what he showed them. He did his homework before coming over. The protagonist patted Rebecca's head because he knew she did not understand the two-faced human behavior. The prince first came as though to visit a noble lord's. Then he noticed his behavior and how he spoke and quickly became easygoing and humorous. And that made the protagonist willing to talk with him. That itself showed the greatest ability of the prince. When the protagonist saw the confused look in Rebecca's face, he told her to stick to studying the 4-spell chant. Rebecca teared up and asked the protagonist if she was a little too dumb in that aspect of speaking with royals. The protagonist patted her head and stated that everyone had something they are good at, and there was no point of forcing it. The protagonist stated that, to be honest, he had little love for such intrigues. Raven watched as the protagonist told Rebecca he preferred the bunch back then when they threw caution to the wind as they fought for survival. In a classic room, everything seems blank with no shining colour. The protagonist opened the door and came into the simple dressed room. Then he looked at the desk in front of him with doubt. They seemed to be a square line showing that something was inside. The protagonist seems to know everything about the desk and subconsciously pressed a button under the desk. Then the desk creaked and opened, showing a small box inside the secret layer of the desk. When he opened the box, some crystals and a rune formula was inside. He thanked goodness that it was still there. The rune item was circle in shape, with some strange, weird language and symbols written on it. The protagonist picked it up and exclaimed that he had gotten the key. Suddenly his mind alerted him of danger and he instinctively reacted. He draws out his long sword of pioneer and questioned who was there. A shadowy figure appeared at the other end of the room, stating that the acuity and reaction were familiar. Then the figure spoke calmly that it was him. These was a female with a vial closing half her face. Lowly Girl jumped out shouting that she finally got the thief. The lady was startled and reacted fast. She waved her hand and smacked Lowly Girl away. Lowly Girl smashed on the wall, while the lady with a vial questioned what just happened. The protagonist raised his sword up, stating that if he was not wrong, the one the woman smacked on the wall was his guard. She apologized and stated that her method of appearance was ill-advised and questioned if he really wanted to fight her. She stated that for people like them, they would put half the city on alert if they were to fight. The protagonist didn't look flustered. Instead, he agreed that it would be better if the city was in alert. The lady knew that if she kept pushing further, the protagonist might really fight with her. The lady stated that there was no need to cause a commotion and cross sword with a legendary level opponent. The lady respectfully stated that the Mithril Bank sends its regard to the protagonist. She introduced herself as Martha Panea, a VIP handler in charge of his deposit in the Mithril Bank. The protagonist felt that the name sounded weird like a unicorn as he thought of one. The lady was confused while the protagonist corrected himself, stating that it was a mispronunciation of calling her pony. Then, the protagonist questioned what her purpose of coming in the night and even through a window was. The lady stated that many eyes were watching him and the top-level item he left behind, so they had to do everything in secrecy. The protagonist suddenly became very serious and questioned what he had deposited back then. The lady raised her hand and questioned if he had forgotten because he slept for too long. The protagonist could not actually remember that part of his memory, so he questioned if he could withdraw it, and the lady agreed. Then the lady raised her hand, and mana flowed in it as she told the protagonist that he had paid a great price for such service then. Then a box appeared in her hand as she told him that the mithril bank encountered all sort of issues and are ready for eventualities. She told the protagonist that his memories was a minor problem, but if he placed his hand on the box, it could determine its owner. She told him that the ancient magic could be able to ascertain his identity. The protagonist placed his hand on the box nervously because he didn't know if the magic checks the soul of the person. To provide the most convenience to their customers was the motto of the mithril bank. She told him that his due had been paid 700 years ago, so she gave him the box of item. The protagonist collected and opened the box, seeing a crystal that looks familiar to him inside it. The protagonist was not stupid and questioned why she chose to visit him by this time and asked if it was part of the agreement. The lady disagreed and stated that it was because they had to ascertain the veracity of his resurrection. The lady stated that the price of logging in the capital was expensive, but she would waiver it for him since he was VIP. The protagonist told her that the price of grain the capital was expensive and his foodie guard was injured by her, but he would waiver it. The lady took out a ring and gave it to him, stating that the transaction had been completed and as VIP member he would receive a gift. The protagonist collected the ring and questioned what it was. She told him it was a mithril ring and every VIP who completed a mission gets it. She stated that he could use it to contact a VIP handler, but if it was just for nominal service, he could bring it to the nearest mithril bank. The protagonist stated that he hoped he won't have a reason to borrow money from again since the price of grain was expensive. A voice sounded in the room stating that sometimes unexpected things happen, so he would be welcomed one day as their customer. After the voice faded, the protagonist walked towards the window where the lady left from. The protagonist was shocked and startled when Amber appeared in front of him, stating that she just saw a thief. The protagonist's mind reacted quick as he could and smacked Amber away. Amber smashed on the wall again. After suffering from being smacked by the lady, she was smacked again by the protagonist. She felt despair and turned with the bruise on her face, questioning why with a pitiful look. The protagonist questioned how he would have known she would suddenly come from the window instead of the door. She stated that she was a thief, so it was against her job to go through the door, and he didn't even talk about injury fee. The protagonist stated that he didn't have money now and would pay her once he have them. Amber retorted that he was the one who said it. Then he told her to call Rebecca because he needed to see her for something. Amber questioned if the foundation of the Cecil family was actually inside the crystal on the table. The protagonist told her that if she stayed a little longer, he would smash her into the wall again, and this time with his sword. Amber humphed and left to complete the mission the protagonist gave her. The protagonist watched as she left while also thinking about something. Now he was thinking about the secret behind his resurrection, or he could call it possession. He had thought it was a coincidence that he was shot down to this world into the body of Gawain Cecil by the satellite. But now he realized that his coming there was a mistake, but Gawain Cecil resurrection was not. Now the most important thing he needed to understand was who he was. Just then, Rebecca came through the door and questioned if he was looking for her. Then the protagonist turned to Amber and told her to guard the door, and if anyone comes in, her pay will be forfeit. Amber was annoyed and retorted that it wasn't as though he had paid her before. Then she jumped outside through the window, and the protagonist questioned why she had to follow there. The protagonist stated that Amber was indeed not wrong, but he had something to tell Rebecca. Then he turned to her and stated that what he wanted to say was not about the division of inheritance. Rebecca looked at the item in the protagonist's hand and questioned what it was. The protagonist looked closely at the item and answered that it was a key and wanted to continue speaking when he was interrupted by Amber. Amber screamed out thief and stated that she had caught him again. Both the protagonist and Rebecca looked at each other and prepared for battle. What they waited for did not come. Instead, it was Amber dragging a man in black into the room. The man in black seems to be unconscious as he didn't react when Amber was dragging him. The protagonist was puzzled and questioned how she captured him. He asked if she subdued him in combat. Amber suspected that the protagonist thought she did something bad to the man and asked why he had that look. Amber stated that she might be weak in head-on combat but was strong when it comes to shadows. She told them that the man was showing his shadow step when she kicked him out. Rebecca bends down and checked the man's pulse, while asking if the man was not gone for good. The protagonist stated that they would either be reduced to a bumbling fool or die. Suddenly the man moved around and frowned from the pain. Then he opened his eyes in confusion and exclaimed when he saw the protagonist and the others. The protagonist grabbed the man's cloth and started questioning who he was, why he came there, and who sent him. The man turned and saw Amber, who was having evil thought on how to interrogate him. Rebecca asked what she was stealing in the dungeon where she learnt to interrogate, and she told her that she took some disposed items. The man was surprised when the protagonist removed his hand from his cloth. The protagonist told them that the man was a royal shadow guard among elites, and Amber can brag of capturing one for years. The protagonist questioned if the royal shadow guard had been reduced to just sneaking around after some years. The man was puzzled while the protagonist asked him if he wanted to know how he could tell. He slapped him and told him that he was the first trainer of the Royal Shadow Guard. He created and named their version of training. Amber questioned how a knight like him taught people how to infiltrate others. The protagonist told Amber he trained them on the matter regarding physical abilities and dual-wielding sword. She asked why they need to be trained in dual-wielding sword technique, and he told her it was to take out all witnesses. He told them that for an infiltrator of Ansu, being detected while infiltrating was the true start of the mission. Looking at the man, the protagonist stated that it seems like the man didn't complete the training program. The man was shocked when he discovered that the protagonist was the one who made the hellish training. The protagonist asked if Francis L. was the one who sent him. The protagonist knew that the king was not stupid to let people assassinate him, so it was only for monitoring. Then, the protagonist stated that the king should have reminded him to keep a distance from him. Then his eyes turned cold as he stared at the man sent to monitor him. He stated that even if the family had declined, he himself had not declined, so he asked if it was due to overconfidence or violation of order. The man turned his face to the side and stated that he had failed his duties, so he would pay with his life. The protagonist slapped his cheeks and called him a fool. He questioned if all of them had fallen to that state because time had been long and asked the man what the duties of Shadow Guard was. He told the guard that his duty is to protect the people, the king, the land, and to fight evildoers plotting to turn the kingdom upside down. If he was an opposing person, he would have considered the man brave, but the man was at the founder's home trying to kill himself. The protagonist stated that he wasn't calculative enough to vent his anger on a junior, so he told the man to leave. The man questioned if the protagonist was sure to let him go. The protagonist stated that he could not kill the servant of Francis L. in his place, nor does he want to take him to the Argent Citadel in front of everyone. The protagonist stated that although he would have loved to do so, but his days of willfulness had gone, so he had to let the man go. He stated that he had no intention of telling anyone what happened there that day, so whatever he reported was up to him. The man bowed respectfully and thanked the protagonist for letting him go. After thanking the protagonist, the man disappeared into the shadows in front of them. The protagonist placed his hands on his waist and stated that the man was yet another window walker. Rebecca moved closer and questioned if he really planned to let the man go. The protagonist turned and told Rebecca that he was indeed letting the man go. Then he told her that if she wanted to obtain greater benefits, she must cast her gaze further apace. There were two results of letting the man go. That is if the king forget about the matter, or let him be a disloyal guard. The opposite of loyalty is disloyalty, and there is truth in the word. Rebecca asked if the protagonist was treating the king as his enemy. He told her that it had not gotten to the point of being enemies, but he had to be cautious because this was the second dynasty. He stated that Cecil House might be part of the founding family, but they're still part of the previous dynasty. When Amber heard that, she didn't understand a single thing of what he said, but only to be cautious. As King Francis L. must make consideration, and this consideration have made it necessary for him to be cautious. Rebecca stupidly questioned if he wants to pick a fight with the king. He told her he didn't want to pick a fight with the king, but to cause trouble. The protagonist told them to forget the matter and focus on what they were doing. Rebecca told the protagonist he had said the item was a key to their family trove. Amber was surprised when she heard that it was a key to a secret trove. The protagonist stated that it was indeed a treasure trove, and it was located in a secret vault in the south. Back then, the pioneer team escaped north from the Gondor Westlands, and they gathered people and resources. It was when they passed the Mountain of Darkness that a large army of monsters roaming the wasteland discovered their trail. The army protected the civilians as they moved across the mountain, but a brutal battle took place and they suffered loose. After taking stock of their losers, Charlie and the protagonist realized that the monsters will come back. So they decided to keep part of the heavy wagons and hide them inside an abandoned fortress, then developed a seal upon the vault. And the seal was not just any simple one, but a powerful seal that will be hard to open. And the item with weird symbol was the key to the treasure vault. Rebecca questioned if they could use the treasure just like that. The protagonist stated that they could use it because they were his descendants. Those treasures were things buried by him and King Charlie, so since Charlie was gone, he was the best choice to inherit it. The protagonist stated that he didn't believe Charlie can pop out of his grave as he did. Rebecca rushed to Amber and questioned if she didn't rob the royal tomb. Then Amber Face blanked out as a question if the protagonist won't kill her because she had a top secret. The protagonist stated that if he wanted to, he would have done that. But he trusted Amber and she was smart. At noon in the Argent Citadel, a huge building like a temple stood high among the building in the city. A man and a lady walked towards the entrance of the Argent Citadel. The two walked into the large hall of Argent Citadel, escorted by some guards. The king was waiting for the two guests to enter and watched the door being opened. The guard opened the door and two shadows walked in. This two shadows was none other than the protagonist and Rebecca, who came to see the king. The king stood up from his throne and called out the name Cecil. He stated that he was representing the descendants of the Morn and of Pioneer, to salute him as their ancient hero. The protagonist smiled at the king's word and continued walking forward. The protagonist stated that the last time so many people bowed to him, he was lying in his coffin. Everyone in the hall fell silent and were shocked and speechless. The king then said that it was common courtesy for the younger generation to pay respect to the older ones. The protagonist told the king that although his age is quite different, but he had the same expression as Charlie had when he was looking for excuse. Both of them laughed out. The resurrection of Cecil was real, and Francis having the blood of Housemorn flowing in him was also real. A beautiful lady was standing by the side watching their interaction. This lady was Grand Duchess of the Northern Realm, Victoria Wilder. The protagonist told Victoria that she had the same stone face as her father, and he had once told him to look for a lively southern lass to even out that face of his. He looked at the others and stated that the descendants of Wilder had suffered on his stead. They all looked poker face and none of them were smiling. The group was speechless. The king didn't understand much of what the protagonist was saying, so he didn't put forth any word. Then the protagonist stated that the levity ends there, and it was time to get to business. He introduced Rebecca as his descendants, who will tell the king about the disaster that took place in the south. Then he told Rebecca to narrate the true problem they were facing. Rebecca told them that the Cecil land had been ruined by Dragonflame, and her people are starving and dying. She stated that they were forced to act out a living under Lord Andrew's protection. She told them that the monsters that appeared was not just the dragon, but many monsters from the Dark Manor Tide from 700 years ago. The king was shocked when he heard the Manor Tide. This was a story only few nobles knew about. Rebecca stated that the protagonist had lived through the destruction of the Empire of Gandal brought by the Dark Manor Tide. The others were also shocked. Everyone knows that the Dark Manor Tide took a lot of lives 700 years ago. Rebecca whispers to the protagonist, questioning if saying those words will convince the king. The protagonist stated that the world had enjoyed 700 years of peace, so it was time to give the youngling some time. Franklin told the protagonist that the matter was indeed unimaginable, and asked if it was the same monster he fought with 700 years ago. The protagonist told him that he had fought them teeth and nails for 20 years, so he could recognize them even if it turns to dust. Duke Franklin was scared by the protagonist's confidence. The protagonist stated that if he didn't believe in him, he should send his people to check, and Franklin stated that he dare not. After all, it is pertaining to the Dark Manor Tide, and no human kingdom could face the brunt of the tide head-on. Rebecca shouted out that the monsters killed her people, and she saw it with her own eyes. The protagonist looked at her and remembered what Hetty had said, so he told her to calm down. Duke Franklin stated that they needed something much more tangible, and a proof, not just words. The protagonist's eyes turned cold, and he questioned if they wanted proof. Then he threw the sword he had been holding onto since he came in up. It stabbed right into the ground in front of the Franklin, and he was startled. The protagonist told them that the sword was the proof they seek. When they checked it, they saw that it had been corroded by Dark Manor Tide aura. Just then, two soldiers carried a heavy box into the hall and walked in front of everyone. Then they poured out the helmet and weapon inside it to the ground. The king was startled and questioned why there were arms and armor. The protagonist told the king that this were the equipment his warriors were using in the southern realm. Every pieces of armor and every blade there represented brave souls that fought an enemy on the dark manor tide with all their might. The king was stumped for words and didn't say anything. The protagonist stated that if their royal historians were not completely useless, then the records will mention the tide. The king answered that the library did mention something about the dark manor tide. Victoria questioned if the protagonist knew where the dragon headed to. The protagonist told her that he didn't know where the dragon went to. Victoria stated that 3 months ago, rumors spread that a dragon appeared in her kingdom, but nothing came out of that. The king stated that they needed to investigate the matter before coming to a conclusion. Rebecca stated that not only must they investigate, they must also prepare for war. Duke Laurent questioned if she knew what war was and asked how they should wait for monsters nobody knew when they would come. Rebecca stated that it would be for the better. Laurent stated that it would be impossible because the local nobility will revolt. Then, Laurent spoke out they couldn't send out their warriors, and because of his greed, he overlooked a lot of things. Victoria told the protagonist they would certainly take his words serious, and if there is news, he will be informed. Rebecca wanted to say more, but the protagonist stopped her. He told her that this was the only way, there was nothing else to say. They had already brought words there, as for what follows after it was up to them. But now it was time to talk to the king about the private matter of the house Cecil. Everyone immediately became quiet as they thought of something. He told them to relax, that he didn't want to climb out of his coffin and demand his due from the ungrateful them. He picked his sword from the ground and stated that he knew what happened 100 years ago. He told them that, to be frank, he wanted to choke the inept descendants of his, so he had no interest but to reclaim what belonged to him. The king and the Lady Victoria were confused on what he meant by his belonging. He told them not to worry because his descendants already collected those. What he referred to as a part that cannot be inherited, which was his pioneering right. They were all shocked when they had that. Minister Alfred questioned which land he plans to develop since the others had been occupied. The protagonist knew this would happen, so he told them it was the Mountain of Darkness. The king told him that the place was connected to the Gandor wasteland and borders the Typhoon Empire. The protagonist stated that he may not be adept as they were in terms of political sparring and intrigues. But when it came to facing the perils of nature, none of them can beat him. The king was confused and questioned what the protagonist meant to say. The protagonist repeated his word that he wanted the Mountain of Darkness. In the Mountain of Darkness, it was just as its name, filled with danger everywhere. Dead corpse could be seen everywhere around the mountain. A bird was busy peeking on a human corpse. It peeked out the human eyeball and stood up right when it had a noise. Then suddenly, its eyes seemed to have seen something from the distance. Then the tiny bird turned into a huge, weird monster. That was the reason why the place was dangerous. Recalling the fearful monsters in the Mountain of Darkness, the king broke out in sweat. Everyone were already sitting in order to discuss the matter regarding the decree. The king looked at the protagonist and asked if he was sure he wanted to take the Mountain of Darkness. The protagonist looked calmly and even had a smile on his face as he told the king he really wanted the land. The two handmen of the king told him to see the protagonist off since he was the one who made the request. The others were also gossiping, stating that the protagonist had not fully woken up from his slumber yet. The two handmen of the king told him that it was an opportunity to send the protagonist farther from the royal city. The king was finally persuaded and swiftly collected the stamp of royal and raised it up. Then he loudly stamped the royal seal on the document. Then he rolled the document up and gave it to the protagonist, telling him he was done. Leaving the palace, the protagonist opened the document to see. The protagonist was still looking at the seal stamp of royal on the document. Andrew told the protagonist to pardon his bluntness and stated that he was afraid the spot he chose was unsuitable. Unclean wind blow every Brumaire and the serf and civilians will have no way to fight against the beast in the mountain. The protagonist stated that the unclean wind can be warded using poultice and magic. He stated that they would be able to stand on their own as long as they lived through the year first. Andrew stated that he respected his decision, but he should remember their initial agreement. The protagonist stated that the Cecil house will never forget the debt. The protagonist suggested to give 1 or 2 of the antiques as security, and Andrew was confused. Rebecca was excited when she heard the protagonist word, while Hetty was speechless of Rebecca's behavior. Andrew stated that he trusted the founding hero's credibility and questioned when the protagonist planned to depart. The protagonist told him the sooner the better as he mounted his horse. The Viscount Andrew then told the protagonist to excuse him and continue his journey. Then the protagonist called Rebecca and she answered him. He told her he wanted her to do a census, grouping the population by family name. Then she would need another independent list showing their skill. Both Rebecca and Hetty were confused on what serial number and census was. Both were stunned when the protagonist asked if they had never done census before. Rebecca stated that Hetty was in charge of everything within the castle. The protagonist was shocked when he found out they were ruling by mood swing. Hetty questioned if he and the king used that method to calculate population then. The protagonist remembered when Charlie called him and told him his maths was awesome. Now he realized that Charlie was ruling by mood swing and on whims. The protagonist stated that if it was 700 years ago, things should change now. The protagonist questioned why they had not made any improvement at all after 700 years. Both the ladies ran away with speed to do the census ordered by the protagonist. The protagonist stated that they would depart once their provisions and supplies are ready. Then they galloped and left for the mountain of darkness. As they walked, they saw little birds in their nest on a tree watching them. The soldiers were already getting tired and swayed time after time. They traveled over hills and even walked through some rivers. The protagonist was leading in the front, while Hetty was at the side. They all continued galloping forward with their horse through the river. Hetty stated that it seems like they had become pioneers in history tomes. The protagonist smiled and stated that they are pioneers. Hetty stated that she meant the Great Reclamation 700 years ago. He told her to have confidence because every time they step into the unknown, that itself is a great journey. He told her that each endeavor was equally great, and they are about to do the same thing as the ancient ones. And perhaps they might even build a new age, a new world rule. Amber, who was sitting in a moving caravan, stated then the protagonist was right. The protagonist laughed out when Amber told others to give him a round of applause. Soon the group got to the mountain of darkness. Hetty questioned if he was sure of what he wanted to do. The protagonist stated that he was going to retake his inheritance. At another place, a woman in all white stood in front of a portrait. This woman was Lady Victoria, who just spoke together with the protagonist in the palace. A dark female wearing all black told Lady Victoria she looked tired. Lady Victoria stated that the founding duke had been really resurrected, and she is afraid the king will become even more disobedient from then on. Lady Victoria stated that what she wanted was Ansu kingdom property, not power. Then she told Maki, the dark girl, to take down Lord Cecil's portrait. After all, hanging a portrait of a living person isn't appropriate. In the mountain of darkness, some shadows could be seen walking through. A slash was made and some grass were ripped off the road. The protagonist and his companion were looking at the forest surrounding as they passed. Amber stated that the lineup was small because they are treasure hunting in a dangerous place. The protagonist stated that it was dangerous, but most mutant monsters rely on the chaotic mana to survive. And so the northern side they came from was safe for now. When they reached a place, the protagonist told Rebecca to use her fireball. She immediately activated and gathered her fireball, exploding the ground. A huge hole was made, and they all entered to see a vault in front. Rebecca and Amber exclaimed when they saw the huge door. Byron raised his hands to his head to see the size of the door. Right close to the vault was a sword embedded in the ground for years. The protagonist walks close to the sword and held the handle. The protagonist knelt down, and Rebecca questioned what was going on. Holding the sword, the protagonist thought of many things. His face turned cold. He closed his eyes and thought of the war and death that appeared. That day, the people fought very hard with the monsters. But not everyone was able to get up after the war. 16th Company Care lays there in eternal rest. He told Byron that this place was the place they were in charge as rear guards during the crossing of the Whitewater River. They were unable to break through and had to retreat there. It was a pity the minor tide raged on, and he was unable to retake the area while he was still alive. By the time the minor tide receded by itself, no one remembered this place. He told them to follow him, and he would take them to have a look and see what their ancestors left behind. Then he opened the vault, and they all walked into it. Amber asked if there was any ancient magical monster from some other dimension or magic traps there. The protagonist told her she was a grave robber and was afraid of a 1,000-years-old ancient facility. Amber told him it was different, because no one knows what will pop out from the ancient facility. The protagonist told her he was still just a person after coming back to life and was sorry to disappoint her. Right in front of them, a door appeared at the other end of the passage. This door was created with a very strong steel, a rare one. Amber exclaimed and questioned if what she saw was an entire slab of violet steel. The protagonist told her to take whatever crazy ideas she had off her mind, and for her to wait for him to pay her salary. Amber called him a stingy old coot. She was still leaning on the door when the protagonist activated it. The door to the treasury opened and was as big as a palace door. The protagonist told them to come into the treasury. Then he used the magic aegis of Johnly Wind, while Amber was a relentless person. She was busy trying hard with her dagger to scrap out pieces of violet steel, but instead, her dagger bent. Inside the vault, the first thing clear to see was the golden batch of money. Everywhere around had gold and some steel locked box. Rebecca and Amber, who had not seen such quantity of money, lay on it. The protagonist used his sword to open one of the box. He picked up a crystal and told them that it was the most valuable thing there. The crystal was imbued with low-level barrier and explosion magic. It was unbelievably an advanced weapon. Rebecca and Amber rushed from where they were and lay on the crystal, stating that they were rich. Byron was surprised that such riches lay silently on the border of the kingdom without anyone knowing. Rebecca stated that with the money, they can pay off their debt and get other things. The protagonist stated that they could not use the money directly. If they took a coin of 700 years ago to business, fools can tell they're struck gold. Rebecca questioned what they should do since they were in dire need of money. The protagonist stated that they needed to melt the antique down and turn them into bullion or ansu coin. Amber stated that the coin are 700 years old antique. The protagonist agreed and told them they were only going to melt a small portion to ease their more pressing need. Amber started pouring the gold on her body, stating that they were rich. The protagonist picked her up from the gold coin and told her to calm down. He told her that the money was not hers but his. Plus, when compared to the future, this treasure trove was nothing. The future, everyone started thinking about how the future will be. Amber sat on a hill watching the preparation done by the people down. The people were busy making tent and taking care of some cardboard. All the properties they brought when they came was laid on the ground. The protagonist walks to Het and told her he had something to tell her. He told her to look at the people working there. Instead of focusing and completing their job, they were busy boasting. Hetty was surprised and didn't know what to say about it. She apologized to the protagonist, stating that it was her responsibility. The protagonist told her that it was not her problem, but those people's attitude. Rebecca and Hetty became silent after seeing that the protagonist was not happy. Rebecca told the protagonist he could not ask much from the civilians and serfs. The protagonist slammed his hand on the table and questioned if building a tent wasn't so complicated. Hetty stated that only military soldiers were strict with encampment, and the civilians and serf would never be able to do it. The protagonist stated that it was not complicated to build a tent. He questioned if they thought the civilians and serf were too foolish that they aren't able to master such thing. He told them that while there was still daylight, they should gather everyone together. He said heard that he, Gawain Cecil, will be enacting new laws. Outside the tent, when the sun set, everyone gathered together. A hand opened up the curtain of the tent, and the protagonist walked out dressed in new clothes. The protagonist looked at the people gathered around the tent. Hetty told him that his people were waiting for him. Then he climbed on top of a desk so that the people could see him. Then he shouted out to the people of the Cecil domain. He stated that he knew all of them knows who he is, so no more introduction. Then he stated that all of them should know that his word can act as Cecil's law, and while the law can give them protection, it demands their obedience. The protagonist stated that they were developing a new domain, but firstly that the old domain was gone and every bit of wealth had passed with it. He stated that in his name, every dot that relates to House Cecil shall be forgiven. The people were stunned and questioned if it meant they won't pay any longer. Rebecca was surprised and called the protagonist to be sure. He told them that secondly, all serf had a chance to gain freedom, and that is true labor. This surprised not only the people, but even Rebecca, Hetty, and Byron. The people doubted what the protagonist said. He continues speaking, stating that they will build fence and camps that day, and if they completed it, they would have meat to eat. The people were surprised to hear that they would have meat to eat if the six completed their work. Even before the protagonist finished speaking, the people dispersed to continue their work. Hetty questioned if the protagonist meant what he said. She said that if they go by his intention, there will no longer be any serf on the Cecil domain. The protagonist questioned what she thought was wrong. Rebecca stated that she didn't feel that it was wrong to abolish the serfdom. Her father told her that a serf will grow lazy without a whip, but whipping is not the best solution. The protagonist smiled and stated that she had good insight. Hetty and Rebecca laughed when they heard the compliment of the protagonist. Amber stated that she did not expect the protagonist to have a generous side. Instead, the protagonist stated that all of them had read the history tomes and known how the powerful empire of Gandor was. Amber stated that it was due to the dark mana tide. The protagonist told them he had a feeling the mana tide will be up on them soon. Then the protagonist pointed it somewhere and told Amber to look over. He had no intention to joke at all. The monsters were his nemesis 700 years ago. History was just like a mirror, and he had seen what hell looked like. He had seen empires far more powerful. The upper-class masters of magic sat inside the castle watching the fireworks. In the face of the manor tide, the empires was vulnerable. In the face of the manor tide, everyone was the same. In the face of the manor tide, there was no freedom nor servitude. So they needed to change all of that, not just serfdom and not just for themselves, but for all the life in this world. It won't do them any good if they are left out. Hetty whispers that the protagonist had a daring spirit of a pioneer from 700 years ago. The protagonist told them that a backward age of ignorance will find it difficult to escape the shackles of gravity, with no right to even look up, much less the future and vast stars above that await their unraveling their secrets. On the table, a map was showing the intersection of each place in the Mountain of Darkness. Byron entered to see the protagonist staring at the map. Byron questioned if they needed 10 persons' portions of meat, because even if it was the size of walnut, everyone will be happy. The protagonist told him to let the chef do the preparation of the food right in front of them. Byron stated that he was not quite sure of what the protagonist's intention were. The protagonist asked Amber if he were to ask her to paint a wall with no payment, what was she to do? She told him that she would first steal from him and then hire someone to draw the wall and use the rest of the money for booze. The protagonist stated that it was his folly to try to talk sense with a disgrace of a creation like Amber. Before Amber could restore, Hetty came rushing in, calling the protagonist. Hetty told the protagonist the people had completed their task quickly and efficiently. The protagonist told her she just needed to trust him on that and asked her to come and look at something. There were some document books on the desk, and Hetty asked her what it was. He told her it was something the Gandor Empire lacked during their days. Amber questioned if all the pioneers were monsters in the art. He told her that the pioneers then could draw a map of a kingdom with closed eyes. The protagonist questions in his mind when the production of ballpoint pen would start, since the quail was a pain to write with. Outside, the civilians, serf and slaves were all working hard in order to earn some meat to eat. Hetty watched and stated that she had never seen such a scene of labor before. As she stood there watching, some men passing by told her that it was work hour time, and even smiled, telling her to make way for them so they could continue. Hetty smiled and shifted for them to pass by. Just by ensuring that their team had meat in their meal, their enthusiasm and efficiency has become beyond belief. The men moved the wood to the riverside and used it to build some easy sailing boats. Just as they started rowing the boat, one of them told the other to be careful because the wood was coming apart. Then the rope used to tie the wood together cutted, immediately after he finished speaking. Before the man could do anything, a magical water hand appeared in front of him. The hand then held together the woods that wanted to separate. One of them pointed at the land, stating that it was Lady Hetty. She was the one helping them. Hetty gathered her magic power and mended the woods together. Then she helped them push the wood boat a little farther into the river. The two on the boat thanked Hetty and she smiled at them. She was startled when someone spoke from the back, stating that magic was very convenient. Then her legs slipped from the land and she almost fell to the ground. The person told her to be careful and caught her hand, drawing her back. When she turned back, it was the ancestor. She apologized for not realizing he was standing behind her. The protagonist told her that her skill wasn't half bad, and she started that she was not particularly gifted in the arcane. She also told the protagonist Rebecca could only master Fireball because she was not that particularly talented. But in fact, Rebecca was a very hard-working child. But there was no helping it. The limitation of one's talent is a limitation. Rebecca can only strengthen basic level spell, like the Fireball. But her situation was actually very common. Their ability to create magic models cannot catch up to their theocratical standard, so they can only be low-level mage for the rest of their lives. The protagonist looked at her and stated that she was wrong. He told her that he had sent someone to Tanza, and when the convoy arrived, she would build her magic experimentation chamber. The protagonist told her he had taken a few mithril out of the vault, enough to get her a set of basic equipment. Hetty stated that she understood, and will see to the imprint of the runic structure diagram he requested. At the other side, Rebecca was eating bun and whistling some music as the civilian followed her. But as for Amber, the lass was busy sleeping on the desk filled with crystal stone. The protagonist came into the room and picked up a crystal stone. He then looked at the silly Amber who was snoring while sleeping. The protagonist picked up Amber with one hand and held a crystal stone with the other hand. Amber was shaken by the protagonist who questioned if that was how she stood guard. Amber finally woke up from her stupor and told the protagonist that he had scared her into thinking that an earthquake was happening. The protagonist raised a paper up and said that she drolled on it, and she replied that no one had control of such thing. Then she stated that he was still drawing the weird picture again, and he answered that it was the plan, laws, and construction plans. After looking at it, she stated that she didn't understand. Then the protagonist told her it was upside down. She then changed her words, saying that she had never seen diagram like that before and they were hard to understand. The protagonist told her it was the reason she needed to study, so she should go and learn from Rebecca or Hetty. Then she stated that she didn't like dealing with nobles, but the protagonist told her he was a noble. She told the protagonist he didn't act like a noble, and he told her she didn't act like an elf too. She told him she was raised by humans and they didn't know how elves acted. Then he told her to keep quiet. Then she disappeared and told him to go and study his stone. Outside, many tents had been mounted on the Darkness Mountain. The protagonist looked at the crystal stone and broke it into pieces. Then he picked up a small knife and cut open his finger with it. Then he held the big crystal on his hand and dripped the blood on the other hand on it. After waiting for some while, the protagonist stated that it didn't seem like it was doing anything. But just then the crystal started glowing and humming. Then the power in it rushed and entered the protagonist's body. The protagonist cursed when his consciousness came out from his body, and he questioned if he was ascending again. But fortunately, his consciousness went back into his body and he breathed heavily. His consciousness continued to merge with his body as he sweated. The crystal stone no longer shone or hummed as it did in the beginning. It was as though its power had been taken. The protagonist, resting on the chair, questioned what just happened because he saw something. When his consciousness left his body, he saw a satellite map. Looking at the map and status window in his mind, the protagonist questioned what it was. The pupil in his eyes were red in color, as the status window was reflected in them. The window had stated that there was an increase in activity on Giant Planet, and alert level had increased to level 4. Before the protagonist could think more, he was teleported outside the tent beside a civilian. The civilian didn't think much and questioned the protagonist on what the red planet was. The protagonist looked up at the red planet. It was exactly the same red planet that was causing the dark mana tide. Rebecca, who was still eating bun together with the two civilians, were confused when they saw the red planet. Byron and the other knight were also surprised to see the red planet. Hetty told protagonist it was the red sunspots again, and he told her not to panic. Then he looked up to the sky, and it seemed as though his eyes had penetrated the sky going out of space. The system gave him new data, stating that the giant planets had returned to normal. Half an hour later, the protagonist placed another crystal stone on the table. Amber, by the side, looked at the protagonist who was staring at the crystal stone on the table. The protagonist was thinking that what just happened was perplexing. Then the protagonist turned and looked at Amber. He suspected she might steal the crystal. Amber was startled and questioned if the protagonist was already showing the noble color. The protagonist wanted to let Amber test the crystal, but looking at her, he bet that she would wreak havoc. He smiled when he heard from a guard that Rebecca had come back from surveying the land. Amber, hiding at the back, looked at Rebecca's confused face. Amber laughed avidly because she knew that it was definitely an experiment, while Rebecca asked what to do with the crystal. He told her that the crystal allowed people to see above the ground higher than the clouds. Rebecca happily questioned if he meant the arcane eyes. He told her it was somewhere higher than even the arcane eyes. After dripping her blood on it, Rebecca stated that she couldn't see anything. The protagonist stated that normal people can't use the crystal. Even himself couldn't do it. Rebecca looked down sadly and told the protagonist it was because her talent was poor. The protagonist told her it was not because of her, but because the crystal was not meant for normal people. Then he told her he wanted to hear the result of her land survey. She told him that they followed the map he drew and found an untamed land good for farming. The protagonist told her the map was from 10 years ago, and the part he drew were the safe zone, but he told them not to go there for the time being. She agreed she won't go there for the time being. Outside, the weather had returned to normal. The protagonist walked outside and looked at the surrounding environment. Then he smiled and stated that once they were done digging the first batch of ore, their domain will enter a steel age. Then he looked down and stated that the improvement was too slow. Amber told him that the workers were the most active, fast-moving bunch of serfs she had ever seen. She stated that when she saw him gave them meat and abolished whipping, she thought that he was a good person. The protagonist stated that he was a good person and did not blame them for their tardiness. He stated that the construction speed of the campsite could not keep up with his plan. Amber stated that his plans were unrealistic and he had been asking weird for the past 2 days. She stated that they were still building the campsite, but he was already thinking about building a city. The protagonist stated that he was worried about the world ending, the sky falling, and alien visitors touching down. Just then, someone called out to the protagonist who was conversing with Amber. It was Betty. She was running towards them and telling the protagonist that Lady Hetty was looking for him. The protagonist then asked her why Hetty was looking for him. After panting because she was out of breath, she told the protagonist that she forgot. At the other side, Hetty and a group of people were waiting for the protagonist. It was none other than Philip, who came to visit them and was stunned by what he saw in front of him. He was shocked and questioned Hetty what was going on. Philip stated that the men working on the site were the foremen that he picked. There were at most warriors who could write a few words. But now they were not holding wipes for wiping serfs, but wooden boards for taking notes. Hetty stated that the simple method the protagonist used would work out in that way, and Philip asked what method he used. Then she told Philip that the protagonist has created some rules for the Cecil domain. Philip stated that the protagonist might have used the ancient honor and virtues to inspire the serf. Philip was stumped for word when Hetty told him that the protagonist gave them meat. The protagonist came and thanked Philip for his hard work, telling him to meet Hetty to tell him the new rules. He also told Philip that Sir Byron will provide new equipment for him, and Philip questioned what equipment. The protagonist stated that it was definitely a good stuff. Philip was timid when he heard the protagonist word. Then he went to meet Sir Byron. Entering the equipment building, he met Sir Byron and was given some equipment to wear. Philip was surprised to have received an enchanted sword, which was enchanted with elemental resistance warding. He also got an enchanted armor, which was also very precious equipment. Not to mention that the military that the protagonist formed are using crystal from 709 years ago. As for Amber, she was busy using the so-called ancient crystal to play around while listening to the murmuring. At the other side, Philip was using the equipment he got to envy others. When Amber saw that, she mistakenly threw her crystal into the river. She was so angry that she glared at the protagonist and Philip while making sure to dry the crystal up. Philip stated that the equipment were all precious and enchanted equipment could not even be found in the Cecil domain. Amber had an evil plan and picked up the protagonist crystal, trying to throw it into the river, but was caught by the protagonist. The protagonist ignored Amber's babbling and told Philip that good steel should be used very well, or else it would be left there to rot. Philip knelt down and told him that his family had always worshipped the god of warriors and knight, Kale, and never carry wealth around. The protagonist smiled and stated that Philip was a very interesting person. Philip stated that with the enchanted equipment, they would be able to fight with mutant monsters. He told the protagonist that if they produce more, it would be good, but the protagonist told him that the equipment could not be produced again. Philip was confused and asked why it could not be produced again. The protagonist stated that it was because they will lose one when they use one. So Philip asked what they should do. The protagonist stated that they just need to create their own equipment before they lose more. Just then, Betty came and told the protagonist that Rebecca was looking for him. He asked why Rebecca was looking for him. The protagonist already lost hope of Betty's bad memory, so when he heard that she forgot, he didn't react much. The red sunspot, as was recorded in Gawain, Cecil memory showed that whenever the red spot appeared, the mana in earth surges. Inside the smithy, where all different type of equipment are forged, the protagonist walked in. It seems like the smithman was trying to forge a new weapon, as the metal in the steel pot boiled. It was poured down and flowed through in a straight sword line. The protagonist asked if the smithman was the one who made the furnace. The protagonist touched some symbol drawn on the furnace, as the smithman told him he was indeed part of the people who forged the furnace. He stated that he made half of the furnace and the other part was made by his apprentice. Rebecca told the protagonist that Hammer the Smithman was the best smith in the entire Cecil domain, and he inlaid the arcane on the furnace. Looking at the arcane, the protagonist realized that using Magus didn't require any talent or knowledge to use. Then the protagonist stated that since Hammer still had some ore, he asked how many weapons he could refine from the furnace in a day. Hammer told the protagonist that if he had enough ore, he could be able to refine 30 kilograms of iron in a day. But the man was shocked when he heard the protagonist say it was little, so he asked why he thought so. The protagonist told him not to be afraid, that he was the Lord that protected him, not a bandit that will kill. Hammer answered affirmatively, but was still nervous about what the protagonist would say. Hammer told the protagonist that 30 kilograms was already the limit they could produce every day, although his furnace looked big outside but was narrow inside. Plus, Every time they finished work, they had to let the furnace rest for an hour. To let the ruin rest, they had to chill the furnace. And with all that going on, 30 kilograms of iron was the limit for the day. The protagonist questioned if he just stated that he needed to let the runes cool down. Hammer stated that especially the fire rune, if it keep in contact with fire for too long, it would break, and that would result in the furnace being crippled. The protagonist asked what if they made the furnace big. Hammer told him it won't do because the runes can only bring so much heat. So the protagonist asked if the thing restricting the production of more iron was the runes, and Hammer answered affirmatively. The protagonist wanted to consult Rebecca, but she questioned if there was anything important he wanted her help for. Looking at Rebecca's attitude, he told her to forget it. He would rather consult Hetty. Rebecca felt sad and stated that she was also a mage. Then she started telling the protagonist the function of the rune, which was to increase the temperature and control airflow and impurities. But if they could engrave a true magic matrix on the equipment, its efficiency will increase very much. She told him that both she and Hetty could engrave a true magic matrix on the equipment, but the smith man and his apprentice can't use it. Indeed, the world was where magic was the primacy of strength, but common folks are unable to use magic matrix. The magic matrix needed an energy source and a driver that can manipulate magic. Then he suddenly thought of something and stated that he got an idea. The protagonist questioned if they needed to engrave all the energy supply potion of magical matrix into the furnace. Rebecca stated that dismantling a magic matrix and using it part by part, she asked the protagonist if it would even work. The protagonist stated that it was just an idea he thought of. He will talk to Hetty about it since she's much an expertise. Meeting Hetty, the protagonist told her his idea, and she stated that it was brilliant but difficult to operate. She stated that the output of mana is a delicate thin, and if something goes wrong, both the matrix will be ruined. Plus, the efficiency of a self-charging matrix is also a problem in itself. After listening to her, the protagonist told her to take a look at the plan he drawed. Hetty questioned if he knew how to draw magical matrix, and he told her to check and know what she think about it. She looked at it and stated that it was the basic of rune, and the level of magic is no more than level 2. The protagonist smiled and told her to magnify the drawing. When Hetty magnified it, she exclaimed and was surprised by what she saw. They could further refine the energy from the floating element that way, and this will allow the basic runes to absorb energy at a higher efficiency. This was an effort that exceeded the limits, a miracle made of the most basic level 2 rune that will have the archmage exclaim in awe. Then she turned to the protagonist and questioned what the genius of a magical matrix was called. The protagonist brought out a book and stated that its creator gave it a name, Manor Network. Then Hetty realized that it was the diary left behind by the wild mage. The protagonist told her he studied everything inside the notebook. It was worth at least have a Duke's Demens. The protagonist told her that the wild mage daughter contracted an elemental disease, but to cure her, he used the Manor Network to recharge his daughter. For a down on his luck wild mage to create such a thing, which discarded all the complicated structures and pushed simplicity to its utmost. Hetty then asked who the task of deploying the Manor Network inside the smithy will go to. Just then, Rebecca, who had been listening, raised her hand up stating that she could do it. The protagonist agreed, but when she questioned if he would beat her up when she messed it up, he simply stated that it was better if Hetty did it. But Rebecca still wanted to give it a try. She still stated that the magic matrix was interesting and there were many good things about her. Although she can only cast Fireball, her theoretical and calculative skill are top-notch. The protagonist turned to Hetty and questioned what she thought. Hetty agrees that Rebecca's theoretical and calculation skills are indeed splendid, but her character was not composed. Rebecca immediately shouted out that she was composed, but her behave tells the other way around. The protagonist then handed the task of deploying the Manor Network in the smithy to Rebecca. She immediately became happy, while Hetty stated that she still needed to guide the serf and civilians who had just arrived and excused herself. Amber stated that the protagonist seemed happy teasing his great-great-great-great-granddaughter. The protagonist glared at her and thought in his mind if it would kill her to not run her mouth. Amber stated that him saying that Manor Network was worth half a duke's wealth, then she started having an idea to steal it. The protagonist told her that if everyone could use magic or borrow some, the technology would definitely be valuable. Amber questioned if he was saying that the magic matrix allowed anyone to become a mage and asked if the protagonist was having a heart stroke. The protagonist stated that if a mountain ape smashed a brown bear skull apart in a slap, it's definitely powerful. Then if a human smashed open a brown bear's skull with a warhammer, it was also powerful. Now he wants to use the Manor Network to forge a warhammer. An old man came into the room and greeted the protagonist respectfully. The protagonist patted the man and asked him to tell him how the land was. The old man told him that the goddess of harvest had blessed the land. Since half the planting season had passed, they could still plant sweet roots and flame leaves. The protagonist asked what they do to maintain soil fertility and increase production. Hetty told him that if they could get in touch with the 3 ladies in the church which belonged to the goddess of fertility, it would help them. The protagonist stated that he never thought he would need to beg the gods and deal with them in other to plant. Hetty told the protagonist that with the provisions of food from the emperor, it was enough to feed them. The protagonist stated that they won't have only 800 people forever. He planned to purchase serf and recruit knights. The old man told the protagonist that aside from the divine arts, they can seek help from the druids. The druids are known for making alchemic potions. While they are not as effective as divine arts, they are better at preserving soil. The protagonist asked where they could find the druids, and Hetty stated that the Cecil house had never contacted them. Philip stated that the druids are close to all sort of elves. Then all of them turned to look at the so-called wood elf standing under the tree. The protagonist told them to forget about Amber, who was a disgrace to all elvenkind. Just as they turned to leave, Amber stated that she seems to know a druid, and they looked at her. The protagonist looked at her suspiciously and asked how she knew about a druid. Amber stated that she was still an elf, because druids originated from the elves. The protagonist asked if she had stolen something from the druid and was now worried. Amber stated that the protagonist was insulting her skill. She had never been caught stealing things. Then the protagonist gave her golds and told her to settle the matter with the druid, and the balance was hers. Amber picked up the gold bag and told the protagonist that he was really generous. Then the protagonist told the old man to give him a detail of the other problems the land have. The old man stated that the elevation is higher than the riverbed, so it will be different to draw water for irrigation. They need to either dig a ditch from upstream or dig a well. The protagonist sat down and started drawing something. Hetty and the old man could not help be curious on what it was. He told them it was a watermill, and the river will flow beneath it. Then the current will flow against the wood, filling the tank. That will return cause the mill to turn, bringing the full tanks upward. It is then repeated continuously, bringing water to higher ground. The protagonist stated that sadly there is no bamboo there. Otherwise, building the watermill would be much easier. The protagonist called Hetty, who was lost in the beauty of the machinery. He told her he wanted to know if there was anything to put further. The old man stated that if they build the watermill by the Whitewater River, it will be affected by the river and become unusable during dry season. But if they were to divert a separate ditch from the side, then during the dry season the water will flow according. After that, did the old man realize he had overstepped his boundary? The old man trembled and told the protagonist to hear him out. He had done that subconsciously. Instead of acting angrily, the protagonist asked the man if he could write, and the man answered that affirmative. The protagonist told the man not to worry, that being able to read and write was not against the law. The old man stated that he may not be confident in anything else, but when it comes to working the land, he had outstanding skills. Since the old man was literate, he could be able to understand the new rules he had Hetty announce. Then the protagonist asked if he would be able to measure the land and track production if he gave him a form. The old man was surprised and asked if the protagonist was telling him to be a supervisor. The protagonist smiled and told him he was not just only going to be a supervisor. He plans to let the old man manage the entire food production of the reclamation project. This was a job, not a title. The old man could not pass it down. If he didn't perform well, someone else will take over. The old man was surprised that the protagonist wanted to make him his steward. But a steward job is not just in charge of food, but other things. Hetty questioned if the protagonist was really going to let the old man be in charge of his farm. She stated that although the old man was literate, but his birth wasn't that of a noble and might mess up the upper echelon's rule. The protagonist smiled and asked where the upper echelon of society she speak of was. Then he told her to look around the surrounding environment. He told her that this was a barren land without anything, so she should toss all of the rules of nobility and commoners to the scorched land of old Cecil. A low-born famer can be a manager. Then he questioned if she knew what he did back when he was young. She told him that he was a knight among knight and the first model knight. The protagonist told he was a squire and only started learning martial technique at the age of 15. He faked a recommendation letter for himself and went on his journey, where he finally met Charlie, who was dealing with a bunch of refugees. Then he told Charlie he had been studying for many years, and Charlie replied that they would call themselves knight. Nobles are not born. Back then, only people who managed to gather all of the wealth were called nobles. Hetty was surprised and questioned if it was that simple, and he told her it was that simple. Just then, Betty came running toward the both of them. She came close and the protagonist and Hetty that Rebecca was looking for them. The protagonist asked if she had forgotten why Rebecca was looking for them. Betty did not forget this time and told him that Rebecca wanted to start work, so she wants them to see the result. Hetty was confused and asked what work Rebecca wanted them to see. The protagonist and Hetty broke out in sweat when Betty stated that she forgot. As for Rebecca at the other side, she was directing some men to carry some box to somewhere. Just then, the protagonist and Hetty came over, and a guard greeted them respectfully. Rebecca exclaimed when she saw that the protagonist and Hetty had arrived. Protagonist stated that he was there to see her progress, and it looked like she was confident. Rebecca stated happily that she had studied the diagram for a few days. She told him that the formula he gave her was so much easier to use compared to those rigid runic arrangements and spell models. Hetty told her they were not there to listen to her boast, but how she planned to finish the preparation. Rebecca told them she sent the men to bury them underground. The protagonist questioned how she would do it, replied that she was drawing and calculating as she went. She told the protagonist, and they will draw a line in a yard and another line by side, then use the line as a constant. After all preparation, they will only need to magnify the number on the draft. That was why calculation is the strength of a mage. The protagonist was astonished that Rebecca had set up a coordinate system in the yard and used the metal to draw the magic matrix. He asked if she figured out it by herself. She told him that half came from the wild mage notebook. The protagonist stated that it was excellent and asked why she was burying the magic matrix. She stated that building it underground was safer and it will be more covenant if they build a new furnace or dismantle the existing one. The protagonist thought of the modularity, function separation, and other attribute needed to complete what Rebecca said. He asked Hetty if she had thought of it before, and she told him she had not. She asked how they will repair it if it broke, and Rebecca told her she left many stakes just like on the tree. The stakes will work as monitoring points for the runes. If a problem occurred in the matrix, they could detect where it lies. It was typically a redundancy system. Rebecca looked at the protagonist and asked if her ideas were outlandish. The protagonist patted her head and told her she was a genius. The protagonist added his suggestion to her idea. If a part of the runes is damaged, they could just cut off the broken part and slice a new part back during maintenance. Rebecca stated that the protagonist was right, and she never thought of that. She called him a genius. Then, the protagonist looked at Hetty and asked if anyone had noticed Rebecca's talent, and Hetty told him it was because she only knew how to lob fireballs. Rebecca had always been particularly intelligent in terms of calculation and creative thinking, but none of those abilities were of use. The protagonist stated that it was a waste of talent. People agreed that spellcasting was the only standard. Rebecca, who was still doing calculation with her board note, wanted to ask the protagonist something. Before her words could come out from her throat, the protagonist gave her a thumb up and stated that she was the pride of houses Cecil. Rebecca, who was still squatting down, was even more confused. A tent can be seen mounted, and 2 knights stood guard in front. Some books can be seen on top of a table inside the tent with drawings of runes. This was the protagonist's abode. He sat on a chair drawing some rune diagram on a scroll. Then the protagonist spoke out, calling Betty to help him take the goatskin sachet with a map over. Before he could say that it was the one with red string, she already presented a scroll in front of him. When he looked over at Betty, he saw that she was standing motionless with a scroll in her hand. He called her consecutively, but she let a snort from her nose. He collected the scroll and smiled at the sleeping Betty. He told her to just leave if she was tired, because he didn't know how long he would need to work. She opened her sleepy eyes and stated that if the protagonist was not sleeping, she won't sleep. She forcefully prayed open her eyes and went close to see the plan on the scroll. The protagonist asked if she understood what was written on the scroll, and she told him she could not read. She told him that Philip told her paper and ink were very expensive and she couldn't afford to waste them. The protagonist stood up and went outside the tent, telling her to wait behind. Then he picked up a stick from the ground and sharpened it to have a tiny edge. The protagonist continued sharpening the stick to be even more thinner. After, he gave it to Betty, telling her to practice on the ground first. Then he gave her a note and told her that later he'll figure out the next step after she gets better. The book he gave her contained the alphabet, and the line at the bottom was her name. He sat back at his chair and continued drawing the diagram, while Betty squatted down and practiced the alphabet and her name. Just then, Byron rushed in stating that the Sentry Mountain sent words that they heard some strange movements in the vault. It sounded like the walls were rubbing against each other, or something crashing against something else. The protagonist was stunned and questioned what was going on. The protagonist spoke as walked out from the tent, stating that Philip was in charge of defending the camp, so he need a few elite soldiers to follow him. Then he told Byron to call Hetty as well, because her support of magic should be of use. He shouted out that they could not let anything happen to the vault. At the other side, Amber was busy fishing beside a river with her fishing rod. After getting a fish, she made fire and started roasting it as the Rebecca watched. Looking at the provocative look from Amber, Rebecca burnt the whole fish with her fireball. Then Amber glared at her angrily. She jumped from the ground and longed at Rebecca, and both of them started fighting. Back to the protagonist's side, they went toward the mountain and arrived in front of the vault. A knight who had been guarding the vault told the protagonist that there were 2 loud bangs coming from the vault again. The protagonist answered affirmatively and told the knight that he would go in and have a look himself. He walked close to the vault and placed his hand on an activator, then the door opened. The protagonist, Hetty, and some other knights followed and entered the vault. They were like the light inside the dark vault as they walked further in. Hetty wanted to tell the protagonist about the open door, but he told her he saw it. He looked around. All the doors in the vault were opened. He didn't know how they were opened. Hetty stated that there seemed to be a magical signature deep down inside. She stated that since the gate opened, she could vaguely sense something inside. Then all of them continued walking further into the vault. Byron exclaimed that it was as expected of a thing from the glorious empire of Gandor. No one knows how big the vault was. The protagonist stated that the Gate of Ruins was a fortress designed from Gandor's Age of Starfire. Hetty praised that the ancient ruin were incredible. Even an infiltrator as good as Amber wouldn't be able to deal with it. But not only that, Amber was good at running away, so he would be able to toss her back to scout if she retreated. Byron told the protagonist that they might get lost if they pushed forward any further. Their sense of direction will be confused. The protagonist stated that they still needed to push on a bit further and leave a few more markings. As they walked, a staircase appeared in front of them, and they climbed down. Right inside the room led from the stairs was a huge mechanical equipment. The protagonist walked close to the machine and touched it with his hand. Then, the protagonist scratched the body of the machine trying to figure out something. Hetty by the side looked at the vast machine and asked the protagonist what it was. He rubbed his finger and told her that it was a mana convergence matrix, although he wanted to call it mana capacitor. Then he told her that the obsidian was connected to a mana well, and the hemisphere converge all the energy and create a short but powerful burst of energy. Then the energy created will flow through the main pipe and power places that requires it. He told her it was an auxiliary energy source of a research facility. Byron asked Hetty if it was where the magic signature originated. Hetty closed her eyes and searched through her brain, then told Byron it was not, but they were closed. The protagonist stated that they could at least get 1/2 ton of mithril and 7-8 ton of obsidian from dismantling it. Hetty was surprised that the protagonist planned to dismantle the priceless ancient magical equipment and stated that it was a precious antique. He told her that it requires highly pure mana to function, but they no longer had the technology to refine mana. Hetty answered affirmatively and told them it was time to continue. The passage ahead was still very long as they continued walking. Hetty used her magic to cast a light particle spell. The light grew brighter and floated up in front of everyone. Then it flew away towards a direction after feeling something. At that moment, it appeared in front of a symbol which looked like eyes with blue pupil. Then it went through the door of the eyes symbol. The protagonist and the others had followed, so they opened the door with the eyes symbol. They all walked in to see the magic light Hetty made standing in front of a metal ball. This metal ball was placed in the center of the room, indicating how precious it was. Hetty told the protagonist that the magical signature came from the ball of metal and asked if it was made by the Gandor Empire. The protagonist stared at the metal ball for some while and told her it didn't seem like. Rather than being created by Gandor, it was more like the Gandor Empire was studying it. Byron was surprised and asked if the entire facility was created to study the metal ball, then questioned why Gandor Empire will spend so much efforts to study the ball. Then he turned to the protagonist and asked what they should do about the metal ball. Later on, the team expanded some effort and carried the metal ball outside. Rebecca stared at it first, then knocked it and kicked it with her leg, then pointed at it, telling the protagonist that it was solid. The protagonist stated that indeed it was solid but unbelievably light. Then Rebecca asked if they should cut it open. The protagonist told her not for now, since the Gandorian did not destroy its outer layer, but studied it. Then he told Rebecca he had something else he wanted her to do. Rebecca was happy as she told him she was free. He told her to use the metal ball as a formula to smelt the rocks into cement. Just then, yet again, Betty rushed towards the protagonist and the Rebecca. She shouted out that Amber came back from her journey. She told them that Amber, who went out to get a druid, came back with a dirty old man. The metal ball was ignored by the protagonist and others as they went to find Amber. Entering the house, an old man with a long beard holding a large bowl used as a cup was sitting down. The protagonist was seizing the man up, thinking in his mind that Amber was quite capable. Amber stated that the masons and carpenter were already living in Wooding House, but the protagonist was living in a tent. The white-beard man asked Amber if she was sure that the man sitting in front of him was Cecil. Amber told the old man that she personally excavated the protagonist's tomb, so it was real. But then, the white-beard man said something that made her question if he wasn't a druid. Before the man could speak, the protagonist welcomed him into the domain of House Cecil. The man spoke in a flattering way, stating that he was honored to be able to serve him and his holdings. The protagonist and the man spoke at the same time. He asked about the druid. The man asked about the antique. The protagonist was confused when the man mentioned antique, while the man was wondering who the protagonist was calling a druid. Knowing that she had caused trouble, Amber bends her head down to avoid the eye of the two. The protagonist and the white beard asked if she cared to give them an explanation. Amber told the old man it was a misunderstanding, that the protagonist was the 700-year-old antique she dug up. The protagonist held her ear and asked where the druid was. She told him the man was the druid she sought. The white beard then puffed in anger, stating that when they were coming, he felt that something sounded fishy from Amber. The protagonist felt that he had grown old by 100 years and asked the man if he meant he wasn't a druid. The white-beard old man spread his hand and stated that he was not. Yet he could be. The seed on the man's palm grew into a youngling plant. The protagonist stated that starting from that day, the man will be the Cecil family druid and will be compensated. The old man stated that he was also good at barbecuing and asked if the protagonist wanted to hire him as a chef. The protagonist told him there was no need because he already had a decent cook. He told the white-beard man that they would provide both tools and materials. The man told the protagonist his name was Piedmont Laurent. At another side, Rebecca was worriedly looking at something in her hand. Looking at it for consecutive time, she stated that it didn't look like a building material. Then she pointed at the bigger one and told the knight to take it to the protagonist. The knights carried it off and came to the front of the protagonist. The protagonist looked at it and asked if it was the cement she smelted. She told him she followed his instructions and the item solidified quickly, but looses and brittle. The protagonist picked up one of the cement and it brittles. Then he cleared his hand. Rebecca felt that she had disappointed him, but he told her experimentation was a long and arduous process. He told her he would provide a formula for different types of rocks and soils. Rebecca immediately brightened up and told the protagonist that she understood. Both she and Amber watched as the protagonist turned and left. Entering into his tent, he knew that the world of magic definitely had something like cement. Even the Empire of Gandor already invented cement during the Age of Steel. He had seen inside the ruins of the mountains. It was tougher than the stones used in a normal castle. If he could recreate a cheap, abundant, sturdy and easy-to-process building material, it would be of great help to the domain. The protagonist continued studying all night, while the night owl came out to hunt their prey. The next day in the morning, the protagonist had sent some knight to get some materials for him. As he was reading a knight told him they had brought over the items he requested. Then all the items were carried into the protagonist's tent as he thanked them. Amber asked what he wanted all the items for, and he told her it was for experiment. She stated that he finally couldn't keep the facade up, and now he was resorting to pointless entertainment. He turned and glared at her, obviously annoyed by her words. The protagonist held her ear and she cried out in pain. Then he told her that she was just a free, and even Betty was much more industrious than her. Amber turned to look at Betty, who was busy learning how to write. The protagonist told her to do what she wants as long as she don't steal, mess up the site, or fighting. Amber told the protagonist he was so weird for keep mentioning a goose and told him she was off to have fun. The protagonist placed each of items on top of the table. Then he held his chin, stating that it was time to start his experiment. And so year 735, Nevos day 4623 of the pioneering project. He found out that even using both the traditional and hacky experimental gunpowder formula didn't work. There was not a single one that could ignite quickly or release a burst of heat in a short time. The hacky formula could only cause it to burn quietly in the air, and the flames were dim and weak, no better than burning chaff. So speaking of which, that experiment failed. And so year 753, Nevos day 45, day 22 of pioneering, he used chemistry formula. There was no electrical current in the wire. Electromagnetic induction confirmed not working. He had confirmed that there was a north-south polarity with magnetic as the same on Earth. So the problem is the electromagnetic itself. Heady lightning bolt spell cannot provide a steady source of safe electric current, and her thunder palm almost struck Amber's hair. And so year 735. The experimentation was still going on. Hetty had never heard of coal, and the same goes for the druid. The experimentation of steam engines requires a large number of combustibles before they can set up the experiment, but the good news was that they can still create charcoal. The Typhoon Empire created a type of burnable rock, but it was not coal. It seemed to be a type of seawater sediment. He went up and asked if there was a person who could help arrange the entire elemental table. Everyone remained silent. Even the usually braggy Amber didn't speak. Yet there was none who could help him. This was a more typical headache for him. He quietly went back into his tent to continue his experiment. Although this was a magic world, but many of the material properties are different from Earth. But even if he was unable to determine the speed of light, the process of light's transmission was the same as on Earth. Creating a telescope wasn't a problem. It was the cheapest form of eagle eyes. In that way, although there were many things that cannot be created, but there are even more things that can be done. After some more experiment, the protagonist lay on the table to rest. But the light candle was still burning. Beside his table was the experimented cement Rebecca had showed him. But this time, the protagonist made further experiment on it, and it looked even more solid than before. Flashback, when Amber had came back from looking for a druid, the protagonist asked her how she got involved with him. Amber, who was leisurely eating, told the protagonist that the white-beard man was a grave robber like her. But she also told the protagonist that Piedmont wasn't suitable for grave robbing, mainly because when he robbed someone's grave, there were some 200 people there to sweep the tomb. Back to normal, the knight were changing shift on who to guard the metal ball. The knight who just came stated that there seemed to be no use of them guarding the metal ball, and the other told him to shut up. The other guard told him the metal ball was the property of the Duke and he was ordered to protect it. The knight with brown hair stated that he never thought he would wear something like the unique armor set equipment in his life, thanks to the Duke. Just as the two were speaking, jesting about the equipment, the metal ball at their back seemed to make a sound. The brown-haired knight was shocked as cold sweat slides down his face. The brown-haired knight drew his sword and turned around, stating that something just happened. Some other knights who heard the commotion ran over, questioning what was wrong. The black-haired knight called the brown-haired knight Locke. When Locke looked at his armor, he saw that some unknown blue aura was permeating it. Before long, it started happening to the other knight as well, and they started falling back. Before they could back away, the black-haired knight, who was just speaking with Locke, started floating. He exclaimed out of fear as his armor was stuck onto the metal ball, and so the others. Only Locke was fortunate. He ran as the others told him to summon the Duke because there was something wrong with the metal ball. Just as Locke almost escaped, his movement styled. He cursed as he felt a magnetic field drawing him back. With no time to spare, he was drawn back by the force and stuck on the metal ball. The knights who had been stuck to the metal ball started shouting that the ball was alive. The other knights watching were stunned and confused, but still rushed to report. When the protagonist heard the shout, he came out from his tent, and Philip told him that there was something wrong with the ball he brought back. As the protagonist and Philip were running towards the place, Amber appeared out from the shadow world. The protagonist saw her complaining that she was stuck in there. She looked at the protagonist pitifully and told him to help her. The protagonist helped her out and asked how a shadow master like her got stuck inside her shadow step. Amber stated that it was just because she woke in a hurry and asked him what happened. The protagonist told her that there was something wrong with the metal ball he brought back. She wanted to go back to sleep, but the protagonist carried her with one hand and ran off with Philip. Reaching there, he saw Hetty standing and asked how the situation was and if there was any casualties. She replied that there were no casualties, but 2 militias and a soldier are stuck on the metal ball. The protagonist asked if they were pulled in like how magnetic draw in metal. Hetty answered affirmatively, but stated that the militias on sentry duty found their magical equipment losing power and then pulled in. The protagonist told Amber they would go and take a look, but for her to leave all the metals on her behind. Amber questioned why she had to do that when they were night around. The protagonist stated that she won't get paid, so she succumbed and put it away all the metal. The protagonist reminded her to put her coin pouch and she disagreed. The protagonist stared at her coldly and she had no other choice. She told the knight that her coin had been counted and not even one should go missing. The knight swore that he would protect the property entrusted to him, and Amber told him not to say it so loud. Hetty wanted to follow, but the protagonist told her to stay and guard there. Hetty told him to be careful, and he thought in his mind that she was a great wife material. Just then, as he was still thinking of how he would ask Hetty about her marriage matter, Amber, with her poker face, told him it was time to go. The two walked towards the metal ball to find a solution. The druid was convincing the two knight on the metal ball that it was their misfortune that caused that. The protagonist came behind him and asked when the druids had a ritual of luck. Then he turned to the knight and asked who the first trapped person was. The black-haired knight told the protagonist he was the first to get sucked in, while the other knight told the protagonist he was sucked in when he wanted to investigate. The protagonist asked the druid to check if it was a normal magnetism. The druid told him that the soldier's armor had been solidified and they are completely immobilized. The protagonist stated that it sounds like some magic effect while bringing a metal close to the metal ball. He turned and told Amber to try and go into the shadow realm and see if she could dispel it. Amber immediately rushed into the shadow realm while the protagonist planned to move the metal ball. He placed his hand on the metal ball and pushed with all his might. All the veins on his body moved as it could show how heavy the metal ball was. Even when he pushed with all his might, his foot only broke through the ground. The druid man watching was stunned because the metal ball was totally immobile. The protagonist stated that it was light when they carried it before, but now it was so heavy that even him could not move it. The druid man stated that perhaps that was its true weight, and just then Amber fell out from the shadow realm. The protagonist picked her up and asked what happened. She stated that she didn't know. When she entered the shadow realm, she went to touch it. But on touching it, she felt a force field around it, and she was repulsed. Just then, the white-bearded old man told the two to wait. Both turned to him, and he told them there was a sign of life on it. He told them that when Amber was repulsed, a sign of life appeared inside the metal ball for the briefest instant. Amber was shocked and questioned if the metal ball was alive, and the knight stuck to it was even more nervous. They continued searching and looking for a way to save the knight till morning came. Amber asked if it could be an egg, and the protagonist questioned if it was possibly a dragon egg. Getting a dragon egg after crossing over, but that wasn't possible. Plus, what if it wasn't, and no one knows how long it takes to hatch? If it parents comes, there would be trouble. Just then, Amber hit him on the back with her head, telling him to wake up, and he was startled. The protagonist asked why she was head-butting him, and she told him he had her take everything metal off. The lowly girl continued questioning why he was spacing out while crossing her hands on her chest. Crossing his hands on his chest, the protagonist told her that he was wondering if the egg was really a dragon egg. But she questioned if he wasn't a legendary hero who sliced through mages like he's cutting beans. The protagonist rushed toward the black ball, gently placing his hand on top of the black ball. He activated his ability after listening to what the lowly girl said, saying that he would give it a try. The protagonist told this silently, but his hand still placed on top of the black ball. Seeing that the black ball did not attack him, he told it that he came with no ill intention. But not long after he said that he was shocked by what he saw, with his eyes wide open. Because the ball spoke by asking the protagonist if it was safe outside, that's greatly surprised the protagonist. Putting away his surprise, the protagonist told the ball that it was safe, that it could rest assured about that. But the black ball looked at the protagonist silently, contemplating whether to believe what the protagonist has just said. Few seconds later then, it became angry, screaming that it doesn't believe what the protagonist said. The protagonist became angry, saying to himself that if he had his sword of pioneer, he would have overhead the black ball into two. The protagonist put aside his anger and told the black ball that he would have no benefits for lying. But the black ball angrily told the protagonist that he was trying to fool him into leaving his shell behind. But the protagonist told the black ball that he is saying the truth. He continued saying that it could try if it doesn't believe him. But even after what the protagonist said, the black ball still insists that the protagonist was trying to trick it into leaving its shell. So the protagonist told it to stay inside the shell if it doesn't want to come out, but it should set his men free first. He continued questioning the black ball if it knew that its shell has trapped 3 people inside it. The black ball, realizing that its shell has trapped people, it blamed his senses for being affected by his shell. Soon after, some people were thrown out of the black ball's shell, as some of them fell to the ground. Immediately they were free, the men stood up and started running away from the black ball. But the lowly girl, after seeing that their men has been freed, she told the protagonist that it was a good opportunity to see what else the black ball has. The protagonist, understanding what she meant, closed his eyes and activated his ability, entering it divine sense. The protagonist looked straight at the black ball and asked it why it pulled in those armor and weapons. But the black ball questioned if there was a problem in finding something to protect itself. The protagonist, listening to what Black Ball said immediately, tried to explain that humans are not dangerous. But Black Ball became angry, pushing the protagonist out of its senses while telling the protagonist to quit trying to trick it. The protagonist, after being pushed out of the divine sense, gently pulled his hand away from it. Seeing what happened, the protagonist could not believe he lost to a ball and wondered if it really is a dragon egg. As the protagonist was in deep thought, he noticed the lowly girl acting so sneaky towards him. He asked if she is all right, but she told him that she saw his face change, so she thought he was going to self-destruct. The protagonist told her that he established communication with the ball, and it has a mind of its own. But the lowly girl, who had something in mind, thanked God that the protagonist did not find anything suspicious. The protagonist sat down on top of a tree that's cutted down. Then Hetty approached him. The protagonist, who is already exhausted from all the talk with the ball, could not help but exclaim that it was troublesome. Hetty, now standing beside him, asked him what he wants to do with the ball, which is also called stone sphere. He told her that he will try to establish trust with it, so she should move all the guards away, making it think no one would experimenting with it. He then stood up and told her that it was already late, so she should go back and have some rest, while yawning. He heads toward his tent. He moved aside the cotton and entered to have a rest before the next day arrives. But suddenly, he saw a stone that has a blue shining color on it, and it was packed inside a wood box uncovered. Picking up one of the stone, he realized that it is the failed products of Rebecca cement smelting. He immediately closed his eyes, trying to sense what was inside the stone. And just as he had thought the little light coming out of the stone are mana crystals and has magic reaction. He left the stone for the next day so that he could rest for that night, so the next day. He went toward a shop and gently opened the shop with his hand. Entering inside, he told Hetty that he had discovered something new, so she should have a look. The protagonist immediately poured out all the mana crystals he had extracted out of the stone and to the table. He continued telling her that he found something interesting inside the mana crystal he has just pulled onto the table. She immediately agreed, saying that she could sense it because it had a magic reaction inside of it. The protagonist agreed, then asked her if her crystal resonator could determine the mana crystal structure. She activated her ability, telling the protagonist that she will infuse it with mana to see what would happen. After the checkup, she told the protagonist that it can absorb mana from external sources, convert the mana into a stable form inside it. The protagonist finally came to a conclusion that it is a man-made crystal that stores mana inside it. The protagonist picked up one of the crystal while saying that they are constantly glowing, so he asked what their self-deterioration rate is. But Hetty told the protagonist to wait while writing down something on a book and saying that she need to perform more experiments. She brought out a ruby vessel and told the protagonist to place the mana crystal inside it so that she could try drawing it mana out. The protagonist agreed, saying that the mana crystal not only needs the ability for input and storage, but also needs an output. Hetty moved her magic power toward the mana crystal, trying to extract the mana inside it. But the mana crystal inside the ruby vessel slowly started to disperse, leaving the vessel empty. Hetty was surprised after seeing the mana crystal dispersed inside the ruby vessel and also confused at the same time. Watching all this happen, the protagonist concluded that their experiments seems to be a failure. But before he could continue, Hetty exclaimed that the experiment is successful. The protagonist questioned if the matrix was strong when it drew out the crystals disintegrated, but she told him it wasn't. Because the crystal has an innate flaw, so the matrix could not be strong when the crystal disintegrated. The protagonist, who had no idea what she was talking about, asked her to explain what the innate flaw means. Hetty explained that since time of old, mana crystals have only been obtainable from nature, because it could be curved in different shape, and some people use it as a light lamp or mirror. And those man-made crystals have always been auxiliary magical items, or even reduced to decoration in the nobility castles. But although the natural crystal dissipates at a shocking speed, the mana released can be used by mage. She continued telling him that the mana crystal he brought is not the same as the natural crystal of old times, because when the mana was extracted, the mana inside the crystal became a mess of waste energy which was of no use. The protagonist turned around and looked at the matrix on the wall, which seems to be related to the natural crystal. Hetty told the protagonist that it is the matrix that controls a crystal's self-destruction rate. She continued saying that when a crystal is damaged on the battlefield, that is the only time the matrix is needed. But seeing the protagonist in deep thought, She questioned if he was thinking exactly what she is thinking. The protagonist confirmed what she was thinking about by telling her about the glory of art. He continued by suggesting that they trigger an explosion right inside it, the crystal, and Hetty agreed. The protagonist started imagining what would happen in the future if he used the crystals on battlefield. He continued that it is a sword and shield that protects the people and the land, and also the silver lining after the failure of creating gunpowder. Hetty, on the other hand, not knowing what the protagonist was thinking about, said that he looks very happy. He agreed, saying that he's very angry, questioning whether she knows it will be of great use to them in the future. She agreed, saying that if it was properly processed, it could be an explosive-type magical tool. The protagonist who was living told her that he would ask Rebecca how she managed to create those mana crystals. But as he was about to leave the door, Hetty stopped him to tell him something. She told him that Rebecca is a very hard-working child, but she had never been praised much since she was young. The protagonist are within, he will praise her properly, and he would also call the crystal Rebexite if she can recreate them. Hetty cannot help but say that she actually meant that he should not overdo the praises, but before she could say, it's the protagonist already left. The protagonist who already left works in the midst of other villagers around the time heading toward Rebecca's location. He continued after getting to Rebecca's working place, he looked around to find where she is. On the other hand, Rebecca is telling how they should perform their work, also telling them their punishment if their work is not done properly. The protagonist, hiding behind a wall, listened to how she leads all the workers on how they should do their job properly. He could not help but say that she is really a very hard-working child, but he would like to see the new furnace first. He started heading towards the building where the furnace is kept, so that he will see the new products Rebecca had made. After seeing the furnace, he praised it inward because the improvement is great. Whether it is the result or the machine itself, they were perfect. What Rebecca saw the protagonist, she rushed toward him, and he told her that he was looking for her as he praised her. I continued, saying that if she hadn't created it well, he wouldn't have left things behind in order to meet her. He told her that she should have some confidence, reminding her that he had told her she is the pride of House Cecil. Rebecca, who was not praised since young, seeing that the protagonist praised her, she became so excited. Unable to control her excitement, she lost control over her strength, resulting to her breaking the building roof. After breaking the roof and flying out, the worker immediately went up the roof and started rebuilding it. Rebecca finally returned. She stared at the protagonist, innocently asking if he needs any other thing. The protagonist turned to Rebecca's new iron project and questioned what it is for. She told him she had designed an activation equipment for the common and to turn the furnace on or off. As she spoke, she walked to the project, pressing her leg on its side iron and telling the protagonist that it is on button. Soon after, the new furnace project turned on, and on it is a curved design. And then, the other side of the new furnace project shined yellow and orange, showing that the turn-on is successful. Rebecca also went on to press another side button on the new furnace project, telling the protagonist that is the off button. Like before, the furnace machine switched curved design on its outer layer. After showing the protagonist what she had built, she asked him what he thinks, and if it was simple enough. Not giving the protagonist an opportunity to speak, she told him she already gave it a name, which is Runic Trigger. The protagonist clubbed at what she said as they returned back to the workers' tent. Inside the tent, she asked the protagonist if he was going to use the crystal for explosives. The protagonist agreed, and telling her that he had named it Rebekit, since she managed to create it. But she became shy and told him that only great people put their names on what they built. But the protagonist continued, saying that she built those crystals, and that makes her a great person. But seeing her smiling like a fool, he told her to stop snickering like a fool because he wants to know how those crystals came about. She told him she followed the formula he gave her, but when she tries to replicate the process, she failed a few times. She continued, saying that a chunk of the furnace's inner wall fell out, so the protagonist questioned if something reacted with the furnace material. She told him that the furnace is mixed with quartz sand and limestone from the mountains of darkness. But the protagonist questioned what sort of reaction happened during the process. But to Rebecca told the protagonist that she was too happy when producing the crystal and didn't give much thoughts to the material used. The protagonist brought an ink and paper, writing down all the materials used, also saying that it requires a lot of experiments. He suddenly paused and asked Rebecca if a normal person could make that mana crystal. Rebecca was surprised, not expecting the protagonist to ask her that question. She agreed, saying that they could build it, but normal people are mostly careless, so even if she told them, they will still mess it up. Listening to all the things Rebecca said, the protagonist gently touched his head, saying that he feels like his hairline is receding. The protagonist told her that she produced the crystal using those methods and she should try to find a better mixture when she has time. But she told him she heard Hetty say that he plans to make those crystals into explosive magical tools. She became excited, so the protagonist told her that the look on her face shows that she seems to have an idea. She agreed since she had studied the explosion matrix and the mana it requires is very little. So the protagonist told her to use her idea with runic trigger and the explosion matrix to give it a try. She suddenly asked the protagonist if he had thought of a name for the explosive device, and the protagonist told her he would name it Art, so she questioned him if it has anything to do with art. Instead of giving her an explanation, the protagonist smiled and told her to just call it Art. While in the midst of the forest on one of the trees is a red apple hanging in a tempting way. Suddenly, a huge wind seems to flash past the tree as the apple disappears with the wind. A wind light could be seen jumping from one tree to their other, making people unable to identify who. Finally, the sound of footsteps could be heard as someone jumped down from the tree and landed on the ground. Biting into the apple, the lowly girl thought that the place is different from Badlands the protagonist talked about. Playing with the apple in her hand, she felt that coming to this forest is like coming back home. The lowly girl also realized that entering the Shadow Realm is getting easier and easier. But that was not a good thing, and she's not a mage talent person, so they could only be one possibility. The word is changing, and some kind of power is causing the barrier between the Shadow Realm and the real world to weaken. Nice standing beside a tree and facing their camp, she wondered if she should tell the protagonist on what she found. But even if he is interested in bizarre things, do you want that if he would experiment on her? The protagonist, who had no idea that the lowly girl is talking about him, sat on his tent and writing down something. The lowly girl suddenly opened a barrier in front of the protagonist sneakily. But before she could touch the protagonist's stamp, which is on the table, he stopped her and told her not to talk to them. Grabbing her on her ears, he told her that the stamp is the only thing on his table that is what something. Surprised that the protagonist found her, she questioned if he is even human and how his senses are so sharp. The protagonist told her that she has been eyeing his silver seal stamp for a few days now, and he noticed it. So she told him that she just got a bold ideas and won't actually dare to carry them out. The protagonist closed the book he was holding and told her that she had tried 12 times now, and each of those times he sent her flying. He told her to say what she has in mind, since there was still an hour before lunchtime, means there is something worth mentioning. He continues saying that he's using her lunch break as a clock, so she should hurry up and say what is troubling her. She told him that it has been getting easier to enter the Shadow Realm, and she found it out 2 days ago. The protagonist was surprised when he had what she said, but she asked him why he was just standing like that. So the protagonist told her that he didn't expect that she will talk serious business with him for the first time. The protagonist continued saying that the first time they met, he remembered her saying that it was the first time she went deep. But the lowly girl told the protagonist that that time she was spouting nonsense, and that time it wasn't easy to enter the Shadow Realm. The protagonist, hearing the hands they have to drink half a bottle of Shadow Portion, so she was dead drunk when he met her. But she told the protagonist that she is serious, because she could accurately tell the Shadow Realm is closing in on the real world. The protagonist then questioned what would happen if those two collides, but she told him that she doesn't know and it won't be anything good. The protagonist could not help but ask if he was just a convenient trash can to vent her negative emotion to, but she acted unconcerned. Before leaving, she turned and told him she just wanted someone to talk to about that matter. And for how to deal with it, that was the protagonist's problem. Protagonist could not help but look at her speechless. But before the lowly girl could leave, a loud bombing sound could be heard, which shocked her and cut her off guard. Both her and the protagonist were shocked by the bombing sound and also while wondering what is going on. But seeing a huge fire lifting through the air, both the protagonist and the lowly girl rushed toward the fire position. As they were rushing toward the position of the fire, the protagonist told the lowly girl that it seems like it is Rebecca's experiments. You could not help but wonder how the explosive magical tool he told her to experiment on could be so powerful. On the place where the explosion took place, all the buildings around exploded together with it. On getting to the location, the protagonist saw Rebecca and Hetty rushing out of the fallen building. Rebecca, the other hand, rushed toward the protagonist, telling him that art explosion is very powerful, but he asked her if she was hurt anywhere. Hetty and the other, and activated her healing magic, which made a bubble-like sound around her hands and healed themselves. Then she told the protagonist that they are fine, and continued that the effects when a large number of crystal is set exceed their expectation. Splashed flashed the remaining healing potion on Rebecca's face, saying that she placed 2 experiment samples caused twice the amount of crystal at the same time. But the bet I made her rejoice, telling the protagon, is that twice the amount, twice the art would increase the amount of fun for the experiment. Seeing her act like this and say all this, the protagonist could not help but shake his head, saying that she won't be able to escape a beating from Hetty. Rebecca, seeing the protagonist close his mouth with one of his hand, asked why he was looking at her like that, but he asked her if she could take a beating. She agreed, saying that she often fought with wolves when she was little, not to realizing why the protagonist asked that question. She continued explaining about the runic trigger, saying that Hetty said that the crystal didn't have an energy convergence structure. So the protagonist told them to repair the lab first, then they would tweak the experimental method as well, because doing indoor is simply dangerous. Hetty immediately agreed to what the protagonist said and told him that it will be done just as he had said it. But before the protagonist could say any other thing, a guard rushed toward him, calling him. The guard continues saying that the people searching for limestone in the mountains run into mutants. This surprised the protagonist, but before he could say anything, the guard continues saying that one person already died in the mountains. Inside a room lay many injured people who were being treated with medicine by a mage. The herbal medicine are being grounded with wood and applied in the wounds on their body. One of the people trembling explains that after they enter the mountain and turned west, they run into the monsters at a fork. And they were red-colored demons, and they run straight into a few of them mistakenly. You continue saying that they run as fast as the legs could carry them, but one of their partner was grabbed by the monster, so he fell till he died. One of the soldier there asked how many monsters were there, also questioning where the westward fork is. He continued asking him how they managed to escape, because those monsters are very fast, but the man has been interrogated, trembled terrible. So the protagonist told the man not to interrogate them like that, because they will trip over themselves when they are anxious. He went on his news and asked the 2 people who are still conscious to come down and tell him how they managed to flee from the monsters. He told the protagonist that the monster pursued them, but the mountain part was narrowed and they got stuck. That was how they managed to escape. Hetty walked close to the protagonist and asked the man how many master they run into, telling him to be specific about the number. The man told her that there were 3 monsters at first, but when they were being pursued, they became for monsters. Hetty immediately confirmed that they saw only a portion of the monsters, which means there were more of them hiding. After listening to everything said, the protagonist would not help but wonder how those mutants appeared and where they came from. As they discussed, the doctor handed the already brewed herbal medicine today, injured men to drink. He then told the protagonist that after the men drink their brew and have a purification spell casted on them, they will be back to normal. But the old man told the protagonist that they were on employer-employee relationship, so there was no need for him to thank him that much. He continues saying that the people outside were already afraid because they heard about the monster's attack, and he can't heal that, because the 4 people came back screaming, so the whole come had about it. The protagonist turns to Hetty, telling her to stop all of the exploration and gathering jobs for the day and distribute foods as normal. The protagonist then give Byron an order to increase the patrols, also to inform Philip to arm all of the new recruits and let them guard the camp. Hetty and Byron left the protagonist to complete the task they were given by him. The protagonist crossing his hand on his chest, he turns to the lowly girl about to give her own task. But before he could say anything, the lowly girl asked him if he would smash her to the ground with his big sword if she disagreed to obey him. The protagonist agreed, also saying that it would be a blow that would have her permanently stuck in the ground. On hearing what the protagonist said, she angrily agreed to obey him and go to wherever he wants her to go. But before she could leave, the protagonist told her that he's not done talking to her, also that he would be going with her. Seeing how surprised she is when she learns that he was coming with her, the question if she has forgotten what his job was 700 years ago. The lowly girl remembers that he was stuck in his tent, drawing designs and studying weird alchemic solutions for so long, and that he was also in charge of fighting the monsters at the kingdom's frontier. The protagon is placed his hand on one of the injured worker, trying to comfort them after they had witnessed the monsters in the mountain. You told them that if there are only 3 or 4 mutants roaming around, he would deal with them when they get there. And if they is one of them, both him and the lowly girl can safely retreat with all of them. However, he needs them to lead the way to search for the mutant's monster, since they might remember the road. But the 2 men started crying, screaming that they don't want to die because those monsters would eat them. The protagonist angrily told them that it is an order. He continued that he will do his duty and protect them until they return safely. But the two of them said at each other, not quite believing what the protagonist said, saying that they might probably be pushed toward the monster. The protagonist, in their face filled with disbelief, got down on his knees to give them another motivation. The protagonist began by telling them all his past victory 700 years ago, showing that those monsters are nothing to him. And if the monsters were to really come, the men being beside him will be the safest place to stay. The two young men became terrified with all the things the protagonist had told them and said they would obey his order. They prepared and started heading toward the mountain where the monsters can attack their workers. On their way, the two injured workers were already exhausted, even though they are not getting to their destination. Upon not seeing any monster, the lowly girl could not have but ask if those monsters could have left. The protagonist told her that they do not know how the mutants act, and beside their instincts of attacking, their movement are of no purpose. And if the essence any human or magic in their sensory zones, they will charge, but if there is nothing, they will continue to roam about. The lowly girl jumped very high until a high rock and questioned what those mutants are exactly. What is the protagonist product? It was hard to say, because there is a theory that mutant are transformed humans who were corrupted by chaotic mana. Hearing the protagonist's explanation, she was surprised he didn't know where monsters came from, even though he has fought them for 20 years in his past life. To her, it seems like those experts in the kingdom's interior aren't reliable, since the protagonist couldn't even answer where monsters came from. But she suddenly sensed something and jumped down, saying that there is something down there. On reaching there, she saw a purple claw used as a door, so she called the protagonist and the others to come closer. On seeing this, the two workers were terrified when they had the protagonist say that the mutant monsters seems to be closed. The protagonist immediately grabbed the hold of his sword, ready to kill any monsters that come their way. He pulled out the whole long, huge sword in front of him and stood firm while his two workers trembled on the ground in fear. He looked ahead and saw purple gas everywhere and told the lowly girl, "That's the mutant monsters are over there." And those mutants' creature seems to be injured because its bone could be seen exposed with the purple skin pathed. And on its shoulder there were horn around it with a sword which will stopped until the mutant monster's body. It stood with bone grown on different parts of its body, and its purple skin looks like that of a slime that would wear off. The lowly girl immediately activated her own magic ability, opening a barrier ready to fight off the mutants. Landing behind the protagonist, she told him that there are 4 mutant monsters behind those purple gas. The protagonist is immediately so that he will face them head-on, so she should find an opportunity to stab them in their back. The lowly girl agreed with the protagonist, stretching out her hand, giving a thumb up, saying that he should be on his mark. After she was done counting 1 to 3, the protagonist raised his sword up high and rushed towards the mutant monsters. In the middle of his run, he jumped up to the sky, vanishing from the spot he was standing on, which surprised the mutant monsters that were expecting to see him attack them. The mutant monster in the front looks around at the location the protagonist was standing since he couldn't find him. The protagonist, who was already close to one of the mutant creation, slashed his sword downward, making a huge splatter of stones. The mutant must have immediately lost towards the protagonist and roaring loudly. Amber, on the other hand, used her shadow skill to spy on the monster she would sneak an attack on. On getting a target, she jumped out of her shadow skill and attacked the monster from the back with a dagger. The slash killed the mutant monster immediately after it was attacked because it didn't notice her. The monster fell to the ground while Amber gently wiped her daughter with a smile of victory and her face. But because she is out of her shadow hiding skill, she does noticed by the other mutant monster, and they started rushing toward her. She immediately activated her shadow skill again and jumped into it to hide herself from the monsters. While on the protagonist's side, he was attacked by a group of mutant monster, and one is using a sound technique. But the sound technique does not affect the protagonist, as he continued fighting the monsters head-on. With a single slash, the protagonist killed the mutant monster with his large sword. But it suddenly noticed something from Amber's side when he had her voice and a mutant monster sound. On Amber's side, even after she entered her shadow hiding place, a strong mutant forced its way in with its monster roar. The monster roar kept affecting Amber, so she covered her ears with her hand while screaming for help. She continued screaming for help, also saying that she was going to die repeatedly as the mutant monster attacked her. The protagonist immediately rushed to her direction and, rising up his sword, and attacked the mutant to most of from behind. Amber, who is still kneeling on the ground in fear, failed to notice that the mutant monster is already cleaved into 2. When she finally noticed the dead mutant monster, she immediately relaxed to the ground, trying to calm her fear. She could not help but say that she still needed to improve her ability for running away while wiping off the sweat on her head. When the protagonist heard what she said, he told her that a normal person will think of increasing their melee combat power. But she told the protagonist that her melee combat ability is already maxed out, and she knows she can't increase it. But seeing the protagonist so focused on something, she asked him what he was looking at, and he told her to come and take a look too. Looking at the dissolved mutant monster body, they saw an iron that looked like a sword head. Amber asked the protagonist what it was. The protagonist told that it is a Gandorian-made sword used by northern centuries back. Amber asked if the protagonist is concluding the monsters came from the Gandorian wasteland. She told him it is surrounded by Elvenland's Grand Wall. But the protagonist told her that mutant would slowly disintegrate after leaving the manor tide zone, and that is unless their number have exceeded the limit and are able to change an area into a new chaotic manor zone. Otherwise, the monsters can't survive outside the world for this long. After hearing what the protagonist said, Amber became afraid. The protagonist continued saying that the sentry tower efficiency has fallen due to long use. Still, the barrier will restore itself after a short period. But unemployed him to speak like a normal person, so the protagonist told her that the barrier has a hole in it, but it will repair itself. She noticed what the protagonist was doing today corpse, so she became afraid and asked if he was mutilating the mutant corpse. But the protagonist threw a part of the monster's body to her, telling her that taking it back would calm everyone down. She could not have raised it up in fear when she had the protagonist say he will get another one. She told the protagonist that instead of calming everyone down, it would scare them witless. But the protagonist told her that for those who had witnessed the mutant monster's killing would heal faster if they saw the dead monster. And although it is a little graphic, but it works in the best, he stood up and told her that they should head back. The protagonist continues saying that after their head back, he would visit the Grand Wall, because simply guessing does not give him peace of mind. As they head back to the camp, the mountain workers could be seen hiding behind a stone. They were surprised to see the protagonist and Amber carrying body parts of a dead mutant monsters. The protagonist immediately told the workers that he and Amber had killed the mutant monster, so they should head back to the camp. He continued saying that the monsters are weak just like before, so it can't threaten the safety of the camp. He then asked the men if they knew what to say when they get back to the camp. They agreed, and asked why Amber screamed for help. But the protagonist told them that it was her battle cry. Amber immediately agreed, saying that it is her battle cry. The protagonist continues saying that it was one strike that he took to kill the monster, as the workers repeated what he said. Then he told them that they should head back to the camp while saying that their fight was a victory march. Finally, in front of their camp, there's two there while looking as move around from one place to another. When they finally entered the camp, Hetty came out from her workshop to welcome them back, while the protagonist and Amber works in full of proudness while holding out the dead monster's body parts. Why Amber, on the other hand, gathered with the workers around, telling them how she and the protagonist fought the monsters like it was nothing. The protagonist went toward Hetty and Actor if she knew any supportive magic like a magic screening barrier, and she told him that she had learned all the spells that are beneath the intermediate level, so he told her to follow him to the mountain. She asked him if the monsters wearing destroyed, also saying that she saw the trophies he brought back. The protagonist told her that he suspects there is a problem with the Grand Wall and there are more mutants roaming than the one they saw. She rushed toward her things, saying that she would change into a short robe. Then they will depart immediately. While Amber begged to finish her story about the fight to the people, soon they were standing on top of the mountain. As they work, Amber asked the protagonist if he knew that there are many more monsters and asked if he saw them. The protagonist told her that once the monster's number exceed a certain threshold, they would bring with them the manor tide's corruption. She asked if the monsters didn't sense any life, would they stand aimlessly, and the protagonist agreed. Hetty told the protagonist to have a look at the mountain because there is something strange on the mountain pass towards the south side. She immediately points at a particular part of the mountain where black smoke is coming out from. Soon it got bigger and small black smoke increased greatly and flies toward them. The protagonist told Hetty to use mana screening barrier immediately. Hetty immediately activated her mana screening ability and used it to protect herself, the protagonist, and Amber. The protagonist told that it felt familiar, and she told him that when the old Cecil domain was destroyed a few months ago, that aura was present. At the downside of the mountain were filled with mutant monsters who had sensed a life on top of the mountain and were coming out. Suddenly a stone fell from the top of the mountain and fell on one of the monster's head. It roared angrily and raised his head up to see where the stone fell from. Raising its head up together with the other mutant monster, they saw 3 figures standing on top of the mountain. When Amber saw the mutant monsters at the downside of the mountain, she told the protagonist that she don't want her salary anymore and was going home. Amber to the protagonist is that it wasn't the worst case scenario, because the swarm could overrun the camp 3 times over. The protagonist told her not to be afraid that the fog on the ground will cause how to feel an oppressive sensation, but their number is less than that. No, she told him that although their number are no much, but there were only 800 people in the camp, but 700 can't even fight. The protagonist told her that he feared they would increase like the one in the past pops out of thin air, but this one's, they are not naturally growing. Hetty told the protagonist that the monsters were moving north toward the mountains and will arrive at the campsites sooner. When Amber heard what Hetty said, she immediately raised up her hand, saying that she had a plan on how to deal with the monsters. She told the protagonist that she will stick and take one out, then he would jump down like a god and take down the remaining 999 with a single swing. Then his great-granddaughter will cast a few arcane blots to add to the grandeur of the scene. She continued saying that he could continue to be a lord and focus on his agriculture while she would find a tavern to spin tales. But before she could finish what she was saying, the protagonist and Hetty already started living, so she called them telling them she was not done talking. All of them were heading toward the northern side, which was their campsite, to stop the monsters. After getting to a particular height, the protagonist said that they could be able to see the highlands of the south of the Mountains of Darkness. But Hetty told him that she had only heard of the ground wall from the tomes, but the protagonist only said exciting times those days. Continue telling her not to worry, because the barrier is still there as they look at the scenario. Amber asked if it meant that the sentry towers self-repaired. She suggested they head back and think of a way to deal with the monster. But the protagonist gave her a side eye and saying that he already had a plan in mind. Amber asked if he was planning to charge at them and wipe them all out, questioning if he was that strong. He told her that he had calculated the mountain parts and the speed of the monster, so they still have 2 days to deploy their defenses. The protagonist told them that they would collapse the cliffs to the east and to the north with explosions. Amber asked the protagonist in shock that he was planning to use his great-great-granddaughter to use and fight off the mutant monster. The protagonist agreed, saying that he will use those crystals as an explosion to carry out his plan. And that explosion crystals is known other than Rebexite, the crystal that Rebecca made. All of them came back to the campsite to have a meeting on how to deal with the mutant monsters. The protagonist told the soldier that there would be more mutants numbering nearing thousands, heading towards their camp. One of the mages stood up and told the protagonist that he quit and they can also keep his wages. The protagonist asked why he is reacting the same way as Amber. He continued that he can speak his price once he was done talking. Byron told the protagonist that a proper soldier with enchanted equipment may stand a chance against the mutants head-on, but for their people, it would be hard. The protagonist agreed, saying that it is why he didn't plan to face those monsters head-on. Rebecca immediately stood up and asked the protagonist if they were going to abandoning the campsite. But the protagonist disagreed, saying that they were not abandoning the camp, at least not on their current situation. He continued that the monster will need 2 days to reach a position where they will be able to detect the camp. But he needs a large amount of Rebexite. Rebecca immediately agreed, saying that those crystals can be useful. She continued saying that if they stick them in between rock and carve an explosion matrix beneath them, they can bring down an entire cliff wall. But Byron asked if that can really kill the monsters because they are extremely hard to deal with. The protagonist told Byron that he had faced the mutant in combat before, so he should know they are not invincible. He then turned to Rebecca, saying she might be done with the combination of the runic trigger and trap. Rebecca agreed, saying that it was easy and is the simplest trigger that only needs a few stacked up rocks. When the protagonist heard what Rebecca said, he could not help but say in his mind that she is very talented. At the northern cliff wall, the workers the protagonist brought were trying to find crystals and telling them they don't have much time. One of the workers brought out a crystals from the cliff wall. It is meant for creating weapons, and the protagonist is their protector against the monster. The workers soon received another order to check if the crystals are glowing or not, because the ones that aren't glowing are useless. And if they mess up there, the entire Cecil domain will be done for, so they should remember that it is their home. Amber finally came back from where she was sent and told the protagonist that she is back. She also told the protagonist that the monsters are very close, about half a day's time, and the protagonist said it was about time. Amber told the protagonist that she took the risk and left the Shadow Realm for the briefest moment to draw them back to the right path. She continued to say she might as well gamble with the protagonist, and who knows, she might actually survive. Hetty immediately activated her ability, trying to help the workers detect where some crystals are, and each place her hand points at, it could show circle line, which means it detected the crystals. Amber could not help but say that no one would believe her if she told them Hetty is a low-level mage who can't even cast a proper ice bolt. At the southwest side of the mountain pass, the workers were busy digging the ground in to build a tent. One of the soldiers joined the group as he dug the ground with his shovel to help the workers. But what he saw surprised him, because when digging he found a black object buried on the ground. When he brought it out, he could not help but ask Knight Byron if that was unchivalrous. But when Sir Byron heard what his junior said, he asked him if he was talking about laying traps. Not allowing the young man to answer, he continued asking him what he thinks chivalry is. Philip answered that a chivalric knight should face the enemy in proper melee combat and arm himself with courage to protect the people and the land. And if they win, they would return in glory. But if they fail, they shall perish on the battlefield. The knight surprised and speechless at the same time when he saw Philip stand as if he was giving announcement. He could not help but tell Philip that he is talking like those old scripture thumpers. He continued to tell him not to forget the laying of these traps is by his grace's order, Philip. Then told Byron that that is the reason he doesn't get the plan. The commander touched his jaw and said that the total fits with the notion of chivalry, just like the counter-cavalry formation on the battlefield. Only the strongest of foes would walk out of it alive, and if he were to fight those who cannot even get past that, then it an affront to chivalry. Philip, to conclude, that the traps are used to weed out the weak from the strong, and Knight Byron agreed. But when he saw that Knight Byron had left, he crossed his hand on his chest, saying that Byron was purely talking nonsense. Knight Byron, on the other hand, is giving the workers instruction on how to do about with the traps set for the mutants. He told them to not touch the trigger. Rebecca, who was also helping, agreed but questioned it. It can really work. Knight Byron told her that it works, telling her not to underestimate a mercenary's wisdom and a knight justice. She immediately agreed, telling him that she would get someone to fetch the broken metal so that they can bury it inside the trap. Byron, listening to everything that Rebecca said, he immediately praised her by saying that she's a genius. Philip, who was helping the worker, could not help but shake head while listening to Rebecca's conversation with Byron. A few hours later, the new Cecil campsite was finally made with all the hidden trap. Amber appeared beside the protagonist and told him that the mutant are approaching the first trapped zone north of the mountains. The protagonist told her that once the mutant sense a living being an active manor, it would transform from its sluggish nature to bin rampage. He continued asking Rebecca if she was nervous, and she said she was a little. She continued that it was weird, because she wasn't nervous at all when she fought them the other time. The protagonist told her that it is because she wasn't given time to feel nervous, but this time she knows they are coming, and waiting is the scariest thing in the world. But he comforted her by telling her to trust in the power of the crystal that is her handwork. But Rebecca told the protagonist that she has never been reliable before in her whole life, sadly. The protagonist has no way to comfort her, so he told her not to say it out loud because it could hurt morale. On the mountaintop, a figure could be seen holding a spear that has green glowing light from afar. Not long after Amber joined the figure who turned out to Hetty, looking down, Amber told Hetty that the mutant was finally there. At the bottom of the mountain, a stomping sound could be heard as purple and pink gas float in the air. Finally, the mutant monster army was slowly heading toward the direction of the campsite. Hetty immediately activated her aura concealment to conceal her and Amber's position. The green glowing light shines brighter as the mutant's monster passed by the two women without noticing them. Amber looked at the mutants and grabbed Hetty's hand and told her that the monster are already close. But Hetty told her it was not yet time, because the more they bury, the less pressure the others will face, so they have to wait. Amber agreed, saying she would wait for Hetty's signal. The moment she triggered the explosion, she would pull her into the Shadow Realm. Hetty activated her ability and directed it toward the sky as it glowed enchantedly to attract the mutants. The mutant monsters looked at the top of the mountain when they noticed where the light was coming from. All the mutant monsters started rushing to the direction the light comes from while making their monster roar. Hetty and Amber stood on top of the mountain and watched the mutants trying to climb up the mountain. The mutants, on the other hand, try to climb up the mountain while climbing on top of each other. Hetty immediately formed a formation activating her ability, while Amber sits beside her doing nothing. When the formation is finally performed and ready, she casted it upon the mutant's monster. Soon, Amber activated her shadow skill. She and Hetty immediately disappeared into thin air. The formation lined up on the wall, while the mutant's monsters tried climbing up the mountain and stepping on each other. One of the mutant monster had already gotten to one of the enchantment as it tried to crawl past it. Immediately, the mutant body touched the formation. It immediately exploded, causing the other formation to explode at the same time. Most of the mutant monster were killed by the explosion, while they ones that are still alive fed on their dead mate's mana. Shortly after the explosion, another explosion could be had as all the traps became fully exposed. The protagonist, on the other hand, stood a little bit far from the battlefield and watched how the explosion went off. Because they were not too far from the place, the smoke coming from the explosion could reach the protagonist and Rebecca's side. When the sound of the explosion finally stopped, Rebecca opened her eyes and questioned if the battle is over. But the protagonist moved his eyes to his right, wise, saying that the fight was not yet over. He continues saying that those that aren't obliterate will absorb the mana released by their dead comrades. And since the explosion that side was over there, will soon be heading towards their location. Soon, mutant monster of could be seen rushing out of the big smoke caused by the explosion on the background. As they run, body parts and pieces of flesh could be seen on the floor, which belongs to the dead mutant monster. As the monster run around toward the protagonist, one of the mutants suddenly stepped on a gummy flesh of their fellow mutant. Not long after the mutant stepped on its fellow dead monster, that place exploded and destroyed the monster. All monsters started running away, but most of them got sliced into pieces by the explosion as it tries to run away. Some of the most of which body has been sliced into crawling on the ground while making their monster sound and stretching out their hand. Most of the soldiers that were with the protagonist saw this sin, became disgusted and terrified. They stared at the monster which body has been sliced, but it was still alive. Their eyes could not help but shake. The protagonist realized that blowing the mutants up, although it felt good, but if the target is a swamp of fools, its effect will be greatly affected. And it won't help in raising his men morale. The horrifying scene would only scare them instead. Byron immediately laughed, saying that those mutant monster are weak and foolish, telling the other men to look at how they are blasted silly. He continued saying that a good part of them even got stumped to death by their own kind before they could even crawl over. He began saying that he wondered how they got scared by those silly mutants while asking what Philip thinks. But inside, he was praying that Philip could help him complete what he was going to say in order to raise the men morale. Philip immediately said that knights should not laugh at the weak. Their current story state is only because of the wisdom of the protagonist. All the soldiers immediately agree with Philip and questioning why they were afraid of those mutant monster. The protagonist could not help but said that Baron and Philip have talent. Especially Philip, he may look all serious, but he's a proper man. The protagonist immediately announced that they should leave the celebration for after they were done with killing the mutants. Holding up his sword, he told his men to draw out their blades too, so that they would fight with the mutants. When the mutant monsters notice a life around the immediately charged towards the protagonist and his men's position, it became a war between humans and monsters. Immediately the protagonist told his men to charge and the mutants. The men, after charging towards the mutant monsters, immediately started saying that it is their second clash. And their first time was at the old Cecil domain destroyed by dragonfire, so everyone should survive as before. And at that time, they were using normal iron weapon against those invisible regenerating mutant monsters, slicing through one of the mutant most, or they continued saying that this time was different from the last time. And the battlefield, both the men and the monsters were fighting against each other to save their lives from being endangered. Byron told the men not to charge too far ahead, not go past the fences, and they should not step on their own trap. One of the mutant monster whose body was chopped off but the head is still moving, got killed soon after being noticed. And it was the protagonist who used his sword to kill the mutant monster when he noticed the head was still alive. The protagonist turned and looked at his men who are fighting off mutant monster way larger than them with their sword. But the most of suddenly stopped fighting against them and turned to another direction, which confused Philip, who was currently on a fight with one of them. The protagonist was surprised when he saw them only facing on that particular direction without even caring about the people around. So he concluded that there seems to have a new target pictures why they were rushing to that particular direction, not attacking the people there. Byron could not help but question where they were going to answer, asking if their enchanted ammo was not holding their attention despite being filled with mana. The protagonist immediately checked the direction that's the mutant monster we're heading towards, not finding the mana-filled armor attracting. The men started trembling when they saw the monster heading toward the direction of the camp with the dragon egg rock sphere. The protagonist turned to Rebecca and told her to bring her guards with him so that they will head toward the camp and save the people there. The protagonist with Rebecca and her men immediately rushed towards the camp and saw mutant monsters there attacking people. As the men were trying to fight off the master, even though they know they can't, both the protagonist and them noticed something behind them. It's turned out to be the dragon egg rock sphere that start complaining, asking what those most two are that were trying to attack it. The protagonist was surprised to see that the dragon egg rock sphere could speak, but heard the cries of the men on the camp. One of the mutant must to sneak an attack on one of the camp men who was so scared to even fight for himself, and only stared at the monster in fear. But before the mutant must-I could attack him, a figure suddenly jumped towards their direction in a flash of an eye. It turned out to be the protagonist who jumped up high in the air to attack the monster from behind, when it didn't notice. His lies the monster into two as if he was chopping woods with his sword, which glowed a fire-like light. But his eyes were filled with anger as the aura around him changed into a dangerous aura, while the purple blood of the mutants splashed around him. The protagonist told the dragon egg that there are monsters outside, so it started complaining that they were no use in hiding in a flimsy tent. But the protagonist ignored the dragon egg and continued attacking the mutant monster still rushing towards the camp. With each swing of his sword, a mutant monster would drop to the ground dead as you stood magnificently on the top. But before the protagonist could continue fighting with other mutants around, an explosion went off behind him. Rebecca immediately told the protagonist that he should allow her to hold back the mutant monsters for him while activating her fire ability. The protagonist watched her cast fire repeated name at the mutant monsters. He could not help but say that her fireballs is abnormal. As the soldiers fight the mutant monster, it's rushed toward the dragon egg, but the dragon egg kept running on, screaming that it was going to die. It continued running around and jumping from one place to another in order to avoid the mutant monsters that we are trying to attack it. But since it has been flying around in the air, it became exhausted, saying that it can't fly anymore from exhaustion. It fell from the sky to the ground and smashed one of the mutant most of standing in the ground under it into pieces. The protagonist was shocked speechless when he saw the dragon egg smash one of the mutant monsters to death. And the dragon egg was also surprised to see that its shell is strong enough to kill a mutant monster with just smashing them. It immediately jumped up to the sky again when he saw that other mutant monster we are coming after him. It continued smashing them. Seeing this, the protagonist conclude that he doesn't need to rush into saving the dragon egg, because even if the world end, the lunatic egg would be fine. On the battlefield, only one of the mutant monster was remaining. It stood up, even though some part of its body had been torn apart. But before it could attack any other person, it was sliced into two pieces, and it gave it last monster roar. It turned out that it was Philip who had lies dating to two, and his word was still in the position, even though the monsters is already torn apart. After killing the last monster on the battlefield, he stood up with sweat dripping down from his face. He held onto his sword firmly, announcing that it was the last mutant monster on the battlefield. All the soldiers' sons down to rest, while some help each other. Philip, who was still holding onto his sword, could not help but keep repeating the word it was over, while his hand trembled from exhaustion. With all the tightness, he kept repeating that it was finally over and felt weak inside for overly using his power. But before he could fall to the ground from tiredness, Byron used his own body to hold him up, while holding onto a sword. Being caught by Knight Byron, Philip could not help but open his mouth to tell him something, even though he was exhausted to even move his body. As though he understood what Philip was trying to say, Byron immediately agreed, saying yes with a smile on his face. He continued saying that all the monsters are dead and there are no more monsters charging from the mountain, so they want the fight. Holding on to Philip, Byron stood on top of the mountain screaming that they want the fight as the other soldiers joined in the celebration. They continued saying that they will send the world back to the camp, informing everyone there that they want the fight. They immediately rode on their horses heading back to the camp to announce their war victory. On their way back, one of the soldiers raised up the Cecil house flag, waving and screaming that they won. On getting to the campsite, he jumped down from the horse and continued waving the flag and telling the people there that the one won the fight. He continued saying that under the protagonist command, the monsters have been totally wiped out, and the warriors of Cecil fought 1 against 10, and that victory shall enter the sagas. The people started rejoicing with him. He waved the flag. Everyone cheered, some hugged each other, and tears when they had that the mutant monsters were wiped out. Hetty smiled when she saw everyone rejoicing about the news of victory, which was sent back by one of the soldiers from the war. She looked around, but surprised to see an old mage, walking in a hurry to deliver something. She asked Rebecca where the protagonist was, questioning why the most important person disappeared suddenly. The old man told her that the protagonist is at the camp on the south side because something is wrong with the dragon egg, and he needs to deliver the potions. On getting to the protagonist, and Rebecca started jotting down what was wrong with the egg. The egg, on the other hand, does traumatized by those mutant monster. It questioned why they were charging at him. The protagonist told it that he doesn't know which part attracted them, but it was also the one who single-handedly smashed a dozen of them to death. But the dragon egg told the protagonist that it was not wrong to act low profile and have some sense of self-preservation. The protagonist asked if it was planning to run away, but if so, no one would protect it if it run into the mutants again. The dragon egg started trembling, saying that it was not going to run away anymore, while concluding that the place is dangerous. When the protagonist heard that it was starting to believe what he said before, he asked the egg what he believed. It told the protagonist that he was different from those bunch of people who captured it and brought it into the experiment chamber. The protagonist immediately smiled in happiness and asked him how he could tell that he was not one of those experimenter freak. And it told the protagonist that he didn't see a single Magitech cannon on a camp that big, so they can't be those experimenter freak. The protagonist was disappointed when he had what the dragon egg said, but Rebecca felt that what the egg said made sense. Amber suddenly appeared beside the protagonist, saying that if she was him, she would have chased away her disgraceful descendants the moment she climbs out of her coffin. But the protagonist pushed her head back inside her shadow skill and asked the dragon egg if it was finally willing to trust his words. But it told the protagonist that it only trusts the fact that he wasn't with the other groups, but hasn't trusted him very well. The protagonist agreed, saying that trust is something they could build slowly, but suddenly noticed something on the dragon egg's shell. He told the dragon egg to turn to the side for a moment so that he would have a look and see what was wrong with its shell. Amber, the protagonist, and Rebecca placed their head close to each other and looked at the dragon egg's shell with shock on what they found. The dragon egg, seeing everyone watching it so closely, could not help but ask what was wrong, questioning if there was anything on its shell. Rebecca told the dragon egg that the shell seems to have cracked and asked if it hurts while poking the crack. The dragon egg told them that it might have been caused by the falling from a few days ago on the battlefield. The protagonist questioned if he should find a mason or a smith to help the dragon egg mend its shell. The dragon egg told them that there was no need for them to call anyone because it was about time for him to get out of his shell. Amber told the egg to wait a minute so I should go call more people over while disappearing into her shadow realm skill. The protagonist was confused when she disappeared, but the egg asked if he should come out or not. The old mage and Hetty came into the tent while the old man said that the dragon egg was hatching. Amber agreed, saying that is the reason why she calls them and to ask them if they know how to raise a dragon hatchling. The dragon egg immediately started trying to force it away out of its shell, which resulted to more crack appearing on the current shell. Everyone excitedly watched the dragon egg as it cracked its shell, waiting for it to finally be born into the world. The cracks increased drastically on every part of the dragon egg shell, and a crack sound could be heard. When everyone saw the huge cracks on the dragon egg's shell, they became excited, waiting for the moment the crack will fall apart. But they were surprised by what they saw, because a shiny and flashy light blinded their eyes as they stared at it. It turned out that the shell just fell off, and there was another shell that is more shinier than the shattered shell. The old mage became angry when you saw that hatched and became another shiny egg. He questioned if the egg hatched. It agreed, saying that you already hatched out of its shell. The old man, angry, told the egg that he'd taught it was a dragon's egg. Rebecca talked to the old mage clothes, drawing him closer to her, so that she will tell him what she thinks about the egg. She whispered into his ears that the sphere is an eggy because it can't hatch out of its shell. Sphere egg was surprised when they started calling it an eggy, and it has no idea that means. As if it was weighting it down with the word eggy sounding everywhere around it, it started getting furious. It immediately screamed that it refused to accept that name, also asking them when he had ever said that it is an egg. Rebecca told it that she had never thought that it would be an egg after hatching from an egg, so that makes could only make it an eggy. It angrily insulted Rebecca, also saying that it had always been like that, and it was how he kinds looked like when they reached their adulthood. The protagonist could not help but question why he have never encountered such a bizarre life form like the sphere. The sphere told the protagonist that it would not tell him its secret and also wouldn't suffer to being called an eggy. Hetty knocked on the sphere shell and asked if it has its own name since it doesn't want to be called an eggy. It agreed, immediately saying that it has a name that it was called before when it was with his kinds. But after thinking for so long, he couldn't remember what they had been calling him, or what the experimenter freak also called it. It turned and told the protagonist and the others that it has forgotten the name it was called in the past. The protagonist angrily pointed at the sphere and asked it what he was supposed to call it if it doesn't remember anything, asking whether it was Nicholas Egg. When the sphere had the name the protagonist decided to call it, it told the protagonist that the name isn't bad and sounded nice. The protagonist could not help but say that speaking with this guy inside the tent would kill him 3 times faster, and he still had many other things to deal with outside. He told the sphere to stay inside the tent, and he still had things to deal with since there I just went through a monster's assault. The sphere agreed, challenged the protagonist to go do his business while he will stay alone in the tent, which gets it totally egg-hosted. As they left the tent to go and deal with the aftermath from the war, Hetty turned back to look at the sphere. She could not help but stop the protagonist and asked him if they were going to leave the sphere just like that inside the tent. The protagonist asked if she wants to bring it to the lab and open it up to study it, but she immediately sealed her lips. She could not help but think in her mind, saying that she doesn't want to open it up as the protagonist said, but at least he wants to drill a hole and see what inside it. The protagonist told her that the sphere has the intent ability to control metals and mana, so they can't forcefully control it, but has to start with a corporation. But of course they had to heighten their guards, replacing the militias with their household guards, so that the guards could report immediately if something happens without fighting it, because it could take out a mutant with a single blow. Hetty could not help but ask if the protagonist thinks the sphere is a magical creation of the Empire of Gandor. The protagonist agreed with what she said, even though the Empire of Gandor isn't omnipotent, because even the arcanists and puppet meisters of the Age of Starfire could never create a magical being of such intelligence. He immediately told Rebecca to forget about the magical experts in artificial intelligence. He continued saying that artificial beings of such intelligence has never appeared in any of the kingdoms or races across their continent. But he was interrupted by the old mage, who kept exclaiming why the egg wasn't a dragon. Not noticing the protagonist, the old man kept screaming angrily, "Why was the egg not a dragon?" repeatedly. Amber asked him why he was so hung up about the sphere not being a dragon egg. The old man told her that if it was a dragon egg, that means that a dragon would hatch out of the egg. He asked if she knew how much money she would make by just taking its shed scales, or drawing a bit of blood. The protagonist appeared behind him, and that his line of thought is enough to get him hung 40 times, so he should just tell him about their wounded soldiers. He told the protagonist that he doesn't have to worry about the wounded because he has sent his best batch of potions there. He continued telling the protagonist that he thought that even though his plan worked, he would end up with a bunch of dead soldiers. The protagonist told him that he underestimated Gandorian equipment and soldiers from that age are very hard to kill. The old man told the protagonist that he heard most of the armor and combat crystals are damaged in the battle. Soon he would be left with nothing. The protagonist told the old man that he should not worry, because they have better weapons. And to top it all, they even have an even better train of thought. He smirked while pointing at his head. Amber suddenly appeared beside the protagonist and asked if he meant those exploding crystals he used to make the traps. The protagonist agreed to what she said, immediately saying that she was getting his point why carrying her up. Amber told the protagonist that those crystals are powerful, but are very restricted in their usage and lack a safe way to detonate them. She continued saying that when Hetty detonated them, it almost scared her to death, complained and insulted Hetty. When Hetty heard what Amber said, she asked if it was her that Amber is calling a big-chested but brainless person. Amber was surprised to see that Hetty was behind her and had everything she said behind her back to the protagonist. As they were arguing with each other, the old mage was busy thinking of hatching a dragon egg, while Rebecca listened to the girl argument. The protagonist, on the other hand, was in deep thoughts thinking about what Amber had said about the explosion crystal. He concluded that any new things are bound to have flaws in them that they had not noticed. And now that they have dealt with the mutants, it's time to focus on those flaws of the explosive crystals. That the other side, a skeleton is nailed on a wood with a nail on its forehead. All the skeleton nude on the wood has nails on the forehead, and the shape of their bone is different from that of a human. A tent to be seen beside bonds of dead mutant monster skeletons as the workers there were moving the corpse. All the people from the Cecil house gathered around from an announcement about to be given. Hetty immediately activated voice amplification, the amplify, so that anything the protagonist said could be heard. The protagonist immediately rested his sword and stood beside one of the mutant monster skull. He immediately called the people of Cecil domain, and his voice could be heard because of the voice amplifier. He told them that he has 3 announcements to make, so they should pay attention closely to everything as he say. First, he swung his sword to direction of the dead mutant monster skeletons. The sword still pointing at the skeletons of the mutant monsters, the protagonist told the people that those are the monsters that destroyed Cecil domain. The people terrified, and some of them were covering their mouth when they heard what the protagonist said. The protagonist continued telling them that those mutant monsters are the ones that slewed their kinsmen. And not too long ago, they were the same monsters that threatened their lives on the campsite. Using his leg to stomp on the skull beside him, the protagonist announced that they have finally defeated them. He continued saying that it was a direct blow and an overwhelming victory. The 1,000 mutant monster they fought were 10 times the numbers of their guards. The protagonist finally declared that even though the mutant number were 10 times the number of their guards, they never managed to step into their camp. The people immediately started rejoicing after the protagonist announced their war victory. He questioned if all of them know how powerful and terrifying those mutant monsters when they fought against it. And they should know that those mutant monsters are not invincible, nor are they undefeatable. The protagonist placed his sword back on his waist sword sheath so that he could continue speaking with the people. So in order to celebrate the victory, after the day's work is done, everyone in the camp would have meat stew and white bread. He continues saying that they would also have beer shipped from Tanza. Everyone in the camp started rejoicing. Secondly, he would like to thank every single person who contributed to the defense of the campsite. When they heard this, the people were confused and started questioning what the protagonist was talking about and why he was thanking them. Raising his head up to the sky, the protagonist continued telling them that the land is not only his dominion, but it is also the home of all of them, including himself. Everyone started climbing up the stairs to meet the protagonist. The protagonist told the people that the ones defending the land, and not only him and his army, but everyone because they had contributed to it. Pointing to the yellow-haired old man, he told the man about all the waste he had smelted and crystals he picked. Pointing at another man who had a scar on his face, the protagonist told him about the wooden boxes he had made and runes he had engraved. Turning over to an elderly woman, he told her about the herbs she had picked and the clothes she had washed for the soldiers. Then, an old man with brown cap, you also told him about the holes carved along the walls of the Mountain of Darkness and the trap dogged along the mountain paths. He continued telling them that all their contributions have protected their home and also their lives. The people started talking about the soldiers, and Night Deer remembered. Some say the new while some don't. The old man the protagonist talked about before not help but turned to look at the soldiers the people were talking about and found out he was standing in front of one. He became terrified thinking that the protagonist would punish or attack him, but a hand was suddenly shouldered. The protagonist told everyone to come over and stand on the line that Mason is standing on. He continued that the line was reserved for them, saying that those are the most industrious of craftsmen and the best of their people. So he shall fulfill his promise to them. Handing them a box, the protagonist told them that they were originally serfs, but now they are freemen and could own their own property and use their hand to earn land. He continued encouraging them not to waste their freedom now that they have it while opening the box that shows a badge. All of them are free, so they would be awarded newly developed land in advance and will be granted a house for their own once they are built. And due to their vigilant courage, Sir Byron means to instruct them in ways they could build their now free life. And if they agree to that, they could be able to start as a knight squire, as a bag day is being pinned to one of the people clothes. He continued telling them that the bronze medals are not currency, and they won't be able to exchange much even when smelted. But it is a mark of honor. Just like how Knight received his knighthood, the yellow-haired man stood firm and looking her ahead. Some people immediately question if they have the opportunity to become a knight themselves. Before they could continue that discussion, the protagonist told them there was one last thing, but it is regarding the Domain's army. When it was the Domain's army turn, Philip could not help but say that it was finally their turn to enter the stage. He said that he need a professional elite and well-supplied army, and he will do away with separation of the militia and household guards. And all soldiers would undergo a new unified training regiment. Unlike the personal armies of the nobles, he would be providing salary for all of them. Philip could not help but ask Sir Byron what is the protagonist meant, and Byron told him that it meant something good. The protagonist continued saying that all adult men have the duty to undergo basic military training during slack seasons. Most of the people started complaining, saying there was no difference because they will need to work themselves out during training and labor. But some of them say that if the hard opportunity to become proper soldier, it will make them proper men, and they would not remain poor. Seeing everyone complaining with some willing to comply, Hetty could not help but look at the protagonist, trying to ask him what they should do. The protagonist told her that military reforms are not something that can be accomplished in 1 or 2 days, but it is something that he must do in those 2 days. Hetty agrees to what the protagonist said, and told as long as he had plans for it, then they could do it. The protagonist suddenly raised up his hand toward the direction of all the people, telling them that for now they have to do one thing, which was for them to celebrate the great victory from the war against the Cecil domain and mutant monsters. On a tent were many people sitting inside waiting for the meeting to begin, also waiting for the protagonist. Amber, on the other hand, is sneaking around trying to hide for someone. After seeing no one there, she concluded that no one noticed her. She decided to run and hide in her shadow realm. She immediately smiled at her amazing idea. But she was caught by the protagonist. She screamed, telling him to go to his meet, asking why he called her over. But the protagonist told her that he wants her in his sight to prevent her from screwing someone else over. He then continued the meeting, telling them that the reason he gathered all of them is to make clear one thing: the crisis was not fully over. Rebecca could not help but say that she thought they fully beat those mutant monsters at that time. The protagonist told them that they have just beaten them once. He questioned if they think the monster won't return. The people on the meeting table heard what the protagonist said and were surprised, speechless. Philip could not help but think of what the protagonist said, while Byron also has his own thought. The craftsmen that were also at the meeting could not help but go into deep thoughts because of what the protagonist said. Rebecca, on the other side, was surprised and speechless, while Amber was less concerned. Hetty fell silent, as though she was thinking of a plan or solution that could help them in that situation. She asks the protagonist if he hasn't ascertained the completeness of the Grand Wall. The protagonist told her that it's repaired itself, but who knows when it will break down again, so their victory can't put them at total ease. He continued saying the Grand Wall is aging, and they need to make preparations for its next breakdown. Amber immediately told the protagonist that there was nothing to talk about because all they need to do is run away. The protagonist said that once the Grand Wall collapses, the contamination will spread across the entire continent, then there will be nowhere to run to. Philip could not help but say that if the trap weren't as efficient, or if the monsters weren't lucky in triggering the trap, the battle results could have been the total opposite from what had happened. Slamming his hand on the table, he said that the mutants' individual physique are far beyond ordinary humans, and as their number increases the aura, their emit will be enough to kill every living thing in a large area, so their victory isn't that reassuring. The protagonist agreed, saying that they can't be blinded by the victory because the camp is still weak and they were far from establishing themselves. Everyone will surprise when they heard that the protagonist wants to talk to them about the next phase of their plan. He listed the buildings of walls, stockpiling food, increasing population, increasing steel production, and asked how the progressing of smelting cement are. But Rebecca became embarrassed and told the protagonist that it is still unsuccessful. She started explaining to the protagonist the situation with the smelting cement. She told him that the furnaces have been committed to the production of crystals lately, so the progress for cement is very slow. The protagonist smiled at her explanation and concluded that Rebecca saw the light at the end of the tunnel. The protagonist told her to leave a group of people for checking quality, and he would leave the new warehouse for her to store the crystals produced. Rebecca immediately agreed to what the protagonist said and also said that she would work hard. The protagonist then turned to an elderly man there and asked him how the development is going. He told the protagonist that he had developed 100-hectare farming ground to the east and west and planted sweet roots, so everything is fine. Because the plants are growing rapidly so they can expect a harvest before Nivos comes, the wood have a surplus of foods. The protagonist told the man that he is the supervisor of agriculture, so there was no need to call people of his rank sir. also telling him to address himself as the Lord or by his noble title, and the old man agreed. An old mage whispered, telling the protagonist that it rare enough for someone to call him an amazing name. The agriculture man told the protagonist that there is something he would like to seek his permission for. He hoped to develop the lake north of the Whitewater River. He thinks it would be good to put that place to work. He continues saying that meaning people are worried about the monster incursion, so if they develop the other side of the river, it would ease the people's worry. The protagonist agreed immediately, saying that before the development, they have to build a bridge. He turned to Hetty, saying that they can't rely only on a few raft for the building. He then told her to take notes. And as for the population, he asked Hetty what she thinks about it. She told him that the easiest way is to purchase serfs. But doing so requires a sum of money, and they might not be able to purchase the number they need. The next one is to accept refugees. Because of some problem at the south, there are many refugees with no place to live. And many nobles see refugees from other domains as livestock cheaper than serfs because they leave after being given some food. But the problem are apparent too, because if they let a land number into the domain, it will probably cause many security problems. Amber immediately say that if people could leave and work in peace by following the law, then a good number of louts would try to find a job. She continued questioning if they think people choose a life of thievery, knowing that it's either starving or getting whipped. Hetty was surprised when she heard what Amber said, so she stopped to think about it. And the protagonist told Amber that she looked like a beauty when she speak fact. But when she's lazing about, she looks sorry. Amber immediately told the protagonist that she is not joking, but the protagonist told her to keep quiet so that he could continue the meeting. And thinking that he can't speak carelessly to Amber a disgrace of an elf, while Amber had other thoughts. The protagonist continued saying they need a detailed long-term plan to increase the population, so let them talk about the progress with steel production. They all started discussing the plan together as each person brings up their own suggestion for the phase plan. There a conversation continued, but they were still inside the tent to lay out all the plans. While on the ocean side, a ship sailing, with some seabirds flying around it. The ship, if closely looked at one, could see that it is not just a normal ship because of how expensive it looks. On the white oak on the ship, there is a golden status in front of the ship, a symbol of a priestess praying. And the upper deck of the white oak, one could find the praying chamber inside the ship. Inside the praying chamber stood a young lady with white hair that was slightly covered, and both of her hands were placed together to pray. But there was a knock on the door, so she opened her beautiful eyes when she was called Your Majesty. The person who knocked told her that they have arrived at Tanza. He asked if they should dock to meet Lord Andrew. But she told him to just send an envoy. She continued saying that she can't stay there and must rush today Cecil domain. She told the person that there is something the Lord wants her to see, with her eyes closed. She was still standing and facing the colourful door, while praying, filling the environment with righteousness. When they got to their destination, the ship finally stopped sailing, and a soldier got down from it. He gave a scroll to another soldier, telling him to report it to his lord, the Duke. The man obeyed. He rushed to the tent, the protagonist, and the others were having a meeting screaming urgent report. Entering inside the tent, he told the protagonist that the support sent by the ancestral royal family is about to arrive. But the protagonist only looked at the person, while Amber and Rebecca were confused when they had what's the person said. The protagonist could not help but say that the letter is finally there, while opening it to read the message written on the letter. He then told them that they should go and make the necessary preparation to go and welcome the ancestral royal family. On their way to the ship, the protagonist could not help but think that those 100 craftsmen are like a timely rain, and settling their obvious use to construction of the domain would probably raise the spirit of the people who experienced war. The protagonist, together with Amber, Hetty and Rebecca, heads toward the ship, while the workers' deer watched it happen. So Philip told the people who gathered to return to their works because there is nothing for them to see. But the protagonist told him that it's fine. He should let them watch because they need some off time to relax. Philip immediately agreed, saying he would listen to the protagonist while placing his hand on his chest. Amber started complaining and asking when those people would arrive because he felt like the cobwebs are growing. So the protagonist told her that the spider would have a godlike speed. Number immediately say that talking to the protagonist is boring. She continued asking if the protagonist have heard that the person leading the entourage is a shiny one, so she's wondering what she looks like. Although he never thought it would be the Princess of Holy Light, but he told Amber not to give another person nickname or act like a country pumpkin. The protagonist could not help but wonder about the princess because it seems like she had never participated in any politics activity. Amber cite and say that novels like the protagonist are a conving bunch, and everything they does is to scour for any hidden schemes. Not long after she said it, her and Hetty were already having a fight, so the protagonist told them to stop. When he heard the sound coming from the sea, he turned around and saw that the ship had arrived. In front of the ship stood a beautiful white-haired lady, who is known as the Princess of Holy Light, and behind her so stood a man and a woman. Her beautiful, enchanting eyes could not help but look around the place to see what the protagonist has created. She told the man beside her that it seems like Cecil Domain's construction is proceeding apace. But as she was saying that, she suddenly noticed something from the protagonist Cecil Domain environment. She activated her eyes enchantment technique to see the situation inside the Cecil Domain, and her eyes glowed blue. Her sight saw the houses built by the protagonist workers, but she kept searching for something. As she was searching, she noticed a purplish light glowing out from one of the tents in that place. Clearing her eyes to see clearer, she looked closely at the purplish-pink glowing light emitting beside one of the tent. She was surprised to see that it is the bones of mutant monsters that must piled up inside the Cecil Domain. The man beside her could not help but ask what those things are in the king's name. She told him that 2 months ago, the protagonist issued a warning to her father about the manor and mutants, but it didn't grab his attention. He told her they need to report it to the king. She agreed, but told him that with that, the situation would become even tougher. He asked if she was talking about the East and could not help but say that it is an absolute disaster. She closed her eyes and ended the conversation by not answering the man on her left-hand side. They finally got down from the ship, and there were many people standing outside to welcome them. The people started calling her a beauty goddess. Some said she looked even prettier than her portrait. But the protagonist focused was not on the presence of Holy Light, but on someone else there, which was the young lady standing beside the Princess of Holy Light because she's giving off a different color than every other person there. Amber immediately woke him up by asking him what he was looking at, or could his sense of aesthetic screwed. Amber continues saying that there is a beautiful princess, but he is not looking at her, but looking at the side. He told Amber that the lady at the side looked like someone he knew in his past life, so he took an extra glance. Looking at the young lady, he wondered if Amber or anyone else notice, or can none of them see the difference in the woman? The protagonist put his thoughts at the back of his mind and pulled out his sword, holding it in front of himself. The clearing that him as the new Cecil Domain welcome to the princess, everyone bowed respectfully, but Amber is less concerned. The princess immediately say that it is a great honor for her to meet the hero of 700 years ago. She continue asking if she should speak with the protagonist in the manner of speaking with her elders. But he told her to speak like their equal. He continued saying that everyone should rest first, and it was not proper for them to stand outside and talk. The princess, listening to the protagonist's proposal on work, passed him saying that she would accept it. The protagonist on the other side looked at the young lady, saying that with his experience, he had never seen a being like that. He wondered if it could be an elemental being, and based on everyone's reaction, it seems that she looks normal to them. The princess told Mr. Kane to take their guards to rest, but the man tried to tell her something. She stopped him saying she have no need to worry for her safety in the domain of the founding Grand Duke, the protagonist. The princess introduced herself as Kane Laurent, the vice-captain of the First Royal Knight, and introduced the young lady as Shandy. The protagonist told Hetty to bring the craftsmen and soldiers to rest, and he would take them on a tour of the camp after that. Mr. Kane walked toward the protagonist and asked him what bones on the southern shore of the Whitewater River. The protagonist told him that those monsters wandered from the Gandor wastelands. They stopped them and found a fragment of Gandorian weapon. Mr. Kane could not help but scream impossible, saying that it has been 700 years since the manor on the Gandor wastelands appeared. And even if the most of they survive, it would be difficult for them to pass through the belt-shaped plain and the mountain of darkness, also the Grand Wall. He continued saying that it is impossible for the monster to reach there, or unless, but was interrupted by the protagonist who completed what he said. By saying that it is online, something went wrong with the Grand Wall, resulting to it being possible. The princess asked the protagonist if he is certain about it because they had never heard of any problem happening to the Grand Wall. The protagonist started telling the princess that he's very certain about it. He continued telling the princess that he investigated and the wall is still there, but it is deteriorating at a rate exceeding one's imagination. She told him that she would report it to her father once she returned and suggest that he immediately send envoy to contact the elves. The protagonist thanked her for her concern, but they currently do not have any plan to move the camp, and they have just warded off a mutant assault. The princess told him that she was curious since she heard that. She asked how they managed to ward off the monsters. He told her that half was luck, also saying that the monsters ran into a landslide as they made their way, and we are detected by his people. They asked for the rest of the plan. The protagonist told them to take it as the strength and wisdom of his old self. Immediately after he said that, he started laughing happily, while both Mr. Kane and the princess were confused. Amber told Rebecca that the protagonist could piss someone off just by talking, but she told Amber that the protagonist is saying the truth. When Amber heard this, she told Rebecca better that it might be the shamelessness from her family's tradition. Ragging in anger, Rebecca activated her fireball ability and attacked Amber, who was surprised. The protagonist could not help but be embarrassed because of the fight going on behind him and the princess. The princess told the protagonist that they have noted his decision and shall respect it, but if the situation got once, there was nothing they could do. When the protagonist heard this, he could not help but question what had happened. Mr. Kane took on the conversation, answering what the protagonist asked by saying that it is the eastern borders. His hand trembled, but he continued saying that their domain and the Typhoon Empire have reached the point of no return. Hay stopped without adding any more thing to the conversation. At night on the protagonist's house, the light inside was still on, and a voice could be heard thanking the princess and her people for coming from afar. And the future construction of the Cecil domain rely on all the craftsmen seated there for that day. So the protagonist raised his iron cup, saying that everyone should allow him to say once again that they are welcome to the new Cecil domain, with his hands still up and food lined up on the table. Everyone immediately raised up their own iron cup to cheer with the protagonist. The princess could not help but tell the protagonist that he just gave an inspiring speech and is indeed worth being Duke Gowan. The protagonist told her that he's not good at that, but she told him that he is too humble, so how is he not adept with rallying speeches? He told her that time has changed. Plus, those who escaped from the Gandor wastelands were all kin, so they were even closer to each other. But let them not talk about that, and try out the Cecil-style wine and the foods on the table. Although their current situation does not allow them to properly create the perfect drink, the family inherited brewing technique. And at this time, their camp can only produce liquor of such level and serve game meat. But Mr. Kane rejected the wine. The princess told the protagonist to excuse him because after hearing what he said, they knew the situation. The protagonist then remembered what Mr. Kane was telling him before about the Typhoon Empire, that both the Royal and the Typhoon Empire have most likely reached the point of no return. The protagonist could not help but ask if war has been declared between the two domains. Mr. Kane shaked his head, disagree with the protagonist, indicating that war has not yet been declared. But who knows if between 1 year the war they talked about would be finally declared. Because the relation on both sides is so bad that it is at tethering on the age of war, perhaps it will be within 1 year. Rebecca immediately said that they still need to face the manor tide. If the manor tide erupts, does Typhoon really think they'll escape it? The princess told everyone that in fact her father has already sent a warning to Typhoon. Warning them that a change is taking place in the Gandor wasteland, he advised them to put down their hatred and face the crisis together. But Typhoon unilaterally cut off the conversation, reinforcing their unit by 30,000. After that, there was no contact of them. Rebecca immediately said that it was not right, but the protagonist told her that it is random and understandable reaction. Because while should Typhoon believe when Anso says the manor tide is coming, to him they would wish for the manor tide to erupt in the middle of Anso. Amber could not help but ask if Typhoon thinks that the manor tide will only target Aniso. Question if they are not worried about their safety. The protagonist told them to think of it, if they thought of the existence of mutants before seeing them by themselves. So in Typhoon's eyes, they only see Anso's warning as an excuse to delay and prepare for war. He do not help but say that it has been 700 years, but humans are still a short-sighted race, and their mind are moulded by potential benefits. And to ensure their lifestyle and wealth, they would even abandon the southern area. The fear of death has long disappeared in their eyes. The princess placed her hands together and prayed that God of the Holy Light would forgive all the ignorant people. The protagonist told them that the Typhoon Empire's reaction is not quite right either, or rather, it's a little too forceful. Mr. Kane asked if the protagonist is saying that the Typhoon Empire will still declare war on them even when the manor tide is coming. The protagonist told him that even in Anso alone he was puzzled for a few months, which sealed the two people's mouth. And with all the things being said, he picked up his iron cup with red wine filled in it, placed it on his lips, saying that he's quite satisfied with the life in the new Cecil domain. Rebecca immediately say that the liveliness everyone exudes there stems from the casting aside their prejudice and living an even free life. Everyone started rejoicing, and some saying that the enjoyment is what their new camp need at the moment. The princess told the protagonist is that the camp is very lively, but it seems like it is missing some guidance of faith. She continues saying that when he took her to tour around their camp, she noticed that people seems to lack the atmosphere of faith. She told him not to misunderstand. She means that faith will not be a burden to the people, but he need to provide the strength and guidance. And if he's amendable to eat, would he consider allowing the Holy Light Church into his domain? In fact, Shandi was the one who led her into the right path, and her faith too deserves reverence. The protagonist told her that he's not doubting her faith, but adding more people to the camp means more feeding. The princess told the protagonist that it is not a problem, and if he's willing, she would build a Holy Light Church on his domain in her name. Also, she can guarantee that aside from the tithe giving, the church will not take a single penny from the land. She started praying again for God to teach them to treat men with benevolence and to guide and protect the mass with the power of holy light. The protagonist told her that he would consider it, but not now, and when his people require guidance in faith, he would welcome her. The princess told him that it was fine, telling him that's whenever he needs it, the Lord will watch over. The next morning, the protagonist told them that they were leaving early. He was even thinking of giving them a more detailed tour. But Mr. Kane told him that they have seen various development of the new Cecil domain, so they need to report the matter about the mutants and the Grand Wall. And the princess also had something to say, but she waved at the protagonist, telling him to come closer so that she would tell him what she has to say. He told him that it was just a question that she had, saying that she wants to know if he could satisfy her curiosity. Whispering in his ears, she asked him if he saw any gods while he was in the realm of the dead. The protagonist became speechless when he heard the silly question coming out from the mouth of the princess of Holy Light Domain. But she was looking at him with sparkling, innocent eyes, expecting him to say something very exciting about the gods of the dead. So he told her that maybe he wasn't fully dead back then, so the gods did not take him for a dead person and ignored him. She thanked him for answering her question, also saying that she would pray for him and his domain before the Lord. She finally turned and entered the ship as it started sailing away, as the protagonist and the others stood there bidding them farewell. The protagonist smiled as he watched the ship sailing away, also remembering the last conversation he had with the princess. The protagonist told the others that they should head back now that the princess and her people really left. He turned to Hetty, said that she has been meaning to ask him something since last night, right, so she should go ahead and say what she wants to know. She called him but stopped and started wondering whether to say one she wants to say or to forget about it. Hetty asked him why he refused Her Highness Veronica's aid in building a church in their domain. Because the priests of the Holy Night Chart have the ability to heal and also calm the heart of the people, and their domain needs such medical personnel. The protagonist questioned if she thinks that there are good intention behind that. But she told the protagonist that Princess Veronica is known to be honest and faithful, and she would not allow her ties to stay in her faith. But the protagonist told her that she may not do so, but it doesn't mean that others from her ties won't, like the two people she brought along. One is an inner court count of House Laurent of the East that was personally ennobled by the king, and the other is a priestess of the Grand Cathedral of Holy Light that never leaves Veronica's side. Amber said that she doesn't like the Church of the Holy Light. Rebecca asked if it is because she kept stealing stuff from them. Gandorian calendar year 1740 is when they found the mutant, most of that kept regenerating itself. That time, soldiers fighting the monster wondered what it is, so that decide to run away instead of killing it. As they fight the mutants, the soldier realized that his equipment is reaching its limit, so you need to finish the fight fast. He striked the mutant monster with his long sword, preparing to repeatedly attack the mutant. But to his surprise, his sword was already at its limit and broke into in front of the mutant monster. In a moment of despair, his life flashed in his eyes. He watched the mutant in shock and fear. The mutant monster grabbed him and lifted him up with one hand, but shock was still displayed in his eyes. He screamed out in pain and for help, but the mutant monster was still holding him tightly. The protagonist turned around and saw one of their teammates being hayed by the mutant monster. He rushed toward the mutant monster while pulling out his long sword from its sheath, preparing to attack the mutant monster and save his fellow teammate who is held by a monster. When he finally got to the position of the mutant muscle, he used his soul to slice it into two. And that is the protagonist when he is young. He asked the other mates to follow him closely because they must find a way to break through the mutants. The other soldiers said that he is fine, but it was hard to say for the other one lying on the floor. The protagonist told the man that he should let him take a look at the traumatized person. After taking a closed look at the person, he could not help but say that the person's situation looks very bad. The protagonist turned to Charlie to go and gather the priests so that they can ask them what is wrong with the person on the floor. A spear could be seen thrown toward one of the mutant beasts. It immediately exploded the head of the monster, but it continues flying around and slashing the mutant most of repeatedly. The weapon finally returned back to the thrower, who told the protagonist that knows. This person is known other than Charlene Morn. He told the protagonist that his hands are full. The protagonist asking if he wasn't free now, but he disagreed, saying that he's interested in talking to those god brothers. He continued asking the protagonist if he saw his spear thrust a moments ago. The protagonist told him that they need to break through the place before the monsters fully regenerate. Charlene told him that those old men have been acting strangely, so you should not blame him if there's something weird that would eat them. After the old man came open his mouth wide and screamed out Lord while placing in both of his hands together. Hay continued with his eyes wide open, saying that the Lord should forgive their ignorance and foolishness. Still kneeling down in front of one of the dead mutant monster, he begged that the Lord should not forsake them. Charlene told the protagonist that all of the old man they escaped with and now acting like this so strangely. And it is very scary to imagine. The protagonist went towards the old man, calling out to him. He continued saying that everyone there required his aid, so why wasn't he bestowing the gift of the god to them? But the man, still kneeling down and facing the sky, told the protagonist that he can't hear him. But the protagonist was confused and asked him what he can't hear. He told the protagonist that he can no longer hear the voice of the god like he usually do before, with tears streaming down his eyes. He asked if that means their divine art is useless without the voice of their god, asking what he has to do with their survival. The old man told him that he could still use his divine art, but its effort would be slightly diminished. So losing the guidance of the Lord means they were being forsaken, and there was nothing he could do. So nothing matters anymore. After hearing this, the protagonist became angry and pissed off. He angrily stretched out his hand towards the old man, who was still kneeling down on the ground. Grabbing the man on his neck collar, he angrily told the man to look around him. He continued saying that when the old man was quibbling nonsense, many men has fallen around him. He asked if the man will allow them to perish like that, also saying that everyone knows that his divine hearts are critical in battle. That was why they all entrusted him with their hope, protecting him with everything they have so that he could continue healing the injured. But him, on the other hand, let them down, saying that he couldn't heal them because he couldn't hear the voice of the Lord. Charlene immediately told the protagonist to stop attacking the man with word. But the old man told him that without the grace of God, they are doomed. After hearing this, the protagonist let the go of the man. He turned around, leaving, while telling the man that before talking about God, he should try being a man first. He continued asking him how a men who has forsaken their humanity desire the grace of God. The old man was surprised when he had what the protagonist said, and that got him thinking. Charlene apologized to the man, telling him that the protagonist joined them recently and his youth makes him impulsive. But before the protagonist could leave, the old man who is behind him told him to stop. The old man asked him who he is, an accent if you knew how stressful the texture he had made to the clergy of the Grand Cathedral. But the protonvary told him that says he is using against him, that means he had returned to being human, so he should continue leading them out of the wasteland. But as for him, he's just a trainee knight, so they should not pay him not to mind. Back to the present, based on Go and Cecil's memories, the breakthrough operation was successful. Although the manor tide caused the destruction of the Empire of Gandor, the survivors programmed and formed a new nation. But what concerned him is that even though there were plenty of faith in the world, not a single clergyman could commune with their gods. And the communing with God actually refers to the murmurings a faithful devotee could hear at times when they pray, all perform holy deeds. The murmurs of a god from a mental imprint in the mind of devotees caused them to get closer towards the Spirit of God, granting them even power. Aside from the clergymen, there was no new people who could master any divine art in that year, even the newborns. But thankfully, the divine art mastered by the clergymen before the manor tide, we are still effective, preventing the collapse of the faith. The clergymen made a secret meeting and faked the divine art. In the peak of the ancestors, the god finally gave a new oracle after an attempt to commune with them. None that 700 years has passed the friendship agreement between the countries built by Survivor is no longer there. He wondered if someone would dare to claim supremacy of their gods above, all else under such circumstances. Why did protagonist was dipping taut Amber stood beside him watching him closely and wondering what he's thinking about. The protagonist told her that he was just thinking about the meaning behind Veronica's word. She told the protagonist to stop thinking and that Veronica probably misspoke, plus you really rejected her suggestion. When did protagonist had what she say he knows I'm thinking deeply about what she said? He then turned around facing another direction and telling Amber that what she said made sense. Amber became so excited, turned into Rebecca and told her that even after what she said to the protagonist, he didn't get angry with her. Even in the middle of the night he was still thinking. He could not help but wonder if he was overthinking things. Perhaps the news verenaging abroad from the east just made him excitedly nervous. Opening one of the drawer, you could not help but say that Amber is right. There was no use overthinking things. He brought out the construction of the camp that is not fully complete, so it was far too early to build a church. The most important thing now is to complete their current projects, which was drawn in the map he spread on the table. He started calling Betty, who was sleeping on a bed beside him. She slowly opened her eyes, still sleepy. She woke up and turned to the protagonist to know why he woke her up from sleep in the middle of the night. He told her to call Rebecca and Hetty and tell them that he has something interesting for them to have a look at. Amber appeared beside the protagonist asking him what he drew on the scroll, saying that she doesn't understand it. The protagonist told Amber that it is a power mechanism, but she was busy trying to steal the stamp on his table. He continues saying that in theory, it is a mechanism that can continuously operate as long as there is an energy source. You told her that he is not done with designing it yet, but they not realize that Amber's attention was not on him, but on something else. Immediately, she took the stamp. The protagonist grabbed it from her, telling her not to touch. Amber asked if he meant those magical puppets driven by their mental cores. The protagonist told her it's another thing, an even more basic equipment piece and value exceed those magic puppets. But sadly, it still lacks its most critical part, which is the part with boiling water. He can't recreate the steam machine invented on Earth because they fundamental physics in that place doesn't allow for the boiling of water. In his homeland, industrial mass production destroyed the low production model of the cottage industry. And thundering machine LED humanity to move beyond the ground, entering the space age. It could move mountain and is stronger than any single human. It is much more accurate, efficient, and knows not fatigue. All those characteristics beyond a human, yet there are exemplify humanities through strength. Amber's eyes softened. The protagonist continued saying that it is the power of thoughts and creation while looking at Amber. But the protagonist was suddenly called by someone outside the tent. Both him and Amber turned to the direction of the door. Soon after, Rebecca and Hetty came in and asking why the protagonist was looking for them. The protagonist told them to come forward and have a look at the thing that is drew on the scroll. Rebecca saw so many wheels and connection bars and asked the protagonist if it is a watermill. The protagonist told her that it is a type of machine that can use the most basic magical unit to operate and can provide reliable power. He told her to take a look at the connecting bars and wheels, pointing that the structure there is a crankshaft, and it allowed repeated motion in a straight line to convert manually with the spinning wheels. Rebecca immediately told him to hand it over. Rebecca placed the scroll on top of the table and started studying the drawing on the scroll. After studying it for so long, she found out that the drawing there is a place that there is a problem with the drawing, which is the place the protagonist circled cancel, and that is the power energy source. The protagonist agreed, saying that he wants the piston inside the container to move, but she doesn't have to be limited by his thoughts. But you told him that perhaps they could carve a miniature hurricane matrix inside it to produce powerful winds. Hetty told them that it doesn't seem realistic. The hurricane matrix is too complex, and it draws very limited air current in an enclosed space. She continued saying that a manor shaper's hand to move it is simple enough, but it doesn't have a corresponding matrix. Also saying that it is weird to have a manor shaper's hand pushing inside the machine. Rebecca could not help but say that perhaps they don't need to use air or don't even need the air tank. She immediately asked Hetty if she remembers that she had a spell that she couldn't master no matter what she did. Rebecca told her that it is one of a trick, where she will draw a runes inside a glove and got spanked by her father. The protagonist asked Hetty if she has always talked about those embarrassing things, also saying that she is a very brave child. Rebecca immediately remembered the trick, saying that it is the replusion first trick after being called a brave child. and a trick is a basic technique that even a trainee mage could be able to cast. For example, the dyeing spell. It could dye a target's hair into random colors. And aside from dyeing someone's hair, there is no damage at all, and it would only last 2 hours at most. And the model of those trick and so simple that a young child could understand. But its usage is very singular, much like preschool education. However, if someone was unable to even master the tricks, then it would be extremely embarrassing. And Rebecca is one of the people who couldn't master it. Replusion is one of the precursors for force field magics and a variant of the trick mind shift. Hetty agreed, saying that many magical traps like the automatic door for floor trap are powered by replusion magic. However, no one have ever thought of using those forced to power standard machinery. And if they only need the repulsive matrix, they can get rid of the air tank, leaving a protective cover to prevent foreign objects from falling. Hetty tell them that they could carve the matrix on one side of the base for it to propel the piston, questioning and how the propelled piston would return to its position. The protagonist pointed at the flywheel, saying that it's connected to the crankshaft and the piston. It would spin, pushing the piston back to its original spot. Hetty immediately said that when the piston returned to its original spot, the repulsion matrix will also cancel out the useful force. The protagonist told her that it was time for them to use the runic trigger to control the connection and disconnection of the matrix so that it doesn't do useless work. So Hetty asked how they would control it, because the flywheel will spin very big, and so will the piston, and they would need a very high-level rune. Rebecca suggested they tie the trigger onto the piston, so when the piston approaches its base, it will connected, and when the piston is pushed away, it will disconnected. Then it will be pushed away as soon as it closes in. She suddenly stopped, and so the protagonist and Hetty looking at her. Seeing how seriously they were looking at her, she could not help but nervously asked if she said something wrong. Hetty immediately praised her, saying that it was a brilliant idea because she could think of nothing more. Also saying that you could place another repulsion matrix on the other end of the power mechanism. That way it would receive twice the force increase in every repeated motion. The protagonist told them that is also not the best idea either, because it means that it could only connect for a brief moment in every operation. He started explaining that they could place it on the shaft and allow the two matrices on both ends of the piston to be controlled by the trigger. That is to say, when they flywheel spin halfway. The runes will be inside the inner part of the first matrix, and when it reaches the other half of the circle, it will connect to a different matrix. Rebecca immediately felt like she was not smart enough and proceeded to calling herself the dumbest when she had what the protagonist said. The protagonist told that she is not dumb because the replusion matrix is her ID and he and Hetty only improved its basis. But Rebecca told him that he was the one who came up with the machine and also had a better idea. The protagonist told that without her inspiration, the blueprint would forever stay as one and the idea will remain an idea forever. He told her that she is amazing, but she could not help but ask the protagonist if he really meant what he said. Both the protagonist and Hetty smiled, saying that she really is an amazing child. Hetty then called the protagonist and told him that their project is brand new, so he has the right to give it a name. The protagonist looked at the drawing on the scroll and thinking of what to call it. Finally, he said he would call it the Mana Engine. After discussing about that, the protagonist started scrubbing another thing on a new scroll and looked very serious and focused on what he was drawing on the scroll in order to make no unnecessary mistake. As is scribbled on the scroll, he passed from time to time to check what he had drawn and what he hasn't. The three girls were in front of his table, waiting to see what he had been scribbling on this scroll. Finally, he told him he was done. He called it a second-generation machine blueprint. On the scroll lay a circle machine that has fan at the top. Amber could not help but ask the protagonist what was actually inside his brain for drawing such a thing. But Rebecca raised up her staff and attacked Amber, telling her not to insult her ancestor. After fighting with Amber, Rebecca asked the protagonist what must inside his brain the exact question Amber asked. Soon after she asked that she bow down her and apologized to the protagonist, saying that she spoke without thinking again. Amber on the other side told the protagonist that he hasn't even finished talking about the first generation blueprint and he's talking about the second generation. She continued saying that whether it is the principle or structure, they don't look anything alike, and he probably had a bunch of draft in his head. The protagonist became surprised when he had Amber say what was actually in his mind. But he told her that they are just rough ideas, and its principle is actually very simple. Hetty agreed, saying that it is indeed simpler and, in theory, very feasible, however it won't be easy to make it. She started the problem, so the protagonist told her that they should increase its diameter and increase the distance of each repulsion point. But she told him that rather than distance in them, they should increase the anti-magic structure between the matrices to shield them from interference. The protagonist knew that the cheapest one are precious material used inside magic materials. If they were to use them, the price would be horrifying. The protagonist then told them that they should just slowly study it and consider it an accumulation of techniques. But first, they need to finish the piston-type prototype and hand them over to Hammer. And his apprentices, they could be able to make them by hand. He also told them not to worry about the cost of the prototype. They agreed and saying they would leave first. He then turned to Betty, telling her to put away those blueprints he was holding in his hand. He continues saying that he will send a carpenter to make for her a small writing table. I need to be sent to her tent in the evening. Together with some writing materials, when she heard that, she started trembling. She immediately bowed down till her head was almost reaching to the ground and thanked the protagonist, saying that he's the greatest. Amber, who was beside the protagonist and saw all this happen, said that she found it weird. She continued questioning if the protagonist have a fetish that revolves around someone like Rebecca. Climbing on top of the table, she placed both of her hand on her waist, saying that nobles likes putting their hand on their maids. The protagonist is immediately pulled her by her ears and asked her what she is talking about while she whines in pain. The protagonist continues saying that he likes the fact that Rebecca drives to learn and improve herself, so Amber should clean her mind a little bit. But Amber, with her hand, saying that the protagonist already told her that her mind is clean most of the times. The protagonist started explaining what he meant by that when he saw that she misunderstood him. He told her that her mind is clean and empty with no knowledge or skill to speak of up there. Amber, realizing that all those while the protagonist was not praising her, she could not help but questioned him. But the protagonist told that to move out of the way, she asked if he was going to get a good grub. Then he should get some for her. He told her that he's going to speak with the big iron ball because it has copped itself up in the tent for so long, so it would be willing to speak with him. She immediately turned and started living, telling the protagonist to count her out. She wasn't going to meet the big iron ball, but the protagonist grabbed her at the back of her clothes, telling her that she was coming with him to meet the iron ball. Also saying that it was not the first time that she was saying she wasn't coming with him to meet the ball while still holding her at her clothes. But she activated her shadow skill, disappearing from the protagonist and saying that she would go and get grub from Betty so he should go by himself. Watching her disappear, the protagonist could not help but say that she call herself his bodyguard when she always leaves him behind. Inside the iron ball tent, the voice could be heard saying that it thought the protagonist had forgotten about it. It continued complaining that the one standing guard are those pig-brained soldier. The visitors is either an old man or the protagonist, or Hetty. It told the protagonist that it would have left in the morning if it wasn't for the promise it made. The protagonist told it that he came to have a proper talk, but he wants to ascertain something first. He asked the big iron ball if it was someone or sphere from another world. On hearing the protagonist's question, the big iron ball fell silent, not answering the question immediately. The ball told the protagonist that it was him who brought it back, but the protagonist told the ball that that is not what he asked. The protagonist continued saying that the ball must have come from a very far place, and it could think, talk, and control magic metal. The ball told the protagonist that he's ignorant. It continued asking the protagonist how many things he had seen in life. The protagonist knew that the ball is right, because only a few high nobles or great knights are giving the luxury of casting their gaze to the outside one. The rest mostly live with their eyes blinkered, but he's different because he is not blinkered. The protagonist told the ball that he had watched the world evolve for countless years, but those carbon life forms will not give birth to an alloy sphere. The protagonist stretched his hand towards the ball, but the ball panicked and asked the protagonist what he's doing. It continued saying that the protagonist is just a little too different compared to all of the other living being in that world, saying that there are some of the things that the protagonist does wants others to know, so he can only tell it. Both the protagonist and the big iron ball spell silence for a few seconds. The iron ball shaked away the sweat on its shell and told the protagonist that it doesn't want him to know its secret. But the protagonist mind and looked at it where they asking it where it came from. He continued asking how the ball ended up in that world, also questioning how long it has been there. The ball told the protagonist that it didn't know what he means. also saying that the protagonist mind is running little wild. The protagonist told it that he understands what it is doing, but the ball's shape doesn't allow it to keep things under wraps. The protagonist asked if that druid, Piedmont, tell it that he was resurrected from the glorious age of the previous civilization. He continued saying that the ball's secrets may not be as important as it thinks, and it also had nowhere to go, because on the other side of the mountain is a wasteland filled with monsters that it saw 2 days ago. And if it went north, 99% of the people there are even more stubborn, extreme, supervision, and unreasonable than he is. As for him, he wants to have a proper conversation with the ball to satisfy his curiosity and find a way to help it. And the Cecil domain is the only place it could stay, so why not be friends with them? If it head to south, he can't guarantee if it could come back alive. The protagonist was about to add more things, but the iron ball interrupted him, saying that it doesn't remember either. This surprised the protagonist. You can't believe that the big iron ball could not remember anything. It told the protagonist it could not remember where it was from or how he got there. Also saying that the protagonist was right in saying that it came from a very far place. Controlling the sword beside it, it continued saying that the distance is beyond one's imagination. It told the protagonist that people developed the concept of planets and universe 1,000 years ago. Then it got straight to the point, saying that time people studied it, also discussing if it came from other planets and if it said that his planet distance further than a galactic unit. It had no idea how many universe stand between that world and the world it was from, and the forgetting of its memories due to the crossover. The protagonist remained it that its head it didn't remember what his homeland looked like, so how was it sure it crossed the dimension of the universe? It told the protagonist that although it lost his memory, but he haven't lost his sense, the law of physics in that place are different from his own universe. The protagonist could not help but think that having a partner who had crossed over like him is really exciting. He continued saying that even though it was just a ball while looking at the ball who used 2 swords to make hands for itself. The protagonist questioned if it was sure it crossed universes, or have it considered that the law of physics are perhaps unbalanced. The iron ball told the protagonist that it had already considered those things, but it impossible. The protagonist was surprised when he had the ball's explanation and how it realized that it was no longer in its universe, but in another universe. It continued saying that talking to humans isn't easy at all because it has to explain a lot of things. Everyone there is both ignorant and arrogant at the same time. Forgetting about the universe, even the gaggle won't understand what an atmosphere is. But it was fine because you already found someone he could be able to talk to, which is the protagonist, and the protagonist also agreed. It told protagonist as there works around the camp that the guards standing around don't even know what a magnetic field or the atmosphere is. The protagonist told it that the word encountered a massive catastrophe, so the fact that they survived, they really can't ask for more. But the iron ball told the protagonist that it feels like the surviving carbon beings of his civilization are all weirdos. It continued saying that Druid Piedmont is not okay because he talked about one thing for 2 days and advised it to admit it was a dragon egg. It went on saying that Hetty comes with strange arcane tools to work on it. She even tried to persuade it to allow her scrape some reside of it for study. It told the protagonist that she's scared. It also saying that Hetty is insane as those mages from before. The protagonist told the ball that Hetty is his granddaughter, so the world told him to educate her properly or she would go insane. The protagonist changed the conversation, asking the ball how long he has been in that world and how many years he was there before he was captured by mages. The protagonist was told that the creature was caught and learned human language in the lab. The protagonist asked if those mages never found out that it was a living being. When it heard the protagonist question, it blushed and said that it was extremely careful when it comes to that. It said that when it arrived in that world, he used rock and met out to create a protective shell around it and the living no sign of life. A mage discovered the object and brought it to the lab after observing peculiar occurrences, leading them to conclude that it is an ancient artifact. After their first stage of studying it, they prepared to cut it open. An order came that they were not allowed to take any local test sample on it. The protagonist told it that they suddenly got an order to leave the facility and leave all their samples behind. The ball asked the protagonist what was wrong when he repeated what it had said about the order and leaving the facility behind. The protagonist remembered that he investigated the abandoned site and it was empty and there was no sample left behind. But the ball told the protagonist that although he doesn't know why, but he saw something when they moved it between labs. It saw something that looks inhuman, but he knew that it was once human. It suspects that they were the result of human experiments. The protagonist was surprised when he had human experimentation, so he asked what the traits of those experiment subjects are. It told the protagonist that they were slightly taller than a human, aside from the deformation of their limbs. Their body had crystal-like things growing out of every part of their bodies. It was like they were growing straight from biological tissue. And one of the researchers said something like divine evil. The protagonist was surprised when he had divine evil. The sphere sensed the protagonist's worry and assured him that they were subjects of research from 1,000 years ago. The protagonist told the ball that he is worried that they didn't take all the test subjects away. The ball warned him to be cautious if he intends on searching for it, as his camp cannot comb the entire area. The protagonist agreed, saying that he would be careful and he would do what he can and leave what he can't. He went on to ask the ball how it would introduce itself now that it has stepped outside the tent. And the iron ball told the protagon is that it would call himself Saint Nicholas Egg. The protagon is introduced the ball as a magic device that contains an ancient soul, also saying that it decided to join them and build a new home. The ball could not help but say that the protagonist is smart. With what he said, no one will dare to have weird intention toward it. Hetty suddenly worked towards the protagonist. When the ball saw her, it quickly sneaked away, distancing itself from her. Hetty asked the protagonist if it was all right to let the sphere fly around in the camp like it is doing at that moment. The protagonist asked that if she was worried it would cause trouble in the camp, but she disagreed. The protagonist listened as the heroine expressed her concern about the druid's curiosity potentially disrupting the work of others. The protagonist told her that it is just a flying metal ball, not a dragon, so everyone will get used to it sooner or later. He also told her to keep her thoughts about studying it under leash. Studying it would cause the trust they're painstakingly built to vanish. She lowered her eyesight, agree with what he said, saying that her thought would only remain as such. She told him she heard that he had Sir Philip form an exploration squad. She asked if he wants to look for dangerous things inside the ruins. The protagonist apprised her of his request for Philip to probe the upper echelon of the ruins, deeming it unwise for it to languish in such a state. She asked him if he meant they could make use of it, all the main entrance hall of the room along the corridors. But the protagonist told her that they should talk about the document, because on the document there are 15 official craftsmen. He pulled out a document, Gianni Piero, a level 4 runesmith, and she's the highest level in the team, but it is likely a result of the king's generosity. But Hetty told the protagonist that runesmith cannot be considered a spellcaster, and the protagonist questioned if she thinks including a level 4 runesmith is insulting to their intelligence. The protagonist that she has no intention of looking down on the person, but if Rebecca to put her mind into it, she would be stronger than that runesmith. She continued, saying that the runesmith is merely to make up the numbers, and the Majesty best him no sincerity at all. But the protagonist told her that it shouldn't be Francis, but it is the intention. He told her that the king needs to consider how he treats him, and he won't provide too much support to Cecil's land reclamation. And under such circumstances, they would not allow a team of elite and valuable craftsmen to come to his place. Hetty clenched her fist in anger, calling the Majesty narrow-minded and greedy capital nobles. She continued, saying that House Cecil has no intention to fight against them for benefit, yet there is expend so much effort to ruin them. The important on our head to calm her anger down and told her that that was how the nobility operates. He continued, saying that if she found it difficult to accept, that means she is not fit to be a noble, and of course, he was not fit either. Finally, she calmed down and raised her head up, looking at the protagonist, and asked him about the list. The protagonist told her that he would of course accept all the craftsmen and spellcaster that they had sent to him, and he also wanted to see the runesmith named Gianni Piero, because there is one line on her profile that piqued his interest. Hetty collected the document from the protagonist and asking him which line had piqued his interest. She read through the documents, and the name of the girl is Gianni Piero, and her maid level is apprentice. It is none other than a beautiful young girl who had a scar on one side of her face. The protagonist and Hetty arrived at Gianni Piero's house and opened the door. She was surprised when she saw them, and also terrified that her mouth opened wide, but no sound could be heard coming out from it. The protagonist mined and asks her if she wasn't going to invite them into her house. Immediately after she had this, she immediately gave a side gesture that they should come into her home. She then went straight to the point, saying that for him to come personally, She asked if there's something he needs. Not in a rush to answer, the protagonist looked around at the table and the stuff kept on top of it, also checking out the books that the young lady had kept on top of her table. He then turned to her and answered, telling her that he was there only to have a look. He asked her if she was satisfied with the life there. She immediately answered, saying that she is very satisfied, also adding that it was far more better than she had imagined. She won the chair to get it for the protagonist to sit down, but he asked her what she was imagining. She kept the chair in front of the protagonist so that he would be able to sit down. Then they will continue that discussion. She didn't answer, saying that she had thought it would have been a little hard when she came to the Cecil domain. Passing the seats to him, she told him she never thought that so many houses would have already been built and also a dock to receive goods from Tanza. The protagonist sat down on the chair and told them that it was because everyone in the camp worked hard. He also told her that he had seen towns built in a span of a month, while saying in his mind that it is on Earth. But Jani told him if he means the Empire of Gandor 700 years ago. The protagonist told her not to worry because the kiln is already built, and once there are enough brick, he will get his people moving to brick houses. Because of her expression, the protagonist asked her if anything was wrong. She told him that she's fine. He then told her that the main reason he came was to learn about how the resettlement had been, and to understand if guests from afar would require anything else. Also, to learn about her. Jani was surprised when she had the one to learn about her, so he asked the protagonist in what aspect. Hetty told her that they had gone through her profile, and she is a level 4 runesmith, but her maid level remains an apprentice. She immediately apologized, saying that she does not mean to deceive anyone, also saying that she would suffer whatever punishment they gave. She continued saying that she knows that being taken as an intermediate level mage despite being an apprentice is bad. But before she would continue saying more about how wrong she is, the protagonist asked how she did it. He told her that he wants to know how she accomplished that, and that surprised Jani. He continued asking her how she completed the basic runesmith education as an apprentice. Not giving her time to answer, he continued asking her if she could sense the mana of multiple runes at the same time. Also questioning if she could perform the mana tuning on a rune, but her eyes lowered in sadness. Biting onto her lower lips, she remembered how she got what the protagonist asked, which saddened her more. Putting her side sadness at the back of her mind, she told the protagonist that it is luck. The protagonist was surprised when he had her said that it was only luck that led her to her achievement. She told him that her instance is sharp and she could always find the correct rune arrangements. And he should know that arrangement of runes most followed certain rules. One has to have enough experience in a sharp institution. But the protagonist interrupted her, saying that if it was just by luck alone, she would have perished in an accident long before she could gain enough experience. He continued saying that although he might be a knight, but he knows about the basic rules of magic. All else, she know all the rules and combination of all the runes, which is impossible for a human. He didn't turn to her, tell her to raise her head up and tell him the truth, how she achieved it. He told her that if she was unable to perform sensing and tuning, how would she know the position of each rune and its effect? But she didn't answer and was still bowing her head, so the protagonist called her again. The protagonist, Hetty and Jani, stared at each other as the tension in the room rose because of the silence. Hetty was the first to close her eyes after feeling the tension in everyone. She sat at her chair, placing both of her hands on her laps, and watched in silence. Jani, who was previously called by the protagonist, finally raised up her head and looked at him. The protagonist became very speechless when he saw how nervous she is. She told the protagonist that there is a book she has returned that taught her. Leading them into her bedroom, the protagonist and Hetty followed behind. She went straight to her bed and removed one of the pillow on the bed and brought out the book. As she held the book on her hand and telling the protagonist something, he looked at the book from her back. The protagonist asked if it is really the book that helped her in her achievements. She agreed, so the protagonist collected the book from her hand to have a look on what is written inside it. He was surprised with all the things he saw that were written inside the small book that Johnny gave him. Not stopping, he continued reading all the information written on the book with his sharp sense. All the documented information he saw surprised him, and all the letters flashed on his brain. His eyes could sharply notice each and every letter on the information written on the book, and his hand never stopped flipping the book and getting more information. He continued flipping the book, and finally the protagonist could see the end of the book. But before he could reach the ending of the book, his eyes caught sight of a small paper. And on the paper, he saw he equals sign 1.66, so he stopped to take a look. Then he turned and asked Johnny in surprise if she was the one who came up with all those things. C disagreed, saying that it is not all of them, and she only wrote part of the notebook. But the rest of the notebook is a legacy of predecessors. The protagonist agreed, saying that there are at least 4 different handwriting on the notebook. He then turned to Hetty and asked her if she had the wild mage's notebook with her. She agreed and brought it out, saying that she was studying it theories about runes in the past 2 days. The protagonist could not help but think that the first quarter of the notebook has the same handwriting as the wild mage's notebook. Yanni asked if the protagonist meant he knew the owner of the notebook. The protagonist told her that he had met the person before, and since she has the book, she must have also met him. She told the protagonist that it already exchanged hand 3 times by the time she got it. She excitedly asked the protagonist where the owner is, since he had met the person before. He told her that the person is dead, and the notebook he has is his only legacy, including the one she has. Yanni immediately became sad when she heard that, while lowering her eyes to the ground. The protagonist told her she said the book has exchanged hand thrice, so where are the previous owner? He also asked if she could contact them, but she told him that they are all dead. The second owner died during an adventure, and the third owner, the one before her, was Mr. Ravencroy's, and he died in a mission assigned by their master. And the constant E=sign 1.66 is his legacy before he went on the mission. As for the first author of the notebook, he sold the book at a low price to an ancestral mage to fund his travel. And the second owner, he left word on the notebook, stating that he hoped the book would help him discover the truth of the world. But unfortunately, he died during his adventure. In the end, the notebook ended up in her master's possession. So the notebook was picked up by Mr. Ravencroy's from a pile of trash outside the Mage Tower. As for her, she only came to know Mr. Ravencroy's a few years later. She continued saying that she wasn't selected as a mage attendant when she entered the Mage Tower while trembling. She also said that the reason why she entered the Mage Tower was because her hometown suffered famine. That time her family were about to starve to death, so they decided to sell one of the children to a person mage in exchange for food. They drew lots to decide, and of course she was the one selected to be sold. The passing mage took her, and the stick used to play the draw fell on the ground. Her family sold her for 2 sacks of grain to the passing mage, but she doesn't hate them. After all, it was the only way for the rest of the family to survive. That was how she separated with her family. She watched as the carriage moved further away. And she believed that everything she did was just for her family's survival. But even though it was just for her family, it still hurt so much, so she cried. Because she knew she was taken to the Mage Tower as an experiment subject. But she had no idea what awaited her, and she was not alone, but was with other sold children. And every few days in the Mage Tower, a child would be taken away. Some comes back alive, and some did not. But even those children who did return were manic and weakened. And even though all this happened, she had never thought of escaping the Mage Tower even once. Because someone told her not to run away, or she would face consequences scarier than death. And that was the only person who made her have a little bit of hope. He was none other than Mr. Ravencroy's, who always smiled at her, even though he couldn't bring her out. He would bring some hot meal and also comforts her to eat it while it is still hot. She eats the food while he stood beside her and watched her eat peacefully, and it puts a smile on his face. He would tell her to eat faster because the food won't taste good if it turns cold. But she asked Mr. Ravencroy's if it was her turn to get experimented on. He told her that it will be all right and that everything would be over soon, and she sobbed. After she finished eating, he told her to follow him as they passed by the cells. There she could see manicked children. She walked and they made weird noise, and it made her feel nervous. They finally got in front of a huge door, and Mr. Ravencroy's told her that they have arrived. He opened the door and told his master, Willem, he have brought the text subject over. And his master told Jenny to get onto the formation that is in the middle of the chamber. She nervously looked at Mr. Ravencroy's as if questioning if she should obey, and he nodded his head at her, indicating that she should obey the master. She walked towards the circle magic formation in the middle of the chamber. Immediately she got into formation. It activated and surprised her. Even the master, Willem, was surprised to see that the formation activated and glowed green. As she stood in the middle of the formation, it started circling toward her and a crackle sound could be heard. She was suddenly struck by a lightning that came out of nowhere inside the chamber. She had one side of her face and screamed out in pain, with tears dripping down from her face. The master then told Ravencroy's that he should not take her back to the dungeon, but send her to the apprentice hut instead. He continued saying that it is because she is no longer a test subject, also no longer a mere object lacking a name, saying that from now onward he would call her Piero, but she was still trembling in the ground. also reminding that he had exchanged 2 sacks of grain for her, but blood were flowing from Janny's face. That was how she grew up with Mr. Ravenkreutz, who took care of her when it comes to feeding or any other thing. She told him that he doesn't need to share his food with her because he used to take care of himself too. Even though an apprentice's food isn't better by much, she told him that it still tastes pretty good. But he told her that she was joining the tower evaluation, so she should eat more to perform better. She told him that their master already knows that she's a waste of space because she had weak sense of magic. And tomorrow's evaluation probably be a show. But the young man told her that she should not worry, because even if she can't pass, their master will still allow her to live as a mage apprentice just like him. But you should remember not to drink the enchantment portion the master would give her, because it can forcefully push her into becoming a level 1 maid, but the process is extremely painful, and many people have died during the enchantment process. And even if it is successful, she will be stuck at level 1 mage. He brought out an enchantment book and told her that he wants her to continue to decipher the notebook with him. He told her that he drank the potion and his life is at an end, but he can no longer take any step forward as a mage. And she is his last hope, and the only hope for the concept of mathematics. So let them use mathematics and logic to control those runes. Perhaps if they could do it, the master would change his opinion, and there would be more hopeful their studies. So she continued writing an enchantment on the floor. And their master, Willem, stared at her as she scribbled something on the papers laid on the floor. Without looking up, but eye environment, she continued writing down all the things she had learned on forming a formation. After writing everything down, she started reading each of them to know if there was any mistake in her formation. After not noticing any mistake on the formation, she whipped off the sweat and her forehead and told the master that she is done. It was now time for her to activate the formation to know if it actually works. After activating the formation, the papers that were on the floor started glowing a golden color. Both her and Mr. Ravenkreutz were looking at the papers and the formation with hope that it works, but they failed to notice that their master's expression is not that good. Finally, all the papers on the floor flew up into the sky, glowing a golden color, and the formation was fully activated. Janny rejoiced, screaming that it works while looking up into the sky where all the papers now lined up. She immediately turned with excitement, telling her master that the formation actually worked. But before she could continue, her master attacked her with his lightning bolt. This surprised both her and Mr. Ravenkreutz because they had no idea why he attacked her. The master then walked towards the two of them and asked Janny who taught her that technique. He stood before them and told them to speak up and tell him who taught them those things. But none of them said a word, so he immediately screamed out in anger, asking them the same question again. Janny started trembling but answered saying that no one had taught her. But their master's eyes caught sight of the notebook beside Janny. Janny followed his line of sight and saw that he was looking at the notebook beside her. She immediately rushed toward the book to hide it before her master could take it. But her master Willem is way faster than she thought because the book is already in his hand. When he took the book, he concluded that it is the book, the ramblings of a weak mage that bewitched the two people. And for him as the master to prevent them and anyone else from the bewitching thing, he decided to destroy it, because only after it disappeared from the world would they not get bewitched. Janny and Mr. Ravenkreutz were surprised when they heard he wants to destroy the book. The master brought his fire magic power close to the book, ready to burn it, but was called by Ravenkreutz. He stood up in front of Johnny, ready to defend himself and Johnny against his master, which surprised Johnny. He told his master that it was his fault because he was the one who had Janny try the lowly trick that sullied his tower. He continued saying that if the master seeked to punish someone, then that person should be him. He pleaded that the master should give him a chance and allow them to create the runes in array using the method in the notebook. And if it works, then the results are all belong to his masters. But if they failed, then he would lose 2 experiments objects. Deactivate in his ability the masters said that never expected that the book would bewitch the two of them. He threw the book at them, saying that since they are confident, they should use their way to prove to him that they can create a high-level rune. They started rejoicing, but their master agreed. But he stopped their excitement by saying that he had something to say. He told them that the research of a person incapable is ridiculous, just as a serf's trying to guess the royal menu. And them on the other side plan to use those calculation formula to predict their power, which is impossible. After listening to their master's explanation, Janny and Ravenkreutz fell silent. But when their master started leaving, the both of them continued rejoicing. He suddenly stopped and said he forgot something and was almost fooled by the two of them. He told them that the act of tomfoolery in the tower requires punishment. He wondered how he should punish the two people who were kneeling on the floor. And it just so happened that he is lacking some human and soul components for his experiments. Activating his thunderbolt, he told them to allow him to take some of their soul. Move on? But before the thunderbolts could strike Janny, Ravencroyce used his body to block the attack. Janny, who was expecting the thunderbolt, was surprised when she saw Mr. Ravencroyce stand before her. She reached out her hands to stop him from taking the thunderbolt for her, but it was too late, because Ravencroyce is already standing firm, expecting the thunderbolt with no fear in his face. He was bathed with the thunderbolt, causing his body to disappear from sight. But his master did not care about his life or death, proceed to draw out some of his soul. Janny, seeing this, became scared, but their master cared less about them. Ravencroyce, whose soul was drawn out, fell on his knees to the ground. Janny rushed to Mr. Ravencroyce, who has fallen to the ground, with their master holding some of his soul in his hand. He left a word that 1 eye, 1/4 of Ravencroyce's soul, and 2 of his tendons is what he took. Since he is willing to pay the price for Janny, so it was fine by him. However, he should remember that that is the first of many prices he needs to pay. And next month, he needs to send someone to redeploy the runes around a manor well that went out of control. But Janny was crying silently, since Ravencroyce said that he could fit all the runes into his calculations. So he should deploy it then? Ravencroyce smiled. After that day, he bandaged his right eyes. When he was leaving to redeploy the runes, Janny asked him if it all right for him to leave. But Ravencroyce told her that she should remember the constant that they reached 2 days ago. She asked him if he meant the constant that affects the relation between magical materials. He agreed, saying that through many calculations, they know that the anti-interference ability and stability are determined by the arrangement of its runes. But unfortunately, they never had the opportunity to validate the closest result of the constant. Opening the dungeon, he told her that it is the best opportunity for him to text it out. Withdrawing his hand for the opened dungeon, he reached out his hand and touched her on her face, and told her that he unfortunately is the best person for the experiment. He then withdrew his hand from her face and start walking towards the dungeon entrance. Janny stretched out her hand, reaching out to him, unwilling to let him enter the dungeon. With pain in her voice, she called out to him, but he kept walking forward, not looking back. He only called her name, but still did not look back, so see the expression on her face. He continued telling her to remember that if he returned, the constant is E equals sign 1.29. Finally, inside the dungeon which glowed blue, he told her that if he doesn't return, then the constant is E equals sign 1.66, which is the pieces of note found inside the notebook. The protagonist became angry when he heard Janny's sad story, so slammed his hand on the table. Hetty, who had noticed the protagonist's mood, called him so that he would calm down. When the protagonist heard Hetty, he immediately tried to calm himself down. He then turned around and asked Janny what the name of her master is. Janny answered, saying that her master's name is William Bokken, while looking down. She continued saying that although he's a court mage, he's an influential figure in St. Sunil City. The protagonist repeated what she said about William Bokken being an honourable advisor of the Royal Mages Guild. The protagonist, Hetty, and Janny stood in front of the table while looking at the notebook. Hetty could not help but look at the protagonist together with Janny, who looked sad. She called Janny and asked her if she continued to study the contents of the notebook. Janny told her that she pretended to give up on the theories in the notebook, but she studied them in secret. Master thinks the research was nonsense, and he totally moved away from it, so she pretended she gave up with those theories. The protagonist told her that it is reason why he would never know the existence of constant E, because he made his judgment according to his impression without even looking into detail at any of the theories in the notebook. The protagonist told her that it is the mark of her master's foolishness. Not only did he not know what he was looking down upon, but he also had no idea the mistake he made and what he had missed out upon. The protagonist continued insulting the man, saying that he had never seen or heard of such an ignorant fool before. Janny told him that when she became a proficient runesmith, how much the wondered how she was able to calibrate the runes. It was only when all influential nobles started to build their team that her master suddenly looked for her. Hetty asked if it is William Bokken who repacked an apprentice level 4 runesmith as an intermediate level professional. Janny answered, saying that he probably just wanted to get rid of burden. After all, she's rebellious and talentless in his eyes. but reminded them that she's not the only exception, because there are hundreds of people also labeled as rebel and sent away. After all, they are people without status, a discarded burden, or people holding professional rank without the required skill. Hetty could not help but say that the nobles in the royal city are going too far. The protagonist could not help but say that him, on the other hand, is thanking all of those interfering noble houses. And also is thanking Janny's master because he would never realize what wealth they had let slip. Because rebels are what his land is at least afraid of. If it were those conservative folks with connection, he would have refused them. But Hetty told him that he doesn't need to console himself to that extent. But the protagonist asked her why she was becoming more like Rebecca. But he continued saying that she should forget about what he said and let the past be the past. And he turned to Janny, telling her that she had a new home, so she should cast aside all her previous fears and worries. He also told her that she could continue her research in the light of day and to her heart's content. Not only would he allow that, but he would also support her from then onward, and she could collect any material she wants from Hetty. But he had one request, so Janny looked at him, asked him what his request is. He told her to tidy up her research and turn it into a simple and understood theorem and formula. He also told her that his kin, Rebecca Cecil, is an extremely intelligent girl, so he would get the two of them to do the research. He hoped that they could turn all of those teaching materials into and understandable tools for many people to understand. Janny asked if he meant to nurture a large number of runesmiths like her. The protagonist told her he plans to make the content on the notebook a general knowledge for all spellcaster in his domain. So if she have time, she should make a copy of it, because knowledge is much more precious than the book itself. Janny agreed, saying that she would obey each and every other the protagonist gives. The protagonist student that he would take his leave first, and later he would introduce Rebecca to her. She watched the protagonist and Hetty left, and she became sad and looked down, remembering her sad past. And tears started dripping down from her face to the ground. She raised up her hand, reaching it toward her face, and said she found it strange because of the tears. Because it reminded her of Mr. Ravencroy's, she could not help but call his name. Touching the scars parts of her face, she could not help but ask why it hurts. She continued saying that she wasn't supposed to feel pain because it has been 5 years. Since Mr. Ravencroy died, she couldn't help but say that humans feel pain, with tears dripping down her face. She knelt down on the ground, still crying and holding in onto the notebook very tightly, calling out Mr. Ravencroy's name in sadness and also in anger of what happened in the past. And she voted that she would not let his debts be for nothing, still kneeling on the floor, on a seemingly cloudy weather with a bright sunny day. The protagonist and Hetty stood beside a tree and watched the sunset, Hetty saying how silent the protagonist is. She could not help but ask him if he is angry. Instead of answering, Hay saying an insultive word while slamming his hand on the tree beside him. Hetty, seeing how angry he is, she asked if he was referring to Janny's master. The protagonist agreed, saying that the thoughts of that man being the same race as he makes his stomach turn. Hetty agreed, saying that the mage, William Bokken, is an utter fool. Both Janny and Ravencroy both obtained visible results, but their master fully ignored the results. Hetty told the protagonist that that man is blind, but the protagonist disagreed with her. He told her that the man simply just adhered to how things operate at his level of perfection. He asked her why she thinks that William Bokken ignored the results Janny and Ravencroy obtained. Hetty asked if it is because Janny and Ravencroy's capabilities were poor and their research was not credible. The protagonist told her that the reason was because of Janny and Ravencroy's identity. He continued saying that there were slaves and were also serfs apprentice. So that was enough reason for him to see the two as something different from him. And the only thing he noticed was that his slaves defied his orders. Hetty asked if there should write a writ of protest to the king, and with his standard as a duke, the king will do something. But the protagonist disagree, saying that he dislikes protest because it is pointless. Since the people were already at his domain, the king would not be afraid of his protest. Hetty told him that it is because he observed all of the necessary rules and etiquettes, so no fault lies upon the king. The protagonist agreed, saying that the rules and etiquettes of the nobility, everyone knows about it. Holding onto the document very tightening, Hetty asked the protagonist about their matter then. Saying that she was trembling, he told her not to fear or think about it, because the rules and etiquettes won't protect them indefinitely, with a smile on his face. Rebecca, on the other hand, was writing something on the floor when she saw her feet. She turned to the direction of the leg and was shocked to see the protagonist standing behind her. The protagonist touched her hair and told her that you already gave her a set of writing tools. So why was she writing with a twig? She told him that she was practicing on the ground first before she would use the ink on a paper. The protagonist told her that the way she was holding the pen is wrong and that writing on a paper is different from writing on the ground. But she must practice how to hold the pen if she wants to get better at writing a paper. He instructed her how to hold the twig, telling her not to put so much strength into it. He also told her that it was all right if she wrote small because she had only just learned it, so she should take it slowly. Rebecca listened to each and every instruction of the protagonist and wrote down what you wanted on the ground. Raising both of our hands up, she rejoiced that she was finally finished in writing on the ground. Should I look at the words she scribbled on the ground, which meant Betty loves this place? So the protagonist asked her if she loves the place. She immediately agreed, loves it. Looking at how excited she is, he could not help but ask her why she know the place. She answered saying that everyone's saying that it because everyone at that place is very nice. She started listing the names of each and everyone in their camp who are nice, such as Philip and others. And the protagonist went on to ask her if everyone else like it as well as she do. She agreed, saying that after all they were done with the work of the day, and they said something. She stopped to think about how to put what they had said to the protagonist while scratching her head. She told him that they said he is powerful, honorable, noble, and a man of his word. He can also protect everyone on the battlefield. And more importantly, the protagonist had ensured that everyone is well fed. The protagonist could not help but look with emotion flashing through his eyes when he heard what she said. He could not help but say that getting people well fed is enough to gain their loyalty in that age. Putting his thoughts at the back of his mind, he asked Betty if she wants to go to school. But Betty looked at him with confusion and asked him what school meant. He told her that it is a place to learn how to read and write, and normal people can learn runes and magic there. But Betty seemed disheartened, saying that it was not meant for her because everyone says she's dumb. Then the protagonist asked her if she was willing to learn, and she agreed immediately with a yes. But Betty asked the protagonist what's going to cook, and he told that if she is willing to learn, then she could make time. But there's only had a jingle bell, so she stood up and told the protagonist that she is going to cook. As she was leaving, she turned and waved to the protagonist goodbye. Watching her leave, the protagonist could not help but sigh, and suddenly turned to a particular direction and told the person hiding there to come out. He also went on to ask the person how long he was planning to hide there, and it turned out to be Amber. Amber asked the protagonist when he found out that she was hiding there. The protagonist told her that it is the moment she learned on a pillar there and made face at him. He also asked if she thinks Knight's perception is poor, but Amber suddenly disappeared from where she is standing. Number told him that she thought he would be focusing on teaching Rebecca and won't notice her. She stared at the protagonist as if she stared at him as if she saw something on his face. But instead, she surprised he noticed her. The protagonist, on the other hand, breaks into cold sweat, wondering why Amber was looking at him like that. He could not help but ask Amber what she was looking at, and also questioned if there was something on his face. She looked so touched and told him that he is such a weird noble. The protagonist was surprised when he heard what she said. He turned and looked at her. Amber told him that she was just curious, and the whole talk was about making everyone literate wasn't just a load of hot air. The protagonist looks down and asked why she think it would be just hot air. Because in fact, not only was he not joking, but you also want to summon Hetty and Rebecca immediately. The document A brought out from the drawer, he told Amber that he wants to talk to them about the matter in the document. Few minutes later, a loud voice could be heard from the tent. The protagonist and Amber was there staying in. Hetty, who already saw what was written in the document, could not help but said to offer education to every single civilian, including serfs. And he wants to include it in the law that everyone should receive an education like their pay taxes, he agreed. The protagonist told them that he wants everyone in the domain to be able to read and write. Rebecca immediately say that it won't be easy to turn an illiterate civilian into a knowledgeable, well-learned person, because that will mean they need to teach for literature, mathematics, history, and geography. And even if they complete the basic fundamentals, they are also art, etiquette, heraldry, and other difficult stuffs. A person would need at least a decade or two to complete all those courses and lessons. Hetty told her that it was not everyone who needed 10 years to study those things, and Rebecca hasn't even learnt it. But Rebecca told that she remembered her teacher telling her that she had graduated. So she started wondering if she had not graduated, or what was her teacher lying to her. Hetty told her that the reason her teacher said she had graduated is because he was not match for her. The protagonist told them all to stop, that they are straying further away, and they misunderstood him. He continued saying that the education he speaks of is totally different from the nobility education that they know of. A type of education where you find famous tutors, tutor to teach lesson day in day out, and produce a dozen of young masters and young ladies. But it won't work there, so what he needs is very simple and easy to accomplish. Children who can't perform labour are to receive half a day of education, and the other half will be left for them to help their parents at home. Hetty concluded that the lowest standard requirement is for them to be able to read, and that means the teacher only need to be of that standard. She turned and asked the protagonist what will be the use of such basic education. But Amber interrupted, saying she meant what the use of civilians and serfs learning how to read is. When Hetty did not answer, Amber gave her a side eyes asking if she was right. The protagonist smiled at Amber and nodded his head while looking at Hetty. He told them that being with literate allows them to understand things better, and it also allowed them to get jobs and become more useful. He then called Hetty by her name and she became startled, but was still holding on to the document. The protagonist owner that some people can never become a mage, a knight, a priest, or awaken a supernatural talent. But many might learn through gaining the required knowledge. At least the fates would be a bit fairer to them. Hetty asked him if he was actually intending to include the runic theories in those classes. The protagonist laughed and said that it was just upper intermediate stuff, so why not add it? He told her to remember all the formulas and theories inside the notebook. What part of it requires magical talent? After thinking, Hetty answered that none of them needs magical talent, but were all pure calculation. The protagonist agreed, saying that the notebook had proved an idea he had once before, and the fact that runes and magic all have rules, and the most conclusive rule of all. Placing his pen on head, the protagonist said that they require intelligence and not the strength. But Hetty asked if the masses are equipped with the needed intelligence that the protagonist talked about. The protagonist told Hetty that the fact that her tone hesitated means she knows the answer. He asked her in the days she has spent with the people if she is still unsure that they are like him and her. Hetty immediately told the protagonist that she would go and select a few people with the ability to read and write to serve as basic teachers. The protagonist told her that she should remember it is the most basic of reading and writing because they have to continue the construction of the domain. Hetty immediately bowed to the protagonist, telling him that she will watch everything get to done. Rebecca interrupted them by asking what they were saying about the rune theories because she doesn't get it at all. The protagonist told that it is normal if she doesn't understand because she wasn't with them in the morning. The protagonist told Rebecca that he had found a new friend for her and has specialty the same as hers. But Rebecca became fired up and asked if the friend could also triple cast fireball spells like her. She is so fired up and waiting for the protagonist to answer her, but he stared at her in confusion. He immediately rejected what she said by saying he was not talking about her ability to cast a fireball spell. She broke out in cold sweats and looked behind her and saw Hetty smiling at her. The protagonist told her that the friend he spoke of isn't for her to cause trouble with, but she is there to assist with her research. He told her that's the person's name is Johnny Piero, and she is talented in the matter of mathematical calculation. Plus, she could create a runic blueprint through calculation and alone. Rebecca asked if the protagonist is saying that she researched a technique to create a runic blueprint by using calculation instead of magic. The protagonist is nodded his head, saying that it is something like that. Little Bit immediately say she would like to meet her because she sounds so amazing. The protagonist told her not to delay the study of the Magitech engine and concrete. Rebecca placed her hands on her waist and immediately told the protagonist not to worry. The protagonist smiled and nodded his head, because that was what he's expecting. He then turned to Amber and told her to go and call Sir Byron for him. Amber started complaining and calling the protagonist a taskmaster, but still disappeared to call Byron. Immediately Sir Byron came. He bowed and greeted the protagonist, also saying that he was called. The protagonist asked Sir Byron if he is familiar with the serfs' markets and refugees. He told the protagonist that he is familiar with the serfs, but as for the refugees, he is neither familiar nor unfamiliar with them. The protagonist told him that he doesn't want those who have already resorted to banditry, rather he is looking for the innocent. Sir Byron told the protagonist that refugees aren't exactly innocent, but he understands what he meant. Whether he seek those refugees who wander the edge of town and villages, those who has not given up on seeking a living in the civilized world? The protagonist nodded his head. The protagonist stayed at Byron intensely, also listening to every single thing he said. Byron suggested that they issue a mercenary contract in Tanza, saying that they are purchasing a large number of slaves. And it won't be much more expensive than communicating a deal with the nobles. But Hetty said that it would be a monetary loss for those mercenaries if they sold slaves 30% less than the market rate. So Byron continued saying that they need to add an additional clause like no servitude agreement. Hetty was surprised when she heard what he said about the new agreement to be added, so she could not help but look at Rebecca, but Amber said she understands what Byron meant. And the protagonist told them that if that is the case, then the mercs would be snatching up refugees to sell as slaves. He stopped and looked at everyone around the table to know if they were listening to him. He told them that a healthy serf with a complete servitude agreement will require 20 to 30 florins. Aside from the cost of purchasing the serfs, the slave master and many other masters would collect their share for the money as well, causing the price to rise to more 10 times the original price. But the refugees have no cost and no one will protect them because they have no identity. So no one will notice if they go missing or die. The protagonist told them that if those serfs were to be killed or taken away by other slave master, they won't be any compensation. Even so, there are people who send contracts out to purchase those cheap unregistered slaves. And that is an unspoken black rules, and they actually refers to refugees. Hetty, who is hearing that for the first time, could not help but say that there was actually something like that. So Byron told her that not only does it exist, but it is also everywhere. Because in some black-hearted mercenary circles, those refugees are called guilders with legs. Hetty's view of mercenary was different, so Byron told her that it was long ago. He also continued saying that a mercenary's hand is destined to be stained forever. But the question is how stained it is. He then turned to the protagonist and asked him what he wants to say on the matter of the contract. But they were surprised when they had the protagonist say that he had no plan to skimp on it. Because if they use even means to save some coin, the depth they will bear on their conscience won't be easy to repay. So if they need to purchase serfs, then they would use the normal process. But he has only one request, that everyone coming to his place to understand that no matter what they were in past, they will follow the law in his domain. And if Byron also have another channel, it is best if they can get news or where the refugees congregate. Byron immediately placed the sound on his chest and told the protagonist that he would obey his order. After their discussion, Rebecca, Byron and Hetty bid farewell and started leaving to complete their current task. When did protagonist saw that they're already left, he breathing the sighs of relief. But Amber kept staring at him with his eyes closed. He asked her what she was looking at. She told the protagonist that she thought he would have been chosen the more pragmatic approach. But the protagonist told that she is calling herself a pragmatist before, and him too is a pragmatist. Well, there was something that he would not call himself because he's not a scoundrel, and he knows well the method those mercs will use to capture those refugees as slaves. And some of them would die on that spot, and some families would be separated. Some will also die from hunger and disease during the mercs' Bluter transport, even though he insists on protecting their health, not meaning would heed that. And he may not have personally done anything, but in the end, he will be the perpetrator, and that is against his rules. But Amber told him that even though he didn't do it, others will, and the amount of slave they purchase can fill his camp many times over. But the protagonist told that that is the reason why he wants to destroy that norm and rebuild a new order. And if he commits no evil, his people won't be allowed to commit evil either. But Amber only looked at him, under asking if he wants to protect them because of those traditional noblesse obligée or chivalry, but he told her that it is just basic morals. But Amber yelled, saying that he's naive. She continues saying that in that world, the strong stand while the weak are nothing. But the protagonist brought out a pen and started writing down that the strong shall set the rules and the weak can only follow. He continues saying that he have started creating such rules in his domain. But that pissed off Amber, and she asked him if it even works like that while looking at him pitifully. While on the other side on the sea is a boat from the Antso royal city, sailing. A woman was kneeling down inside the boat and praying, filling the surrounding environment with righteousness. She crossed her hands over her chest and continued in her prayer to their holy light gods. She was facing a huge golden statue that was glowing out, with candles around the floor in front of the statue. And this person turned out to be none other than Princess Veronica from the ANSO royal family. As her prayer went on, the fire on the candles grew larger and larger until it's formed a huge smoke. And an old man formed out of the huge smoke and is sitting on a throne. Immediately demand finish forming from the smokes, Princess Veronica greeted him and called him Holiness. She told him she left the protagonist's domain and the fleet is fast approaching the mouth of the River Dargan. The Holiness asks the princess if everything went well when she went to the protagonist's domain. But instead of answering immediately, the princess asked the Holiness if the protagonist is his enemy. She started explaining that the protagonist was indeed a 700 years legend and not an evil spirit who stole a hero's body. The Holiness told her that the protagonist is not his enemy, so she told him that she's relieved to hear that. She done bout and told the Holiness that the righteous path of the Lord would be spread across the world. The Holiness told how to return to Cathedral of Holy Light, to prevent the corruption in the world from affecting her pure light. Still kneeling in her praying position, the princess watched the candle melt to the end and smoke flowing up, before she completed what she wanted to tell the Holiness, saying that the protagonist is actually a person without faith. Before she started discussing with the female statue that was also crossing its hands, she continued saying that the protagonist is not only faithless, but is also wary of the part of the holy light. He is neither a servant of the light nor a minion of darkness, which she found really interesting. While at the capital of the Typhoon Empire, Ardent, where their people reside on, the majestic building stands as bridge flies around the sky, showing it mightiness. An old man stood on top of one of the tower in the Typhoon Empire, slamming his hand on top of a stone. He cursed. He then called their great emperor, Rosetta Augustus, a majestic man who steps on others like stone. He continued telling their great emperor that a great war will soon commence between them and the Anso royal city. And their imperial majesty is determined. He repudiated the advice of the anti-worm minister and exiled the dovish count, Winterfrot, out of the imperial palace, and that doesn't seem normal, although he's not worried about the direction of the war. But the army of Typhoon is like her reformed administration, full of vigor. Though they don't worry about the war outcome, however, the imperial majesty Emperor Rosetta Augustus wouldn't have disgraced a count of such standing before everyone and exiled him from the palace. But now he believes that all those things have to do with the course that they imperial majesty bear. Because 200 years ago, the curse appeared in the Augustus bloodline, so the majesty and his kin can hear voice and see things normal people can't. Both the majesty and his kin has obtained forbidden knowledge by means beyond a normal person comprehension. Eventually, what was left for them in the world will be a mad husk after their mind is dragged into the unseen and unheard realm. And apparently his imperial majesty has developed the signs of madness. He told one of his subordinates to prepare a carriage because he would like to meet Count Winterfort. At the other side, Nicholas Egg tells the protagonist that his methods in which people create items are beyond his imagination. The protagonist told it that it is because the law of physics is different. The protagonist also went on asking Nicholas Egg if it knew the reason why it was able to survive within the world's material structure. But the egg told the protagonist that it doesn't matter, since it can't even remember its own name. The protagonist asked the egg if it still remembers its homeworld, its surroundings, law of physics and history. The egg told the protagonist that he didn't even remember what it has forgotten. That is why memory loss is terrifying, and the only thing it remembers is some basic common sense. But it belongs to another word. It continued thing that it wants to know its identity, skills and talents, and it wants to help out in the campsite. But it doesn't have a hand. The protagonist told the egg to try and guess what it did in its past life. But it asked where it should even begin guessing from. Or could it be that it didn't work or study back then? The protagonist could not help but feel blessed for being able to preserve his memories from both worlds. Nicholas Egg asked to the protagonist why he wasn't talking again, but the protagonist snapped his finger when he remembered something. He immediately grabbed Amber, who had been sneaking around him, on her collar. He told her that she could control metal and the flow magic, and he has to use those two abilities. After he lets go of her, and I asked him how he got the golden coin he's holding because it belongs to her. As the protagonist and Nicholas Egg were busy discussing, Amber watched the protagonist nervously as he toyed with her coin. Nicholas Egg told the protagonist that it noticed the barrier from its place is gone, so it can affect the energy called magic. The protagonist asked if it is using a magnetic field to affect the flow of magic. It agreed, but said that unfortunately, although it can sense magic, it can't cast spells like the mages. But the protagonist asked it if it is sure that the magnetic field it spoke of is the magnetic field understood in that world. The egg agreed, saying the magnetic field formed by its magnetic cells is the same as the natural magnets of that world. The protagonist told it that he had done many experiments using a magnetic field, but it never affects the flow of magic. But as they were discussing the magnetic field, Amber was busy picking up the fallen coins on the floor. As they were about to continue, they heard someone calling the protagonist in a loud voice. When Amber heard that, she told the protagonist and the egg that she would lease first. Rebecca came and told the protagonist to come with her, but he asked her if she blow up Hetty's lab again. Hearing no answer, the protagonist asked her again if she finally blew up Hetty's lab with a fireball. She waved hands disagreeing and saying that she had been extremely careful with the lab. She continued saying that she is there to tell him that they finally managed to assemble that mana engine. The protagonist became excited and asked Rebecca if they had tested it yet, and she told him that they haven't, because they were waiting for him to test it out first. The protagonist grabbed Rebecca and the sphere while saying that they should go and take a look at the good stuff they had made. On their way to the place, Rebecca told the protagonist that Hetty already tested all of the components. When they got there, Rebecca continued saying that they were created as blueprints, and each one can achieve the expected result. So with all those things said, there shouldn't be any problems with the project. Hetty told the protagonist that Rebecca insisted on looking for him herself, but he told her that it is understandable. Looking at the project in front of him, the protagonist calmed his heart and told them to open it. Hetty activated her ability and used it to remove the cotton covering the project. After the cotton was removed from the project, the mana engine is finally shown. The protagonist became surprised to see the machine, and it looks exactly like he had drawn on a book. Hetty smiled and told the protagonist to push the lever and activate the project. But the protagonist told them that it was designed by all of them, so they should turn it on together. All of them, the protagonist, Hetty and Rebecca, placed their hand on top of the on button. Hetty could not help but feel touched with what the protagonist said. Rebecca immediately screams excitedly that they should count to 3 before turning it on. Hetty counted 3, and the protagonist said 2, and then Rebecca said the last number 1. Before they push the turn on button, and it immediately turns on, in a magic formation way. They were surprised when the project worked. The egg could not help but say that it works too. The other people from the camp started rejoicing that they made it, while hugging from each other. The protagonist told them that their names will be recorded and engraved upon the first mana engine, and they'll enter the Cecil records. Hetty said that the machine was incredible power at maximum strength, and it can even lift a half-ton piece of iron ore. Rebecca could not help but ask the protagonist what he think the machine can do. But the protagonist rubbed her on her head and told her to try to figure it out herself. And she said that they could take it to the mill or make it move that giants saw in the lumber mill. The protagonist told them that it can move the water wheel or pull the mine carts. It can also draw water or hammer steel with the right tools. The people could not help but say that it can replace manpower, like using a machine to hammer steels. The protagonist said that deploying the mana network isn't expensive, and they have the blueprint, but producing the machine is a problem. It's mostly because those parts take too much time to create, but they have to produce more of them. Nicholas Egg immediately interrupted by saying that it has something it could like to say. Rebecca immediately rubbed her hand on the body and asked the Eggy what ideas it has. But Nicholas Egg became angry, saying that it is not an Eggy. It told her to at least call it Mr. Egg. The protagonist told it not to mind Rebecca, and it told the protagonist that it finally knows what it can do, which is to control metals. Nicholas Egg continued saying that it could help them to do their blacksmithing. As he was saying this, it started melting one of the pieces of iron at that place, and the pieces of iron it was melting has been transformed from metal into a human figure. After the human figure was formed, it turned out to be the protagonist, and it surprised the protagonist. The egg told the protagonist that it is much more efficient in making those things. It also went on to create a statue for Rebecca and threw it at her, and also for the other. One of them could not help but say that it has a powerful ability and wondered if they would be in the future. The protagonist, who was shocked, is still looking at statues, saying that the face and the expression and the hair looked exactly like him in a more efficient way, and that was a great surprise to him. He could not help but ask the egg how precisely it could be when creating those things. It answered that it depends on how many things it is making at the same time, and there would be errors if it makes hundreds of things. And even the most complicated component in the protagonist camp is nothing but a child's play to it. The word child's play could not help but flash in the protagonist's head over and over again. The egg asked the protagonist what was wrong, but the protagonist ignored it and brought out a pieces of paper. After writing something down, he told the egg that he will entrust the first industrial machine tooling to it, and what he wrote is the master plan and appointment letter, while saying in his head that Nicholas Egg would be the shining jewel of the Cecil's industrial crown. Although Nicholas Egg's speed is fast, it is no match for the production lines, but it can create machine tools. The machine tools of the industrial era, it could help with that. Hetty and Rebecca, who were looking at the protagonist, could not help but ask what was wrong with him. But the protagonist said that with a high-precision machine tools, they could create all kinds of machines. He then turned to the egg and asked if it would be his director of the machine production. And the egg agreed immediately, saying that it finally has something to do. The protagonist told the egg that the first task is to create 3 more manor engines, because he wants to use them in the mines and other activities. He turned to the rest and told them not to worry because their skills will remain useful. And the new department requires a new name. He also told Nicholas that the director of machinery has equal rank as the director of steel, hammer, and they would call the new department the Cecil Machinery Factory. Hetty told him after they left that he is usually stern-looking, but he actually smiled that day. And the protagonist told her that it is likely due to his square face and his beard. He touched her on her shoulder, telling her to forget it, because he is heading southwest so he would see her later. The protagonist saw what the druid wrote. He wondered if he had forgotten that the people cannot read. Putting that at the back of his mind, he reached out his hand about to knock on the door. But the door was open, and the druid told him that he had been waiting for him to come. The protagonist wondered if the druid actually managed to learn divination. But the old druid told the protagonist that he saw him walking over as he was resting against the window. After welcoming the protagonist inside his house, he asked him if he was interested in his luck-changing ritual. The protagonist told the druid that he is interested in his alchemic potions and the process of blessing them. The druid became surprised and asked if the protagonist came here just because of that. The protagonist reminded the druid that he said he wanted to increase the production of agricultural potions. The druid told him that it was not easy, but the protagonist said it's fine if there aren't any results, but he would like to check on the progress. The druid told the protagonist that creating potion isn't hard and most of the potion requires cheap base materials. The druid told the protagonist that he heard from Amber about the labor system that he had created, like process splitting. He continued to say that for potions to unleash a wondrous magic, like effect, one needs to infuse mana into it. And that step requires a druid's ritual. He then started praying to the protectors of life and great spirits. Finally it is done, so we told the protagonist that he freshly made catalytic potion for plant growth. The protagonist wondered if that old druid just fooled around with the last verse of the prayers. Because if he remembers correctly, the prayer the druid uttered is part of the teachings of the heart of the forest druidic sect. The druid was surprised when the protagonist said that, so he asked the protagonist if he knew about it. But the protagonist told him that he had only read it in a book. But he has a question. He asked the druid if the druidic arts born is from the divine arts. The druid immediately said that it is a question a few ask and fewer understand druid history to that extent. He continued saying he forgot the protagonist lived 700 years ago, so he can't use common sense to evaluate an ancient like him. He then told the protagonist that he is correct because the druidic arts originated from the ancient divine arts of nature. In the beginning, it was purely religious, however. As time passed, many religions disappeared, and the ones that survived either became a heretical sect or transformed into other forms like the druids. The protagonist asked if he originally worshipped the spirit of nature, which lacked a specific form, and we told the protagonist that nature's gods appear in any form, and each sect believes its interpretation to be correct. And every sect follows a rule that all druids are of the same source, no matter where they came from, there are brothers and sisters. The protagonist could not help but say that the transformation from the divine art of nature into the druidic arts happened during his time. The druid agreed, because after the fall of the White Star, the sects slowly separated from each other. The protagonist then asked if the last step of blessing the potion is the remnant of the original divine arts of nature. But when the druid heard the protagonist's question, he fell into deep silence. The protagonist stated that it was the druidic arts, the most special magic in the world. 3,000 years ago, the druid were unified sect, however. Due to upheaval, the monolithic sect became scattered. To this day, the magic arts still have remnants of the divine rituals, like the prayers or specific divine icons. But in reality, the divine arts portion had long lost its practical use. They were more of a cultural and spiritual legacy. The two powers were originally two entirely different things. The former came from the gods, while the latter came from the spellcaster's own strength. Then, the protagonist asked why the druids were the only ones successful in transforming the divine art into magic, while the clergy of other. The druid looked at the protagonist and told him to spare him the question. It was not like the protagonist didn't know his capabilities. He told the protagonist that just learning to be a druid took his entire life, so he had no time to study other things. Then, the protagonist asked him how he ended up learning how to cook, do divination, and even babysit. The protagonist stated that he also heard that some adherents of the god of holy light tried to alter the divine arts and studied the power of a mage to activate the holy light. And those people ended up being incinerated. The druid answered that it was something the Church of Holy Light purposefully propagated. The protagonist stated that a druid using magic to create miracles was fine, but the clergy of the Church of Holy Light was reduced to cinders. Standing up, he questioned what was the difference between those two instances. The druid draws his cap down and stated that it was because their god was generous. Then he opened one of his eyes and stated that the god of Holy Light was petty. The protagonist walked close to the window and stared down. Amber, who had entered the room when the two were chatting, smiled warmly. The protagonist picked her up and shook all the things she stole out, while asking the druid if their god was generous even when they messed their prayer. The druid smiled and stated that he had another explanation. The protagonist tossed Amber away through the window and told the druid that he wanted to hear his thoughts. The druid stated that he thinks it wasn't humans who stole the power of the gods, but instead, the gods cut off powers that originally belongs to humans. The protagonist looked at him intensely. If the gods really took the power of humans, it would be had to survive. The druid smiled as he sighs, telling the protagonist he said that because the domain of Cecil was far from the center of religion. He also stated that, aside from the druidic divine arts, all other divine arts are kept as an absolute secret. The clergy of those churches can only perform their divine arts based on the situation prescribed in their scripture. 3,000 years ago, the Druid were clergymen, and the usage of divine arts was much different than other sects, requiring strict adherence of the rules. But after the fall of the White Star, no one could use the divine arts. Instead, magic became a method to bring back the miracles of nature that should have disappeared. He asked the protagonist why he thought it was like that, but the protagonist didn't speak. Then the Druid stated that the administrator of the Druids had probably gone offline. The protagonist then told the druid that his thought weren't something a low-level druid or a half-baked antique appraiser would say. He stared at the druid and stated that he was afraid even the scholars with their heads full of religious and magic history would have those thoughts. The druid told the protagonist he should not have broached the topic in the first place because it was nothing but trouble. The protagonist stated that it was not like he was going to use it against him. He told the druid that everyone had their secret, him and the druid. Then he mentioned Amber. She immediately sank down from the window. The druid told the protagonist that although it was nothing outlandish, but there was something he disagreed with. He told the protagonist that the history of the druids was no secret, and neither are their divine arts nor their magic. The wisest of those knew about it, but no one spelled it out after all. They're just a far away from the ethereal god. In another side, at the Cecil domain in the surf buffer campsite, a hand can be seen scribbling some words on a huge book. It was none other than Hetty. She sat down there stoned and asking the name of the serf in front of her. The three serf in front answered together stating that their name is Ulm, Holm, and Sam. Hetty felt an even more headache. That was the third Sam she had met for the day. Then she asked for their skills. Ulm stated that he was good at taking a beating. Holm said he could eat while patting his stomach. And lastly, Sam said he was strong. She told them to go in and report to the knight, and after some observation, they may live in Cecil domain. Hetty was so tired as she sighs and punched at her shoulder, then closed her eyes to relax and called the next person, but she heard a rustling sound and opened her eyes. She was shocked to see that it was the protagonist who was standing in front of the desk. She wanted to stand up and greet him, but he told her to sit down. He stated that the registration work for that day was almost done, and asked her how it was. Hetty's face changed as she told the protagonist that she was getting more convinced that they need the organizational management he mentioned. She never thought that form filling would be so tiring. Now she wanted nothing else but to delegate it to someone else. He told her that things would get better when more people became literate. She stated that he devised a large organizational structure for her, but over half of the position were vacant. The protagonist asked if there was only serfs and bonded laborers that registered. Hetty flipped open a file and told him that there are refugees too, a family of 3. She told him it couldn't be helped, because those 3 didn't know the truth about the place they were in. The protagonist stated that he would have Sir Byron spread the word through his channel. Hetty questioned what he meant, but was interrupted by a loud laughter. Byron was among some people drinking. He told them he knew of a place by the Mountain of Darkness, and also that the domain's lord had designated a plot of land to build a city, and told them his salary last month was all on the table. The protagonist stated that for many people on the bottom rungs of the society, news from a tavern was much more reliable than notice boards. Hetty questioned if it was the same means he spread rumours in the royal city last time. The protagonist told her it was called public opinion, and just then, a voice interjected stating that he sure loves spouting weird terminology. The protagonist dragged Amber out from the Shadow Realm, telling her to just move about normally. She smiled and told him that lunch was almost ready at the campsite and she was there to call him. The protagonist stated that it was as expected, that when it was food time she would appear. But before he could say more, he felt a man of fluctuations. At the same tent where Hetty was registering the names of people, a young man who was taking the shift for her was asking a weird man in front of him his name. The blonde hair guy told the man to not just stand there shaking. He shouted loudly for the weird man to say his name. The blonde hair guy became enraged when the weird man didn't tell him his name. He shouted if the weird man didn't understand common tongue, but to the weird man he couldn't hear the blonde hair guy's voice anymore. Then the weird man's eyes got a tint of red in his pupils, and his expression changed. Soon the blonde hair guy realized that something was wrong with the weird guy. The weird man trembled and some purple lines started appearing on his body. The blonde guy shouted to the guards, telling them that something was wrong with the man. The protagonist rushed over and smacked the man on his face and it started swelling. He looked at his hand and saw some sparks of fire on it. The face of the weird man swelled and became disfigured without recognition. The protagonist immediately smacked him to some distance and he exploded in fire. The protagonist shouted that the knight should bring out all the group they just registered. The exploded bone of the weird man sank into some woods. Amber placed her leg on the blonde-haired man's face and he shouted in pain. The protagonist told them to lock the place down and not let anybody unauthorized enter. Hetty worriedly asked if the protagonist was all right. He told her an explosion of that level can't hurt him. Then he asked her if there are any traces of aura at the scene. Hetty looked down and told him she sensed nothing at all. Just then, the druid rushed over asking if they were testing their art there. Amber told him that someone just self-destructed there, but it didn't scare her. Hetty told the druid that a pitiful slave was turned into a living bomb by some foul magic, and he was clearly alive before he exploded. The druid walked closer to the parts of the dead body and depict one. The protagonist stated that the druid seems as though he knew something and asked if he had seen the dark art before. The druid picked the jaw where the teeth is located and smelt it. The druid stated that it was the mors omnium, death of all lodge spell of the druidic arts. He squashed the jaw as he told them it was also known as the Apocalypse Lodge. Then he asked if the protagonist had heard of them. The protagonist stated that there were the fallen druidic sect, who originally came from the sect of Sacred Spirit. The druid patted his hands and stated that this was their work. Amber asked what the mors omnium do. Hetty stated that 700 years ago, they split from the main sect. Almost half of their members charged into the Gandor wastelands. The protagonist stated that when he died, the organization was small, and he thought they disappeared with the persecution and execution in the following 700 years. But quite the contrary, they survived and became even more powerful. As long as they are active, a terrifying and remorseless assault is inevitable. Amber asked how come she didn't know, and the druid stated that every time he taught her history, she fell asleep. The protagonist asked if he was able to identify trace unique to the mors omnium, and the druid told him it was the trace of druidic arts. He asked if the protagonist was worried that there were more living bombs among the slaves, and he nodded. The protagonist couldn't help but worry. All the people who registered gathered outside. The druid told them to keep a safe distance and approach in 5 groups as he inspected them. Hetty stated that the man who exploded was an indentured mine laborer from Tanza, and his name was Sam. They gathered people and first sent them to Tanza before sending them to Sir Byron's rendezvous point. Just then, the druid told the protagonist that he had checked through everyone and no sign of dark arts. The protagonist asked if they were safe, and the druid answered that he was confident in his magical sense. For an organization like Moors, who were normally dormant to send a living bomb to the Cecil domain, showed that they had a motive. The protagonist then told Hetty to bring Goldeye to him and check if the deceased had any friends or family. The druid asked if he need to go along, and the protagonist replied that he should go for safety reasons. Then, the druid told the protagonist to give him a moment to put on the armor set. The protagonist asked Goldeye if he was the one who brought the serf, Sam, there. Goldeye folds his hands together and answered the protagonist affirmatively. Then he stated that he was just an honest businessman and had not associated with any dark art practitioner. Philip stamped his sword on the ground and told Goldeye to answer what the protagonist asked. The female lady by the side trembled and asked her brother what will happen to them, since Sam was dead. The brother told her they were just slaves. He was afraid they would be whipped and starved. When the protagonist heard those words, his face darkened. Then the druid told him there was no hint of druidic art on Goldeye. The protagonist asked if Sam met with anyone or eat anything before arriving. Goldeye replied that he didn't met anyone. Amber came out and threw her dagger, rolling up as she told Goldeye he better be honest. Then she grabbed the dagger and told Goldeye that they had mages and druid there. Then she proudly pointed at herself, stating that she was a master of shadow. When Goldeye heard that they could pull out his soul and interrogate it, he trembled. Amber told him not to cause more trouble for himself, and he sweated even more. Goldeye was already at his wit's end and told the protagonist that there was something special about Sam. When the protagonist heard special, he asked the Goldeye what he meant. Goldeye told him that Sam was originally supposed to be sent to Viscount Andrew, but Byron paid a lot and took him. The protagonist asked if he sent the serf who was destined for Lord Andrew's castle to him to make up the number. Goldeye told the protagonist that Andrew needed a slave and Sam was skilled in different aspect. He told the protagonist that if Sam was sent to the palace, it would have been a life-saving thing to him and his family. The protagonist stated that it was because Byron added 4 more silver that he sent him on board. Then he turned and asked the 2 siblings of Sam if they noticed anything weird about him. The young brother of Sam told the protagonist that Sam would sleep off when speaking and even when standing. The druid questioned when the situation stated happening. The sister answered that it started about 7 or 8 days ago, not more 10 days. The protagonist asked Hetty when Byron had spread the news of them needing people. Hetty told him it was about 4 days ago. Then the protagonist realized that Sam had been acting strange before arriving at Tanza. So speaking, him being sent to the Cecil domain was an accident. Hetty stated that their neighbor might be in trouble, and the protagonist stated that soon their neighbor's trouble will be theirs. The Moors Omnium originated from the Druids, and a living person was not only their spell-casting regent, but also a host to spread plague. The protagonist asked the Druid if he thought the Moors Omnium will spread the plague in Tanza. The Druid replied that the Moors Omnium don't think the same as normal human, so they had to prepare for the worst. The protagonist told Goldeye to leave, but avoid going to the north for the time being. Goldeye answered affirmatively and stood up and left. Then the protagonist turned to the 2 siblings of Sam and showed his condolences. He told them that Sam's remain had been collected and will be buried in the graveyard near the forest. He told them that they will leave well in the Cecil domain from then on. Tears slides down from the male's face when he had the protagonist stated that they only had to fight for their freedom. Finally, the 2 siblings went out from the tent, going towards the surf campsite. Amber told the protagonist she thought he would give them freedom as restitution for their brother's death. The protagonist looked at her and questioned why he would do that. Then Amber said it was because he was kind and benevolent, because he was a good person. The protagonist told her he was not running charity there. If he were to give them freedom, someone else might murder their kin to change status. He told her those 2 needed to earn their freedom with their own hands. He enacted a system to ensure validity, so he must also follow it. He wanted them to realize that freedom doesn't come easy, and maybe one day he would outright abolish slavery rather than slowly progress towards it. Amber was shocked that the protagonist had ideas like that and asked when he would do it. He replied that it was when everyone realized that even the children of slaves and serfs can create fireball powerful enough to kill the king. Then he told her to prepare for them to go to Tanza and see what the Moors Omnium was all about. Hetty told the protagonist to be safe, because the heretics are merciless. Philip told Hetty not to worry with his life he swore to protect the protagonist. Philip felt ashamed when the protagonist stated that he was not even a match for him, and he still wanted to protect him. Plus, when the time comes to deal with the heretic, he was the easiest to fool for them. Philip didn't seem to understand and told the protagonist that he still requires more training. Hetty asked where Rebecca was, and Amber told her Rebecca asked them to wait, that she was preparing something for them. Just then, a huge smoke can be seen from a distance and a voice calling the protagonist. It was none other than Rebecca. She was running so fast, shouting that she was coming. When she got there, she told them she was sorry for making them wait. Amber told her that, if they waited any longer, the heretics will have babies in Tanza. When Amber asked what she was doing, Rebecca proudly stated that she prepared something that they might find useful. The protagonist and Amber bends down and looked into the huge bag. The protagonist put his hand inside and brought out an item that looked square in shape. Rebecca told him it was supposed to be part of his finished product report, but she didn't expect something like the heretic to happen. She told the protagonist he had asked her to think of how to delay explosions using a runic trigger. However, its structure is too intricate and different to process, so they can't mass-produce it. The protagonist asked if Nicholas Egg was the one that made it, while Amber ran off to the river. Rebecca replied that it was Metal Ball who made them, but she gave him the schematics. As for Amber, she ran and threw the explosive into the river, waiting for it to explode while closing her ears. The protagonist stated that Metal Ball was incredible and asked how Rebecca got the delayed detonation. She told him it was through using Winder's gear wheels and connecting rods. She showed him something on the explosive and told him it was really simple. The protagonist questioned in his mind if Rebecca transmigrated when he saw that it was a stable and reliable gear reducer module and anchor mechanism. Hetty asked her where she got the idea, and she told him she seriously studied his design for manor engines. Then the protagonist asked her about the reliability of the product. Rebecca stated that she had tested it a few times and in various environments from high to low temperature. She told him that at the very least it won't detonate prematurely. Then she told him that the metal strip by the side is its safety lock, and if removed and the button pressed, it would start ticking. The protagonist patted her head and stated that she did a good job, and he would be sure to praise her when he came back. Then the soldiers, Amber and the protagonist, started moving for the journey. Rebecca called Hetty and asked her if the protagonist was being ironic when he said he would praise her when he comes back. Hetty looked at her and asked why the protagonist would do that. Then she remembered what happened when she bombed her experiment house. Then she made a funny face and stated that the protagonist always said he would fix her once he's back. Hetty laughed and told her that he wouldn't do so. It was just that they were too narrow-minded to recognize her talent. Rebecca asked if she was not being ironic too, and Hetty answered she wasn't. The protagonist had finally reached their destination. He told the others they should dismount and walk. Then the druid told them if they noticed the town was already under lockdown. Because they were on lockdown, everywhere was empty on the bridge. The gate had so many soldiers that were stationed there, and there were also a lot of boat by the dock. Amber said that she didn't see any merchant or traveller there, which means that the lockdown must have lasted for 2 days. Then the man beside her wondered if the town had entered lockdown after Pygor's ship left town. And by the look of it, they are only restricting the exit and entrance, and also the order inside the town was normal. He also said that Byron was a merc, and the situation cannot kill him at least. Plus, he was a quick-witted man and very cunning in nature. The old man on a hat asked him how they were to get into the town since everywhere was restricted. Then the man said that there was a path from the Tanza mines. He said that they could travel from the east side of the town to its backside. Plus, they would be able to split near the castle. Suddenly, he felt that someone was listening to their conversation and then screamed out, asking who the person was. Amber told the person to show himself, because they know that he or she was there. The grass behind them rustled due to the sudden shout from them. A little kid came out from the grass. He looked tattered like a beggar. Seeing that it was a child, the man with the sword froze for a moment. Then the man told the child not to be afraid, but the child's expression was cold due to fear since he was holding a sword. The little boy ran away due to fear and left him. Then Lowly Girl told him that he had scared him away with his sword. Lowly Girl disappeared from where she was standing with her powers. She appeared right before him and then grabbed the little boy, saying that she had gotten him. The little kid's eye teared up due to fear when she found him and held him tightly with a smile on her face. The kid's face and expression turned theory when he saw the cold vibe that they were given to him. They told him that they are not good flocks and then changed their words, telling him that what he meant was that they aren't bad flocks. The guy with the sword earlier squatted down and told him that they weren't going to hurt him, and also told him that he was a knight and he was going to protect him. Their boss asked the kid if he was a child from nearby, and I asked him why he was wandering around in the forest. Seeing that he wasn't replying, Lolly Girl wondered if he was a mute. The man on a white bird held the boy's face and then instead at his mouth, trying to figure out why he wasn't talking. Then he gave them a reply telling them that the voice tongue has been severed for at least 2 years. Their boss wondered what crime the child could have committed for them to give him such punishment. The man told them that it was done precisely and then treated using magic, and he didn't commit any crime. He was probably a personal servant. And then the boy started making gestures and little noises while pointing to something on the man's chest. The man asked him if he had seen the emblem on his chest before. And then the boy nodded his head vigorously, telling him that he had seen it. And then the boss asked him where he had seen it. The boy started making gestures trying to describe where he had seen it and then pointed towards the wood. The protagonist told them that they should follow the boy into the woods. In the carriage, they asked him what he was doing back there. They told him to go to the south for protection and also wondered if he wasn't only mute, but also deaf. The protagonist told him that if he was his attendant, then he would have kicked him and then called him a brainless brat. The protagonist slowly opened the door to a room and then told the boy that he was quite energetic. Inside the room, a man blocked the sun that was reflecting on his eye since he has been in the dark for a while. The protagonist told the man that they were still guessing about his life and death outside and didn't know that he still had the strength to curse. The man that was sitting down was shocked when he saw who was standing before him. Seeing the protagonist, the man called out his name, Lord Duke. The man stretched out his hand immediately and told the protagonist not to come closer because he had been cursed by the cultist sorcery. Due to the curse, the man had green vines spreading on his body, and he was injured too. The others were speechless when they saw the state he was in. The protagonist slowly gazed at the man that lay in front of them, injured and cursed. The blonde hair man cursed when he heard what Byron had said. Byron said that he discovered the cultist, and the cultist also discovered him, so he didn't win. He asked them how they knew where he was. They told him that a dock turned into a bomb, and it sent them a signal. That's how they knew where he was. Byron told them not to waste their effort because he can feel that the cultist was powerful because his curse was corroding his flesh and body and even his spirit. The druid told him that he shouldn't make up his mind yet because his double eye version is because his eye was swollen. The druid told them that he can still be saved because it's just a neurological curse. The druid said that he might not be able to defeat the person who laid the course, but he meant to be able to cure the cause that he had left behind. The druid said that it seemed that the person that laid the curse looked down on Byron for him to use such simple curse on him. Byron confirmed that the man started to hate him when he knocked him away. The protagonist asked what is the situation in the Tanzanian town was. The town has been put under martial law and they can't get in at all. Byron said that he was about to talk about it 3 days ago because everything was normal in the town and nothing happened, except the fact that Viscount Andrew purchased a lot of slaves, which was on the news. Then he said that 3 days ago the martial law was suddenly announced in the castle, and it say that the cultist has been found sneaking into the town. Also, he mentioned that by the time he started contacting the second group of slaves, the martial law ban caused a lot of trouble. So he went to the castle to ask the Viscount Andrew to sign a charter which is completely within the rules and normal. When he walked into the castle hall, he felt like dirty atmosphere and talked with Viscount Andrew and had a secret whisper in his voice that did not belong to him. He realized that the situation was not good and prepared to make a righteous retreat like an upright knight. As a result, when they were halfway through the retreat, they were discovered by a guy in black robe. The protagonist asked him how he escaped while the white hair guy continued trying to remove the curse on him. He said that he was fighting him fairly. As a result of the fight, he was hit by the cultist magic and fell into a cave behind the castle. There was a pool in the cave and he was able to save his life. Also, after finally drifting out of the underground passage, the exit was right next to the mill. Amber said that the good luck seemed so fake. Meanwhile, the protagonist thought of the fact that there were a lot of tunnels in the underground of the south, which was built by him back then. The blonde hair guy asked if they should enter the castle of Viscount Andrew, which the protagonist agreed on. He asked Byron what happened to the children after that. He said that he originally wanted to go back to the territory and report, but after he was injured by the course, she was saved by the child. He also said that he is a mood and probably the slave of a certain chamber of commerce bus in the city. Then he told them that the little boy found him water and food, otherwise he wouldn't have lasted that long. The druid jokingly mentioned that the first thing that they had from him when they came was to curse others. Then the knight said that there was no way since the curse on him has started to get out of control. He also said that he later tried to jump into the river, but he fished him back out again, and looking at his skinny size, he didn't expect that the child was quite strong. The druid told him that the course was no longer a problem. He said that with a smile on his face. Hearing what he said, the man and the child were extremely happy, and then he ruffled his hair. After the curse was removed, the protagonist asked him if he can stand and lead the way. Then he requested for weapons and equipment because she was going back to settle the score with them. After that, he was all dressed and ready to go into fighting and lead the way for them. The boy gave out a ruffle sound with his eye wide open. Lolly Girl then asked what they should do with the kid as she held his hair while he shook in her hands. The man asked him if he can wait there for 3 days because they have something important to do. They told him that if they returned, then he will be able to come with them. They also told him that if they don't return, then he should follow the river south since there was a shelter there for people, and then they gave him something. It was a blue clothes. He stayed at the clothes that was in his hands, the blue clothing emblem on it, and then they told him that if he shows them the emblem, then they would take him in the lonely and dense woods that was silent, the midway to a particular place, and then saw an entrance of which they were looking for. The old man with them peeped, and then say that the south had a lot of weird things buried underneath it, and it was amazing. One of his colleagues popped up behind him with a scary face, and they asked him if he counted him as something buried too. The old man ignored demand, told him that it was time for him to take the reins, and then threw something in, and then told him to lead the way. One of his colleagues raised his hands, saying that you want to lead the way, but then his boss cutting him off, telling him that he would lead the way. He slowly made his way down from the tree and then landed on the ground. He brought out a stone that illuminates light to flash at the part they were going to work into. Then he confirmed that one of his colleague Piedmont was correct because a natural tunnel made into man-made tunnels runs deep. Then he flashed the light up, telling them that they can come down now since it was safe, which Lolly Girl hastily did. He told them that if it was one of the tunnels that was dug for war, then it will be very deep. He also told them that if the tunnels weren't deep, the refugees sheltering in them would be affected. Suddenly he had a rusting sound and then flashed his light closely to one part there in the tunnel. To get a better view, she went a little closer and flashed her light. And then they entered a hall that was quiet with straight-up roads. Lonely Girl behind him looked around her while the leader concentrated on the road ahead. Then she opened up and said that something was not right because their architectural style is very different from the tunnels of their crypt. Then the boss said that it means that he wasn't in charge of the tunnels. Constructions wondered who was. Embassy that place reminded her of the ruins in the Mountain of Darkness. Byron agreed with Ember and also say that since he was caused, his mind was pretty foggy and he missed that. The protagonist wondered if that is part of the reasons why the ruins in the Mountain of Darkness is part of the larger ruins. He also wondered if it could be the fortress inside the Mountain of Darkness and underground tunnel there are connected. They also wondered if they connected them by cutting through the north side of the mountain, the Whitewater River, and the entire forest belt of the mountains. Also, to cut through such large swatches of the land is not a mean feat, and the amount of materials a machine needed must have been massive. Suddenly, he couldn't help but think of something, and it was something related to the divine sin Eggy mentioned earlier. Suddenly, Lolly Girl waved at his face to get his attention. She asked him what he was thinking about and if he just spaced out. He said that it was nothing, and also said that judging by the location, they were probably under the Whitewater River's riverbed. Lolly Girl was surprised, and then said that the place they currently were in is shore deep, and then wondered how they dig the tunnel deep. The white-bearded old man whispered in Lolly's ear, telling her he is more concerned on how they determined their location. She replied by telling him that he was buried for 700 years, which makes him a pro at that. The protagonist heard what she said and pulled her ear, which made her cry out. After what he did, they all stood there, all three of them looking at the protagonist. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed that the blonde hair guy was becoming serious and then turned to him. Suddenly, Philip the blonde hair guy called the knight's name Byron. Philip asked him that regarding what he said before about Justice Retreat, is it a knight skilk that he didn't know about? Byron was speechless and then froze for a moment. His face turned pale when he heard what Philip said. Then he started begging him, telling him that he should teach him how to perform that skills. As they walked in, suddenly everywhere became silence. All they could hear was drops of waters. They stood in front of a lake that was at the body part of your wall. Byron suddenly pointed out to a root of saying that that was where he had fallen off from. The protagonist asked if there have been any earthquakes in this generation in recent years. Philip replied by telling him no, and then said that he heard from people who live in Tanzania town that they occasionally heard strange sounds like beaks crying from under the Ming. Suddenly, the protagonist wondered something and then said that Byron's law was really good, then he should really thank the goddess of faith for surviving. Byron told them that going up from there they can see the east wall of the castle, but the entrance to D Cave is almost straight and full of soft soil. Then the druid raised his hand, snapped his finger, and said that it was up to professionals to handle the rest. The tree branch on his hand initially dried off. As the one on his hands dried off, all the remaining tree branches started to squeak and shake, and then slowly started drying off. After he was done, he now made way for them. Outside of the cave was the walls of the castle stood there in the woods. They saw that no one was at the corridor, and then the atrium is also deserted. Amber noticed that no one was there in and outside of the castle. She said that no one had pruned the yard in months and weeds and shrugs were almost covering the roads. The protagonist was concerned of Byron and then told him that he hasn't recovered, so he should wait for them. He left 3 crystal grenades for self-defense and then asked him if he had memorized the usage. He told the protagonist that it doesn't feel good to revealed as a nuisance. The protagonist told him that he has made great achievements and fought bravely, so he doesn't want him to die because of his recklessness. He looked at the granite for self-defense that has been given to him with a soft look. Everywhere inside the castle was calm and was also bushy on some parts. They walked into the castle while sticking to each other closely to avoid dangers and to be alert. Suddenly Philip sensed something, and then his eye trembled in fear. He felt like something was staring at him, and then he grabbed his sword lightly when he heard some weird sounds. He told Amber that there was some evil air there. She jokingly told him that he should shout holy light, and then the next second she was going to chop it off. The protagonist told them to keep quiet and also reminded them that Philip was a follower of Kyle. Kyle was the god of warriors and knights, and also the god of war, and he's a very powerful god. Although he wasn't the god of holy light, his divine powers also has ability to resist decay and detect evil. Philip told them that the plants were growing too much and something was probably wrong. The protagonist told them that they should avoid that plant, let them slip past it. Suddenly Amber something and then turned around. She was speechless for a moment while she stared at the plant. Amber's eyes shook while her pupils shrink in fear as she noticed something. She could see dangerous creatures lurking around the castle in the leaves. She wanted to scream out, but Philip quickly closed her mouth with his hands. Hands of the dead came out from the floor, stretching out and trying to grab onto something. This were people that has been killed by the plants, their faces, their hands, and everywhere displayed in horror. They had an unfortunate death because they plants wrapped around them to their death. See what has happened, Philip called what the plant did a crazy act. Amber asked Philip if those people were dead or alive. The druid replied by telling her that most of them were alive, and it is hard to say how long they will live. And then also, that was the reason why they didn't see any guard attendants, because all of them had been buried in the atrium. The druid told them that they should never come in contact with this plans because they are the eyes of the cultist. Amber said that she was not afraid, but there was no need for such a troublesome ritual to extract life from people. The druid said that those people we have dead and still have a little bit of consciousness in them. He also went on and tell them that he suspects that the cultist was extracting the minds of those people. When Amber heard that, she wondered if something like that can actually exist, the extracting of people's thoughts. The druid told them that it was not easy to deal with an extraordinary powerful person, but all of those guards were ordinary people and have no ability to resist magic. And it seemed that the cultist doesn't just want to kill a few people dear, he has a purpose. He was gathering information. They came to a stop in front of a large door that had a symbol on it. The protagonist slowly surveyed the symbol in front of the door. He was speechless for a moment and found it quite strange, and then they slowly opened the door. He brought out his sword to be prepared to move into the room in case the door opens. The door slowly opened, and then he stood and crossed his hands in front of him to counter any attack that might be launched unaware. When the door opens, he's there with his sword in his hands. He said into the room calmly and cautiously to avoid making much sound. When he got in, he felt a very powerful force on him. All his entire body froze, they were no longer listening to him. His entire body shook with fear because being unable to control one's body could lead to death. He felt that he was in a sea conscience of an entirely different creature, but something way more powerful or someone if possible. He stood there stranded, having no idea of what to do while his body was being controlled by someone else. He could see a palace with a lot of pillars and felt like he was getting closer to the door. But instead of getting closer, it seemed like his conscience was getting far away from the door of the palace. He was slowly being sucked into the conscience more and more and finding it hard to escape from it. He could hear voices that kept on saying all things would eventually perish. and the protagonist's subconscious instantly agreed to the fact that everything will eventually perish. Suddenly, the protagonist came back to his senses. After what had happened, he was speechless for a moment, and then wondered what exactly had happened to him. He stood inside the hall and everywhere was silent. He was literally in a daze for a moment without doing anything as he surveyed his environment. Inside the hall, there were old pictures of old paintings around the walls and the halls. He turned to his subordinate and saw that they were fine. Then he wondered if he was the only one that was affected by what had happened. Amber came up behind him and asked him what was wrong. He told her that he seemed to have encountered an illusion, but it's only lasted for a moment. The druid told them that there was indeed magic power dissipates and most likely the aura left by the cultist. The protagonist told them that they have to be careful because they might be a magic trap there. The druid jokingly said that the protagonist was either cautions or has weird power and he can feel it. He said that he can feel the magic powers that was twisted in there, but none of the breath is active. Philip decided to chant a spell while holding his sword tightly. Suddenly his sword illuminated a golden light. Once the amount of the power needed on the sword had emerged, he opened his eye to cast the spell. With the power generated here, he was able to detect where their breath was gathering, and then he pointed towards the direction. The protagonist and Amber turned towards the direction that Philip had pointed to. Then he held his sword tightly as they all made their way towards the door. Suddenly, Amber looked today west and saw a painting there. The face on the painting had a dead, pale face with no emotions on it. Amber shook her head because she was scared. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked at it like a portrait that is affected by a magical environment. Then, thinking about his own portrait, he wondered why that person has not hung it yet. Then Philip said that he can't be able to sense declare aura of the cultist there. When they got to the door, they put agonist slightly pushed the door open. Inside the hall, someone was seated at a chair in the middle of the hall on an altar. Their expression turned pale for a moment when they saw the person there, and then they were sweating profusely. The protagonist's expression also switched as his gaze turned serums, staring intently at the person. The person on the seat seemed all dried up and was turning grey. He looked like someone that life has been sucked out of and all skinny. He kept on saying weird things that was not understandable. The protagonist and his subordinates slowly made their way towards the old man on the seat. They all stared at him in confusion and wondered why he was acting like that. Then Druid told them that his mind was trapped, but it's not serious. He can be able to break the spell. And he reminded them that if he was to break the spell, it might alarm the cultist, so he told him to be prepared. The protagonist nodded and also told him to go ahead with it. He pulled out something and then opened it up and poured it on his head. Suddenly, purple lightning started coming out from his head and eye. His sight started becoming a little bit clearer, and he could see the two people that were in front of him, so he stretched out his hand towards them. But seeing the person in front of him clearly, he started to panic. His pupils trembled. He screamed when he saw the person standing in front of him, and then he shouted that he was in his shadow. Suddenly, something behind them broke into pieces. A powerful, terrifying force appeared right above them with a scary expression. It's flew in a very high speed towards them, trying to attack them. The first to go is slowly turned around while their force was fast approaching. The protagonist rushed and grabbed the man that had been rescued away from the chair and away from the place that the force tried to attack. Because of the attack, it had broken the chair that was in the middle of the hall into pieces. A shadows slowly emerged from the force and then told them that he was in their shadows. Amber attacked the invisible force with her powers. Suddenly, the being flew up, leaving a streak of purple aura away from Amber. Then the protagonist said that if a legal profession doesn't hide in the dark and throw ball lightning, it would have to run out and assassinate the knights. The protagonist asked the shadow if everything will eventually die by painting like his. Then the protagonist said that it was a legal profession that doesn't hide in the dark and throw ball lightning. Then the shadow then asked the person affected by the try voice. The protagonist then asked him what voice of truth he was talking about and then asked if it was the magic he had left on the door. The protagonist explained that when they opened the door and came in, they would hear voices in their head. Then Philip agreed, saying that he did hear it. Then he said that it was unfortunate because just as he was about to chat with it, the voice disappeared. He asked the shadow if it went crazy with just one sentence that he had said. The shadow was angry. I told him that he violated the iron law of the dead because he had returned from the kingdom of the dead. The shadow then rushed towards all of them to attack them immediately. It started attacking the protagonist and his subordinates with his own subordinate. Then it started putting life into the trees around which twisted and started forming into an army. Seeing that it was an army that was being formed, the heart to prepare for the worst of it. They stood and watched as the trees that has been formed into armies rushed towards them. Each one of them started attacking. Philip held his sword while the druid also started casting some spells. Then the druid suddenly pulled out a beans plot and then threw it out. It landed right in front of the trees that were armies and then exploded. As it exploded, it created vines which then ties up the trees while the trees screamed out to be free. He screamed out, telling them that for them to destroy the trees that they should destroy the cause that was in the mass of the rotten leaves. He also reminded them that they shouldn't let the venom splash into their eyes. The protagonist kept on attacking each and every tree with a serious expression. The shadow just stood there and watched as the protagonist attacked each and every of his tree army. And with the way the protagonist was fighting the shadow, concluded that he should be able to know Gawain Cecil. As he fought, he thought of the fact that he had shouted so arrogantly few minutes ago. As a result, the shadow refused to take action and then created his armies. Also, he probably must have guessed that Cecil was in a weak state after his resurrection, so he was testing his strength. And the shadow was also taking risks. This were all the protagonist's conclusion. He kept on slaying the trees that were attacking him repeatedly without any sign of weakness. He decides to go out with a fake expression of exhaustion and fatigue so that the shadow will attack. Suddenly, the shadow then decided to launch an attack. The shadow threw the attack at the protagonist, taking advantage of his illness or weak states to kill him. Seeing the amount of force coming towards him, the protagonist smiles because that was exactly what you wanted. The shadow increased the amount of force of attack that he had launched at the protagonist from behind. Suddenly, he didn't feel any movement initially, but then paused when he felt a sense of danger rushing towards him. The protagonist went in between the attacks he had launched and then raised his sword to cut him. The shadow dodged immediately because of the danger he had felt and was shocked. Seeing that the shadow had dodged, swing his sword to the right to cut him since that was the place he had dodged to. The shadow captain dodging each and every attack of the protagonist. But the protagonist didn't give up and continued to attack mercilessly while they shadow tried to block the attacks. The protagonist put all his entire force and power into his sword as he launches his attack. But instead of dodging this time, the shadow used his hand and blocked the sword attack that the protagonist has launched on him. Seeing that he had taken his attack head on the protagonist was very shocked, because the two attacks meeting together had generated a lightning on the sword. But then the protagonist decides to put all his entire force into the sword. It sounds like an alarm to the shadow when he felt the force from the sword and then the light that it has generated. He felt the heat coming from the sword that was on him, and then the shrinking sound could be heard. They kept on attacking each other, and then the shadow also felt fear from the attack he had gotten from the protagonist. They kept on slashing their sword together. One was slashing while the other was blocking. But then the battle became very, very intense as the expression of the protagonist turned cold. The protagonist slashed his sword towards his attack, who blocked the attack with his sword. The protagonist moved forward again and slashed his firelit sword towards the attacker with a hood, who once again blocked the attack. The protagonist and the hoodman attacked each other ferociously. Their swords was moving so fast it could barely be seen. The protagonist slashed his sword intending to cut the hoodman, who moved back with great speed. The protagonist raised his sword back immediately, injuring the hoodman on his arm as the hoodman flew backwards. The hoodman calmly leaned against the wall, holding his hand that was cut by the protagonist. The protagonist kept his sharp gaze at the hoodman, and the protagonist raised his sword above his head. As the protagonist raised his sword above his head, flames of fire can be seen gathering around the protagonist's sword. The hoodman looked up, his left eye red as amber, then his two eyes lit up as he squinted with anger. The protagonist then slashed forward against the hoodman with fire gathered around his sword. The wave caused by the sword raised the floor like an earthquake. The hoodman let out a shout from his lips as marveled at the power from the protagonist's sword. The surrounding area shook as if an earthquake was happening. Dust from east blew as the earthquake kept moving west with clouds of dust following. The young soldier stood his sword in hand, staring at the branches everywhere with tiny lights in them. The branches appeared to stand and then fall, coming towards the young soldier who held his sword before him. The soldier stood, and lowly girl sat on the floor with exhaustion written all over their faces from the fight. The young soldiers looked by his side, seeing the protagonist coming, asked him if he was the one that destroyed the cult. The protagonist kept coming forward as he answered the young soldier with a no. The protagonist looked at the body hidden below the dispersing dust, saying he always feel like something is not right at the end. The man with the pointed hat bent and picked up ashes from below and smeared it in between his thumb and index finger, saying it's burnt bark. The old man went further to say that it was black magic used by the fallen druid. The tree roots have grown everywhere with green, slimy things on it. One of the tree roots started to shake as if something inside it wanted to come out, and a man burst out from it with great difficulty. The man fell to the floor as he disentangled himself from the roots. With the slimy green things sliding from his back, he tried standing up, and with hatred, he called out the name of the protagonist. The man spit out the slimy green stuff in his mouth as he promised to end the protagonist. The man thought of how strong the protagonist's sword is. The protagonist's sword destroyed his with only the hilt remaining. The man stood up with great difficulty holding his injured hand. As he stood up to leave he saw the commander standing not far away. The commander looked at his left to see the man standing with great difficulty. The man rushed forward to attack the commander as the commander wondered how he was still alive. Taking out a bomb from his pocket, the commander released its latch. The commander then pressed the button at the head of the bomb. The man kept rushing towards the commander, who stretched out his hand to throw the bomb at the man. The commander threw the bomb towards the man. The man expertly caught the bomb thrown towards him. With a smirk on his face, he taunted the commander who threw the bomb. The commander then asked the man to turn around, which left the man surprised. The man looked at the bomb in his hand with fear in his eyes. Light started coming from different places with the bomb, the man's eyes with great fear written on it. The commander with his back turned put on his sunglasses to shade again through explosion. The explosion pushed the man off the building they were on. The man kept falling and falling until he could not be seen again. On the roof of the castle where the explosion happened, smoke can be seen rising to the sky. The protagonist and those around him were startled on hearing the explosion. The protagonist deduced that the explosion was caused by the bomb he made, and that the direction it came from was from where the commander and his army is. He instructed those with him to go check it out. On the floor, what appears to be pieces of cloth can be seen burning. They came upon the commander leaning against the building as the protagonist asked him if the bomb blew the cultist to pieces. The commander turned on hearing the protagonist question, asking him if the hoodman was dead. The commander then spoke to the protagonist, telling him that he will tell him what he wants to hear, that the hoodman what's on the floor is part of hoodman. The commander went further to narrate how the hoodman survived the explosion escaping into the forest. The commander then told the protagonist that he would have gone after the hoodman, but he disappeared into thin air, to which the protagonist answered that he is a druid. The man with the pointed hat then said that it was impossible to catch up with such a person. The protagonist then explained that the land is big, and their manpower won't be enough to cover it. The young soldier standing by the side then asked if it was okay to let danger wander about. The man with the hat then explained to the young soldier that since they've been defeated, they won't show themselves anytime soon. The hoodman kept walking deep into the forest as the protagonist and Hugh's colleagues kept talking about him. The protagonist then let out a sigh from his lips. The protagonist then said that at least they were able to stop the unrest in the area they are in. The protagonist then gave his companions beside him instructions and turned to the lowly girl, telling them would go back to the lobby. The eye of the protagonist caught a light among the debris on the floor. He turned and walked towards it. The lowly girl then shouted at the protagonist, telling him not to go further. The protagonist, not paying any heed to her, walked forward and picked up a ring still attached to the detached finger of the hoodman. The protagonist took the ring out of the detached finger as the lowly girl came to stand beside him, looking at the ring in surprise that it's still intact. The protagonist held the ring between his thumb and index finger. "Bring the ring close to him." The protagonist peered into the hole. The protagonist then inserted his hand into his pants pocket looking for something. The protagonist then brought out a similar-looking ring, at which the lowly girl behind the protagonist laughed, looking at the ring, asking the man if the ring was a symbol of love between him and the hoodman. The lowly girl continued to question the protagonist on what his relationship with the hoodman was. The protagonist then turned angrily to the lowly girl, threatening to hit her with his sword. Raising the ring to his face, the protagonist reasons that the ring might be a mithril ring. The lowly then placed her right index finger on her head as she thought where she's heard that word. She suddenly opened her eye in shock. The lowly girl further talked about how the protagonist got his ring, that maybe the protagonist and hoodman were comrades. The protagonist then explained to his companions that to get the ring was hard, but the mithril house chose to sell it. The lowly girl was surprised, asking if the mithril house was not afraid of being destroyed. The protagonist then clenched both rings in his fist as he told the lowly girl that they had nothing to be afraid of cause of who their head is. The night has come. The sky is filled with stars as they shine. A man sat his face facing the floor as the protagonist came to stand before him, telling him that the cultist escaped. The protagonist then placed hand on the man's shoulder, telling him that they won't come back anytime soon. With a smile on his face, the man thanked the protagonist for saving them. Throwing his head back, the man shed tears as snort ran down from his nose. The man's tummy rumbled. He turned to the protagonist, asking for something to eat. The protagonist brought out a flask containing a green-colored liquid, asking the man to drink it first before eating. The man looked at the liquid with a weary expression on his face. The protagonist told him the potion was developed by the druid in his area. A poster showing the old man with the pointed hat with the potion on his hand is displayed. The protagonist then fed the potion to the man, who drank it with some spilling from the corner of his mouth. The man then blanched after drinking the potion given to him. The protagonist then asked the man if he had any information on the hood man. The man cleared his throat and, with his eyes downcast, told the protagonist that he dug up information he wasn't supposed to. The protagonist became curious and asked the man what he meant. The both looked the other deep in the eye as the man confessed he dug up a piece of the eternal tablet. The man went further to explain to the protagonist about how he came to be possession of the eternal tablet discovered underground. The man further told the protagonist that the walls has ancient stone wall with its support. The man continued his story that the people he sent found the eternal tablet in a tightly sealed room. The protagonist then asked if that was what the hoodman was after. The protagonist asked the man how others knew about the tablet, at which the man said his butler. The lowly girl smiled, happy she didn't have to return the watch she stole from the man's butler. The man angrily told the protagonist that he told the hoodman that he sent the tablet out to the king, that the hoodman couldn't get information out of him. The protagonist then looked at the man with curious eyes, noting how tenacious his mind is. The lowly girl turned to the man, stating what the hoodman did to his people to get information from them, not knowing the man was the one he needed. The man boastfully talked about his lineage and that he could never bow to a cultist. The protagonist then asked the man where he hid the tablet. The man laughed out loud. With a smirk on his face, he told the protagonist that he hid it in a place clear as day. A man with the appearance of a spiritual being can be seen as bright light shone behind his back, as the story of gods is being told. Light shone from the head of the man with the appearance of a spiritual, as the story about gods and eternal stone is being told. Some people kneels on the floor, some with their hand facing the sky, some facing the floor, as balls of light descended on them. As the protagonist asks the man where he hid the tablet, the man smiled, leading the protagonist to it. The man stretched his hand under a sack as he continued to tell the protagonist how they hoodman missed the tablet. The man brought out the tablet, telling the protagonist that he hid the tablet under where he was sitting. The protagonist was surprised, asking if this was the eternal slate. The man confirmed that it was, but continued that his people knew because of TGE inscriptions in the wall where they found the eternal tablet. He continued that in the place the tablet was found, other magical devices were not working except the tablet he held in his hand. The protagonist closed his eyes as he pictured hands coming together, as if begging for something as the man continued to talk. The protagonist stretched his hands towards the man, asking if he could see the tablet, to which the man handed it over to him. The protagonist held the tablet on his hand as he thought if it is actually a stone slab given its texture. The protagonist kept looking at the tablet as he noticed the side of the tablet an opening that looked like a link teeth. The protagonist held it to examine it as the man told him that if humans touch it, they get enlightenment. The protagonist asked why nothing happened when he held it. The man then explained that it goes beyond just touching it, that mental power is needed. The protagonist held the tablet as he became deep in thought on how to crack it. The protagonist then turned to look at the man as the man asked him to go with the tablet, telling the protagonist he should decide if he should keep the tablet or give it to the king. Doubtful on why he gave it out so easily, the protagonist asked the man the reason, with the man explaining himself, as the man anxiously cried out that he never wants to deal with the tablet ever again, because if it weren't for the protagonist saving him, he wouldn't have survived, that the protagonist should consider it a gift. The protagonist pocketed the tablet as he told the man that he doesn't know if he should consider the tablet a gift or a plague. The protagonist looked slightly behind him as someone called for his attention. The man with the pointed hat reported to the protagonist their progress in saving people who were victims of the hoodman. Some covered corpse can be seen on the floor as the old man continued to tell the protagonist that they couldn't save everyone. The old man tightly shut his eyes as he told the protagonist that dome of them, though alive, that their brains are dead. The protagonist asked the old man if all he said was the truth, as the man the saved sobbed at hide loss. The man then sadly said that even though he has to spend much to fix some of the damages, but he is grateful to be alive. The man held his head in despair as he thought about his little girl who was a victim, but grateful for his sons who were not. The man looked up with wide eyes as the young soldier told him that his daughter was still alive, but her brain was heavily damaged. A young girl can be seen wandering as the young soldier said that it was up only to the gods if she will recover. The man smiled a little on hearing that his daughter is alive. Holding his right hand to his chest, the man thanked the protagonist and his companions and expressed willingness to help when necessary. With his hand stretched out in front of him, the protagonist then told the man that he is doing what he knows is good, but if he needs his help, he will reach out. The man was surprised about the protagonist reaching out and asked, to which the protagonist told him that new Cecil is still under construction. The protagonist then laid before the man things that they are lacking, especially in construction. As the man listened to the protagonist's sweat came pouring down his face with a smile, the protagonist told him that he will buy the materials from him. The protagonist then further explained to the man that they need large quantity of the crystal he mines and that he would make enough profit. The man deep in thought reasons about the protagonist offer and agreed that he had more benefit if the deal pushed through. The protagonist also told the man that he needs workers. They can be anybody but not criminals. The man should help him spread the word. The man continued thinking to himself that this is his opportunity to remove excess population in his territory, that then called for his attention. The protagonist told the man that he needs people who can read, write, and understand mathematics. The protagonist and the man shook hands as they came to an agreement. Then the protagonist mentioned the ruins that the miners found. He explained that there were research centers. The man was surprised on hearing what the protagonist said and asked if the mechanism of the ruins still worked. A golden door can be seen with intricate designs on the doors. The Eternal Tablet is seen as if secured by different chains surrounding it, as the protagonist explained that there must be a reason it was left in the ruins. The man's face scrunched up in a frown as he told the protagonist that he thought his family was blessed, not knowing they sat on a volcano. The man then looked up at the protagonist, telling him that he will depend on his guidance to gather knowledge on the underground ruins. With a straight face, the protagonist asked the man if he intends to continue exploring the ruins. She should tell him whatever he finds, but it's better he doesn't. Outside, the sun is rising over the castle, casting its beautiful rays at the forest beneath. The lowly girl and the protagonist are seated on a horse leaving the Cecil territory as the lowly girl asked the protagonist why he didn't take advantage of TGE Cecil family. But with a smile on his face, the protagonist told the lowly girl that he had already robbed them, which left the lowly girl confused. The lowly girl watched the protagonist back as he continued in front, whistling a tune. The protagonist then instructed his men on the what next to do and that they should take the boy who saved the commander with them. With a grateful look in his eyes, the commander thanked the protagonist for his kindness. But then, in dejected tone, the commander mentioned the possible origin of the boy, asking if it was okay to take him away. But the protagonist dismissed what the commander said, telling him that he has taken care of it all. A thatched house with a wheel attached to it stood beside the water, and a boy stood close to the water with fire lit up before him. The boy's ear twitched as he heard the footsteps of someone approaching. The boy turned back to see that it was the commander approaching with a smile on his face, and his face broke out into a very big smile. The boy joyfully ran towards the commander, who stood his hands in front of him. On getting near to the commander, the boy opened his hand to show the commander nuts that he picked. The lowly girl who stood beside the commander and told him that the boy likes him, hence the nuts, to which the commander was surprised. The young soldier came to stand beside the commander, telling him he remembered he never married. The young soldier jokingly told the commander that it's not a sin to be ugly, but that he can adopt the boy as his heir. What the young soldier said left them all very surprised, including the boy. The young soldier went further to state reasons he believes is why the commander should adopt the boy. The commander accepted what the young soldier said, stating that he had the same idea if he were to come back alive, which he did. The commander's eyes lit up in surprise as he heard the voice of the protagonist say that he has his approval. But the protagonist asked the commander to seek the boy's consent first to see if he agrees. The commander turned to look at the boy who was standing before him. The boy also looked up at the commander, his eyes hoping. Seeing the boy's expression, the commander tightly shut his eyes in deep thoughts. The commander looked at the boy in front of him, asking him if he heard what the protagonist said. The boy looked up at the commander in anticipation, as the commander said that he was willing to adopt him. The commander stretched out his hand to the boy, asking him if he was will, as the boy stretched out his hand too towards the commander. Under the clear blue sky, the commander and the boy both shook hands, showing agreement with the new arrangement. The sky shows a beautiful golden color as dusk set in, and under this sky a wooden building is seen. The girl with the blue ribbon excitedly called out to the protagonist as the lady in red stood behind her. The girl excitedly asked the protagonist about the bomb they made if it worked. The lady in red who stood behind her scolded the girl with the blue ribbon in her mind. The protagonist patted the girl's head, telling her that the bomb she made was very helpful. The girl with the blue ribbon was skeptical, asking the protagonist if he really used the bomb. The protagonist explained to the girl that only one of the bombs was used, but its effect was very good. The girl with the blue ribbon excitedly went inside a tent not far away. The commander and the young soldier who stood not so far away smiled on seeing the smile in the girl's face. The young soldier looked at the boy behind him, telling the commander to take his adopted son to bath him and change his cloth. The voices of the commander and the young soldier can be heard as the both shared their thoughts on the new addition to the Cecil family. A tent can be seen sitting under the evening sky, and within the tent on top, a table, the eternal tablet, and the 2 rings are placed. The protagonist stood his index on his lips as he thought about the relationship between the cultist and the mithril house. The protagonist, with his eyes closed a little, told himself it was time to call that lady. The protagonist picked up one of the rings from the tabletop. The protagonist clasped the ring within his palm as he infused the ring with his magical powers as a blue light shone from within his hands. A pattern can be seen appearing. The protagonist then slowly opened his hand, marveling at the communication magic of the ring. The protagonist further thought about the ability of the mithril house that produced the ring. He also wondered if the ring has other functions. The ring suddenly spoke. It greeted the protagonist. The protagonist looked at the ring and told the ring that he has a question, to which the ring responded that he can ask freely, and he asked about the hoodman. The protagonist held the ring close as he waited for its reply to his question, to which the ring replied that they don't business with the cult of the hooded man. The protagonist looked surprised and intently at the ring and asked it why it was like that. The ring explained that the cult was psychotic in thinking, caused the belief in the destruction of everything living. The protagonist then explained to the ring how he was able to get hold of the ring, and from whom, which left the ring surprised and doubtful if it was original. The protagonist explained that TGE ring is exactly like his, so it should be real, but he can check the identification to know for sure. The ring confirmed that it couldn't be stolen because it will be useless to whoever stole it. This statement led the protagonist to the conclusion that someone from the cult has access to purchase the ring from the mithril family. In some other place, a being with the appearance of a woman sat with a ring floating before her as she communicated to the protagonist her next line of action. The protagonist asked her to communicate with him if he gets any new information, to which the lady on the other side told the protagonist that she will get back to him once she has an information. The protagonist thought to himself that the communication was awkward. He asked to cut the call first. The voice from the ring then asked the protagonist if he will die again. The protagonist then disconnected the discussion as he say his hand folded in front of him. The protagonist then picked the tablet on top the table surface. He picked up the tablet with questions written all over his face. The protagonist kept touching the tablet as he thought to himself that the material feels familiar. The protagonist went to a shelf within the tent store the tablet. The protagonist thought to himself that the crystals found on the body of the eternal tablet is the crystal left by the former owner of his body. The crystal floats beside the tablet as the protagonist confirmed that the crystals in the tablet and the one beside it are the same. With his hands placed on his chin, the protagonist tried connecting how all the things he has at hand connects to the satellite that he was moved from. Bringing the tablet close to the crystals, the small stones embedded within the tablet started shining. As the protagonist moved the tablet away from the crystals, it lost its light. The protagonist supported his head on hand as he looked deeply concentrated. A small bright light can be seen appearing. The small light starts growing bigger and bigger and bigger, with it opening to what looks like a long funnel. Along that plane, a being transparent and bluish in color with a head of flame can be seen. The bluish being can be seen falling as if to pass through the mouth of the funnel. And eyes can be seen belonging to the being as the being kept falling. The eye can be seen getting bigger and bigger and bigger as the little light that shone became so bright. The protagonist waked up with sweat running down his face. The sweat continued to pour down the protagonist's face as he contemplates what he just heard. The tablet sits on the table as the protagonist stares deeply at it. The protagonist held his head as he kept thinking in fear about what he just dreamed about. The protagonist moved to a chair as he went further, thinking if what he saw in his dream was a scam or not. The sweat kept running down the protagonist's face as he kept thinking about what he just dreamt. The girl on blue ribbon who was outside the protagonist's tent sleeping was woken from her sleep by the protagonist's voice asking her to call the others for him. She immediately rushed to call the young soldier, the lady in red, and the lowly girl who all came to the protagonist. The protagonist sat his 2 fingers interlocking in front of him as he was far away in thought. The protagonist then pushed the eternal tablet forward, asking his companions if they remembered what that is. The lowly girl answered the protagonist that it was a lowly stone, as the protagonist told the young soldier to touch the tablet with his spirit. The young soldier was surprised the protagonist further told him to stay calm no matter what he may hear or see after touching the tablet. With his eyes focused on the tablet, the protagonist also told not to believe whatever he may hear about his religion, cause it might be false. The young soldier was surprised, asking the protagonist if the information was really fake, as the protagonist told him he wasn't so sure. The young soldier, with a bit of hesitation, stretched out his hand and touched the tablet. Immediately he touched the tablet with his eyes closed. A red light shined from the tablet. After a while, the young soldier opened his eyes, and there was a spark in them. The young soldier turned to the protagonist, telling him he'd just received divine touching. The young soldier excitedly went on to talk about how useful the information he was given will be for them. The protagonist looked on in doubt, asking the young soldier if that was all he heard. Still with excitement written all over his face, the young soldier continued to explain that the feeling he had can't be expressed. The protagonist then explained that he felt it might be fake, but based on the young soldier's reaction, it might not be. The protagonist then called out to the lady in red, telling her to come touch it. The lady red touched it, and a green light shone from the tablet. She closed her eyes, and the green light rose and surrounded her. The lady in red opened her eyes and called out to the protagonist. The protagonist sat as he listened to Lady in Red explain what she heard and felt. But the Lady in Red went further and said that his spirit rejected the tablet, that something told her not to go near it again, which left the protagonist surprised. This statement from the Lady in Red left the protagonist in deep thoughts as to the goddess of the tablet of it was different from other gods. The lowly girl reached out her hand and placed on the tablet as she told the others that it was her turn. The lowly girl looked at the tablet scornfully, asking TGE others if this tablet was really powerful. The lowly girl placed her hand on the tablet, but nothing happened. She angrily started pressing hard on the tablet as the protagonist told her that that is not how it works. The lowly girl painfully cried that she used her mental power, but still nothing happened. The lowly girl turned to the young soldier and the lady in red, asking them if they both faked their reaction. The young soldier defended himself that he actually felt enlightenment, and the lady in red confirmed she did, but slightly. The lowly girl then proposed that maybe the strength of the tablet weakens over time as it is used. The protagonist then told the young soldier to try again, to which he did, and the same red light burst out. The protagonist proposed that maybe it had to do with one's religious piety. The protagonist still placed his hand on his chin as he kept thinking about the tablet. The protagonist further said that maybe this is the reason they have shallow believers. The protagonist turned to the lowly girl, asking if she was even religious. 4,578. The lowly girl then told the protagonist that she is a very religious person, that even the goddess speaks to her. The lady in red asked the lowly girl if she was sure and not hallucinating. The protagonist sat tired as the two girls argued among themselves. From within the tent, the voice of the protagonist can be heard telling the lady in red and the lowly to stop fighting. The tablet sat on the table as the protagonist pondered why what the heard was different from what he heard. With his palm placed on his forehead, the protagonist thought about how many things were different when it comes to him. Like when she saw the priestess, others see a normal person, but he sees a translucent being floating about. The protagonist wondered if the things written on the tablet were real or not. The protagonist further wondered if really the eternal tablet is real, if the information within it is trustworthy. The protagonist's eyes squinted as he was deep in his thoughts. The mind of the protagonist wandered as he analyzed the information he got from the tablet, deducing that it was not a war, but the gods were all killed. The protagonist then thought that if the gods were all dead, then who is the one that answers their prayers, that the voice he heard brought him chills? The protagonist leaned on his hand, formed into a fist, as his mind flashed back to the White Starfall incident. The protagonist thought about the reason it was possible for information to be written down, passing a long period of time, which was the druid elf. A bright light can be seen coming down from the sky as it made contact with the ground. With his finger clasped before him, the protagonist thought about the fall of the gods being way older than the fall of the White Star. The protagonist deduced that before civilization was established on Earth, the gods were all dead already. Outside is filled with stars lighting up the sky as the thoughts of the protagonist kept echoing. Inside a dense forest, a man can be seen walking with a limp. The man had an injury at the side of his lips as he held back a moan of pain. The stub of where a hand should have been can be seen. The man had lost his arm. The man kept walking and trudging forward with a limo in his step. The man's leg crushed the grasses underneath his feet. That was the hood man, and he kept walking forward, his head bent as if in despair. As he kept walking, he came upon a rock standing in the forest. On top, the rock is a symbol like the letter S, with some small marks inscribed all around it. On seeing the mark, the hood man's eyes showed intense fear. Suddenly, very strong wind started blowing everything. What appears to be a wind tornado started coming towards the hood man where he stood. The hood man turned to face the spiral wind as a voice came from within the spiral that the hood man badly failed in his mission. The voice from with the tornado called out the hood's man name as Mr. Bud. The wind dispersed to show a lady with very long hair, green eyes, and a dark apparel with a touch of green. They lady went further to tell the hood man that he had blind confidence, that is why he failed. The hood man closed his eyes and then opened it as he told the lady that the protagonist intervened and is stringer than he imagined. As the lady became interested, thinking if really the protagonist is still as powerful as he was then. The picture of a younger version of the protagonist with fire in his left eyes. The lady continued that if he was that powerful, that the hood man won't breathe and he would be killed. But the lady then said that if the protagonist could easily defeat the hooded man, then he was stronger than she thought. The man was surprised as he asked the lady that he thought she said that the spirit of the protagonist was already destroyed. The lady looked up at the sky as she told the hood man that the protagonist had encounter with some spiritual beings, but she doesn't what he got. The lady looked at the hooded man from the corner of her eye as he told him not to bother himself with the protagonist. The hood man then asked what was their next plan, but the lady told him to forget it. The lady turned her back to the man, telling him not to make any more trouble, that they have more important matters to attend to. She slightly looked behind her as she instructed the man in what to do next. The woman then explained to the man why she gave him that assignment, which left him surprised. The spiral wind came again and started surrounding the lady. Before she left, the lady told the man to let go of the past because it can lead to his doom. The wind dispersed as the lady disappeared, but her last words echoed that the man should let go. The man raised his hand and caught a falling leaf and brought it to hide nose and inhaled deeply. The leaves from the tree kept on falling to the floor of the forest. Suddenly, the symbol that was inscribed on the stone disappeared. The protagonist opened the box he kept the tablet in. On hearing an approaching footsteps, he closed it. The commander then loudly called out to the protagonist in panic. The protagonist asked the commander why he was panicked, asking him if the lady in red and the lowly girl fought, to which the commander said no. The commander, with fear written all over his face as he told the protagonist he can't adopt the mute little boy. This left the protagonist surprised that he would say such a thing. The protagonist told him that he was there when he adopted the boy. With fear still written all over his face, the commander told the protagonist that he can't adopt the child because it's a girl, not a boy. This statement left the protagonist extremely surprised. He became speechless. Holding his head, he told the protagonist that he found out as he was giving the child a bath. The protagonist stood asking the commander that he hopes he has no bad thoughts, to which the commander answered he had none. Holding his head, the commander told the protagonist that he won't be able to adopt the child since it's a girl. With a smile on his face, the protagonist asked the commander if he was still old-fashioned thin 6. It was only boys that be heirs. Thus the commander denied, stating that he had no issue with her being his heir. But he was doubtful if he could raise a girl child upright. Holding his head, the commander said that he thought the child was a boy, but now that it's a girl, he's lost. The commander heard tiny footsteps approaching from behind. The commander then slightly looked behind him to see who it was. There stood the mute girl, her hands held behind her back, as the protagonist told the commander that his daughter is here to see him. The little girl looked at the commander in front of her with nervous eyes. The commander looked at her with a bit of hesitation in his eyes as sweat ran down his face. The commander and the little girl kept looking at each other. The commander held his head as he asked the girl why he followed him. Immediately, the little girl started crying on hearing what the commander said, who anxiously tried calming her down. The protagonist walked forward and touched the commander, calling him by his name. The protagonist told the commander that he knows that it was not easy, but since he promised to adopt the child before, he should still go with it. With a smile on his face, the protagonist told the commander to take care of the little girl. The commander looked at the protagonist with a bit of hesitation in his eyes, but finally gave in to what the protagonist said. Outside in the sun, children are playing all around, and the protagonist told the commander that he can ask for help from women in the village. The little girl looked at the children playing outside as the protagonist kept talking to the commander. The protagonist told the commander that they can't treat the girl badly as she brought luck to them, as the commander patted the girl on the head. The protagonist asked the commander if he knew the girl's name, to which he replied that he doesn't know. The protagonist mentioned that she might have a name, but since she can't talk, they can't know her name, so they should give her a new name. Suddenly the girl started shouting and ran out from the tent. She ran back immediately and hunched, panting heavily. She opened her hands to show those before her the green peas in her hand. The protagonist was surprised and called out "Pea," to which the girl's face lit up with a very bright smile. The commander then asked her if she didn't want a name and just want to be called Pea. The protagonist then said that the name should he have given to her by her parents, hence why she was serious about it. The girl still held the peas in her hand as the adults around her kept talking. The protagonist turned to the commander, telling him he should focus on his daughter and leave his former job, that he has a new one for him. The face of the commander became solemn as that of a soldier with nervousness written on his face. The protagonist, on seeing the expression on the commander face, told him he didn't need be nervous. The protagonist walked up to a shelf and pulled out a book as he told the commander to prepare to explore the dark mountains, which left the commander surprised. The protagonist turned back to look at the commander, telling him why he was the best for the job of exploring the mountains. The protagonist then handed the envelope he took from the shelf to the commander, telling the commander safety first. The commander placed his hand on his chest as a sign of salute to the protagonist and promised not to disappoint him. A mountain can be seen with very healthy trees all around. What looks like an industry with stones in front of it can be seen. The stone is moved into the factory by means of a mechanical mover. The round ash ball can be seen at work, the factory melting the stones brought in. The protagonist stood as he analyzed the progress they've made so far and what still needed to be done. The girl with the blue bow on ran forward with a spear with red head in hand as called out to the protagonist. The protagonist was surprised seeing her rushing towards him with the spear, wondering what she wants to do with it. The other girl with a part of her hair covering her face ran after the girl with the blue ribbon on. The girl on the blue ribbon excitedly told the protagonist that they have concluded in studying the books given to them, and after studying it, they also calculated the infinite structure of the magic network. The protagonist wiped sweat from his head with relief that the girl on blue ribbon had no thoughts to attack him. The protagonist became interested in what they said, asking if they've told him about this before. The girl with the blue ribbon on told the protagonist that he was the one that mentioned the calculation to her first. The girl with the blue ribbon on her hair reminded the protagonist of the time her companion came to give him report on their research. The girl with the blue ribbon on her hair kept excitedly telling the protagonist all the discoveries that she made. The protagonist asked he to calm down, that he understands what she means, asking her to show what she wrote in her book. The girl with the blue ribbon on her hair walked forward to a table and laid on top the table the calculations she has made so far. What the protagonist saw left him extremely speechless. The girl with the blue ribbon on her hair excitedly explained the mechanism of the magic network. The silhouette of the protagonist cab be seen as he stood listening to the explanation of the girl with the blue ribbon on her hair. The protagonist's silhouette looked on with awe as the girl on blue ribbon kept explaining her calculations. At the end, she explained that the magic network can act like a magic net. As the protagonist asked her to solve the equation, to which she replied she already has a solution. The girl then pointed to the book and top of the table and explained how the calculations worked. The explanation left the protagonist very surprised and happy, but the protagonist said he had one more thing that needs to be confirmed. Is it safe? This question threw the girl with the blue ribbon on her hair off balance, as she admitted she hadn't considered it. With his hand on his chin, with a look of concentration on his face, the protagonist thought about the pros and cons of the magic network. On hearing the analysis that the protagonist made, the ribbon girl became excited and praised the protagonist. The protagonist stood as he thought about how to solve the security issue of the network. The protagonist went on to explain his theory as the ribbon girl looked on in awe. The girl with the hair covering her face went further, saying that they shouldn't make the network too big and to divide it into portions. The protagonist explained that if it is done that way, that the network will be lost. The ribbon girl asked the protagonist what he meant. The protagonist asked how they are connected, to which the girl replied directly. The protagonist kept on further thinking about solutions to make to the network. The blue ribbon girl was doubtful if the protagonist idea would work if it won't reduce the power of the network, to which the protagonist allayed her fears by giving her reasons why it's okay. The protagonist then pinched the ribbon girl's cheek, crediting the discovery to her. The protagonist told the ribbon to take her time, that there is still a long way to go. The protagonist then asked the ribbon girl if she wanted a reward, since she was the one that made the discovery, to which the ribbon girl requested for a new crystal for her staff. The ribbon girl showed the protagonist the staff, telling him that it was old, and the protagonist thought on how to repair it all. The protagonist then told the ribbon girl to go over to the treasure house and get a fire elemental core. The ribbon girl jumped up in joy as her companion stood quietly behind. The girl standing behind became surprised as the protagonist asked her what she also wanted. As the girl answered that she did what she had to do and doesn't expect any reward. The protagonist then told her that in his case all contribution made by someone is highly valued. Still looking at the girl, the protagonist told her that the ribbon girl just said that the calculations was completed by her. This left the girl very surprised, as this has never been done for her. She then told the protagonist that if that is so, that she would like to have him on Hive Hayline contribution list, and that they should add Mr. Ravencase name cause he invented most of the formulas. The protagonist then closed his eyes as he thought about the girl's request. Then the voice of the protagonist can be heard telling the girl sure that he agrees. The ribbon girl raised up a bunch of books in surprise as she asked if the protagonist made all the drawings. The girl with the hair covering her face looked at the calculations in front of her with surprise. Turning to the protagonist, the girl asked if he was the one that did all these calculations, to which the protagonist said yes. Looking at the calculations in front, the girl with the scar concluded that these calculations were advanced. She kept looking at the book with wonder as the protagonist explained the different calculations and writings he made. The scar girl then asked the protagonist if he ever came across such calculations before, to which the protagonist replied, Gangfeng Empire. The protagonist then turned his attention to the drawings held by the ribbon girl. She then told the protagonist that she had never seen that drawing before, which left the protagonist surprised. Then, the protagonist started explaining to the ribbon girl what the drawing she's holding stands for. The protagonist then told the ribbon how he struggled with the magic in that drawing as she listened attentively. The protagonist then said that his head imploded because he couldn't with how big the magic was. The ribbon girl then asked the protagonist why he was showing her the drawings. Does he want the drawing to be built? The protagonist then started to explain how he thinks this can work. But the ribbon girl didn't agree with what the protagonist said, laying out reasons why she thinks his points are not okay. The protagonist smiled and then told the ribbon girl that she was right. But he went further to explain why his own point was valid too. The scare girl then asked the protagonist if he was trying to cut down cost on manufacturing it. The protagonist went further to explain why his idea is okay. The scar girl then asked the protagonist if everyone will make use of the electricity and if it was possible. The protagonist looked at the scar and reminded her that their factory and mine run on magic engine, so why won't this idea work? The ribbon girl excitedly accepted the challenge the protagonist gave. The protagonist smiled and asked her if she was up to the task. The ribbon girl and scar girl all promised to do their best. In a very big tunnel, some silhouette of men can be seen, and one person can be seen with the A-lamp. A man's hand can be seen picking up a crystal, while another held the lamp, as someone explained the uses of the lamp. The shadows of the men can be seen on the wall as they marched forward. A hand can be seen making markings on the map as they rounded a corner. The commander who held the map as he told the people with him to rest for a while. They lit up fire before them as they brought out food to eat. As they sat down to rest, the soldier beside the commander told him that they've been moving for a long time and they've seen nothing. The commander turned to the soldier and asked if they are in staircase leading to the next level, to which the soldier answered yes. The commander felt wind coming from the left. He looked at it the side it was coming from. The commander removed his glove and raised his hand, placed his index finger on his tongue to wet it. The commander raised his index finger upwards to feel the direction at which the wind was coming, and he confirmed it. The commander wore his gloves back and instructed his companions to go look for the passage at which the wind is coming from. The companions of the commander then split up and went in search of the wind's passage, all man with his lamp. The wind blew again at a direction against the flame on the lamp, and the companions of the commander noticed it. Alas! A pair of the companions of the commander found the passage, and they beckoned on the rest of the crew to come along. The commander walked up to his companions and asked them to clear up the clutter. The companions of the commander, upon cleaning up the cluster, saw a long mechanical object that is cylindrical, and they wondered what it was. The commander came forward to inspect the mechanical object. The bald-headed companion is seen right behind him, holding the lamp for him. Without knowing what the mechanical object is, TGE commander just placed his hand on it while wearing his gloves. The commander doubted that the mechanical object is still working because it's old, but one of his men suggested that he takes off his gloves and try. The commander asked the companion to come forward and do the trying. The champion removed his glove and placed his hand on the object. Upon placing his hand on the mechanical object, the companion was shocked as an isolation door begins to open. The commander, shocked too, screamed as he is seeing a reaction. The isolation door is seen opening up gradually, segments by segments. The isolation door opened Dean onto the ground. The commander and his companions are seen moping in amazement. The bald-headed companion asked the commander if he wants to go into the pit directly, but the commander shunned him to wait. The commander removed his glove, thrusts his hand on the mechanical object as well to test for himself. The commander felt some reaction too. He then pushed the bald-headed companion of his forward to thrust his hand as also for a test. The commander is seen thinking to himself if the test reaction was authentic or some malfunction from an old object, but his men hailed him to pass the door. The bald-headed companion reached out to the commander, and the commander instructed him to go into the isolation door. The bald-headed companion went into the isolation door. After searching for a while, he found something. The little pony lady is seen all dressed and gorgeous as she traveled up a flat terrain. The little pony approached the new Cecil, a little town a few months old. The little pony walked past a guard on the town gate as she walked into the gate. The little pony observed newly built houses and the renovated wooden house as she strolled past. The little pony walked onto a magic mechanism and wondered who controls the work right there. The little pony looked around and saw two young men who seemingly worked there but do not possess magic reaction. The little pony closed her eyes to feel her surrounding and the magic reaction there. As the little pony was meditating, she felt strong magical reaction all around. She could perceive that magic can be perceived everywhere around there. The little pony walked into a room and met Amber. Amber asked Sho. She was in surprise. The little pony, upon hearing Amber's voice, slightly turned around, but slowly. With her face partially masked up, the little pony asked Amber if she could see her. Amber first poured some peanuts into her mouth. She chewed slowly, looking at the little pony aggressively. Amber sarcastically replied the little pony that she's not difficult to see. Amber glared from behind, still asking TGE little pony who she is. Amber questioned the little pony further if she was there to do business. The little pony asked Amber in return if she was Duke Gawain's bodyguard. The little pony then requested politely of Amber to show her the way to Duke Gawain, but Amber is reluctant about that. Amber threw more peanuts into her mouth as she reluctantly raised her 3 fingers up to state her condition before helping little pony out. The lowly girl raised 3 of her fingers in front of her, telling the finely dressed woman to pay 3 copper coins for her to be taken to the protagonist. The finely dressed lady asked the lowly girl why the 3 copper coin, to which she answered, for travel expenses. The finely dressed bent to the height of the lowly girl, asking if would like to come work at the Vitral Volta. Immediately the lowly moved back and pointed at the fine lady, telling her she now remembers where she first saw the woman. The finely dressed lady then told the lowly girl that it was the protagonist that asked her to come. Why would she need travel expenses? As the lowly lamented about not having money. A tent sits in between pilled log of woods at each side with a pile of brick at the front. Inside the tent sits the protagonist, whose attention was on the books before him. The protagonist looked up as he heard his name being called out from outside the tent, telling him that the agent Little Pony was there to see him. The lady named Little Pony came inside the tent and sat down, as the protagonist expressed his surprise at seeing her given that the roads are not good. The little pony smiled as she expressed her appreciation how good it was that the protagonist pronounced her name right. The protagonist laughed, telling her not to say the name so full or it might be pronounced wrong again. The protagonist and Little Pony sat opposite each other as the little pony told the protagonist that he was funny as the protagonist equally how she saw his territory. The lady Little Pony smiled and told the protagonist that his territory is beyond her imagination and that he has many weird magic machines around. Then the lady Little Pony said that what surprises her is the fact that the protagonist still lives in tent while the villagers leave in a wooden hut. With his hands held in front of him, the protagonist explained to the lady Little Pony that most of those places she's a workshops that his hut will soon be erected. The lady Little then said that she thought those buildings were barracks. She then asked the protagonist if he doesn't want to build a castle for himself. The The protagonist leaned his head on his fisted palm as he told the lady that it was a waste to build a castle, since things are just starting, that they will talk about it later. The protagonist brought out the ring and pushed it towards the Lady Little Pony, who stretched out her hand to take the ring. The Lady Little Pony picked up the ring from the table and looked at it, then closed her eyes in deep concentration. The ring lit up and shined blue. Then the Lady Little Pony opened her eyes and told the protagonist that the ring was a mithril ring. The Lady Little Pony dropped the ring on the table and told the protagonist that the ring belonged to a Bud Wendell. As the protagonist said, the name was familiar. The Lady Little Pony went on to describe the Bud Wendell. The protagonist was surprised that the man was a Lord Knight, as he asked the Lady Little Pony if he was a real knight. The Lady Little Pony shaked her head and told the protagonist that it was just a title given after the Typhon Empire carrier out military reforms. The Nightbuders depicted standing stood with a hard look on his face as the Lady Little Pony kept talking about the Nightbud in the picture. The protagonist, with his hand clasped together, asked the Lady Little Pony if the Wendell family had a personal army of theirs, to which the Lady Little Pony said yes. The protagonist angrily hit his hand on the table, hearing the answer that the Lady Little Pony gave. The Lady Little Pony told the protagonist she has no idea why the Wendell family has no interest in the situation around them, but that they should focus at the matter at hand. The protagonist agreed and asked the Lady Little Pony what the Bud's relationship to the Archduke Ferdinand Wendell. The Lady Little Pony then told the protagonist that the Lord Bud was the son of Archduke Ferdinand Wendell, and that he disappeared 10 years ago. The protagonist then said that him being the heir to the Wendell family will give him access to the mithril treasure. But thinking about the hooded man he fought, he believed it was someone else, not Bud Wendy. The protagonist stood with hands akimbo as he reasoned that the cultist must have stolen or picked the ring. The Lady Little Pony, on hearing the analysis made by the protagonist, countered it immediately, telling the protagonist that since its make only the Lord Bud has worn that ring. With confidence, the Lady Little Pony told the protagonist that the 5-level druid he met was indeed Bud Wendell. This statement made the protagonist to think more. His mind flashed back to when he fought with the hooded man. The protagonist analysed his moves. The protagonist remembered the sword used by the hooded man, noting that it was similar to that used by Trin and Wendell. The protagonist went further to analyse the way he used the sword, that it was in the same manner. Then the protagonist concluded that there was no difference between the hooded man and Bud Wendell. The protagonist and the Lady Little Pony sat looking at each other as the protagonist asked her what she can tell him about the Wendell family. The Lady Little Pony then told the protagonist that they don't have information on their clients unless what is out to all. The Lady Little Pony then started telling the life history of Bud Wendell, all his achievement, and that he worshipped the war. The protagonist immediately told the Lady Little Pony to stop talking and then asked her if the extraordinary profession of Bud Wendell was the Divine Scroll Knight, to which the Lady Little Pony answered him yes, but the protagonist countered it, saying that the hood man who fought him had no magical power of his, but used magic. The Lady Little Pony then said that it was possible he lost his powers, at which the protagonist asked her to continue her story, asking about when he disappeared. The Lady Little Pony explained that after he finished his training and was given the title Wolf General, that 1 year later he disappeared after a confrontation happened at the border. The Lady Little Pony then went further to say that the knights that went with him were not found until 3 days, and all of them had gone crazy. The Lady Little Pony continued to explain that what happened caused tension between the Typhon people and the Ansu people. Both parties blamed the other of sabotage. But the Bud's father announced his son's disappearance and stopped a war breaking out. The protagonist's mind flashed to the old Duke as he asked the Lady Little Pony if the Duke was anti-war. The Lady Little Pony answered a no, that his actions shocked many, and that he started little by little distance himself from any wars. The protagonist analysed the information he was given and reasoned that the hooded man had the knowledge about gods and wondered who is his informant. The protagonist just sat still as he kept thinking about the information he just got, his hand in his chin. The Lady Little Pony called out to the protagonist, asking him if he was listening. The protagonist pinched the sides of his nose as he asked the Lady Little Pony if Bud Wendell had any family. The Lady Little Pony then answered that he has a daughter. A lady can be seen dressed in full body armor with her sword in hand. She is the daughter of Bud, and she is good in swordsmanship, as her father, the Little Pony, said. The lady is shown being fierce, as the Lady Little Pony continued to talk about her military achievement just like her father. The protagonist asked why the stupid name Bud give himself is used as family honor, and when Lady Little Pony said she is like her father, if she meant in serving same gods. The Lady Little Pony her hand held in front of her as she told the protagonist that the daughter of Bud was no believer as she has been prohibited by the grandfather. This information left the protagonist surprised as he kept repeating interesting. The Lady Little Pony leaned forward as she told the protagonist that she only has so little information to give, but the protagonist told her that the information was not enough for what he wanted. The Lady Little Pony asked if the protagonist wanted to sell the information for money. With his hand folded across his chest and a smile on his face, the protagonist told the Lady Little Pony that it was of no use to him to spread the information. The lowly girl suddenly appeared through a portal door to sit on the protagonist's table, telling him that the information can still make the cultist nervous. The protagonist smiled and told the lowly girl that the cultist won't care if such information is leaked, because they don't care anymore. The protagonist continued talking to the lowly girl when the Lady Little Pony cut in asking the protagonist if he had any more questions. The protagonist replied that he had. He asked the Lady Little Pony if their mithril house really contained much treasure, to which she replied yes. The protagonist then also asked the Lady Little Pony if they had treasures they had to sell. The Lady Little Pony replied that they always had treasures to sell in their possession. The little pony went on to convince Duke Gawain of a smooth progress in transaction if a suitable owner is found and at the right price. Duke Gawain then asked the little pony how to sell Eternal Slate. The little pony felt exhausted and disappointed, but Duke Gawain then said he was not referring to the whole slate, just bits and pieces. The little pony then wiped off her sweat and corrected the Duke's tone in the business as being poor. Duke Gawain was surprised at the little pony's response. He told her that he has died once, hence his open-mindedness. The Duke was concerned about the fragments of the Eternal Slate and asked the little pony if they were inside the mithril treasury. The little pony replied that the fragments of the Eternal Slate is in the hands of the major sect for safekeeping. The Duke argued that there should be smaller fragments outside, in the hands of kings and noble, but the little pony said she don't have control over it. Amber and the Duke withdrew a bit to discuss between them. The Duke looks disappointed, but the little pony offered another option. The Duke beamed as he lifts his head, turned over to the little pony. She continued to talk. The little pony talked about a way to get up to 2 fragments of the Eternal Slate. Sitting confidently, the little pony talked about a customer that breached their contract, whom the sects are planning to sell of his own portion of the fragments. Amber, confused and exhausted at the information she just heard, thought to herself that business people are scary. Duke Gawain turned to the little pony and asked her how to sell the potion of the Eternal Slate and price. The little pony told the Duke the exchange doesn't involve money, rather higher valuables. The Duke scowled at the little pony's response, and she continued to talk. The valuables that the little pony wanted are namely the artificial creations that can be reproduced, like jewelries, etc., and the ancient relics of Gondor Empire fall. The little pony went ahead to mention non-man-made materials like the crystals and fragments of the Eternal Tablet. Out in the middle of the sea with heavy rain is a giant pole buried deep inside the waters. It has multiple piercings, but one metal nail on the top. 4,889. A solid stone is seen in the middle of the open sea. Waves were moving around it. A masked person within the woods cycling him. He was fully covered in a scary clothing. On the solid stone in the middle of the open sea, 3 persons are seen standing as it rained. They were all covered in the scaring clothing. They go by the name Sons of the Storm, a dark sect that used to protect humans. The Sons of the Storm watched as it rained heavily and thunder loudly, flashed lightning on the cloudy sky. One of the Sons of the Storm opened his mask, glared at the sky as he used his eyes to control the lightning. Giant beasts are seen coming up from the sea. With them are female figures that looked like black witches. On a closer look, these female figures has fiery eyes and unusual looks. They're in fact sea monsters as well. A gigantic horn is seen, suspended by ropes outside the open sea. White light was seen emerging from the sea, and a voice exclaimed that the Kraken was coming to announce its presence. Amber is seen lying down, fuming that she lost the ring she stole from the mithril house due to Little Pony's insistence to eat before she leave. The lowly girl leaned on the protagonist's table as she complained of how stingy the mithril house is, while the protagonist told her they needed them for information. The protagonist held the lowly girl by her ear, asking that she is lucky to still be alive. Then the lowly brought out a crystal and showed to the protagonist, asking what it was. The protagonist took the crystal from her, the lowly girl, and told her this must be the first batch of the storage crystals sent from Tanzania. The lowly girl was surprised. The lowly girl kept telling the protagonist that the viscount swindled him and that the crystals were useless, to which the protagonist told her it was not so. The protagonist then told the lowly girl that the viscount sold the crystals cheap to them at 3 silver coins, leaving the lowly girl surprised. The lowly girl kept talking to the protagonist, asking him why he bought the valueless crystal as the both stood looking at it. The protagonist raised one of the magic crystal as he asked the lowly girl what the biggest problem of the magic crystal. The lowly girl started to explain. Lowly girl with her bent looks and eyes shining looks at the hand of the protagonist, who pulls open a drawer. The protagonist pulls out a tablet shaped like a hexagon, and the lowly girl looks on with mouth open in surprise. With the tablet in hand, the protagonist talks to the lowly girl with a smile on his face. The protagonist went on to describe the details of the tablet in his hand to the lowly girl. The lowly girl, with her pinky raised by her, raised a question to the protagonist. Listening to what the lowly girl has to say, the protagonist kept explaining the working mechanism of the machine. The lowly girl opened her mouth wide as she talked to the protagonist. The lowly girl stretched out her hand and pointed an accusing finger towards the protagonist, who looked on. The tablet, shaped like a hexagon, laid on top the table with little crystal with pointed edges beside it. The protagonist kept explaining to the lowly girl about the tablet shaped like a hexagon. Listening to what the protagonist has to say, the lowly girl replied in anger. The protagonist, with his fingers placed on his chin, considered what the girl just said. With a determined look on his face and a small smile on his lips, he continued to talk to the lowly girl. Under a beautiful blue sky with tall trees in the background was a brown tent. A soldier clothed in full body armor stood with his fist placed on his chest. Standing before the soldier is the protagonist, who had a smile on his face directed towards the soldier. 4923. The soldier, clothed in full body armor, addressed the protagonist before him. The soldier took out a folded brown paper and passed it to the protagonist. The protagonist held the folded brown paper with both hands and a smile on his face. The protagonist opened the brown paper that had a drawing like that of a map on it. The protagonist walked forward, his attention on the brown paper, as the soldier and a lady on red walked behind him. The soldier on full body armor opened his mouth and continued to talk to the protagonist. They had arrived at an enclosed space, and before them stood what looked like mechanized tube. The protagonist looked on his face in a frown at what is before him. The lowly girl placed her hand on weird object with excitement on her face. Immediately, what appears to be tiny red light appeared all around. The lady on red rushed forward and pushed lowly girl aside, who protested. The protagonist walked forward and placed his hand on the machine with the others standing behind him. The protagonist, as he stood there, kept talking to the people behind him. Lowly girl kept fuming in anger and lamenting on top of her voice. The protagonist turned his attention to the lowly girl, who immediately stooped, lamenting. The group kept walking forward with the protagonist in front with a map in hand. They came across multiple wires. Connected to white tubes, all looked on in surprise. 4940. The protagonist walked forward and touched one of those white tubes. The protagonist looked up at the tube with a look of fascination on his face. The lady on red looks on and asks a question to the protagonist, who answers, his eyes squinted. The protagonist moved his hands over the machine in wonder. The protagonist closed his eyes as he felt the machine before him. The lady on red came forward and stood beside the protagonist with the brown paper held to her chest. The machine was described as something so awesome it's as deep as a wormhole, unmatchable. The lowly girl, who stood behind the protagonist, opened her mouth in question. Hearing her question, the protagonist turned to look at the lowly girl behind him, a small smile on his face. They all stood around the big white tubes with enormous wires connected to it. The protagonist looked around him with an anxious expression on his face. The protagonist's green eyes became fixed on something in front of him. The protagonist stood before a very tall wall with writing on it in a weird language. The others' attention were drawn to the written on the wall behind them. The protagonist, his mouth tight, addressed the people behind him. Hearing what the protagonist said, the people behind him all had a surprised expression on their faces. The lowly girl, with beads of sweat running down her face, talked to the protagonist with the lady on red beside her. The protagonist stood as his mind flashed back to a memory. The protagonist closed his so as to wipe away the memory in his mind. The protagonist turned to the soldier clothed in full body armor, asking about brown pieces of paper. The lady on red, using magical powers, wrote on a piece of brown paper floating before her. The protagonist stood beside her, his hand folded. The protagonist stood with his index on his chin. His eyes focused on the brown paper before him, the lowly girl beside him. The lowly girl looked back, with beads of sweat on her face. The protagonist stood with his hand folded and his sword strapped by his side as he studied the paper before him. The lowly girl and the lady in red had an anxious look in their eyes as they heard what the protagonist said. The soldier clothed in full body armor stood, his face held in a frown as he listened to what the protagonist said, and beside him, another soldier beside him. The protagonist kept talking. He had a fierce look in his eyes, and his face held in a frown. The protagonist was looking at the brown paper before him that had weird writings on it. A picture of what appeared to be a figure kneeling down and yelling in pain can be seen on the paper. The lowly girl exclaimed in fright at what was drawn on the brown paper. Inside the tube, a bubble was made that appeared to look like a cat. The protagonist squinted his eyes to get a closer look, and suddenly he had a surprised expression in his eyes. The protagonist started giving out instructions to the people all around him. The protagonist looked behind him, his green eyes sharp and focused. The water within the tube started to bubble, bring out steady, large bubbles. The bubbles came out more and more, and the whole water in the tube kept bubbling. The protagonist looked on his eyes, shaped and focused, to know what is about to happen. What appears to be a neck can be seen from with the tube. It appears as if the skin is being torn away from the neck. A hand then emerges from within the tube. It belongs to a fearful red creature. The soldier is frightened, and it's written all over his face, "The lowly girl is beside him." The red creature is enormous and towers above everybody there as they stood looking up at it. The creature let out a terrifying roar. Its teeth are sharp, and his mouth looks as if it's gummed together. The protagonist and the soldiers behind him all drew out their swords ready to fight. The lady in red, using her magical powers, shot out balls of lightning from her staff. The lowly girl let out a terrifying scream as the creature swung his arm out as it let out a scream of pain. The creature extended itself as if like an elastic band as it let out a terrifying roar. The protagonist rushed forward as he gave the creature a blow, his eyes held in deep concentration. The lowly girl stood a terrified expression on her face cause of the just averted doom. The protagonist, looking behind him, admonished the soldiers behind him to move forward. The lowly girl kept crying in fright, her face purplish in color. The protagonist talked to the lowly girl, trying to console her. The lowly girl, on hearing what the protagonist said, looked at him as her eyes wide open. The lowly girl's lips kept vibrating against each other out of fear. The lowly girl, using her powers, took the protagonist to pass through a portal door. They stopped as the lowly girl pointed out something to the protagonist who stood behind her. The protagonist's eyes were squinted in deep concentration at what is in front of him. In the middle of a big hall was something like a puddle and wired extending at the sides. The lowly girl held her head in anger as the protagonist tried to calm her down. Then the protagonist walked forward, his sword in hand, as the lowly girl stood behind him in fear. The protagonist kept coming closer to the puddle on the floor, his feet just an inch away from it. The lowly eyes and mouth opened up wide in surprise. The protagonist kept walking towards the puddle with courage. Beneath the puddle, what appears to be a shining circle with writings on it appeared. The lowly girl, who was behind the protagonist, kept making gestures to draw his attention. The protagonist still stood before the puddle, his hand on his waist, and the lowly girl behind him. The lowly girl's mouth opened as she exclaimed in a big surprise. The protagonist kept walking closer and closer to the puddle. The protagonist walked until he stood on top the shining circle with letters on it. The protagonist looked down at the circle below him. His face had a surprised expression. The protagonist stood and kept looking down at the circle with the weird letters on it. As the protagonist kept looking at it, he suddenly had a surprised look on his face. Below him was a red stone encased in a blue-colored crystal. The protagonist kept looking at this red stone encased in a blue crystal intently. The protagonist, with his hand on his lips, kept thinking what the red stone in a blue crystal stands for. The protagonist poked the crystal with his sword to make sure it's not dangerous, and then picked it up with his hands. The lowly girl was immediately agitated, telling the protagonist to drop the crystal because they don't know what it does. The protagonist didn't drop the crystal. He kept looking at it intently. The lowly girl was shaking in fear with beads of sweat running down his face. The protagonist stood with his eyes closed, the crystal in his hand. The lowly girl standing behind him had a horrified expression on his face. The protagonist and the lowly girl walked out from the portal door as the protagonist kept explaining something to the lowly girl beside him. The lowly girl stood beside the protagonist, her face scrunched in deep concentration. The protagonist started making an analogy and explaining a mechanism to the lowly girl. The protagonist stood as the lowly girl beside him kept advising him. The soldier stood his sword, held firmly in his hand, and the lady in red behind him, and the monster in a puddle on the ground. The lady in red started talking to the protagonist and the lowly girl who just walked out. The lady in red kept talking to the protagonist and lowly girl as they walked forward, asking them what happened. The protagonist raised his hand with the crystal in his hand as he showed them what he got. The soldier in full body armor kept talking to the protagonist about what they encountered. They four of them stood round and beside each other as they discussed. The lady in red had a scared expression on her face as the staff on her hand fell off as the protagonist looked on. Looking at the crystal in the protagonist's hand, the lady in red covered her mouth in fear. The protagonist, seeing the expression on the lady in red's face, started asking to know why she was scared. The lady in red kept talking to the protagonist as she bent to pick up her staff that fell to the floor. She held onto the staff with a broken look on her face as she listened to the protagonist. The protagonist stretched his right finger forward to allay the fears of the lady in red. The protagonist kept the crystal before him as he addressed the people before him. They all looked at the crystal with a hesitant expression on their face. The protagonist closed his eyes as he thought about the benefit the crystal might bring. The soldier with full body armor stood with his hands on mouth in deep concentration. The soldier turned to the lady in red and tried allaying her fears concerning the crystal. The protagonist looked at the soldier with a grateful expression on his face cause of his help. The still stood in the big opening with the big tubes in the middle of the opening. The protagonist looked up once again at the writing on the wall, trying to know what it is or what it says. The protagonist kept speculating about the tubes contained and why they were there. The protagonist, the lowly girl, the lady in red and the soldier in armor all stood before the wall with the writing on it. The lady in red, looking at the writing on the wall, also speculated what it might mean. The protagonist looked at the soldier in full body armor who was voicing his opinion. The words that the protagonist heard from the man in full body armor left him in deep thought. The lowly who stood behind the protagonist kept lamenting, but the protagonist kept moving forward. The lady in red and the soldier in full body armor all looked towards the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist bent to the floor as the lady in red and the soldier in full body armor. The protagonist stretched out his hand out to pick the blue crystal on the floor. The protagonist stood up and walked forward, his footsteps making noises on the ground. The crystal lay on the floor in all its beauty with the red stone encased within it. The protagonist looked down with a deep concentration on his face. The protagonist kept walking forward towards the lady in red and the soldier. The soldier in full body armor, his eyes very scared with sweat on his face. The protagonist, the soldier and the lady in red all stood facing each other. Red cells can be seen floating in a liquid, all with a red shape on it. An opening started to form. It kept getting bigger and bigger until an eye popped out. A lady is seen standing, the face is spotless. Suddenly, a crack started appearing at the side of the face, with particles falling off. The lady in red, who was turned to stone, broke into pieces and flew away. The ladies in red eyes showed fear at what is happening, her eyes wide. The leg covered in a booth belonging to the protagonist kept coming forward. The red stone within the blue crystal started to move. It grew tentacles from its body. The eyes of the lady in red was fixed intently on the red stone within the crystal. The protagonist picked up the blue crystal and held it with the soldier and the lady on red, breaking out of their trance. The lady in red held her head as she felt dizzy from the trance she was broken from. The protagonist explained that causing one to be in a trance might be one of the powers of the crystal. The protagonist kept explaining to the lady in red and the soldier his theory, but the both had a hesitant look on their faces. The lady in red spoke up to air her view to the protagonist. She wasn't in support to keep the crystal. The lowly girl came behind the protagonist from an opened portal door as she also voiced her own. The protagonist, with his hand on his chin, considered what the lowly girl said. The protagonist raised the stone behind him as he talked to the lowly girl. The protagonist held the crystal with the stone encased within it firmly in his hand, marveling at its powers. The soldier and the lady in red stood both with a stunned expression on their faces at the words of the protagonist before them. The lady in red and soldier stood as the protagonist kept coming closer until he picked the crystal. The protagonist addressed them, telling them that he is taking the crystal with him. The lady in red and the soldier then resigned to the decision taken by the protagonist. The protagonist turned as a big hole opened with a whitish substance dripping from it. This left the protagonist in surprise at what just happened before him. Within this hole, Three weird beings can be seen, all with a smile on their face. The protagonist spreads the map on the brown piece of paper on top a table. The protagonist pointed out a particular portion in the map to the lady in red and the soldier. Before stood the weird machine, the saw in the big open space underground. The protagonist, turning to look at the lady in red, admonished her on what to do. The protagonist, the lady in red, and the soldier stood around a table thinking about their next line of action. Beside them, on the table, were other pieces of brown paper, all with written words. The protagonist looked on with his eyes squinted in concentration. The ground around where the protagonist vibrated due to a disturbance. The protagonist's mind flashes back to the terrifying creature they encountered in the underground space. The pieces of brown paper and the blue crystal were laid on the table as the protagonist tried to know its secrets. Outside, in a clear blue sky with stars, a lampstand with a crystal-emitting light can be seen. And before a huge door leading into the protagonist camp, a soldier stood. Rows of this lampstand can be seen standing beside and opposite each other. The protagonist thinking about. Achieving this means Light had a happy smile on his face. The protagonist analysed the foot-holding of the lamp, noting how strong it is. The protagonist kept walking towards a brown tent with his hand in his pocket. The protagonist opened the entrance leading into the tent to see a little girl sitting deeply asleep. The girl is very much in a deep sleep, with drowl running down her lips. The girl starless awake in hearing the footsteps of the protagonist who is approaching. The girl looked at the protagonist in front of her with a surprised expression, a drowl still on her lips. The girl hurriedly cleaned the drowl on her lips and the one on the table. The protagonist looked at her with a smile on his face as he told her that it's not wrong to sleep. The girl still covered her lips with her hand and still wiping the table in front of her. The girl with a blue ribbon on her hair closed her eyes with a look of shame on her face. Suddenly, she became happy, hearing that the protagonist didn't mind, and she remembered what she wants to tell the protagonist. The protagonist became interested at what the girl with the bow on her hair wanted to say. The girl with the ribbon on her hair kept talking in excitement to the protagonist. The girl in the blue ribbon brought out a brown leather-back book held in her hand. The girl with the ribbon opened the book in her hand as she read what is within it with fascination. The girl in a blue ribbon seriously peered into the book before her as he kept reading its contents. The protagonist came to stand beside the girl with a ribbon on her hair as he asked her a question. The protagonist commended her on the effort she is putting on her research. The tent cloths was opened and a lady with a hair covering a part of her face walked in. She held a book in their hand. The girl with a blue ribbon on her head kept talking excitedly to the protagonist about the discovery she made. But the girl with the ribbon thought about what the lady in red might say, which will not be favourable. The girl with a blue ribbon on her head also thought about what the soldier will say. Still not favourable. But she suddenly became excited with stars in her eyes at her brilliant idea. But the protagonist was not convinced. The protagonist stood by the side of the girl with a blue ribbon on her head, and the girl with her hair covering a part of her face stood beside her. The girl with a blue ribbon brought out some folded brown paper and the disc that has hexagon shape. The protagonist, on seeing the disc, had a very big smile on his face and praised the girl with the ribbon. The girl with a blue ribbon on her head had a huge smile on hearing the compliment from the protagonist. The girl with the ribbon on her hair held the girl with the piece of hair covering a part of her face on her shoulders. Both had smiles on their faces. The protagonist continued to give them both words of encouragement and compliment. The protagonist held the disc that the girl with the ribbon had brought out, as he commented on what it can be used for. The protagonist directed his attention to the girl with her hair covering a part of her face and addressed her. The face of the girl with a ribbon kept lighting up with a smile at the words of the protagonist. The disc that the protagonist held in his hand had a series of written inscriptions. The girl with the ribbon on her head kept on thinking about the disc and what the protagonist said with deep concentration. The protagonist opened a drawer in the desk, revealing its contents with the disc in his hand. The protagonist then mentioned what he thinks might work on the disc, leaving the girl with the ribbon surprised. The protagonist held up in his hands. Some tiny shaped crystals can be seen. These small crystals are what serves as a torchlight in the dark. The girl with a bow on her head happily walked forward, her raised in greeting the protagonist behind her. What looks like molten lava can be seen floating around, with a big ash ball in the back. The protagonist asked the big ash stone how it is doing and how the work is coming along. The big ash ball happily answered and replied the protagonist's question. The protagonist has a smile on his face at hearing the reply. Suddenly a big smiley face appears on the big ash ball. The protagonist is extremely surprised on seeing the ball with a face. The big ash ball floating in the air happily talked to the protagonist, not minding his surprise. The girl with a blue ribbon is as shocked as the protagonist whose mouth is still hanging open. The protagonist is still very much speechless, but the girl with a blue ribbon and the ash ball had a proud smile on their faces. The protagonist angrily faces the floating smiley big ash ball. The protagonist questions the girl with the ribbon, who had a proud smile on her face and beside her. The girl that her hair covers a part of her face is beside her. 5146. The protagonist clasps his hand over his eyes, still in shock. The big ash ball is behind, trying to calm him down from the shock. The protagonist turns to the big ash ball and inquires on how he learnt to do that, at which he called the ribbon girl. The protagonist closes his eyes in resignation after hearing what the big ash ball said. Turning to the ribbon girl, the protagonist with his hand stretched out in front of him warned her. The ribbon girl was angry at being scolded by the protagonist. The lowly girl beside the ribbon girl smiled in satisfaction at seeing her being scolded by the protagonist. Lowly girl and the ribbon girl both turned to face each other with anger on their faces. On hearing them arguing between themselves, the protagonist closes his eyes in tiredness. The floating big ash ball still had a smile as it addressed the protagonist before it. The protagonist held his head thinking about the disc he was given and how to make it work. The disc laid on a tabletop with the small tiny crystals beside it. The big ash ball's eye is raised at the angry tone the protagonist is using cause of not knowing how to make the disc work. The floating big ash ball gently asked the protagonist to calm down, that it will be figured out. The protagonist calmly thought about how to make the disc work, his hand placed on his chin. The protagonist kept thinking for a while when suddenly an idea appeared to him. The protagonist then stands with a smile on his face, with the idea in his mind. The ribbon girl excitedly runs forward on hearing that the protagonist has a new idea. But the lowly girl blocks her way, cutting the ribbon girl off from getting close to the protagonist. Figures shaped like a question mark floats around the big smiley ash ball. The ball attentively listens as the protagonist before it tells his new idea. A part of a body armor is seen held in hand by the protagonist. Sitting behind a desk, the protagonist draws a prototype of what Huss' new idea will look like. He diligently draws the way the working of his new idea will be. The big ash ball floats to the protagonist and excitedly peers down at what he is doing. Lowly girl sits alone behind a desk, not knowing what the protagonist is about to draw. Looking up from the drawing that he was making, the protagonist signifies that he is done drawing. Bricks of stone can be seen floating towards the big smiley ash ball. The protagonist straps in the prototype of his idea in his hand, and he closes this hand armor over the other with a big clang sound. The protagonist stands with the new prospect of his idea strapped to his hand. Moving his free hand forward, the protagonist pulls a lever at the back of the armor on his hand. Clang a sound is heard as a part is opened, and a compartment in the armor extends. The protagonist stretches his arm out in front of him, the prototype strapped for his arm. Only what appears to be a brick-eyed shot forward from the prototype. Disappointment clouds the face of the protagonist, who wonders what was wrong. Behind the protagonist, the ribbon girl also stood thinking about what might be the problem. A hard gaze flashes across the protagonist's face, and he clenched his hand tightly. He then stretches his hand with the prototype forward as fire shoots from it. The fire moved at a very fast speed as it made contact with a brick in the room. The brick lights up as if passed through very hot fire. A hole can be seen in the middle of the brick. It looked like the middle had been melted. The prototype strapped to the arm of the protagonist let out a little smoke from within it. Looking at the prototype in his hand, the protagonist had a proud smile on his face as he praised the big ash ball. The three girls all saw what just happened and all were extremely surprised. A book with magical writings that can help improve the prototype with a red ruby and some rings were brought to the protagonist. The ring and the tiny crystals can also be used to enhance the prototype. The engineers in the factory can study the prototype and make more batches of the prototype. The ribbon girl looking at the protagonist asks if the prototype will really be produced in a large quantity. With a smile on his face, the protagonist affirms the girl's question. The ribbon girl rushes out of the tent in excitement so as to tell the others as the others looked on. The protagonist's face broke out in a small smile at seeing the excitement from the ribbon girl. Fishing his hand together, the protagonist thanks the ash ball and encourages it to work harder. Outside, it's a bright and beautiful day. Very few clouds in the sky and trees scattered all around. A guard in full body armor is seen standing guard and not too far away. Some few silhouette can be seen standing. These were the protagonist and the lady in red, as the lady asks the protagonist about her new invention. The soldier standing beside the protagonist listened to the answer. He gave the lady in red An old man with a big hat is standing there beside the others as he listened also to what the protagonist is saying. The protagonist kept on telling them about his new invention and how it will help them in their war. Some figurines are erected, about 4 or more of them are standing side by side. When suddenly, fire is shot in between one of the figurines. The shot was fired from the new invention of the protagonist. The lowly girl was the one who fired the shot, drilling a hole through the figurine. A female hand writes its observations of the workings of the new invention. The lowly girl kept shooting at the figurines, while the lady in red with the notepad wrote down her observations. The protagonist came to stand beside the lady in red, asking how the testing was going. The lowly girl just kept on shooting and shooting at the figurines in front of her. The lady in red voices her opinion on the lowly girl and the performance of the new invention. Then, the girl with the ribbon appears with an awkward smile on her face and her hand on her neck. She shyly talked to the lady in red who stood before her. The lady in red turns and jokingly admonishes the ribbon girl, leaving the protagonist in his thoughts. Lowly girl then stops shooting and slowly brings down her hand. Lowly girl excitedly looks behind her at the protagonist, telling him how good the invention is. Lowly girl raises her hand again to shoot at the figurines in front of her as the protagonist stood behind her, telling her how to posture. The lowly girl kept shooting at the different figurines in front of her others stood behind her. The soldier approached the protagonist, who stood with hand folded against the other. The soldier, looking at the lowly girl in front of him, gave the protagonist the update about their enemies. Shots after shots kept being fired by the lowly girl from the prototype in her hand. The protagonist looks at the soldier beside him as the soldier says his gratitude to the protagonist. The soldier goes on to remind the protagonist that it's because of him that they have hope again. He looked intently at the protagonist, encouraging him to hold on and not give up. A younger-looking soldier walks up to the old soldier, startling him, and jokingly says he didn't know his commander was soft. Not minding to look back, the protagonist affirms that, yes, the commander is actually very soft. But the protagonist asks the commander how he will feel using the new invention. The commander didn't look so excited. He's used to using a sword. The protagonist starts outlining the benefits of the new invention to the protagonist. Standing in the blowing wind, the protagonist says that this invention is the future. The lowly girl kept shooting shot after shot from the invention until the power died out. Lowly girl called the attention of the lady in red that the power of the invention is out. In the middle of reprimanding the ribbon girl, the lady in red stops midway on hearing what lowly girl said. Lowly girl looked on with sweat running down her face as the lady in red turned to face her. With a stick in hand like a ninja, the lady in red descended on the lowly girl in front of her. Pow! The sound of a hit is heard as the lady in red hits the lowly girl. The protagonist stood watching as the lowly girl and the lady in red became engaged in a fight. Lowly girl had stars coming of her eyes because she was beaten severely by the lady in red. The lowly girl stood up, stretched out her hand with the invention strapped to it, and she shot fire from the new invention in a very precise manner, hitting her target. This brought a happy smile to the face of the lady in red, who stood behind the lowly girl. The protagonist closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, cause of all the drama happening around him. The big ash ball with a smile face came towards the protagonist, explaining the way the invention works. The new invention was opened to reveal the disc placed within with the small crystals in the middle. Picking up the disc, the protagonist studied it more intently. Lowly girl and the lady in red were curious to see what the protagonist had in mind. The mind of the protagonist flashed back to a time in one of his previous life, and he didn't want that disaster to happen again. The commander and the soldier beside him asked the protagonist what they need to do. Before the protagonist stood the ribbon girl, with the girl with hair covering a part of her and the lady in red as they all brainstormed together. A question is asked by the girl with her hair covering a part of her face, and the lady in red answers her. Ribbon girl raises her hand in a sign to encourage the protagonist not to give up. The small crystals within the disc is gently removed by the protagonist. The protagonist puts his hand inside his chest and brings another crystal. He stretches the small crystal removed from his pocket towards the disc. He gently places the small crystal in a compartment in disc. The face of the protagonist became extremely shocked. He just experienced something new. The ribbon girl asks the protagonist what just happened to him. The protagonist explains to the people around him, leaving the lady in red excited. The protagonist, looking at the lady in red, he tells her about how he feels about using the crystal to power the invention. The protagonist talked about the difference in power between the two crystals. The lady in red stood with her writing pad in her hand as she answers the protagonist. The lady in red continued to talk to the protagonist, who stood way above her. Hearing what the lady in red had to say left the protagonist in deep thought. The ribbon came up with excitement on her face and a new idea in her head. She excitedly kept encouraging the protagonist and the others around her. The commander walked towards the protagonist asking what his next plan is. The commander also told the protagonist an idea that he had. The protagonist stood and thought about what the commander just said. The ribbon girl offered to be among those who will fight because she is strong. Turning to the lady in red, the protagonist started telling her details to note down about the different part of the new invention and how they all will work together. Looking at the lady in red, the protagonist inquires if she understood the things he listed. On the horizon, a silhouette can be seen approaching the camp. He had on a soldier's booth with a cross on the top and on his belt. The person pulls at the collar of his cloth to untie it and release himself. He brought out a small pocketbook from his pocket. Opening it, some writing are inside. The man kept walking steadily into the camp, his cloth flying about him. The leaves on the tree all turned yellow with color, as the color was that of a beautiful evening. 5280. The protagonist and the lady in red were discussing as they walked along. The lady in red still judiciously continued to write down what the protagonist says. She kept reading and reading so as not to miss one word the protagonist says. The protagonist kept talking and explaining certain things to the lady in red and kept noting them down. With his back facing the lady in red, the protagonist kept on giving her what to write, and she kept reading each and every word that the protagonist says down. Looking behind him, he inquired about what she wrote so far. She opened her book to flip through all that she wrote. Thinking about the stand of the lamp holder, that the use some ideas came to the protagonist's mind. The protagonist tried running that idea through the lady in red so as to get her opinion. The protagonist kept moving forward and asking for the opinion of the lady in red. The lady in red also continued to give the protagonist her honest and truthful opinion. The lady in red placed her hand on her forehead so as to remove sweat that have gathered on her forehead. The protagonist looked at her and still told her more details to write down. The lady in red steadily noted down the words of the protagonist as he looked on. The lowly girl walked out like a zombie with drowl at the side of her mouth, half asleep. The protagonist shouted very loudly in the ear of the lowly girl to wake her up. But the lowly girl was still very much sleepy, and she still had drowl coming out from the corner of her lips. The protagonist and the lady in red kept moving forward beside them. Is lowly walking like a drunkard. Suddenly, they encountered someone along the way, making them halt their movement. It was a young soldier who came to give an information to the protagonist. He told the protagonist the information about the progress of the ongoing work. At the site, a very muscular and bulky back with veins running down it can be seen. The protagonist looked at the bulky guy in front of him with huge surprises on his face. Only the bulky guy's arms were as big as a boulder that is used for stones. Even the lady in red and the lowly girl both were extremely surprised. The bulky guy carried a very huge amount of bricks all by himself. The protagonist called over another worker who came over while showing his respect to the protagonist. The protagonist asked the worker who the bulky guy is, and the worker explained to him. He was so big and muscular that he always leaves co-workers completely in awe. The lowly girl stood with her hand on her chin as she continued to observe the bulky guy. She turned to the worker that was called over and questioned him. The protagonist turned to the worker, told him thanks, and that he should go back to work. The protagonist moved forward as he walked on the plain brown ground. The protagonist was coming towards the bulky guy who had his back facing the protagonist. Noticing a movement behind him, the bulky guy slowly turned around to look at the protagonist behind him. The bulky guy turned again and continued what he was doing as the protagonist kept coming closer. The protagonist opened his mouth and said something to the bulky guy. The protagonist's eyes were sharp and focused so as to see any movement from the bulky guy. The bulky guy suddenly turned with a smile on his face as he said a greeting to the protagonist. 5320. The protagonist just stood and continued to look at the bulky guy before him. The protagonist asked the bulky guy a question, to which the bulky guy answered. A brown paper was given to the protagonist by the bulky guy. Taking the brown piece of paper, the protagonist opened and read its contents. The protagonist kept asking the bulky guy question. A worker there was passing by. The bulky guy stretched out his hand and stopped him. The bulky guy placed his hand on the man's shoulder, and a little yellow light kept coming out his hands. The bulky guy closed his eyes as the yellow light got brighter and brighter. After a while, the bulky guy removed his hand from the man's shoulder, leaving the man surprised. The man moved his shoulder and noticed there was no pain there anymore. The bulky guy looked on with a smile. The protagonist standing by the side was impressed by what he just witnessed. They both faced each other again as the protagonist questioned the bulky guy once again. The bulky guy answered the protagonist's question with a smile on his face. But the protagonist and lowly girl both stood with a reluctant look on their faces. The lowly girl touched the protagonist, telling him to consider the bulky guy. The protagonist gently pushed her away with his arm, making the lowly girl angry. And the bulky guy patiently answered and replied the protagonist in a gentle manner. Suddenly, the protagonist asked a question that left the bulky guy speechless. The lady in red arrived and gave her own opinion on the bulky guy. The bulky guy fisted his hands together as veins could be clearly seen running all over his hands. The bulky guy made mention of Wolf facing a very skilled hunter, but him as he is can kill a fox killer with just one blow from his fist. He proudly flexed his muscles with his right hand on his waist. The lady in red didn't find the gesture to be funny or something to be laughed about. The bulky guy, on hearing what the lady in red had to say, he defended himself. Raising his hands to his side, he told them that he doesn't want any trouble from anywhere. The lowly girl, who has been silent since, opened her mouth and asked the bulky guy a question. The bulky guy, looking down at her, patiently answered her questions. The protagonist, who has been standing to the side all this time, had a flashback to a memory. He turned to look at the bulky guy, who had continued talking to his friends. Still, the protagonist had doubts about the bulky guy and he didn't trust him. The bulky guy just kept on talking to the protagonist and his friends. They looked behind at the progress made on the building so far. The lady closed her eyes as if in concentration as she kept talking to the bulky guy. Lowly girl opened her mouth and voiced her own opinion, but the protagonist didn't find it okay. Lowly girl came and stood in front of the protagonist as to protect him from the bulky guy. The protagonist could only look on in embarrassment at what the lowly girl is doing. The bulky guy found her to be funny and told her she had nothing to worry about. The lady in red also kept talking to the bulky guy and trying to get some information from him. The bulky guy could only continue to answer their questions that they kept asking. The bulky guy once again flexed his arm muscles, but that didn't leave them impressed. Hearing a sound coming behind him, the bulky guy turned and saw an older worker pushing a truck full of brick. The bulky guy turned to the protagonist and asked to be excused. He turned his back on the protagonist and walked away with his hand raised in a salute. After a little distance away, the bulky guy turned and looked at the protagonist behind him to bid him see him later. The protagonist laughed out loud at the gesture of the bulky guy. The bulky guy kept walking forward as he raised his hand in greeting to the protagonist behind him. The bulky guy raised his hand behind his head with a big smile on his face as he replied to the people before him. The bulky guy turned and with a big smile on his face, he waved to the lady in red who was behind him as she shouted out a greeting. The lowly girl stood before the lady in red as she voiced her displeasure, with the lady in red behind her who tried calming her down. The protagonist kept talking to the lady in red who was before him, and she kept replying. The protagonist turned fully to face the lady in red as he kept asking for her opinion. The bulky guy is dragging a truck full of stone behind him, and other older workers looked with admiration. The sky has a beautiful orange color as the night gradually approaches. Outside his tent, the protagonist sat with multiple books in front of him. His mind gradually wandered to whether if lowly girl will come to distract him or not. Shaking his head, he focused his attention on the books before him. The protagonist kept reading the words on the books page by page. The protagonist supported his head by his arm as he thought about what he is reading. In the town market, greetings can be heard from different angles as people went for their different purposes. In another room, there are groups of people gathered together and a teacher standing at the podium. The protagonist sat thinking about all these in the book The protagonist sat with his eyes squinted as his mind flashed to something. The protagonist's mind flashed to a scholar in school who reads and studies tirelessly. The protagonist kept thinking on how to bring the dream of education about. The books has been reading laid out in front of him with his pen on top the paper. Under the sky, over the big blue ocean, birds can be seen flying about. When suddenly, the peace of the sea was disturbed by something emerging from beneath the sea. On the surface of the ocean, sea creatures can be seen all around. And one of the creature that looks like the head was at the front with a staff in hand. The lady in the front with the staff started saying some words in a foreign language. The other lady sea creatures behind her all let out a joyful shout. The sea creatures behind the lady all kept shouting out in joy. The lady Thar was at the front with the staff in hand, looked at the other creatures behind her with joy on her face and addressed them. On hearing what the head sea creature said, the other creatures all raised their hand in a joyful shout. Beneath the deep depth of the sea, a creature with its tentacles very long. The sky is blue and the sun is high up in the sky with very few clouds. A mouth belonging to the girl with the ribbon on her hair can be seen with a smile on her lips. The protagonist looks on his eyes, focused and determined, as he looks at the girl before him. The girl with the blue ribbon on her hair excitedly lifted up a cloth covering an article to unveil it. The article turned out to be the finished product of the new invention that the protagonist brought. The girl had a proud look on her face as she stood before the protagonist with her hand folded against the other. The protagonist stood with a happy smile on his face at what is before him. And also a backpack was made to make it easier to carry for each person. The girl with the ribbon carried the backpack so as to show the protagonist. She also went further to explain how they made the small crystals to work with the machine. The protagonist stood as the girl with the ribbon kept explaining everything to him, and he told her well done. But the protagonist then had a thoughtful expression on his face as he had an idea. The mind of the girl with the ribbon went to if the machine blows someone away. But the protagonist laughed at where her mind had gone to. After explaining better to the girl with the ribbon, the idea became clear to her. The ribbon girl excitedly asked the protagonist if the will really implement the idea, to which he confirmed. The protagonist seriously kept explaining his ideas to the girl with the ribbon. The mind of the girl with the ribbon wandered to where the commander and another soldier all wore sunglasses and were cool. Her eyes showed awe and she praised the protagonist for being awesome. The trees kept swaying gently in the autumn breeze as voices can be heard all around. The cloth covering of a tent is opened by a lady's hand, showing the protagonist behind a desk and his concentration on the papers before him. The protagonist noticed someone had entered, but he never looked up from the book before him. Hearing what the guest said, the protagonist slowly looked up at the person before him. The person is the lady in red who came to talk to the protagonist. She held her hair in her hand as she continued to talk to the protagonist. Listening to what the lady in red is saying, the protagonist became deep in thought. The lady in red still held her hair in her hand as she continued to talk to the protagonist. The protagonist closed his eyes as he gave a reply to the lady in red who stood before him. The lady in red also closed her eyes as she answered the protagonist. They both sat opposite each other as they discussed, her mind going back to the bulky guy they met at the building site. The protagonist deeply contemplated what the lady in red said about the bulky guy. The lady in red seriously kept advocating for the bulky guy they met at the building site. The protagonist sat as he kept on deeply thinking about what the lady in red is saying about the bulky guy. With her hand interlocking the other, the lady in red seriously talked to the protagonist before her. They both shuffled ideas back and forth with each other as they thought about their next action. The bulky guy can be seen reading a book with a picture of a cross in front page. Thinking about him reading and wanting to learn, the protagonist was impressed. The lady in red tried convincing the protagonist about the idea she brought forth. The protagonist picked up his pen and continued reading on the paper before him. With his eyes on the work in front of him, he told the lady in red that time will tell. The sun is slowly descending as stars starts appearing in the sky. A foot can be seen. Walking, the clothing on the legs are tattered and torn, the shoes extremely old. The cloths on the upper body is no different from the down, all tattered, but the individual is carrying a bunch of stick. The individual kept walking tiredly towards his destination with the piece of wood held to his chest. He passes through a cluster of people who look no different from him, all tattered and unkempt. He kept walking in between each tattered tent as he clutched his wood close to his chest. He kept walking as he passed between others, who all sat in their tattered tents. On getting to the tent at the extreme, he opened it and walked in, alerting the person inside to his presence. On the floor inside the tent, some few logs of wood can be seen with blood on their tips. Inside the tent, another individual can be seen with a tattered cloth as a cover with an injury on his right hand. The wounded individual is seen groaning in pain as he held his wound. The boy who brought the firewood faced the entrance of the tent. He slightly looked behind at the wounded individual. He sighed heavily as he replied his sister with an okay. He took a deep breath as he groaned within him. He dropped the bird he caught when he went out to get firewood, He is talking to the wounded boy excitedly about the bird he caught. The wounded boy looks at him and, taking a deep sigh he handed his brother his weapon. The brother took the weapon from him with a smile on his face, only for his face change into a look of surprise. He uncovered the brother's wound and saw how deep it was. The wounded boy slightly bent and groaned in pain. The boy looked at his brothers anxiously as he groaned in pain due to his injury. On the floor of the tent lay a heap of wood to be used to light fire for heat. The injured boy kept groaning in pain. The boy who went to get firewood closed his eyes in frustration at the pain in the injured brother's voice. The injured boy shouted at the brother to gather himself together. The boy who went out earlier to get firewood stood with his hand clenched together in anger. The injured brother looked intently at his brother standing before him. The brother stared back, watching the injured one speak. The injured one continues to speak, now with a low tone, filled with emotions. The brother replies him softly and in a calm voice. The boy who went to gather firewood is still talking. The injured one interrupted his brother rudely while he was still talking. The injured boy yelled at his brother angrily. The boy who went to get firewood tries to calm the injured brother. The injured brother is still talking. The boy who went to gather firewood is filled with anxiety. He is replying, the injured brother. The injured boy dropped his head low in sadness. The injured boy is seen alone thinking. The night came with starry sky. A soldier is seen matching up a rocky terrain. Troop of fierce-looking warriors is seen in the woods still at night time. All were with their weapons, body armor, and some with masks on their faces. One of the warriors with mask cried out aloud. The tent where the protagonist is seen. One of the warriors is seen inside the tent as he greets. The protagonist and the warrior is seen in the tent. The protagonist is sitting over his desk right before the warrior as the warrior gives his report as the protagonist questioned him. The protagonist questioned further with a slight confused look. The warrior answers the protagonist's questions. The protagonist is seen looking at the papers on the desk, and the dialogue between him and the warrior continues. The protagonist stood up, hits his palm on the desk and continued to talk. The protagonist smirked in readiness to war. 5486. The protagonist clenched his fists as he fastened the new invention to his arm. His sword is seen strapped to his thigh. His body armor is well suited to his body, and his weapons are seen arranged properly at his body armor. Troops of warriors are seen marching down the slope in military style. The first warrior is seen calling the attention of the protagonist to the lowly girl. The villagers appeared to cheer the protagonist. A bulky man is seen passing through the crowds to come forward. The bulky man called out for the protagonist amidst the crowd. The protagonist is seen on a horse, and he halted as the bulky man speaks of his interest to join the war. The protagonist is looking at the bulky man with a brief smile on his face, and he talks to the bulky man, turning down his request. The bulky man yelled angrily out of disappointment. The first warrior is seen with the protagonist sliding out his sword to keep the bulky man shut. But the protagonist hushed him. The lowly girl is seen eating an apple, she uttered in a low tone. The protagonist and the warrior boy gave a reaction to what she said about the bulky guy joining the army. The protagonist is seen trying to give the bulky man a chance, and the bulky man is excitedly showing readiness to join the fight. The protagonist is still interrogating the bulky man to test his readiness. The bulky man's excitement is paused rapidly to recollect himself. The warrior boy grabbed the hand of the bulky man and shook his hands in approval to welcome him to the army. And the bulky man is amazed. The protagonist smiled, his approval with his eyes closed and his head dropping low. A gigantic city gate is seen with secured towers all above it. The fences are highly erect and solid. Inside the gigantic city, there is a long scroll held close to a royal table. The scroll is being read by a huge, long-bearded man, a patriarch wearing expensive clothing. Behind him is a butler taking a bowing stance. The butler is seen wearing a single-eye lens, his eyes are closed, and his bowing continues. The patriarch is holding the long scrolls firmly. He read out the content of the scrolls aloud as he seated on a royal chair. The butler is still behind the patriarch, and he responded to the patriarch to leave. A man with a long beard can be seen, sitting here behind a desk. He held a paper in his hand as he peered into it. The old man looked up after reading what is written on the paper. He looked deep in thought. The room in which the man is sighted has a very tall window in front of him for S-view. Outside the sky, it's bright and clear as voices can be heard outside under the sky. Lying under a tree with cloth covering her is the lowly girl who had drool running down her lips. The protagonist stood with fully clothed body armor, and a young soldier stood behind him. The protagonist and the young soldier both held the rein of horses on their hands as they went along. They both kept discussing among themselves about the situation they were in. The protagonist paused and looked up to the sky as the young soldier beside him inquired, "Why?" The young soldier who stood beside the protagonist kept talking to the protagonist, whose focus was directed forward. The protagonist kept silent as he heard sounds coming from in front of him. Seeing that the protagonist stopped, the commander raised his hand and stopped the envoy. The protagonist, the young soldier, the bulky guy and lowly girl all snuck forward to see what's happening ahead. The protagonist gently parted the bushes in front of him to see what appears to be a pack of soldiers in a clearing. The protagonist, the young soldier, and the bulky guy all had speculation on why the soldiers were there. In the clearing, the soldiers have heaps of dead body on their feet from the people they killed, blood still dripping from their swords. The lowly girl came behind the protagonist, telling him that those people in front might be dangerous. In the clearing, one of those soldiers stood his sword placed with his leg on the head of a man crunching to the floor as he made fun of the man. The lowly girl told the protagonist about the experience she's had with people like this. The protagonist listened to what lowly girl said. He got extremely angry, which reflected his face. But the lowly girl jokingly mentioned that they should look on the bright side that can save this people. The protagonist placed his hand in his pocket and removed a device within it that he held up. 5,530. A boy stood as blind in his left eye. In his hand, he held the strap of a bag. The injured boy sat down in his position and just looked up at the boy with the bad left eye who stood before him and insulted him. Using the bag strap in his hand, the boy with the bad eye hit the boy who was injured with the bag strap in anger. The boy with the bad left eye stood above the injured boy, telling him to watch what he says, when he heard the sound of a falling object. The man with bad left eye turned, forgetting the boy, crouched on the floor to get a better view of what the noise is. Looking up, he saw a falling object not much bigger than the size of a brick. The man with the bad eye kept looking until the object fell on top of his head. As the object made contact with the face of the man with the bad eye, an explosion occurred with the injured boy shielding himself. The boy who is injured, who was still on the ground, looked in front of him with horror written all over his face. The other soldier, who were with the guy with the bad eye, shouted out in confusion at why the explosion happened. The smoke from the explosion cleared to reveal 5 fully bodied armored soldiers, leaving the other soldiers scared. One of the soldiers, who is in the army of the protagonist, stretched out his arm where the new invention is strapped to his arm, ready to shoot. The man who had a bad left eye stood up from the ground he was thrown on due to the explosion with anger all over his face. The soldiers standing with the guy with a bad eye let out a loud shout of war from their lips. The soldiers with the guy with a bad eye all rushed forward towards the soldiers in the army of the protagonist. Shoot the soldiers from the army of the protagonist shot out fire from the new inventions strapped to their arm at the enemy. The enemy that was hit immediately died as a hole was made on his face, leaving the other soldier beside him afraid. The mouth of the new invention let out smoke as that has been shot out from him. As the soldiers of the man with the bad eye rushed forward, so did the soldiers of the protagonist keep shooting out fire from their guns. As the soldiers kept rushing forward, so did the soldiers from the protagonist kept shooting at them. One of the soldiers from the enemy camp was frozen in ice, and his eyes opened in surprise. He was frozen solidly in ice, as with his sword held in front of his face. Shots were fired from the new inventions from the army of the protagonist, killing the enemy. The helmet from the head of the just-killed guy fell from on the floor with a hole on it. The man with the bad left eye was hunched in a corner with fear written all over his face at seeing his people falling one after another. He saw 2 of his soldiers shot dead as they both flew away due to the impact of the hit of the shot. Still crouched in a corner, the man with the bad left eye had torrents of sweat running down his face and fear written across his face. He kept looking forward with great fear written all over his face and heavy sweat falling down his forehead. 5,558. Suddenly, glistening blade was placed on the neck of the man with the bad eye. The blade belonged to the lowly girl who had a smirk on her face, while fear was written on the man's face. The lowly girl with a smirk on her face asked the man with the bad eye if he surrenders. The bulky man, on walking to each dead body, prays for the fallen enemy soldier. He first prayed for one with a hole in its head. The second lay some meters away from the bulky man with blood running down his mouth, dead. Another still had his helmet on, but had blood running down his mouth, and his eye rolled to the back of his head. The bulky guy knelt and prayed for him. The bulky guy then approached another person lying on the floor who had small cuts and injuries around his face. Suddenly, the man drew a knife and directed it towards the bulky man, intending to kill him. The bulky man stood up and expertly avoided the blow from the man on the floor, even though the blow was so close. The bulky man stretched his hand and killed the man on the floor, splashing blood everywhere. The lowly girl looked at the dead man in surprise, and the protagonist asked the bulky man what happened, to which he gave a reply. As they all stood talking, the young soldier approached the protagonist and placed his hand on his chest as a form of greeting to the protagonist. The protagonist instructs the young soldier to organize some soldiers to see if any of the enemy is still alive, and that he should also organize the poor people who are still alive in one spot. The protagonist and the lowly girl both came and stood before the people who survived, and the protagonist addressed them. The protagonist asked them who those people were and if they knew why they attacked them, but the people cowered in fear. The bulky guy rushed forward, telling the protagonist to calm down, that they people are afraid of everyone. The bulky guy stretched out 3 fingers while 2 were folded as he said some magic words. With his eyes closed, the bulky guy raised both of his hands to the sky as he offered prayers. Then, tiny lights could be seen appearing all around. Those tiny lights flew and fell on the villagers sighted on the ground as all of them looked at it. The bulky guy turned to the protagonist and asked for permission to treat they injured villagers, to which the protagonist agreed to. The night was coming, and it was very cloudy, as if the rain will fall anytime soon. The bulky guy approached one of the villagers with an injury using his powers. He healed the villager while the protagonist watched. The protagonist stood watching, and the bulky man told the villager the wound was festering. The villager looked on in awe as the bulky man healed the villager. The bulky man removed his hand, and the wound on the villager was healed. The bulky man asked the villager what caused his injury, which he replied an animal. The villager then mentioned that the injury on his face was from the mercenaries. The protagonist and the bulky man comforted the villager, telling him the mercenaries won't hurt him again. The villager looked doubtful, but the protagonist further restated his words. The protagonist looked around and promised to restore their village for them. The protagonist further asked for other village settlement the villager may know, turning to the other villagers and asked them about other settlement like theirs and that they can continue to stay where they are. One villager raised his hand and explained to the protagonist how they got to the land and from where. The villager then asked the protagonist if he will really allow him to stay on his ground. The protagonist then again restated his earlier words that they can stay on his land. The man was surprised that the protagonist made that promise. The protagonist noticed someone come and turned. The young soldier who approached the protagonist bowed and informed him of a man they caught. The village boy who had an injury was surprised to see who the person they captured was. It was a young boy who had his hands held behind his back by another soldier, his face filled with pain. The villager who was injured ran forward shouting the boy's name. The villager held the boy by his clothes, telling him he made a mistake by attacking the soldiers, as the boy explained that he thought they were bad people. Looking at the scene before him, the protagonist acknowledged that there might be a misunderstanding, asking who was attacked. The soldier standing behind the young soldier indicated he was the one attacked, while the young soldier pleaded on the boy's behalf. The protagonist, looking at the boy who attacked his soldier, acknowledged it might be a mistake, but the boy had to own to his offence. 6,603. The boy and the other villager, who was beside the boy, both had a fearful expression on their faces as they heard what the protagonist said. Looking at them both huddled together, the protagonist asked them if they can look for other village like theirs to make up as their punishment. They were surprised because this was not the punishment they expected. The protagonist, looking at they 2 villages before him, told them his plans and why he wants them to find other villages like theirs. The protagonist looked intently at them, asking them if they will do what he asks. They 2 villagers held each other as they accepted the task the protagonist gave as the boy's punishment. The protagonist turned and addressed the villagers and they issues they are facing and how he knows others doesn't care for them. The protagonist continued to talk to the villagers, telling them that he knows of the struggles and hardship that they face. The protagonist then told them that they are now under his care and can stay on his land. The protagonist stood tall and told all the villagers that they are safe as long as they are under his care. They villagers all looked on with surprise and relief written on their faces as the protagonist offered them a better life. Looking at the young soldier behind him, the protagonist gave him instructions on what to do for the villagers. On the other side of the protagonist, he noticed the villager who was injured looking at him. He turned slightly, asking the villager why she looking at him, to which opened mouth to reply. The formerly injured villager asked the protagonist permission to follow the other villager in his quest to seek other villagers, to which the protagonist agreed with a small smile on his face. The sky is beautiful, but seems the is reaching dusk with orange-coloured clouds in the sky as the day was coming to an end. The next day, the tip of a tent can be seen under a beautiful blue sky with clear clouds. The lady in red walks into the tent with a book in hand as she asks the protagonist about his plans for the villagers scattered around. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, asks the lady in red what was her real issues with his plans, if it was food. The lady in red looked at the book in her hand as she analysed their food supply. The lady in red went further to tell the protagonist about why she was worried, to which the protagonist, with a smile on his face, tried to allay her fears. The lady in red was not calming down as she went further to list why her fears needs to be considered. The protagonist raised up a book with a green cover, asking the lady in red why she thought nothing could be done. Stretching the green book towards the lady in red, The protagonist told her he had more work pilled up for everyone. The lady in red stretched out her hand and collected the green book from the protagonist. The lady in red opened the book as the protagonist continued to explain the plans he has for the winter period. The lady in red continued to peer into the green book as the protagonist further explained other plans he has to the lady in red. The protagonist also explained his plans for when the dry weather comes. The lady in red started sweating profusely as the words the protagonist is saying keeps ringing in her ear. The lady in red became dizzy from all the talking done by the protagonist. The protagonist continued to talk to convince the lady in red with a smile on his face. The lady in red closes the green book given to her by the protagonist and drops it on the table. The lady in red started to fume in anger as the protagonist told her not to worry about anything having to do with work. But the protagonist without worry told her that he will find someone to help her with arrangements. The expressions of the lady in red suddenly returned to being calm after the protagonist promised to find a helper. The lady red confidently told the protagonist that the ancestors she prayed to always listens to her. With his eyes closed, the protagonist instructs the lady in red to leave that. Once the food supplies arrive, she can choose those to assist her. Outside with the sun high up in the sky, the protagonist sits with papers laid out in front of him as a portal door appears beside him. The lowly girl steps out and sits on the table in front of the protagonist as she complains about the mercenaries they captured. Throwing her head back to look at the protagonist, the lowly girl called Amber continued to talk about the mercenaries. The protagonist, with his hands folded across his chest, explained to Amber the details about the mercenaries. Amber placed her finger at the side of her head as if in deep thoughts with her eyes closed. Suddenly, the lowly girl opened her eyes as she asked the protagonist if he needed ideas from her. The lowly girl, with a proud smile on her face, boosted to the protagonist that she's a good shadow master and good at digging graves. The protagonist shaked his head as to de-sword the lowly girl. The protagonist went further to explain to the lowly girl why torturing the mercenaries or killing them was not a good idea. The lowly girl leaned closer to the protagonist, asking him on the method he intends to use to make the mercenaries talk. The face of the lowly girl changed as the protagonist tells her that she shouldn't take anything from the mercenaries, because she usually drinks his ink. The lowly girl angrily points at the protagonist, asking when she drank his inn, to which the protagonist said that it was a metaphor. The lowly girl then brings out a big pouch asking if anything will be given to her, to which the protagonist says yes. The protagonist is shocked at the amount of possession is in the bag that the lowly girl brought out. As the protagonist searched through the pouch, he sees something in the pouch and is interested. Looking at the article in the pouch, the eyes of the protagonist squints in interest. The article was a dagger with a special emblem inscribed on it. The emblem was that of a brown bear head and a garland. The protagonist picks up the dagger and looks closely at the emblem, noting it might belong to a noble family. The protagonist notes that it's only the king gives out weapons of different type out, and only to noble. And even if noble were to hand a sword out, it must be to a knight. The protagonist went further to say that the only thing they could hand out to commoners such as their beloved servant is a dagger or bow or something small. Holding the dagger in his hand, the protagonist further analysed if the mercenaries worked for one family or many families. The lowly girl leaned over the table as she asked the protagonist if he had any idea which family owned the dagger, to which the protagonist answered in the negative. The protagonist then asked the lowly girl to go call the lady in red, who was outside in the clear blue sky. The protagonist became deep in thought as the lady in red told him which family the emblem on the dagger belonged to. The Cant family. The lady in red further explained that the last village they visited that north of it belonged to the Cant family. The lowly girl sat and listened. The lady in red then recounted the history of the Cant family to the protagonist, who asked their relationship with his family. The lady in red told the protagonist that the family is a family that loves to stay on their own. The protagonist then asks the lady in red what was the main source of income of the Cant family, as lowly girl looked up in surprise. Then, the lady in red answers the protagonist, telling him that they are only into foods and herbs. The protagonist became deep in thought as he thought why the Cant family will send mercenaries to gather slaves for them. The lady in red thought about what the protagonist said, and then also told the protagonist about the Cant that the production of magic potion by them has increased recently. The protagonist listened attentively to the information that the lady in red is giving. The lady in red went further to explain why their increased production and increase in product quality is suspicious. With squinted eyes, the lady in red mentioned that rate at which the sell their products has increased by a large scale. The lowly's girl's expression became extremely as thought of what the Kant family is using the slaves, maybe for cultivation. With a raised hand, the protagonist dismisses the thoughts of the lowly girl that the slaves are not used as fertilizer. The protagonist turns as he hears his name being called by a feminine voice. The girl with the blue bow shoves her head into the tent as she informs the protagonist about someone coming to see him. The mercenary with a bad eye sits on the floor with spit dropping at the side of his lips. There is another mercenary sighted beside him. Both had their head bent, and a lamp with smoke coming out of it stood in their middle. The old man with a pointed hat proudly told the protagonist about the portions he used on the mercenaries, but the protagonist and lowly girl were not impressed. With his hand on his waist, the protagonist tells the man with the pointed hat what he used to make the mercenaries as they are, to which the man affirmed. The man with the pointed hat then told them about the time he developed his technique with laughter on his lips. Turning to the protagonist, the old man with the pointed hat then asked if he was interested in trying, which left the protagonist frightened. The mercenary, who is now a prisoner, then told the protagonist to step closer to him. The protagonist then asked the prisoner who sent him to those villages. With her hand on her chin, the lady in red appeared deep in thought as she checked which of the Kant family member will be the head. On getting the name, the protagonist turned his attention to the prisoner and asked him if the Victor Kant was the one who sent him to those villages. With his head bowed as if in defeat, the prisoner acknowledged that he was indeed sent by Cinder Kant. Then a smile appeared on his lips as he told the protagonist that he was sent but not as a slave. The information left the protagonist surprised, and he asked the prisoner what he meant. Then the prisoner looked up with a smile on his face as he said the word, "Help him." As if his eyeballs were being pushed out from the inside, the prisoner's began to bulge as he said to dream. The eyes of the protagonist appeared to be closed, but slightly opened. Then his eyes gradually opened up little by little. The protagonist opened his eyes to see he is in what appears to be another realm different from his. Above the protagonist, a swelling pattern can be seen as he reasons this space has to have been set up earlier for him. The mind of the protagonist flashes back to the prisoner, who he reasons was a medium to bring him where he is now. The floor beneath the feet of the protagonist is purely black as if made of glass. The protagonist then starts walking with the intention to get to know where he is. The protagonist kept walking surrounded by darkness from every side. The protagonist kept walking deeper and deeper as he got deeper, still dark from every side, when suddenly the protagonist stopped walking, having walked for a long time. The protagonist stood with a hand on his waist as he thought about not feeling tired, even though he's been walking for a long time. The protagonist stood as he further gave thought to where he was, maybe stuck in an imaginary world created by the mind. The protagonist dropped his head slightly low and closed his eyes. The protagonist standing with his hands crossed and his head still bent downward slightly. The protagonist is lost deep in thoughts in the spirit realm. Meanwhile, in the physical world, children and people are behind the protagonist while he is deep in trance. The protagonist is heavily sweating in the physical world, still in trance. The protagonist is seen active in his trance. He is paying attention to a voice in the spirit world. The protagonist beamed a smile and nodded to the voice he is hearing in his trance. The protagonist, still in his trance, thought out loud and still beaming with curious eyes. It's a sunny day at the royal city with gigantic city gate. The sun is shining its rays over it proudly. Here at the Patriarch's court, his name is Lord Viscount. A green-haired man named Mr. Perks, with brown coats, is seen in the chamber of the Patriarch in a bowing stance. With him is another man, all standing before the Patriarch, who is seated on a throne and listening as the green-haired man spoke about the herbs and magic portions harvest of the year. The Patriarch raised his hand upward and addressed them. His eyes drops low due to old age. He assured Mr. Perks that the caravan from the Holy Spirit Plain will address the poor sales of their herbs and magic portion. The scholar with the Mr. Perks placed his hand on his chest and he speaks to the Patriarch. He is dressed in his ministerial attire. He told Lord Viscount to take care of his health. Lord Viscount is seen talking with his eyes closed and one of his hands raised upwards, assuring the scholar that he is fine. Suddenly, Lord Viscount's eyes bewildered and flashed. Lord Viscount next drops his eyes to think. Lord Viscount then dismissed the gentleman in his presence. As the meeting came to abrupt end, the gentleman left the scene. A hole is seen in the next scene with flash of light from the outer space permeating unto its hollow circle. The hole leads deep into the ground. It's a dungeon. Deep down, dungeon is a body of water surrounding a rock. The rock is tangled by some seaweeds, and it is lying desperately lonely. The serenity of the rock is suddenly disturbed by some squeaky sounds coming forth from the weeds. The seaweeds burst open, and a mystery lady emerged from between the weeds. She had a scary-looking face, green-eyed and face-green hair as well. She is the bishop-level eternal sleeper. The caravan from the bishop-level eternal sleeper cult is seen in the next scene. She appeared in a spirit world where the protagonist is in his trance. She spread her hands wide and spoke to the protagonist. She appreciated the protagonist's patience and virtues. The caravan then called out to the protagonist. His name and the two are seen in the scene. In a collage view, both are seen in a dialogue. The protagonist by name Gawain looks frustrated as their meeting will soon be dismissed. The caravan calmed him down and relates that they have had a good talk. The caravan is still talking to Gawain. She stretched her hand out and is about to do some magic. She swirled about the environment and turned it into a beautiful castle to the surprise of Duke Gawain. Duke Gawain looked around to take a vicarious view of the castle, and it was indeed a dreamland. But he puts out an unsatisfied look at the view because he still wanted their conversation to hold on longer. He asked the caravan the meaning of the view. The caravan replied him, she wanted Duke Gawain, the protagonist, to be satisfied with the view. She asked rhetorically if she did not create a castle that's beautiful enough. The caravan went on to explain how she created the view of the castle. She made two ancient servants appear in your castle. Placing one of her fingers to her head, she demonstrated how magical castles are created from memories and dreams. Duke Gawain interrupted with a frown on his face and slight curiosity. He wanted to know more about the environment. The caravan swirled the view again to a huge city with an excellent view. They were standing at the center of a gold-plated stand which enhanced the view of the city. Duke Gawain looked down the gold-plated stand and saw the ancient Gangfeng imperial capital. He was astonished by the view of the deep blue well that ran through maximum heights. The caravan approached Gawain from behind and asked, is he loved the view? The caravan reminded Gawain of the Gondor Empire in its heyday and its splendor. Gawain smirked and shrugged. He did not acknowledge knowing what the prosperous city looked like during the Gondor heyday. The caravan moved farther a bit, faced Gawain directly, and told him about the Eternal Sleeper's respect for him. The caravan then reminded Duke Gawain that he should pay his own respect to the Sleeper by cooperating with her. At the mention of the Eternal Sleeper, Duke Gawain is seen in deep thought about the Eternal Sleeper. Gawain remembered the Eternal Sleeper's unpredictable and adept psychic magical powers. Next, Gawain said to the caravan the things he had heard about the sleeper and what he thinks about her skills. The caravan looked away slightly and told him how easy they find it to create an illusion. Next, the caravan looked to the deep blue well and asked Gawain what he thinks about perfect dream. Gawain folded his hand, sat down and threw his face upwards and asked the caravan to reveal herself to him. The caravan sat down too, her hands in the air. She replied, she is just a seeker and does not need a name. The caravan bent her head slowly and thought briefly, then said to herself that she expected the request to reveal herself. Here, the caravan is seen switching looks as she unmasked herself to Gawain. The caravan switched to a pretty young lady look and asked Gawain which look he liked. Gawain is seen looking slightly confused at which look he would go for or what to respond. Gawain closed his eyes softly, inhaled deeply and thought for a while, and replied the caravan that she could just keep refreshing her looks. Gawain came close to the caravan, stared deeply into its eyes with keen interest and curiosity, but the caravan is becoming impatient. In order to round up the conversation, the caravan told Gawain the reason she brought him to the location. Gawain is now unsatisfied. He closed his eyes slightly and asked the caravan what the reason was. The caravan drifted behind, leaned forward on golden table, and asked Gawain what he saw on the lost sea. Duke Gawain is seen with a confused look. He did not know what the caravan was talking about. The caravan drew back. She doubted Gawain and insisted that he knew what she referred to as the lost sea. Duke Gawain is totally confused, he thought deeply, and asked himself what the caravan was talking about. They pointed out further events that took place in the lost sea and that Duke Gawain was present. They spoke about a revelation the Duke had in the lost sea, but Duke Gawain is still unable to recollect the memory. Duke Gawain went back to his memory track before he possessed his present body. He is seen with a big crystal, but he is still confused on how the events are connected. The Duke thought to himself to use opportunity and get more information from the caravan. Duke Gawain and the caravan are seen in collage. The Duke questioned the caravan on who wants to know about the lost sea. The caravan gave a smirk and replied Duke Gawain that she is just being curious. The caravan is seen standing tall as she explains to Duke Gawain the sleeper cult and how they operate. The caravan said to Duke Gawain that is what he saw at the Sea of Eternal Darkness was the truth about this world. The Duke should understand how the Eternal Sleeper works. Duke Gawain then folded his hands together again and asked the caravan how she knew about him and who else knew, and the caravan explained. After telling the caravan that he brought something from the lost sea, Duke Gawain then asked the caravan how they'd know if he will cooperate with the Eternal Sleeper. The caravan sits up and started masking his face in preparation to attack. The caravan veiled herself with some dark clouds and she looked scary as she was evolving her looks. The shadows of the caravan is seen reflecting on the face of Duke Gawain and his eyes popped through his head as he looked slightly frightened. Duke Gawain noticed that the caravan is prying into his consciousness to steal his memory. The caravan is seen in a broken glass shield, trying to invade the Duke's consciousness. She now revealed her dark sides and the snare she set for the Duke. The caravan moved a little farther from the glass shield, and is speaking with so much authority and pride, she told Duke Gawain that even dragons do sink in dreams. 5785. The caravan is suddenly invisible, but his voice is still heard in the background as she flatters herself. Duke Gawain is seen head-bent. He is tensed and sweating as the caravan is still trying to peek into his memory, and the Duke knows it. 5787. The spirit appeared visible again, and is unmasked. As the Duke behold her present, he palmed his face with one hand. She spoke aggressively, and as if in control of the protagonist's mind. The spirit again vanished into darkness. Only her eyes can be seen, but in an emboldened form up above the Duke, the protagonist. The caravan's hand is seen trying to crack the barriers to access the protagonist's memory. The caravan touched an object which she believed to be the Duke's memory. The caravan leaped as she held the object believed to be the Duke's memory. She was excited that she was about to possess the Duke's consciousness. Suddenly, an eye, very huge, appeared in the deep darkness over the spirit, and a voice came through it asking the spirit is she's sure that the object she was holding was really the Duke's memory. The eyes of the Duke lowered down a little bit. The voice of the Duke came through from the eyes again, asking the spirit if she wants to see the Duke's memory. The protagonist continued to speak about the barrier in his memory. Suddenly, a bright doorway appeared in the darkness before the caravan, who is still shocked. The caravan entered the bright doorway and saw auras. She can still hear the voice of the protagonist behind her, but she is still in shock. The caravan is seen very frightened. Eyes bulging as fear gripped her so badly, the Duke told her he set up a barrier to prevent her from snooping into his memory. Fluid started gushing out rapidly from every hole the caravan got. Eyes, nose, mouth, and all parts of her body. The caravan's eyes burst open as she melted away into a puddle. The Duke's voice is heard from the background. The protagonist, Duke Gawain, is seen watching the caravan as she wastes away. She smiled, briefing at himself. The protagonist is seen with the puddle of the caravan. He stood still looking at it. The sun shone bright at the royal city, the Count Castle, and its towers stood tall and firm. Inside the city, a dark, long corridor is seen with several lamps spreading light down the hallway. A shadow that seemed to be a man's shadow appeared to be approaching at a wooden door. Lord Viscount's face is seen at the scene. He looked slightly tensed. Lord Viscount's hand is seen on knocking at the door. He seems to be agitated. 5806. A lady opened the door. With nervous eyes, she asked Lord Viscount what was wrong with him. Lord Viscount was drawing his words. He immediately switched what he wanted to say and pretended he only came to check up on the lady. Lord Viscount asked the lady to go back to bed, even though it was not sunset yet, and then have dinner with her later that evening, but the softly declined, saying she's not feeling sleepy. Lord Viscount insisted that she goes and sleep, and their voices fades. The dungeon of the Eternal Sleeper is seen on the scene. The Bishop of Eternal Sleeper is seen in thoughts. The Bishop of Eternal Sleeper is seen peering into the psychic reaction, wondering what the fate of the caravan was as the Eternal Sleeper could no longer see her. The Bishop of Eternal Sleeper is still deep in thought. This time, she thinks about the content of Duke Gawain's consciousness and its capabilities. The Bishop of Eternal Sleeper saw a vision of the caravan devoured. The Bishop of the Eternal Sleeper is seeing what happened in the spirit world with the caravan, and the Duke, how the caravan was devoured by Duke Gawain's. The Bishop of the Eternal Sleeper is shocked at what she was seeing, but curious to know more about everything that happened in that spirit world. The Bishop of the Eternal Sleeper saw the caravan's state all as a puddle of mud, and the caravan was warning the bishop not to spy on the Duke. The protagonist, Duke Gawain, is seen back in the physical world, his state before he went into a trance, along with his companions. The prisoner kneels on the floor, his hand tied behind his back as he bits his tongue with foam at the side of his mouth. The prisoner struggled and started to fall with foam coming out of his mouth. The prisoner fell to the floor dead and unmoving with him foaming from the mouth. The companions of the protagonist looked on with faces full of surprise at the now dead prisoner. The lady in red then turned her attention to the protagonist, who has been silent for a while. The protagonist shuts his eyes tightly for some seconds, and then slowly opens it with a fierce look in his eyes as he looks forward. The protagonist looks slightly behind him as he asks the lady in red if he lost consciousness, and the lady explained and asked him if he is okay. The protagonist once again shunts his eyes tightly as he answers, saying that he is okay. The protagonist asks those around him how long he was unconscious, with the old man answering a few minutes. The old man with a pointed hat then said that he is relieved that the protagonist is okay, because he would have been blamed. But the lowly came behind the old man asking him if he was sure his potion was not the reason the protagonist lost consciousness. The protagonist spoke up and said that his unconsciousness had nothing to do with the old man. With a thoughtful look on his face, the protagonist explained what happened to him to his companions. The lady in red and the old man all had a surprised look on their face at hearing the person responsible for the protagonist to become unconscious. They all stood looking at the dead prisoner as the old man asks if the dead prisoner was also part of the cult. The protagonist answered in the negative, stating that the dead prisoner was just a medium for the cult. Looking at the protagonist, the lady in red tells him what she knows about them, with eyes focused and deep in. Thought the lady in red mentions that she suspects the cult to have evil motives. Suddenly, Lily shouted, saying that all they have said is making her scared. The lowly girl turned to the protagonist and asks him what transpired in the realm while he was unconscious, to which the protagonist tells her that he fought a battle with the cult member, but he won. The protagonist jokingly said that his opponent was not a strong character, but the old man looked at the protagonist with a frown on his face, telling him that the character he met was not small. With a smile on his face, the protagonist told the old man that maybe the character was not enough for him. Then the lady in red opens her mouth, telling the protagonist to be careful that they are out to get him. They all stood in the room all silent as the smoke from the incense lamp kept coming out. 5,845. Suddenly, the old man started to cough. His hand formed into a fist covered his mouth. 5,846. With an annoyed look on his face, he asks the protagonist to accept his resignation letter. The protagonist turned to the old man and told him that he has no say when the old man comes or goes. 5,848. As the protagonist turned away, he told the old man that he will look into his resignation, but that he shouldn't be afraid of any cult. The protagonist looked forward with angry look on his face as he thought about the cult that attacked him. The protagonist then looked at the other prisoner before him, whose head is bent as if unconscious. The lady in red then approached the protagonist, asking him if he wants to interrogate the prisoner by himself. The protagonist looks behind slightly at the lady in red, telling her to have the prisoner locked up, that he won't interrogate him. The protagonist then looks at the prisoner in front of him, thinking about the time prisoners of war were made into slaves. The protagonist's attention was solely on the prisoner before him, thinking about using him for work instead of killing him. The lady in red called the protagonist's attention, asking him about the plans they had to go, look for clues regarding the mercenaries and the Kant family. Pinching in between his eyes, the protagonist says he forgot and tells the lady in red and the old man that they should handle the prisoner. The lady in red bows as the protagonist tells her to also handle the Kant family matter. 5,858. With her eyes closed, the lady in red answers the protagonist that she will carry out her assignments. 5,859. The sky is a beautiful golden color, with the sky as if it was set ablaze. In the background, a tent can be seen made up of brown thick covering. Inside, this tent lay the protagonist, who was asleep, and beside him his sword. 5,862. Sweat is pouring down heavily from the face of the protagonist, who looks uncomfortable. The protagonist stands with surprise written all over his face and eye, focused his hair standing at ends. Immediately, the protagonist wakes up and he sees himself in the same plane as when he was with the character. Looking ahead, the protagonist saw the castle that was shown to him by the character when he was in a trance. The protagonist comes down from his bed, his right leg first touching the floor filled with green grasses. The protagonist stood with a perplexed expression, thinking why he found himself in the same plane again. The protagonist looked deep in thought, his eyes looking all around him, observing his surrounding. Looking at his hands, the protagonist feels that the feeling he felt in the other plane with the spirit character is different to now. Holding his left hand with his right hand, a bright light burst from his hand. In his left hand, a can suddenly started to appear. A shout of surprise suddenly left the mouth of the protagonist. The protagonist raised the hand containing the can of drink. The protagonist inspected the can of drink in his hand with surprise, telling himself he can create whatever he wants. The mind of the protagonist flashed that his encounter with the cult might be the result of this. With his face full of thoughts, his mind flashed to when he killed that spiritual being. Maybe he took its power. The protagonist looked down at his bare foot and told himself he now possessed the power of the spiritual being. The protagonist, with a small smile on his face, thought about what he would want to create next. Splashing his fingers together, the protagonist made a sound with it as to create something. Suddenly, his jacket started appearing on his body and shoes on his leg. The jacket continued to form to its full length on his body. With his hand folded across his chest, acknowledging that the thing he got from the spiritual being is power in itself. The protagonist decided to take a stroll on the soft, clear grasses under. In his right hand, the protagonist held a phone and in his left a can of drink. The protagonist thought about the things he created, saying the can't be used because the phone he created can't be turned on. While the drink he just had has no taste to it, it was tasteless. The protagonist then proceeded to throw away the can of drink in his hand. The protagonist continued walking forward after he threw away the can of drink. The can started to roll away from the point it was thrown to until it made contact with a wooden door. Hearing the sound made by the can as it made contact with the wooden door, the attention of the protagonist was attracted and he started walking towards the door. The protagonist walked until he got the bush of shrubs, he parted it and continued forward. On seeing the door, the protagonist exclaimed in surprise, saying, "Here it is." In front of the wooden door, the can of drink lay, and beside the wall, the emblem of the Cant family was inscribed. The protagonist walked closer and touched the emblem on the wall with the question if the castle belonged to the Cant family. The protagonist questioned in his mind if the spiritual character he killed had any association with the Cant family he must go in and see. The protagonist then pushed the door of the castle with all his strength for it to open. The door to the castle gradually started to open after it was pushed. It opened wide and big as the protagonist stood at the door and looked inside the opened door. The protagonist started to walk in slowly inside the castle, when suddenly the protagonist felt something as if an alarm went off in his head. Looking at his right, he saw a door. He walked right straight to the door and stepped inside. It was a long, dark corridor lit up by purple-colored lights. As the protagonist kept walking, he noticed some inscriptions on a wall as if written words. But on getting closer, the protagonist noticed this were not writings, but marks made by a fingernail. 5,904. Immediately, his hand touched one of the marks. It lit up and shone. The light was so bright that the protagonist had to shield his eyes with his hands. Suddenly, the light went off on looking up. The protagonist saw before him transparent figurines. Thinking about it, the protagonist came to conclude that these figurines once walked through this hall together at the same time. 5,908. Thinking about it, the protagonist believed that there must be something within these walls that attracted them. He stood watching the figures as they headed towards a direction. Then he said that they were going deeper, so what you had to do was to follow them first and then take a look at where they were heading to. As they worked there, they kept on making sounds in the purple lit area. They stood surrounding a coffin that was centered in their middle while he watched from a corner. They kept on saying different words, saying the wish it was a dream and didn't know what the differences were. Then they said that they ever sleepers was going to help them just like 700 years ago. Then the voice also told them that everything was going to get better, and whatever thing they had lost will eventually return. The protagonist woke up immediately. Everything felt like a dream. Then he concluded that there must be something terrible that is hidden in the Cant's color. After that, he told one of his subordinates to call Hetty and Pittman over. Hetty told the protagonist that they had finished questioning the mercenary mage. Hearing what she said, the protagonist then asked her what they said. She confirmed by telling him that they were indeed working for the Vicount family, but they had no idea what their employer was doing. She also confirmed that the captured refugees had disappeared from the land, which the protagonist also agreed to his suspicions. Then she asked him if he knew something that they didn't know. He grabbed his sword, saying that he was going to the Count immediately to find out something, and the sooner they better. Then she asked him why he was going there and wondered if he wanted to go and meet the Viscount and then ask him personally. He replied by telling her that he came in contact with the fragments of the consciousness of the ever-sleeper cultist. Suddenly he dropped his sword by the corner. He puts to his Amos why he explained to her, telling her that the cultist gave something to someone in Countland. And the person was most likely the current Viscount's Victor Conte. He was the one that obtained an evil object. He told her that the evil thing stayed in the land for many years, and it had been growing by absorbing souls of living people. When the druid heard what the protagonist said, he wondered if it could be those of the refugees who were taken to the Count's territory. Philip replied that most likely they were the ones, and things had grown so critical, and yet transformation has not yet been completed. Then the footage then say that he was worried that once the transformation complete, all areas will be enveloped by its power. So as long as he finds it on time, then it poses no threat to him, and he will have ways to control it. Hetty then asked him that if Victor Cant felt that he was controlled by cultist, would he be against him? He told that that was not a problem, that no one has the ability to threaten him, because the last person that did is in the conscious space. He told her to send a message over first and then tell the Viscount that he wants to visit. Then he asked her if she has heard of Eternal Dark Sea, and she wondered what the Eternal Dark Sea was. The druid replied to him, "It was the silver elves that were living in the southern part of the continent, established by the oldest civilized society. The Sea of the Internal Darkness is the most bizarre of all elves' legend. One day in the ancient time, a disaster occurred on that continent, so a group of elves fled there. And the center of that sea stands a magnificent tower. All the elves there prayed and hopes to find a new place, and then their prayers reached the ears of the gods through the tower, and the tower answered them. All the original elves then walked into the tower and then saw endless wonderful things. There was incredible knowledge about evolution of animals, minerals, plants, and projection of the starry sky. But those elves became greedy and wanted to enter the inner and upper floor of the tower. Then the giant tower punished to them. He made some of them dark elves and grey elves, then sea elves who can't leave the water, and silver elves who have the least flaws. And that was the legend of the Eternal Dark Sea." Hearing what the druid said, he knew that there was a lot to study in the legend, and the tower was more likely a man-made thing that retained large amount of animal and so on. Seeing his expression, Hetty asked him if he was okay, and then he told her that she shouldn't worry. Druid asked the protagonist if he was interested in the Sea of Internal Darkness, and also reminded him that even with the technology power of Else, it was impossible to navigate in the water far away. The person speechless when he had what he said. Then he told them that they shouldn't talk about that for now, let them focus on dealing with the eternal sleeper. Then he now told Hetty that he wants her to help him collect a biography of his life. Then she asked him what biography, if it was the official biography of the hero released by the kingdom. He told her that he wants all kinds of form and folk version, anything that describes his life. She looks at him in contemplation and asked what he wanted with all of those information. Amber then told Hetty that he was so narrow-minded and he's not too busy, so she wants to see which unscrupulous person that hacked him in the past. Hetty was angry and then lifted a rod to heat Amber. Amber jokingly told her that she don't believe that Hetty would be able to face her own ancestor. The protagonist grabbed Amber by her ear and she screamed out. He cautioned her by telling her that after angering other people, then she hides behind the person and then asked her if she thinks he wouldn't hit her. She admitted her offense, saying that she was wrong and her ears are going cramp. In a secluded area, an old man opens a letter that was placed on his table and read it. The sound of a galloping horse under the rain could be heard. That was a carriage. Inside a carriage seats the protagonist. Suddenly Amber called out a name. Then she sleep talks, telling Gawain to close the window when he heard that he smiled. The rain continued to drizzle non-stop. In the drizzling rain, a mansion could be seen standing in a secluded area. Because of the guests that were arriving, all the house helps ran around to see where they could help and also clean up the areas. The door of the building was tightly shut. They stood there awaiting the arrival of the guests. Suddenly sounds could be heard behind the doors. When the sound got closer, then the man has screamed out at the guards, telling them to open the door. Then the gate squeaked and slowly opened. 3 people slowly emerged from the carriage and stood in front of the gates. It was the protagonist. He stood there with a cold expression on his face. Then the man welcomed them as he stood in front of them, and also the house helps also stood there to welcome the protagonist. They apologized to the protagonist, telling him that he wished he had a spell to control the sky, since visited him in a bad weather. The protagonist told him that it was okay, because he likes rainy weather very much, and before it's rained, he had seen the fertilized land in Cant land. Then he's also said that after the rain fell, he saw a nice rain scene again which was worth it. Then the old man smiled, telling him that it was best if he was satisfied while laughing. He told the protagonist that he had prepared a banquet for him, which is in the restaurant behind the hall, at the Silver Castle after it had rained. Different opened envelopes could be seen on a table. An old man was reading the letter in the envelope intensely, was thankful that the support of the Duke Cecil the cultist threshed in the land was eradicated. Then he said that those cultists actually extended their hands to the aristocratic system while he dropped the letter of the table. He relaxed on the chair he was sitting on and closed his eye. Suddenly, a light shone, and he opened his eye immediately when he had the sound. A lady walked in and then told him that she asked Lord Aidan, and he said that he was still in the study. He asked his daughter while she was there. She asked her dad if he had forgotten because that day was the day that she leaves the cathedral and comes to see him in the castle. She reminded him what they had said, that when they serve the Lord, they must not forget to serve their parents because this is the teaching of the Holy Light. Then she told him that he shouldn't worry because he had the responsibility of taking care of the kingdom, and then asked him what happened. He told her that the winter days everyone was starting to look for trouble, while she stared at the scattered letters on the table. Her eye dropped to one of the letter that was clearly visible on the table. Then she prayed for them, saying that she hoped the Holy Light will save those poor people who have been violated by thugs. Then he told her that she shouldn't worry because those people dare not cause trouble in the royal city. She bowed and then said that the Holy Light was going to protect Anzu. The fire slowly burnt to warm them up as the sounds of the fire burning the woods could be heard.